Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NRG Series in Indianapolis. I'm your host, Mason Drew, my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here to cover some Pioneer 10K action on this showdown this weekend. Devin, are you excited for some Pioneer?
Oh, I definitely am, Mason. Since we last spoke, we have a new set into the format, and I think this new set's going to do a lot to shake up the format. So we'll have to see how the new cards play out today.
Yeah, right. It's actually kind of wild. Normally some people say that in commentary. It's our job to get you excited, but legitimately, Wild Ring actually shook things up in a way that players were lamenting before that, maybe we're just going to be seeing the same decks for the rest of time in Pioneer. We actually have a bunch of new decks that have been doing very well in Magic Online. It's not just week one hype. So I can't wait to cover those this weekend. But first, let's cover our players to watch because the end of the year championship series is coming down to the wire. We have 6 at-large bids, and every player on your screen here for players to watch is an at-large bid, Devin, which you might notice there are 8 people on our screen. 2 of these players will not be making it minimum to our championship at the end of the year, but they're all great players, and we can't wait to watch them this weekend. Benjamin Ungar, Cliff Boyardee, Chris Smith, Fletcher Johnson, Ryan Hayes, Sarah Shearing, Sean Gallagher, and Will Kowalczyk have all been grinding our events, doing very well, and I can't wait to see how this event ends for them this weekend because this is our second to last big weekend of the year, Devin. So a lot of points are on the line. We're going to be following these players all weekend long to see how they're doing and how things go. Players like Chris Smith have a big lead on the rest of the pack, but a bad weekend and a crazy weekend for a couple other players, and things could shake up dramatically.
Absolutely, and we may or may not have a couple of these players in our feature match area for round number 1. So we'll little spoiler action there, but yeah, these players are all fighting for their spot towards the end of the year championship, and should be a really really great time.
Speaking of that, let's pull up and see the players that are already there and sort of talk about what they're playing for because, there's honor and fame and glory along the championship, but also $25,000 in prizes, Devin. So this weekend, they're battling for $2,400 for first place with 30 points. You can see the whole breakdown there. Those points are what those players in that player to watch leaderboard are really going for. Anyone who wins the showdown this weekend or our next one in Madison in November will immediately get an invite to the player championship, which we'll pull up on screen just in 1 second here to show you that. So it's possible one of those players wins and then things get really wild on the leaderboard and maybe we have a bit of a shakeup there. But let's pull up our players who have already qualified for the end of the year championship so we can show you sort of what's happened over the last year and talk about it. Our first event this year was won by Steven Dykman, who has been just dominating. You're going to see his name here at the top of the leaderboard. Yep. You see Kyle and Roger Suleiman, players who have won an event. Roger won our player championship last year. And despite that, Devin has continued to grind and do really well. So that's really exciting to see here. None of the other players who have won an event is up here on this leaderboard, but we have their beautiful mugs on a little slide here that we can show you in just 1 second. I'm sure we're right around the corner from it. But, you also see all our at-large players in the points here. So, yeah. And turns out that, we're having a small issue, so we'll get that taken care of later. But there's been a lot of really great players. If you've been watching the NRG series for a long time, like we have Devin, Matthew Hoey is a mainstay. Honestly, I think the only player championship he ever missed was last year and won one of our showdown events just a couple months ago, playing a deck near dear to your heart, Rhinos and Modern. In fact, the deck that's won all of our Modern events this year has been Rhinos, which is a fun little fact. But, he's going to be at our Players Championship, which is really exciting to see, too, because I love to see not only these new faces popping up, but also these tried and true veterans that kind of just dominate these series.
Yeah, speaking of which, like you mentioned, Steven Dykman just started off the year with an absolute bang, winning back-to-back events, and really has not slowed down the entire time. Thankfully for the other competitors, even if you win a first event, you can't qualify with, you can't steal an invite for anybody else because Dykman probably would have qualified 3 times over by now.
That's very true. Yes. Dykman running for our player of the year slot. Now, one of the cool things about our event is because we have this leaderboard and sort of, long-term success gets rewarded, we also want to reward the people that win early, right? If Dykman just won the first one, he might not want to come and play, and that's not as fun. So whoever gets the most points at the end of the year is our player of the year, and they get free entry into all our events for the next year. So Dykman's really gunning for not only maybe this year, but the forever lineage. Connor Mullally won our player of the year last year. He is actually battling this weekend, along with a bunch of faces you probably remember from last year's player championship. We already mentioned Roger Suleiman, but Jesse Robkin, Connor Mullally, Piper Powell, Zoe Riederman, all of those players that you know and love, they are here this weekend. We just can't put everyone on the players to watch slide. So we just focused on our leaderboard people this time. but they are still very much alive. They are threats, and there's a reason we saw them all dominate the NRG series last year. Any of them could easily spike the showdown and be into our championship.
Yeah, and like you said, it's crazy how basically every single person on our leaderboard, or players to watch, excuse me, is still in the running for that end of the year championship. We have a lot of people, a lot of players battling it out, and it's going to be really great to see. And like you said, this is the second to last event. There's going to be one more event after this where players can go ahead and grab those points. And yeah, it's really going to be awesome to see how this shakes out. We get a bunch of amazing Magic players here.
It's so cool. Like you mentioned, normally with these sort of races, right, it's like, okay, there's like a bunch of people near the top, and then there's like one or two people battling for the 5th and 6th slot. But, as we saw it for a second there on our leaderboard, a lot of players are all within 8-9 points of each other. And as we saw on the big breakdown, if you top 8, you're basically doubling that lead you had or overcoming it from behind someone. And that means all of these events matter. And like every match point matters too. Sometimes you might go 0-2 drop, right? You play a little bit of cube with your friends on the side. If you're running for our player championship of the year, you need to battle it out. Top 64 gets you 2 points. Connor Mullally classically won last year's race by just 1 point before he had locked it up by making the finals. So every single thing does matter. We're having a little bit of a technical issues, so we're not going to have. So we're having a little bit of a left player feature camera. Don't worry about having that. We're going to be having the match taken care of. So don't worry exactly if things look a little awkward. We're fixing that. But Devin, it's time for our main feature match, and we have a fan favorite and one of the people who is in the running for our Player of the Year championship, Cliff Boyardee. He is going to be playing Boros Convoke versus Rakdos Midrange. Sorry, Rakdos Midrange was so boring it just broke my brain for a second. So I just couldn't think of the exact words.
Wait, you said Boros Convoke. I thought we were talking about this earlier. I thought it was called Bunny Blade.
Yeah, it is. Oh, triple Ornithopter on turn 1 from Cliff Boyardee.
Let's go.
With the Legion's Landing, that's going to flip on turn 2. Yeah, I like to call this deck Bunny Blade because Cliff Boyardee has actually added Regal Bunnycorn and Embercleave to this deck. This is a deck we've seen them dominate our events with over the last year, and it now has a lot of extra power. If you played with this deck in the past, sometimes you would reach the mid game and you really only had your Convoke creatures as, oh my goodness, Cliff Boyardee convokes all 5 on turn 2 for one of those Convoke creatures we just talked about, 9 Aaron of Eos. But sometimes you run out of steam, right, Devin? And now the bunny helps fix that problem.
Yeah, typically when you deploy 3 Ornithopters in the first turn, you're probably not going to have that many cards left over, but Knight Errant of Eos is a really good way to kind of fuel up, and really looking for, I want to take a look and see how many copies we have. There's 2 copies of Imodine's Recruiter, and I don't see any Reckless Bushwhacker, so Imodine's Recruiter, I don't know if we can get that up on the screen, but it's kind of this new card from Wilds of Eldraine. It's very similar to Reckless Bushwhacker, whereas Reckless Bushwhacker is essentially 2 mana for a 2/1, gives all your stuff +1/+1 haste, and you need to surge it. But the Imodine's Recruiter is effectively just a 3 mana version of that card with no surge, which is better when you're top decking because you don't need to hold a spell in your hand to be able to kind of pump your team and give them all haste.
Yeah, I really love this sort of move to the deck. I was actually streaming this a little yesterday, testing for the RC, and what I noticed is that without Burning Tree Emissary in the deck, because you now have Bunnycorn, you have those less explosive draws, and Imodane's just works more on its own, and you actually don't need these effects as much. You kind of just play like a go wide Boros deck that, with Embercleave gets those last points across that way instead of +1/+0ing 8 creatures or whatever.
Right, exactly. And, the triple Ornithopter start, it was interesting because Cliff kind of had the option to whether or not Cliff wanted to play the Ranger on turn, the Knight Errant on turn 2, or attack with 3 Ornithopters to flip that Legion's Landing. So a pretty interesting decision. Cliff opting to go for the Knight Errant of Eos, which does make sense. Wants to try and find a follow-up for next turn, really looking for that Recruiter. Doesn't find it, but is able to just put a ton of pressure on the battlefield. And Rakdos Midrange has a really difficult time just beating a single flipped landing, just being able to generate a token every turn, and it's really hard for Rakdos to kind of keep up with that with all the 1-for-1 removal.
100%. So you see Cliff Boyardee here cast Regal Bunnycorn, and now it's going to convoke out that other Knight Errant of Eos from hand. Look at the top 6 once again. Add a creature of mana value 5 or less to the hand, or 2 of them, pardon me. Now, Devin, I feel like when I think of this deck, I actually associate it with you a lot because I feel like you and a couple other streamers really put this deck on the map the week before Dallas. How do you feel about sort of these upgrades from a personal stance as we do see Cliff sort of pondering the 6 cards?
So I tried this deck a lot when Bunnicorn came out. I really am a big fan of this card because what you were missing before is you had a lot of ways to go wide, where you had like a bunch of Ornithopters, bunch of ways to make tokens. But other than your 4/4s, you didn't have a way to go tall. And I found myself frequently getting into spots where I would have a couple of 4/4s and maybe 3 or 4 1/1s, and just not being able to attack past Shieldred. That card specifically gave the deck a lot of problems. And now that you have Bunnicorn, you can just say, okay, well, do you want to trade with your Shieldred? And you're pretty happy when they do.
Mhm. As we do see an attack with the 98 EOS, dropping Steven down to 15.
And the other thing that I want to mention about Bunny is we'll notice Cliff is playing 2 copies of Embercleave in his deck, and that's a really good card when you have a 2-mana 8/8 or a 2-mana 9/9 Mason.
Yeah.
Given that thing +1/+1 double strike, that can represent a lot of damage.
Yeah, and we do see Steven just concede, like, yeah, Cliff's got about 1,000,000 power exactly. So that's going to do it for game number 1. We'll pull up these players' sideboard and see how they're going. But yeah, one of the things I think is underappreciated, Devin, about Regal Bunnycorn, maybe we'll pull it up between games here or something, but is it says non-land permanent. So your 1-drops like Thraben Inspector, Legion's Landing, Voldaren Epicure, they're +2/+2 to the bunny. So the bunny comes down on 3. And if you have any of your creatures, they just all represent multiple bodies, or they're more bunnies and more convoke things. So they just get really large really quickly.
Yeah, and it's really important specifically against Bone Crusher Giants. So, like, let's say you're on the draw against Rakdos, or even on the play or the draw against Rakdos. You go turn 1, Inspector or Epicure, that's 2 permanents. Turn 2, you have a Bunnicorn, that's a 3/3. So, Rakdos typically will hold up 2 mana on turn 2 for a stomp. And if they hold up 2 mana on turn 2 for a stomp, they can't stomp your 3/3. And that's, you might think, well, it does make the deck a little bit weaker to Fatal Push, whereas before you typically didn't trade that effectively with Fatal Push. All of your cards replaced themselves. They made a bunch of tokens. You can't Fatal Push a 5-drop, so it does weaken you a little bit more to that card. But against Stomp, it's you can kind of take that trade off because it is good against Stomp.
100%. One of the things I really like about this whole pivot of the deck is just there are more cards that are strong. And honestly, the way I think about Regal Bunnycorn, and maybe I'm going to get memed for this, but I kind of see it as Pioneer's Tarmogoyf right now. It's literally just stats. And it's like, hey, I believe stats are good enough. Do you believe that? Let's find out in the red zone, and sort of go there. I'm unsure if we're going to be able to get players' sideboards up, then maybe we can talk about that real quick. Let's see here. We do have Stephen Francis's Rakdos mid-range deck. This deck in the sideboard has 3 Extinction Event, 2 Duress, 2 Go Blank, 2 Hidetsu Consumes All, 2 Misery Shatter, Reckoner Bankbuster, Rending Volley, the Andon, and License Hearse. What do you like out of the sideboard, Devin?
Mason, I'm going to tell you, that's a lot of sweepers. We got 2 Hidetsugu Consumes All and 3 copies of Extinction Events. So post-board, I would have to imagine Steven is quite a bit more of a bit, maybe a bit more favored in the game 1 situation. Past the sweepers, we're probably looking at the Rending Volley to help answer the Convoke creatures, both Venerated Loxodon and Knight Errant of Eos. And past that, really not much else. But yeah, 5 sweepers is going to be tough for Cliff to fight.
Well, let's see what the Chef Boyardee has in their sideboard. We have 4 Forge Devils, 3 Wedding Announcements, 3 Rending Volleys, 2 Thalia Guardians of Thraben, a Destroy Evil, Redain God of the Worthy, and Deafening Silence. Devin, what do you like out of the sideboard here?
So Cliff does have some improvements. So the kind of the sideboard plan for the Rakdos matchup as far as the Convoke side of things is you want the Wedding Announcements and maybe the Thalia's on the play, but probably not on the draw for Cliff. So Wedding Announcement is kind of a good way to fight through these sweepers where you can, generate a couple of bodies, maybe draw a couple of cards. Typically, in my experience in the post-board games, Embercleave not so great against the against the Fatal Push deck. So I'd probably look to trim those Embercleaves, get those Wedding Announcements in. Past that, maybe Destroy Evil for a Shieldred, and like I said, maybe Thalia's in the play, but likely not.
I love it. Well, we're going to see exactly how those players go about that in just 1 second. And while we're waiting here, really quickly, let's throw up our last event of the calendar year. That's going to be in Madison. It's going to be November. Let's see if I got this. Devin, 20th? Was I right? 25th through 26th. Dang.
Close enough.
I was trying from memory. But if you want to come down and play some Magic, we have our Modern Showdown. That's going to be your last chance to make our Players Championship. $25,000 on the line for that event. Whoever wins that showdown and whoever wins today's showdown is immediately in. And we have a Pioneer 5K trial. This is going to be post X launch release. So it's going to be really exciting. Lots of new cards there. Can't wait to see what they have in store for us there. So come on out to that event in Madison, November 25th to 26th, and let's see if these players are ready to game.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to check out the results for that Pioneer event because for those of you who don't know, the regional championship for Atlanta is not till December, and even though there was regional championships last 2 weeks ago that already happened, the Atlanta one is going to have some is going to have the new sets, so I'll definitely have to check that event out for some deck
Yeah, I'm
lists.
also very excited to see. And honestly, Cliff Boyardee, this deck is my front runner. As we do see a Dent of the Bugbear from Steven into a turn one Giant Killer from Cliff Boyardee in the passing of the turn.
Yeah, turn one giant killer. I don't know, not exactly the one drop that you're looking for. You'd much prefer to have, like we talked about, Inspector Epicure, especially if you're looking to curve that into a Bunnicorn. But if Cliff's hand is like a bunch of Resolute reinforcements and a couple Convoke creatures, then it doesn't really matter what one drop you have because you just want to go curve that into reinforcements on 2, and then you have the 5 available to play a Convoke creature on turn 3.
Makes sense. Do you think if you're Steven, this is like setting up alarm bells that my opponent had turn one Giant Killer as the one drop?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of leads me to believe, like you see Cliff playing a land and passing here. You can probably assume, even without Cliff playing a land and passing and not having a 2 drop, you can probably assume that there's at least 1 or maybe 2 Resolute reinforcements along with 1 or 2 Convoke creatures.
Makes sense. We do see Steven sort of had a Hidetsu consumes all in hands, kind of think about what to do, but decides to attack with the Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yeah, interesting. So typically, for at least from the Rakdos side of things, when I've played this matchup a couple of times from the Rakdos side. And usually, you just want to fire off your removal spells as early as often as possible. We see a Bone Crusher Giant being cast here for Steven. That's kind of interesting. Into the presence of 2 mana, you can likely assume that there's probably reinforcements in the Convoke creature. And if that's the case, that Hidetsugu consumes all is not really doing a ton here, right?
Yeah, I have to agree. Maybe Steven's trying to set something up like Shieldred, stall the board, slam Hidetsu's, and then start attacking. But this is an interesting play. I'm curious to see what Steven's plan for this is. Probably a good sign there's not something like Extinction Event in hand if you're Cliff, right? Like you don't really want to play the odd creatures and very easily could stomp that Giant Killer. That card can be annoying and stops the Convoke. And the Convoke for 3 is actually really important now because Emodane's on its own can give haste. So just getting it in your hand means later in the game, you have that burst of damage. As we do see, the wedding has been announced. And Devin, you and I are invited.
Well, I guess. Well, what date's the wedding? I hope it's not the same weekend as Madison.
It's right now, actually. So we're here wearing our bests, you know?
Okay. All right. Well, I wasn't prepared for this, so you put me on the spot here. I'm definitely not dressed in wedding attire. But that
I
that
think
does kind of
Cliff
make
is, to be
sense.
fair.
Yeah, that's fair. That does kind of make sense as far as Cliff's Keep. Like probably just saw the wedding announcement and just some like stuff plus wedding announcement is kind of where you want to be against Rakdos. So that does make a little bit of sense. That Hidetsugu's though looking a little bit more juicy now. You could play it, pop 2 tokens and a giant killer, but maybe Steven wants to wait a couple of turns before the announcement flips to try and get the other tokens. Plus, you have the blood tokens, so maybe if you're planning on playing the Hidetsugu, you could go sack the Blood Tithe, kill reinforcements, and then play the Hidetsugu.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because you play the Hitsugu now, this attack is just basically free. There's only the 1 Resolute Reinforcement left. However, from Cliff's side, Cliff might be thinking this is a sweeper, so a lot of interesting stuff going on. And Steven, you're kind of in this weird spot where if it's Venerated Loxodon's the Convoke creature, you don't really care that they're around, right? Like the Loxodon's a problem, but it's beatable. If it's something like, the Night Air of Eos we saw in game number 1, then suddenly you're going to have to get the hand get recouped. So, attacking here makes a lot of sense to maybe dwindle the forces or just slam a Hidetsu afterwards. As we do see the blood pop.
Yeah, and if we're popping that blood token, I would have to imagine Hidetsugu is going to follow that up. So I get it. Kind of makes sense because with Cliff already down to 8 life, you kind of want to just preserve that 3/2 in play. Like you don't have quite have Cliff on a 2-turn clock, but it's pretty dang close, right? You have 7 damage with Cliff at 8, so pretty easy to come up with that 1 additional damage.
Yeah, especially if you look at Cliff's mana, there's 2 lands that have to generate colored mana must lose a life. So Cliff, if it doesn't draw like a plains or something, might literally be able to only cast 1 spell a turn now before in chump blocking duty.
Yeah, I think the card that Steven does not want to see the most here is, I would guess, probably a second wedding announcement, just because it makes a lot of chump blockers where you can go make 2 tokens, chump block a couple of things, maybe trade for a Blood Tithe Harvester, and then parlay that into, just some more stuff the following turn, flipping the announcement, pumping up your creatures. But yeah, the Hidetsugu is really going to prevent Cliff from being able to play any sort of Convoke creature this turn, because that's kind of like Cliff's ideal follow-up, right? Is you go Convoke creature, maybe trade for the Bone Crusher, take 3, and then try to stabilize the board from there.
Mm-hmm. So just see a Voldaire and Epicure come down. It's going to do 1 to Steven, knock him to 19. Bam, on the board.
Chip shots, all right.
Yeah.
You know, every point counts, Mason.
It really does. Like I said, I was playing this deck yesterday, and there were a bunch of spots where it's like, well, I can put them to 1, and all my Imodines are now live off the top as a kill, and my Voldaire and Epicures are, and you do just draw them some percentage of the time, as they are going to see an ending of the turn, which makes another person for the wedding.
Yeah, and I mean, as you mentioned, Cliff Boyardee did not tap, didn't play a second spell with the Battlefield Forge or the Chef at Dunes. Maybe, realizing that at 8 life doesn't really want to go to 7 and make that a lethal attack. But yeah, kind of a really awkward meta situation here for Cliff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also so awkward. The token comes in at the end of turn, so you can't convoke with it, right? So if Cliff does have something like Loxodon or Knight Errant of Eos, just cannot deploy it here. As Steven's also in a really interesting spot too. Of if Steven just has a land, we might be able to cast a bunch of powerful spells, but also we just have the Bugbear hanging out, which then creates kind of a chump block situation.
Yeah, Den's just kind of vibing there. Hidetsugu, also maybe posing a threat on Chapter 3. We're just going in there with the Den from Steven's side of things.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like there's maybe some. Okay, yeah. Looks like Cliff maybe was thinking about responding before attackers, but has decided to just let it happen. And yeah, these are all like, you can't let them all through, so you have to block with something, and your creatures are so small with the Boros Convoke deck that you're just chumping most of the time.
Yep, you don't even have a free block on the 1/1, so I guess maybe Cliff's best chance is, say, chump block the Bone Crusher, go to 1, but then you're at 1 and you can't cast any spells with those lands. Maybe you have to trade for Den, chump block. At least I think that's what Cliff is lining up, is double block Den, chump block Bone Crusher, take 4, which is fine, but you lose your entire board. You have no chance of playing a Convoke creature next turn. Really, really tough spot here for Cliff. Maybe he wants to blood before blocks to get more information on the hand.
Yeah. I will say, one of the things with information, we talked about our sideboard, it looks like Cliff did bring in Destroy Evil for the matchup, at least on the draw. We'll see how it goes in the play. You mentioned Thalia there. And that card, very strong against a card like Shieldred, which you pointed out is problematic. But in this spot, just a dead piece of cardboard.
Yeah. I mean, one can kill a hit. Suga consumes all. After Suga already got some permanents on the way out.
Yeah. Yeah, it is probably a lethal attacker next turn.
Yeah. That's not what you want to be doing with your Destroy Evils, though. So it looks like we're trading for Blood Tithe. Trading for Blood Tithe, chumping Bone Crusher, taking 4, falling down to 4. But yeah, just with all of these threats in the battlefield and no board presence here for Cliff, this is a spot where Convoke really doesn't have you kind of just don't have a way out from Convoke's side, because you need multiple things in the battlefield. As we see this Destroy Evil take out the Hidetsugu, not really where you want that card.
Yeah, and it's one of the spots where Cliff kind of has to do it, but takes the damage and is down to 3 now. So now this Den of the Bugbear is a lethal attacker as well. And I like where Cliff's picking up, but I kind of liked where Cliff was looking with that, Devin. It's like, all right, listen, I need to get really lucky. Killing this Blood Tithe Harvester means you have to animate the Den of the Bugbear, right? So at least you can't cast spells. So if things are going to go right, I've got to take a little bit of a gamble. So I like to play there. And not surprising, Cliff Boyardee has done very well with a bunch of our events with this deck this year. I think he has 2 top 8s with Boros Convoke since the deck dropped, including on the same weekend that you sort of dominated one of those challenges with the deck. So someone who is a kind of a master of this deck and has really honed the archetype.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Real Bunnicorn and Imodane's Recruiter, very, very nice pickups for the deck from Wild to Beltrain. And, I don't know if we want to pull up Imodane's Recruiter, because we talked about it a little bit earlier, but I really, really do like this addition, specifically just because you kind of find yourself in spots where you want to dump your hand early because of your Convoke creatures, so you kind of need to play out stuff early for those Convoke creatures because you want to cast them early on. And with a card like Bushwhacker, you frequently find yourself in spots where you just don't have a card left over, and you're just in top deck mode because you've already dumped your entire hand. And this is a much better top deck. And I will also say I have cast a couple of train troops. It doesn't happen very often, but when it comes up, like again, in a matchup like Rakdos, it actually feels pretty good. 5 mana for 2/2/2s.
Yeah, this feels like one of those things, when like you go to the store and they're like, hey, do you want to sign up for this card? And you're like, do I have to spend any money? Like, no, it's free and you get $20 off today. And it's like, oh, well, I was going to buy this stuff anyways. I might as well. That's what the adventure feels like on this card. Like if you told me I could only play the creature half of this card, I'd be like, give me. I want a bunch of those in my deck. And now you're telling me sometimes I flood out and I make a bunch of 2/2s. That's pretty exciting. That's kind of strong.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, the fact that it can be found off of either of the Convoke or excuse me, the Night Errant Evios. That's the one I was talking about. But yeah, just the we really powerful card. Big fan of it, and then Bunnycorn as well in combination with Embercleave. Really powerful ability to just kind of push through damage out of nowhere. That's definitely one good way to deal with the Shield Red.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the things too about Embercleave is obviously on big creature Embercleave strong. Write that down, write that down. But even on just your little creatures, right? Like you get like a 1/1 or a 2/2, maybe you got like a locks on counter. Suddenly you're pushing a serious amount of damage. And that's a way to turn a board that's all 1/1s into something that, like, okay, I Embercleave, I trade with your creature in combat, right? Or maybe I eat like your Blood Tithe Harvester. Then I just start re-equipping the Embercleave as you kill things. And now suddenly, yeah, I'm flooding out, yeah, I'm drawing 1/1s, but at least they're actually pushing some damage. So it really gives this deck some kind of mid-game power without really giving up much speed. You lose the Burning Tree draws, but that's about it.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're not playing Reckless Bushwhacker, you kind of don't need the Imodane's Recruiter as much. That's really the biggest reason why you were playing Bushwhacker in the first place. But without that Surge, you don't need it as much. As we see game number 3 here, Cliff on the play. Looks like a mulligan to 6, and we'll have to see how the players' hands shake out. I saw an Epicure. I didn't quite get a good glimpse of what else Cliff
Just
had
the
working
Stone
with.
Colds. That's my guess. Yeah.
The
It
Stone
looks like
Cold Nuts,
Steven
huh?
maybe going to 5 here. We put at least one card in front of ourselves. Might be just double check. Okay, we are at 6. We were just double checking it. I respect it. As we do see Den the Bugbear and Devil Dare and Epicure.
I was gonna say I knew I saw that one. That one was the only
Yeah,
card I
I
saw
feel
in
pretty
Cliff's
good about
hands,
how
so
I spot things.
if
You
you're gonna
nailed that one immediately. I don't even know how it hadn't loaded in yet.
what do we got here? Well, I mean, it was a good hand for Cliff. Not so much anymore. I would have to imagine Steven. Tough spot here for Steven. Depends. Do you take the enabler or the payoff? My guess is you probably. I almost want to take the enabler here because Resolute Reinforcements is the best turn to enabler, and there are 8 payoffs, and there's only 4 reinforcements. What do you
Yeah,
think
I
about
think
that,
it
Mason?
really depends on my hand. Both are very tempting. If I have another discard spell, for example, I'm probably just going to take the reinforcements. That way, I can just grab the Convoke creature in a second. But, maybe if my hand's a little lacking on removal, I might just take the big Knight Errant of Eos and just be like, whatever. Maybe if you top deck me, you top deck me, but I'm kind of light on answers anyway. Since it does seem like Steven has decided that they can beat the Boros.
Yeah, or like you said, maybe we just have a second copy of Thoughtseize, and we'll just, go ahead and nab that next turn. See, big draw step here for Cliff. Really needs to find something to play. Ideally, would rather get Thoughtseize bugged and just draw the Resolute for reinforcements. But if that's not the case, looking for maybe additional one drops. I think I saw Recruiter picked up.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. It looks like there's an Ornithopter in hand for sure, which looks like we're maybe going to play. Decides to cast the Ornithopter now.
Deploy the Ornithopter. Makes sense. Maybe if you were worried about another discard spell, like if you discard spell the Convoke creature instead, maybe you want the Ornithopter in play because you're more likely to, you can find the other Convoke creature, something like that.
Yeah, maybe Gleeful Demolition. We do see Blood Tithe Harvester from Steven.
The other thing is, if Cliff did draw the Imodane's Recruiter, maybe you wanted to just deploy the Ornithopter so you can go ahead and cast the Recruiter and get that 1 point in next turn. See 5 mana lined up here. That's going to be the Convoke creature. So, as we talked about, what do you take the payoff for the Convoke creature? Steven took the payoff for the enabler. Steven took the enabler, and Cliff was able to find a couple of lands and just slam the payoff. So,
yeah, that's one of the awkward parts about this decision, right? Is like, yeah, there's only 8 of the payoffs, and there's 4 of the recruiter, but there are a bunch of creatures in the deck that just sort of do the same thing, right? Including things like Gleeful Demolition, which would have led to actually casting on the next turn. So Steven took a bit of a risky line, I think, and not the greatest Night Errant Evios we've ever seen, but not the worst.
Yeah, Thalia is not really what you're looking for here, although I guess Thalia next turn will stop Steven from casting an on-curve extinction event. So if you look at Cliff's board, we have, I guess it's not that bad, 2 odds, 2 evens, then the Thalia would be a 3rd even. So, you're sort of a little bit free from extinction event anyways. We see go for the throw up main phase, taking out that 4/4. But yeah, well, I really wanted to see if that other card in Cliff's hand is that recruiter that I think it was.
Yeah, I thought Recruiter gave creatures haste too, which is making me wonder why we're playing the Thraben. I'm sorry, the Thopters into Hidetsu consumes all, but we go Thalia into Convoke Loxodon. So now, cards like Extinction Event aren't going to be castable for a couple turns, and things like Hidetsu are going to require one more land as we get a big burst of power onto the board.
Yeah, the card that Cliff really wants to not see here from Steven's side of thing is land plus Hidetsugu consumes all, because that one still can be cast under Thalia if there is an untapped land. But outside of that, this is going to be a lot of damage next turn, and Steven's going to be in a really rough spot. Even if you are able to follow up with like land into land plus Extinction Event, you Extinction Event odds that kills the 4/4 and the 1/1. You still have a Thalian 2/1/3 Thopters. That's not that bad after you've already taken one massive hit.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe we'll see. I didn't realize that Bloodtithe Harvest can just still clean up the Thalia. So that could be another line from Steven here of, kill that, Extinction Event on odd. You're left with some Ornithopters, go.
Oh, right, the Bloodtithe. Yeah, okay. So yeah, if Steven does have Extinction Event, we can fire that off. So yeah, that would be a pretty good turn. So you go kill the Thalia, and then Extinction Event odd, 2/1/3 Thopters just go in the distance.
Yeah, I totally just missed it because in my head I was like, oh, we popped the blood token, but that was Cliff Boyardee on turn 2. As we do see, Hidetsu consumes all just cast.
It's going to pop the blood token and Cliff stuff. I mean, Cliff still has 7 power on the battlefield. It's not that bad.
Yeah, and Steven's sort of saying like, hey, your Thalia does not matter. I could trade my Bloodtithe Harvester for it, which would be a pretty reasonable trade most of the time, but decides that the Thalia is just very beatable. So Cliff is going to, off the top, Knight Errant of Eos, Convoke, and look for two drops.
Just an endless stream of Convoke creatures. That's kind of where you want to be against the Rakdos deck. 4/4 ETB, draw 2 cards. Really, really powerful against the deck that has a bunch of 1-for-1s.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like, we got Resolute Reinforcements and Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. That is the Dracula Universes Beyond version.
Mina Harkin, I think.
Yes, way to go.
I don't know why I know that, but
I knew it was Hawkin or Harkin. I just didn't know what the first name was. So I let it go and said Universes Beyond, and then you came in with the clutch. We're unstoppable today.
Is this like the Triumph game? We're gonna play Universes Beyond game now.
I'm pretty good at the Universe Beyond game too. I'm not as good as I am at Triumph game. I'll let you know the secret, but I'm pretty good. Last night, played a little Commander, Doctor Who, knew them all.
Ooh. In Pioneer, it's unfortunate. We don't see as many Triumphs in Pioneer just due to the sheer nature of no fetch lands, so we're probably not going to have as many Triumph games on camera as we usually do for Modern.
Sad. Unless we got some Yorion gamers, my people.
Yeah, true.
Don't say it like that. I don't like that tone of voice you were using there, Devin. Yeah, true. The Yorion players are valid. As we are thinking about our attacks here from Cliff, does have a Din the Bugbear. We're a couple lands away from that mattering. Has an Thalia in hand, so a little awkward there with the Legend rule.
Yeah, just no conceivably good blocks here for Steven. Can obviously chump block a 4, takes 7. We'll have to see. I can't get a good look of Steven's hand. I kind of want to say I saw Thoughtseize, but I don't want to say that 100%. Hard to see what Steven's working with. We're tapping mana, so there's something.
Yeah. We also do have Urborg, so all of the lands are able to make black, so that could end up mattering. This looks like a fatal push on Thalia.
Yeah, okay, so they'll take care of Thalia. But 2 4/4s, Steven at 16 life. I don't know. I'm not that great at Math Mason, but that seems like a 2-turn clock to me.
That I ran the numbers.
You could also just not block here and then double block next turn because you do get the 3/3 off Hidetsugu, and that actually gives you a decent double block. So if we're blocking this turn, I have to imagine there's got to be a stomp in Steven's hand or some way to deal the extra point, because otherwise you would likely just want to save the double block for next turn.
Yeah, I've seen Languish every now and again from Rakdos players. We're not playing it this weekend, are we? No, we have 3 Extinction Events. Okay, I knew we had a bunch of board wipes, yeah. Okay, well, Steven is really hoping to draw that, but also knows that Cliff has, the Resolute Reinforcements in hand, so can hold that up as an instant speed way to rebuild the battlefield. Also could just play Thalia in order to prevent any sort of double spell action. As it doesn't look like we have Ladarian Epic here.
There's another red card in Cliff's hand, and I could have sworn I saw Cliff draw the Recruiter at some point. So maybe is that card all the way to the right in Cliff's hand? I want to say it's a Recruiter.
I think it is a Recruiter.
To see.
It does look like.
So you can set up. Yeah, it looks like we do have Stomp here for the 4/4, and now you can set up end of turn reinforcements on Tip Recruiter if that's the case.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, Cliff deciding if wants to deploy this Thalia. Steven on no cards in hand. Jazz hands, as the kids say.
So it's an interesting decision point because the Thalia is a little bit of a better attacker into the potential board of 4/3 plus 3/3. Whereas if you just play if you play the reinforcements here and then you untap and play the recruiter, you only have a bunch of 2/1s attacking into a couple X3. So it doesn't give you as good of an attack next turn.
I wonder if Cliff is maybe wanting to play cards like their wedding announcement and is trying not to lock themselves out of that potential top deck, seeing as things might be getting out of hand here with the Bonecrusher Giant covering the Knight Errant of Eos in combat. As we do see it come down here. Hidetsu flipped over into Hidetsu, who consumed all.
I feel like there should be a blood on Cliff's side of things because we wrote the life total down to where we got the point of damage from the Epicure, but I don't think you can get the damage and not the blood token.
Agreed. Yeah, I think we should probably call a judge and get that taken care of. We'll have our people behind the scenes get that over there, but great catch there. And now Cliff has got to think.
Yeah. Blood token's pretty relevant too, and Cliff's looking for, just in top deck mode, really wants to find a Convoke creature, I guess, is probably, I mean, we've already gone through a lot of them at this point, so we'll have to see if Cliff can find one of those. And we're lining up some mana.
Yeah, looks like the judge is talking. Yeah, it looks like there's some thoughts about the blood token, but it's your Voldaren Epicure you played last turn, friend. Yeah.
Yeah, because we wrote down the 1 point of damage.
You can't half
so I could see
if.
Yeah, exactly. So I could see, well, maybe we missed the trigger, and then the 1 damage would get missed. But if you got the damage, you got to get the blood too.
That's a package deal.
We call that a 2-for-1.
True. Write that down. As Thraben Inspector's in hand and Cliff's thinking about playing it, that one you can miss. It's just the clue generation. So,
Yeah, true. Does not deal any damage.
If only Thraben Inspector is Ancestral Recall. So.
I've been told. I have been told that.
Interesting here for Cliff because the kill spells off the top, are much better against this Knight Errant of Eos, but obviously trading off isn't the best thing in the world for you. And we're setting up Imodane's Recruiter, like you mentioned. So next turn will be attacking for a bunch.
You know what card Cliff really wants to draw here? Destroy Evil. We laughed about it last game, but I mean, Steven's only threat is that Hidetsugu. You draw Destroy Evil, you're feeling pretty good about this game.
That's very true. And honestly, this Imodane's Recruiter is kind of nice, right? Like, you block the Imodanes because it's a 3/3, and then it's 8-11 damage, which I think is lethal. So unless there's a kill spell for Steven, I think this is game.
Oh, that is 11, yeah. 2 3s and then 4 2s. You block a 3, that's 11. See what Steven has.
Steven obviously going to make Cliff attack because if you have a kill spell, you want to eat the biggest thing in combat and then also kill the next biggest thing that you can. So, Steven pretty close to... Oh, it isn't good enough, though. It looks like Cliff Boyardee is going to win that epic game number 3 of round number 1. So congratulations to Cliff. Like we mentioned, Cliff is one of our players who is in our running for the end of the year championship. So that's a big win. Every match point counts this weekend. Cliff is sort of at the bottom middle-ish of the pack. So we're going to want all the points. A solid top 16 finish is great, but really looking for that top 8.
Yeah, and that game number 3 being finished out by Imodane's Recruiter couldn't be a better fitting way to end the first round, Mason, with the brand new.
Yeah, also shows why it's so much better than Reckless Bushwhacker, right? We just played it. We didn't need to draw a spell or hold our Thraben Inspector and lose the Thoughtseize or something. So very exciting stuff to see. We're going to see if we have our backup feature match for you. We have some more players who are kind of playing for our championship, and we're going to see if we have time to throw that on for you. We'll know in just 1 second. But if we... Oh, it looks like we're going to do with an interview with Cliff Boyardee and talk about that. So don't worry too much about that. We're going to have plenty of magic for you here. We're running a little low on time in the round, though. Devin, while we're waiting for Cliff to get into the interview area, I got to ask, how do you feel about that matchup in general? Because I feel like that's one where players were really kind of like, yeah, the Convoke deck can't really beat the Rakdos deck if it's trying. But we just saw a deck that's kind of really respecting the Convoke deck kind of get got.
Yeah. Post board we saw the Hitsugu consumes all being cast, and it wasn't enough. It's very weird because when I first started playing Convoke, I was losing a lot to Rakdos, and then I don't really know what changed. I think I maybe just like either changed my mulligan decisions or changed a couple of sideboard cards, and then I went on a relatively big win streak. So kind of had some low lows and some high highs. I think overall the matchup is probably close. I think that Rakdos is a big dog game one because they don't have a lot of sweepers, and then depending on how respected they are / how often they draw their sideboard cards, that can change the matchup as well. But I think it's close.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. I have to agree with you there. And I think it's a really cool thing where player skill really gets to express itself, right? I think so often players think, oh, Convoke, oh, aggro, no thoughts, no nothing. But we saw Cliff really take on a lot of decisions. There were a lot of small choices that were made in that game, and they really paid off for Cliff over the course of that match. And you just can't do well with these decks if all you do is turn creatures sideways, no thoughts. So let's talk to Cliff Boyardee about the deck. As you know, they have been doing really well. We can talk to them about these exact things. Cliff, how you doing?
Hello.
Are you excited to win round number 1?
Yeah, very excited.
Nice. So you've been crushing with this Boros Convoke deck on the series now since basically its inception about 6 months ago, maybe 7 at this point. How do you feel about the deck, and how do you feel about the Rakdos matchup in general?
So the Rakdos matchup's pretty good. I have can go really wide against them, Convoke out a bunch of big things, and they just can't deal with enough things, especially in game 1. In game 2, we get to bring in the wedding announcements and whatnot, and again, they just don't have enough removal. Even with the Hitsugu, there's just like too many big things to deal with too early.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I was a little bit worried when I saw the sideboard for Steven because there were, I think there were 3 Extinction Events and 2 Hitsugus, but Extinction Events specifically not that great against the Convoke deck, especially with Bunnicorn now because you have a lot of powerful 2s between Bunnicorn and Thalia, and then you have the Convoke creatures, which are all odds. So Extinction Events, not as good against that setup. But I guess overall, how has the Regal Bunnicorn been for you?
Very good. It's just like most of the time, it's just like the Abyss. They have to block it every turn. If they don't have a removal, it's just going to kill them. Against decks like Rakdos and Phoenix, where they can remove it right away, though, I usually side most of them out because it's just too fragile. But against the creature-based decks, you just like swing in, they have to block it every turn, basically.
That makes sense. Speaking of having to block every turn and, this sort of deck here, how are you feeling about the end of the year championship race? Because you're going to be doing a lot of attacking and blocking if you're going to be ended up making there. Right now you're in a good spot on the leaderboard. Are you excited for this weekend in Madison? Sort of where's your head at when it comes to all that?
I'm really excited. I'm ready to take those leaderboard points. I've been working a lot on these Pioneer and Modern decks, like all week, all month, just reps and reps and reps.
Nice. Who's your squad for tomorrow? You're playing in our team event, I assume?
Yeah, so we got A. Adams and Fletcher, both really high on the leaderboard. Good team.
Nice. A little super squad, as it were.
We're playing stock good decks.
Well, I can't wait to see that tomorrow, Cliff. Thank you so much for taking some time to sit down and talk to us. Hopefully, we'll be seeing you crush it over the course of the weekend. And go enjoy your break because we have some more Magic the Gathering coming to y'all in just a minute here. We're going to come back to the booth real quick and quickly talk about our future events because we just mentioned it there. So I want to make sure we know it before we cut to break here. And that is in Madison. At the end of November, it's going to be the 25th and 26th. We're going to have a modern 10K showdown. You win that, you go to our championship series. And then on Sunday, we're going to have a Pioneer 5K trial. This is going to be post Lost Caverns of Ixalan. So it's going to be a brand new modern, a brand new Pioneer. Who knows what happens on Monday with the BNR with both these formats too, Devin. So it's going to be very exciting. So come on out and plan for that. It's going to be right after the holidays here in the States. But enough of that. We are going to take a quick little break before we start round number 2. So don't go anywhere. Go grab some water, if anything, and we'll be right back with more Magic the Gathering. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series in Indianapolis. I'm your host, Mr. and joined by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are back with our Pioneer 10K Showdown today. one of these players is going to go home with an invite to our end of the year championship series. $25,000 prize pool going on. It's pretty exciting. Let's check out our players to watch and see how they're going. And while we're doing that, Devin, we just found out it's 9 rounds of Swiss today. We are 1 over the cap for that happening. So if you like Magic, we're going to be here all day showing everything up into the semifinals. But our players to watch: Benjamin Ungard, Cliff Boyardee, Fletcher Johnson, Ryan Hayes, and Will Kowalczyk all picked up a win. Unfortunately, though, for Chris Smith, Sarah Shearing, and Sean Gallagher, they all picked up a loss. Doesn't mean it's over yet. Like we just mentioned, it is 9 rounds of Magic today, and up to top 64 gets an extra point for playing these things. So these players are going to all be battling all day, because everyone you see on this list here is live for our Players Championship, Devin, but only 6 people are going to make it in. So no matter what, at least 2 of these people are going to be missing.
Yeah, and every single point is crucial, like you mentioned. These players will be playing it out until the very, very last round, eking out all of those extra players' points, because we only have this and one more event before that end of year championship.
Let's see if we can pull up exactly what the players are playing for real quick before we hop on down to the feature match area, as they are just finishing setting up down there. A lot of money on the line today. There's $3,000 for first place and 30 points and that little trophy there. I'm sorry, that's tomorrow's team showdown. That's what's going on there. Today it's $2,400 and the invite and 30 points. So a lot of people are going to our championship this weekend here. 25 points for second place, $1,200. You see the money as it goes down there. But notably, those are those points of those players to watch and what we are really watching here in the booth this weekend. You see that 65th through 128th gets you 2 points. It might not seem like a lot. Races are won and lost off points. We have seen this happen time and time again here on the NRG series. So, getting top 32 a lot different than getting, top 65, etc. So those things will add up, and those players are going to want to compete for those match points.
Yeah, you brought it up a couple of times, but Connor Mullally, just last year, we saw Connor Mullally win the race by just a single point. So every single one of those points matters as these players are, vying for those end of year championship.
Yep. And speaking of the championship, we do need a crown trophy today. So let's see if our players are ready in the feature match area. They should be about ready for you. And we have an exciting one going on this round. So we have David Adkins on Sultai Acererak combo. And then we have Russell Lee on Izzet Phoenix. And Devin, you were saying you played a bunch of this Sultai deck. So give me the breakdown of the viewers at home. What's going on over here?
All right, so there is a lot going on in David's deck, and I could not. We had to get this deck on camera before too long. So the main goal of this deck is to assemble Acererak the Arclich and Gwenna Eyes of Gaia. So for those of you who don't know, Gwenna taps for 2 mana. So basically, you tap to add 2 mana, but you can only spend it on legendaries, or excuse me, you spend it on creatures. My apologies. But then whenever you cast a creature spell of power 5 or greater, you get to untap the Gwenna. If you have Kinnan in play, your Gwenna taps for 3 mana. Acererak is a creature that has 5 power that costs 3 mana. So you can cast Acererak when Acererak enters the battlefield. For all intents and purposes, you bounce it to your hand, and then you kind of just set up this loop where you go into what we call the dungeon, because that's kind of what happens when Acererak enters the battlefield. You basically go into this dungeon an infinite number of times, because you can go in, Acererak bounce itself, and you basically never complete the dungeon. And then there is one of the dungeons, I forget which one, Mason, but one of them deals your opponent 1 damage. You have to do that 20 times.
I think it's the Tomb of Annihilation. That's what we're going for. Also, you might notice a small little misstep here on our setup. We're going to get that fixed for you, because you might notice, Russell Lee on your left is moving forward but has a different color shirt on. Our cameras are just swapped their names. So we're going to get that fixed in just 1 second for you there. But yeah, we are seeing Izzet Phoenix here from Russell Lee. And this is a deck that is consistently in Pioneer popped up, done pretty well, and then vanished, but recently has been crushing. And Devin, why is it always popping up all the time now?
Well, with the recent printing, or I guess recent reprinting of Sleight of Hand, this is a card that has been around for quite some time, but newer players may not have seen this before. It's really just another cantrip, right? It's 1 mana. You look at the top 2, you get 1 into your hand, the other one on the bottom, and just that high density of 1 mana cantrips, allowing you to have more 1 mana spells for your Phoenix turns, more cheap spells for your Treasure Cruises, and it just gives the deck this added layer of consistency that it otherwise it not necessarily was missing before, but just making it a lot more consistent.
Yeah, and that sort of speed and velocity typically is something your deck doesn't actually want to play, as we do see a piece of the puzzle here milling over the top things. You don't always want to play so many of those, but this is sort of the rare exception of a deck that actually does want to have just a bunch of cards that draw into cards. Normally, that's not a winning strategy, despite feeling very good.
Yeah, we see a Gwenna here for David Atkin, and looks like we're untapping with a Gwenna. That's usually a pretty good spot here. We're spending some mana. I don't know what that card is, Mason. You're going to have to help me on that one.
Wow, that is definitely a card from the Commander thingy. But I'm going to be honest, I'm stumped as someone who sort of prides themselves on knowing the extra arts. It is a little blurry on my screen, so
Yeah,
I'm going to
same.
keep it a buck.
I wonder if it's an Acererak. I'm trying to think of other. I'm trying to look at David's deck list and look at what other cards it might be. I can't really see anything. Oh, I wonder if that's Gigantha.
No, Gigantha's all next to the deck
Yeah,
box.
that's off screen. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
All right, so I think you're right because all of those art style is the Commander Legend stuff, and so it's got to be legendary. And my first guess was that it was the Gwenna, but we already have a Gwenna and that's legendary, so it can't be that. So
I'm getting a report from Twitch chat. They're saying it's the Scarab God. It's the DJ version. I'll be honest with you, Mason, I've never seen that before.
Obviously, it's the DJ Scarab God. What a bunch of fools in the booth who didn't know that one by heart. As we are going to see a consider here. Scarab God, kind of nice against the Phoenixes. Bring them back. They're yours now.
Right. If you can get some mana, get rid of those Phoenixes, get your own copy, prevent Russell from getting the Phoenixes back. So, maybe not the way that David would ideally want a game to go normally. Like there's a couple of different combos in David's deck. We only scratched the surface on the amount of combos that are in here. But yeah, Scarab God just kind of does the job sometimes.
Yeah, and this is something that you'll typically see from a lot of really strong combo decks is they'll have some sort of backup plan. And the Scarab God is kind of nice too with Agatha Soul Cauldron. If they somehow do get rid of your Scarab God via discard or etc., where maybe you can mill over it with something or whatever, like Emery, then all your creatures become Scarab God, which is sort of an unbeatable Magic card.
Right, so we see Russell here casting a couple of cantrips. Heads up play from Russell. So the consider triggered the shredder. We responded to the loot trigger, cast another consider, and that just gets you a little bit deeper. That's basically what that does is it gets you one card deeper to try and find another Phoenix. So, just a little bit of a minor sequencing thing, but very, very heads up here from Russell.
And rewarded as we do hit an Arclight Phoenix into the graveyard there off of the consider.
Yeah, and that Phoenix is going to be able to come into play before David has the ability to untap with Scarab God mana. So we see an attack here for 5, it looks like, bringing David down to 14. A little bit of a 3-turn clock. But, I mean, again, David's going to, what appears to be, looks like we're going to untap with that Gwenna. And, every time you untap with Gwenna, things get really scary because, like we said, you have the ability to just go Kinnan plus Acererak. The other combo that we were talking about here, there's also an Agatha Soul Cauldron to pair with Incubation Druid and Sleep Cursed Fairy. Just like a lot of different combos here going on in David's deck, and specifically Soul Cauldron. There is like we talked about this in the break. A lot of stuff you can do. Is that a hard cast that tracks it, Mason?
As a hard track that tracks it. Sorry not to interrupt you there, but yeah, we're going to see the top 10 revealed. Also, if you're at home wondering what the Scarab God, it was killed in the end step, so it'll come back at the next one. So we didn't have it for this turn. And 10 cards revealed off the top.
Hard cast.
It's pretty good against the Arclight deck, right?
Not bad. Their biggest damage spell is Lightning Axe, which only deals 5, so you kind of have to team that up with something else to be able to kill it. And you'll notice here, David kind of hit all of the pieces that we need. There's the Kinnan and the Acererak. I guess you can't, you only take one of those, I guess. But we have a Cauldron and a Tyvar here as well. Looks like we're actually going for Mox Amber over the Cauldron. That's a little interesting. I wonder why we're doing that. We did take the Acererak, though.
Well, we might have a Cauldron in hand, but we also might have a little bit of a Storm Count situation. Mox Amber Llanowar Elf off the Atraxa. Hello, combo deck. Yeah, it's probably we got one in hand. But like what if it was a combo deck?
Yeah, so the Gwenna is untapped right now. I don't believe David is playing a land yet, to my knowledge. I don't think David has played a land yet. So if David has not played a land, you can go Mox Amber, play the land. That gives you, I mean, you can cast the Acererak a couple of times because, as we mentioned, if we can get Gwenna up on the screen, Gwenna does untap every time you cast a creature spell with power 5 or greater. So you can play a land, tap 2 mana from the Gwenna and the land, play the Acererak, untap it, recast the Acererak, and then get a little bit of dungeon action. I don't think these players, or maybe I don't think Russell envisioned going into the dungeon in this particular event today.
I never do, to be honest. Gwyneth's kind of nice. There's like backup beatdown plan happening right now. Just swinging in for 4.
Yeah, I've definitely been in positions before with this deck where you just have Gwenna and a couple of lands, and you basically turn, because Gwenna untaps every single time you cast Acererak, every single land you produce is just one more venture into the dungeon because you get to untap the Gwenna each time. So, and it puts a counter on it. So you can just get to these spots where you just go, kind of manual mode without infinite combo and just produce this creature that's, insanely large and get a lot of value out of the dungeon.
As we are going to see, looks like David's going to use the mana from Mana Confluence in the Mox Amber and cast Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, so Soul Cauldron, there's a Scarab God in the graveyard. Now, interesting decision here for David. The Scarab God would come back to his hand. You could actually Cauldron the Scarab God, and instead of having to recast it next turn, just put in a counter on the Atraxa, and then have 2 effective copies of the Scarab God in play, but choosing to pick that Scarab God up instead.
Yeah, it's also weird where Agatha's Soul Cauldron can hit opponent's stuff as well. So if your opponent puts another Phoenix in the graveyard, you can eat it even though you won't gain anything from it. So kind of a, what's it called? Unlicensed hearse at home?
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Mini hearse. We see a cruise here from Russell going on that cruise. But yeah, I mean, you have to imagine if David gets to untap with this board, we have to be likely done here. The Atraxa attacking, we know about the Acererak in hand, already an active Gwenna that has so far been uncontested. Russell's in a really rough spot here.
Yeah, as we do sort of see pondering exactly how we want to play the turn, because we were looking really good. We could probably race everything, maybe even have like a lightning axe in response to the Acererak, right? Because you can just kill that creature and it would be pretty good for stopping the combo. But now this Atraxa is just keyword big and flying.
Lifelink too. It's impossible to race that thing. I don't know if you've tried before, Mason. I have, and I've usually not.
Yeah, I've never successfully done it. I guess it was the lifelink. I thought I was just dying from the 7 every time, but now it all makes sense.
Looks like Russell lining up some stuff here. We are discarding a Phoenix. That's usually one you want in the graveyard. Did we resolve a second treasure cruise? I didn't realize we had that many cards in the graveyard, but we've been doing a lot of cantripping, so it does make sense.
Yeah, I think we did. So there's too many cards in hand for it to not be 2 treasure cruises. Yeah.
Yeah, and Russell is able to find the Phoenix. Now, if we look at Russell's deck list, as far as, bounce spells for Phoenix, what are we looking at here? I see an Odawara, and past that, I believe that's it. Like you said, maybe a team up of like Lightning Axe plus Fiery Impulse to be able to 2 for 1 or 2 for 3 for 1 yourself. But past that in the Odawara, there's really not many ways for Russell to remove a 7/7 from the battlefield.
Yeah, agreed. We've seen some players start to play things like Brazen Borrower after the new Pickpocket Thief entered the set from Wilds of Eldraine. Or Pickpocket Sprite, maybe is the name. But regardless, not here in Russell's deck this weekend. So David Atkin's feeling pretty good about the situation. David kind of look around. They're like, oh, anyone got an answer to Atraxa? I don't think so.
Little mod check.
Yeah.
Now, the card you're looking for, Mason, is Picklock Prankster.
Picklock Prankster. Ah, that's a tongue tire. Try saying that 3 times fast.
I'm not going to.
Oh, 3rd Darklight Phoenix discard to the Lightning Axe.
Okay. That's a lot of Phoenixes. Okay, so if you say Lightning Axe plus Fiery Impulse, get back the Phoenix, that's an attack for 9, putting David down to 4. That, unless if David doesn't have a way to kind of go off infinitely. Oh, yeah, we have the Soul Cauldron to get 1 Phoenix, so it's only going to be attack for 9.
Yeah. And I mean, 9 is good. We do have 1 mana up, so if we have another Lightning Axe, it could be a bit of a problem here for David Atkins. So it looks like we're going to tap the mana and just, Fire Impulse down the Druid. Or the Elephant.
All right. So Gwenna untap, Acererak in hand. Do we have the Kinnan for David Atkin? That will be the kill. We have Tyvar. Tyvar was there. There's a Kinnan in the graveyard, right? From turn 1 when that first died. Yep, so get back Kinnan, and that is the infinite combo. So Gwenna taps for 3, cast Acererak, untaps Gwenna, and then because the Gwenna taps for 3, Acererak bounces itself. That is an infinite dungeon activations. Looks like I want to see if David has the actual dungeon tokens. We do. Let's go. Oh, they're even foil too. Yeah, that's how you know a true Acererak player.
Dang, yeah, and you've got to be wondering if you're Russell Lee. Maybe I should have held up that Fiery Impulse and waited. But if you're unsure what's going on, it makes a little bit of sense to just cut them off mana. And Russell Lee is going to have to adapt for games number 2 and 3 because we're going in the dungeon over and over and over again, like the story that never ends.
Never ever leaving the dungeon after this match.
We also have Plaza of Heroes up if we had, thanks to the Mox Amber. So we actually even beat the Fiery Impulse, which is pretty funny.
Oh, that's a good point because we have Mox Amber plus Plaza of Heroes. So even if Russell had held up the Fiery Impulse, David still had everything covered.
Yeah, obviously, as we all know, Sultai Acererak, a common mainstay of the metagame. This is a play pattern we're used to seeing here in the Pioneering format, this sort of matchup. So nothing really out of the ordinary there in that time. We're going to have to see what these players have in their sideboards, though, so that we can maybe see how we're going to adapt. Obviously, Russell came prepared for Sultai Acererak this weekend. Let's take a look over at the Phoenix necklace and see what Russell Lee is playing. Speaking of that, we're going to have 2 Disdainful Strokes, 2 Thing in the Ice, 2 Mystical Disputes, 2 Brotherhood's End, 2 Crackling Drake, 2 Saheeli, 1 Invasive Surgery, 1 Treasure Cruise, and 1 Abrade. Devin, what do you like?
So typically, from Russell's side of things, you want to start and see what removal spells we have access to. So there's an Abrade. Brotherhood's End is fine, but the only problem is sometimes same with Abrade, if Gwenna gets 1 counter, your 3 damage spells don't really touch it. So past that, you do kill some other stuff, Emery, Elves, Kinnan, Rona, so you probably still want access to those red cards. Past that, you saw Atraxa, maybe that means you wanted a Disdainful Stroke or 2, but didn't really hit anything else that you saw. Thing in the Ice can be a pretty good way to kind of reset the board here because there's not a lot of removal spells in the Sultai Acererak deck. And if that Thing in the Ice flips, kind of, undoes a lot of the work that David does. And then from there can kind of just clean the game up with the big Thing in the Ice.
Yep, this is a very common matchup in Pioneer. Russell's going to be prepared for it for sure. Let's check out Sultai Acererak combo sideboard. I'm sure we all know what this is like, bread and butter, water's wet. But in case you haven't seen it before, I know there are some people in the chat like Bobby Fortunelli who don't play a lot of Pioneer. We have For the End, 3 Thoughtseize, 3 Fatal Push, 2 Extinction, 2 Shieldred, and a Giganta. Devin, pretty stock. What would you do here?
Yeah, just, very, very normal Sultai Acererak sideboard. Nothing to see here. As far as what we want against Phoenix, I'm guessing that's why there's 4 copies of the End, maybe, because you can hit a Phoenix and then get all 4 of them out of there. But the only problem is if there's multiple Phoenixes in play, you don't actually get the ones that are in play. You only get the ones in hand, graveyard, library. So maybe that's not where you want to go. Past that, Extinction Event, not really for this matchup. Thoughtseize, I guess, maybe for Treasure Cruise or Thing in the Ice. And then if you expect your opponent to bring in Thing, you can bring in a couple of Fatal Pushes. Maybe that also hits Shredder.
Yeah, and jokes aside, this deck is super cool. It is something that, got some serious upgrades, right? Sleep Curse Fae and Agatha Soul Cauldron sort of adding to the combos, letting you have more ways to sort of win the game. And redundancy in some of your other combos by giving, your Gwennas more versions with Agathas. This deck is really cool. It's going to be great to see how players iterate over this in time. Let's get down to the future match area, though, and see if our players are ready. I think they're finishing up mulligans right about now. Not to exactly look. Yes. Oh, no, sorry. That looks like Russell is still finishing up sideboarding. But, Devin, what do you think about this Sultai Acererak deck? What do you think is the thing that's really maybe stopping it from being something you want to hop in and play today, as soon as we're done here? Is there something that you don't like about the deck? Where do you feel really good about it and you're ready to just get going as soon as we're done streaming?
Well, so when like I mentioned before, I did play this deck quite a bit. I've played a lot of the Acererak deck, and my biggest struggle before was the Rakdos mid-range matchup, where they would just be able to, again, pick off your Gwenas and whatever pieces that you needed to combo off. But the really nice new addition here with Agatha Soul Cauldron, allowing you to kind of sort of double up on those important combo pieces like Gwena and things like that. It doesn't necessarily double up on Kinnan, because the important ability about Kinnan is the fact that it makes your stuff tap for additional mana, which does not get copied with Cauldron. But the addition of the new combo, which is, I don't know if we can get these on camera for those at home, but Sleep Curse Fairy and Incubation Druid. So the way that this works is if you have Incubation Druid under Soul Cauldron, you need Incubation Druid and Sleep Curse Fairy. If you have both of them under Soul Cauldron, your creatures have the ability to tap for 3 mana with Incubation Druid, and then the Sleep Curse Fairy untaps for 2 mana. So you make 3 mana, untap for 2, and that also makes infinite mana. So that's kind of the other combo going on here. But yeah, I think with the addition of Cauldron, giving you kind of more redundancy on those combo pieces, really does a good job at helping this against the Rakdos matchup.
Yeah, I agree. Let's take a second though and talk about our upcoming event, Devin, because I don't want to keep it too much of a secret, but I don't want to get everyone too excited. We still got the match going on here. We still have today's tournament, but we are going to Madison November 25th to the 26th for our last event of this calendar year before the holidays, before the RC in Atlanta. It's going to be a 10K Modern Showdown on November 25th. You win that thing, you're going to our championship, $25,000 in prizes. Sunday, 5K Pioneer Trial going on. Once again, Lost Caverns of Ixalan will be out. We know Cavern of Souls is in the set. How exciting is that? That might change up the typo decks here in Pioneer a little bit. So it's going to be exciting to see how players want to do that. So make sure to come on out to that event and have some fun. We can't wait to see you all there and see how our race ends for this year.
It's not really much of, the caverns aren't really lost if we found them in the set.
That's
right,
true.
Mason?
Speaking of lost, we only lost one turn here while we were talking about that, as it looks like David Atkins played a Sleep Curse Fairy and Russell Lee played some lands and passed.
Sleep Curse Fairy. I guess this is what we would call Plan C, right? We have Plan A, which is the Gwena combo. Plan B, which is Soul Cauldron plus Incubation Sleep Curse Fairy, and then when all else fails, Mason, just Delver them out.
Yeah. Honestly, Sleep Curse Fae is huge. I think so many people forget that it has Ward 2. So it's just a 3/3 that's like basically keyword impossible to kill in the early turns. So that card is just very nice and has impressed me a lot every time I've played with it in Limited.
Yeah, it almost looks like it almost looks like this is a different deck, right? We saw like Tyvar plus Gwena, and now we're just going Elf plus beatdowns here. But yeah, like you said, if the Sleep Curse Fairy ever dies, that's a pretty powerful one to get with Soul Cauldron, even just in combination with, say, like Gwena or something. There's some cool stuff you can do where if you have, say, Cauldron with Sleep Curse Fairy, and then you have like a Gwena and a Kinnan in play, you can do like tap Gwena for 3, use 2 other mana, untap it. You can kind of generate some mana that way if you don't have the Incubation Druid as well. Just like a lot of cool stuff going on with this deck list, and just a really awesome interlocking synergies with all the individual pieces.
Yeah, as we do see Kinnan get cast here, which also means we're going to be producing a lot of mana off these elves. As we do see Tyvar come down. Russell, by the way, hasn't done anything. I think there's some interaction points. We do see Russell lean in here to take a minute to think about what they want to do in response to this Tyvar.
So think about this, Mason. If you're in David's spot, right? Russell has not cast a single cantrip, has not cast a single removal spell, did not play at pieces of the puzzle. What would you assume is in Russell's hand? Now, what I was thinking is that maybe Russell's hand has some spot removal and also a Brotherhood's End, and Russell's thinking that because he plans on using the Brotherhood's End anyways, doesn't want to fire off that spot removal.
Yeah, I think that could be it. We might also see things like Russell isn't quite sure what David is playing, and so you might have a situation where their spell pierces, and Russell is just sort of sitting there with some cantrips and is waiting to figure out exactly what's going on. But I really like your read there, Brotherhood's End. In game 1, you saw a lot of pretty easy to kill creatures with that card. And, even if it doesn't clean everything up exactly on its own, it plus Fire Impulse kills most things in the Pioneer metagame. So I really like that pick there. And this Tyvar, using one of his untaps on the Sleep Curse Fade to remove a stun counter means that's going to be bashing in next turn. And you have protection from the Brotherhood's End there. So heads up play there by David Atkins.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what Russell decides to go for here. Plays land. I thought that was a Spike Field Cave for a second, but it's actually just a pathway that we're already tapping for something. We are killing an elf with a Spike Field Hazard.
Exiled. No more.
See ya. Which is very relevant because, again, Soul Cauldron being able to hit an elf definitely could come back at some point. Just being able to turn your other creatures into elves, especially with that Kinnan.
As we do see a double, so Spikefield on one elf,
Ooh.
Lightning Axe down the Kinnan, Lightning Axe down the other elf, pitch to Arclight Phoenixes, have them come back, and we're going to have to see if Russell wants to attack Tyvar. We're facing, it looks like it is going to go after Tyvar. That way the Kinnans can't come back, and that's a clean turn for Russell.
Yeah. Kill 3 of your creatures and your planeswalker and put 6 power onto the battlefield. So I guess that's kind of what Russell was holding up here, right? We just, probably had at least one of the axes in the Phoenix and just wanted to wait for this one big turn where you could kind of just do all of it to get both of those Phoenixes back.
Yep. And now we see David Atkins in the tank figuring out exactly what he's going to do. His Sleep Curse phase, they are hard to kill, but they don't line up particularly well against the Arclight Phoenixes proper. Does give you a chump block, though.
Yeah, what David's really looking for here is very likely a Cauldron, just so you can make the Sleep Curse Fairy into a 4/4, and that would actually give you a good blocker against the Phoenixes. Looks like... Okay, I think that's Reality Chip. Okay.
Yep.
It's like, I'm pretty sure. I know these alt arts, some of them, Scarab God, DJ Scarab God, missed me with that. But this one, the Reality Chip, I think that one's more noticeable.
Yep. Yeah, it's got that nice little framing too, so you can kind of tell it's a little Kamigawa.
Yeah.
As we're going to see 2 mana from Russell.
Big shreds. And there's an Opt. It looks like an Opt. Oh, is that Slight? It looks so similar, the Opt and the Slight. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of do look a little similar. No respect for the classic sleight of hands here from players this weekend.
Yeah, I know. The OG portals.
6.
Portal.
I think so too. And
yeah, it looks like a Go ahead.
I was going to say what it sounds like you were saying. Did decide to bring in Disdainful Stroke for Atraxa and Scarab God.
You're just reading my mind at this point, Mason.
That's why we're melding.
See a trade here for the Phoenix. That's kind of interesting. I guess we're just maybe hoping that Russell doesn't have a lot of action left over and can't get back the Phoenix that's traded for, or maybe just feels a little bit pressured on the life total, doesn't want to take too much damage here. It does shorten the clock quite a bit, right? If you trade for 1 Phoenix, then it's only 3 a turn versus 6 a turn. It shortens the clock by a significant amount. So it doesn't feel great trading anything for a Phoenix, but you do what you got to do sometimes.
Yep. So you do see Russell, David Atkins here, had a really strong start, had a bunch of mana, sort of deployed the hand, had Reality Chip in theory to sort of recoup after that, but now kind of down to just 2 cards in hand. Does have a Gwenna though, so that's a start of something nice.
Yeah, and just wants to find a body that we can equip onto the chip and then maybe start going deep with that. And then, this Ledger Shredder, if Russell can fire off 2 spells, the thing about firing off 2 spells is you're very likely to find a third with that extra Shredder draw. So there's a decent chance that Russell's going to be able to get back this Phoenix this turn too.
Yeah. This is one of the things about the Izzet Phoenix deck is much like Rakdos Midrange, you can kind of pick apart what your opponent's doing. This one using, damage-based removal and counter spells instead of, hard removal and Thoughtseize. But very similar sort of things when it needs to be. With this deck also just having the ability to combo kill with things like Temporal Trespass.
Exactly. So we'll have to see. Looks like Russell is resolving a Treasure Cruise. Thinking about what to do with the rest of this turn. So I believe right now, Mason, that's 2 spells, right? The first cantrip plus the Treasure Cruise. So really just wants to try and find a third spell. And I believe I saw a Fiery Impulse in Russell's hand. So that can be spell number 3. But only notably 1 spell in the graveyard here for Russell. So can't necessarily kill that Gwenna because it does have 3 toughness.
We're just a little bit short at the moment. But, we could work towards it. We could do a little opt-in or something. It does look like Galvanic Iteration being cast just to bring back the Phoenix as the 3rd spell and attack for 8.
Attack for 8, David at 20, so that's going to put David at 12. Going to be a 2-turn clock after that. But, if you're in David's spot, you do get to untap with the Gwenna. And like I said before, anytime you get to untap with Gwenna in this deck, you can do some really messed up stuff with it. If David just has Acererak plus Kinnan, we're done here,
Mm-hmm. And this is the reason you play decks like Sultai Acererak is you interact with a lot, the game's going kind of long, things are going not your way, but if you draw the right cards, you can just win the game out of nowhere.
Equip.
Yeah, reality chip on the Gwenna. Oh, we played a Mana Confluence. All right.
So really wants to find underneath this, would probably want to find an Acererak off of the top, because then you can go tap the Gwenna and a land for the Acererak, counter, untap the Gwenna, and then maybe go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Fatal Push on Shredder.
All right. Saving a little bit of pressure.
Down mode? Let's do it.
Bam.
So it looks like the life totals were a little bit off. David's actually down to 8 now. So 2 Phoenixes. If it finds a third Phoenix, that is going to be lethal.
Yep. We are going to fire Impulse down the Gwenna. The reality chip doesn't actually give stats, just gives the ability. And yeah, we're just going to cast our Collect Phoenix and attack for lethal.
Cool. All right. Be going to game number 3. Players tied at 1-1. That was a pretty good display of the Phoenix deck, just kind of dismantling the combo deck. Maybe not the best draw here for David, but Russell was able to find a lot of those Phoenixes, pick apart the very important combo pieces, and
that is one of the things about decks like the Sultai Acererak is we had basically access to 9-10 mana on turn 4 if we're going to untap, but you do need to untap with things like Kinnan. Even if Kinnan had been the only thing that died that turn, right? The amount of mana we produce dramatically decreases. And if you have those sort of high mana hands, you're hoping things come together in a way that actually leads to a win, which isn't always the case. That's why decks like Mono Green Devotion, sometimes they're unstoppable, right? You go like Elf, Kiora, Cavalier, Storm, unbeatable. Other times you just play a bunch of Elves and you're just hoping to draw into one of those big payoff cards.
Right, exactly. And, like I said, but maybe we can get the sideboards back up just to give a little bit of a refresher for game number 3. But yeah, I think that, Russell maybe is a little bit more advantaged in the post-board games now that we know what's going on. But yeah, it looks like we, as we did mention, did bring in the Disdainful Strokes, even though they doesn't have many targets. But, Russell doesn't necessarily know that. Russell doesn't exactly know what the Acererak deck looks like.
Yep. And a thing to keep in mind, too, is, Russell Lee is not someone who's new to Magic. We've seen Russell do very well at various events across Magic over the years. So maybe isn't super familiar with this deck, but someone who's pretty sharp and is a quick learner and, gets got game 1 is like, okay, I understand now. And, adjusts accordingly for game 2 and 3, even if it doesn't have all the perfect details. That's sometimes the difference maker for a lot of these bigger tournaments is being a player who can adjust to what your opponent's doing if you're a little lost and sort of, sculpting together how best to line up your cards against them over games 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah, and then as far as David Atkin is concerned, if we can get David's deck up on screen for one more second here, like we talked about, the end 4 copies, not sure if those came in or not. We didn't see one of those in the post-board games. We did see the Fatal Pushes come in, does make sense, able to take out Shredder, things like Thing in the Ice. But yeah, past that, not really a lot else that David would really want to change. And then because you're playing a deck that is very highly synergistic, like the Sultai Acererak combo deck, you're getting to these spots where you can't afford to cut too many of your pieces because then you just lose consistency on your combo.
Yep. And that is sort of, one of the problems with decks like this. And sometimes you see players really have 2 different sideboarding approaches, right, Devin? They either jam their sideboard with a bunch of 4-ofs and I'm going to solve this problem and I'll trim some stuff, or they play a lot of 1-ofs so they can do small little changes across a lot of matchups. And it looks like David Atkins has gone for the kind of hey, I've got 5-10 matchups. I've got, 3 cards for those matchups. That's what I want to do. I hope it's good enough, instead of getting just a couple spots in a bunch of matchups, and both very legitimate ways to play and just about your approach towards the matchup.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we have a reappearance from DJ Scarab God this game.
Did a really good job of eating a key removal spell, actually.
Oh, yeah, for sure. What kind of parties do you think DJ Scarab God
Same one
DJs
Elijah
at?
Wood does. 1930s music, nobody
Okay, that's fair.
knows. Not really a
Good
bass.
answer.
That would be my guess. As like a random example.
Appropriate answer.
Flicker's fade.
Turn 1 Delver
Yeah.
secrets. Let's go.
Now, here's an idea for you, Devin. Now, this is called content. This one's on the house for the job. Your deck's got 4 Delvers, 4 Sleep Curse Phase. I haven't figured the rest out. Lots of instants and sorceries. I'll see you Monday.
All right, cool. Well, I'm actually streaming tomorrow, so maybe I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll be watching the NRG series all day. Nice try. Yeah,
got him.
Maybe I'll pull it.
That was a ploy.
Yeah, that was
a
actually
joke.
a test.
Actually, I was trying to.
Yeah.
It was a
Anyone
setup,
who said yes is banned. So take care of that, mods. From both channels, of course. I was thinking the ice does come down here on turn number 2 for Russell. The Incubation Druid hit the board, and once again, like I said, Russell, very smart player, can figure these sort of things out. But Incubation Druid, you might not realize how strong it is with things like the Soul Cauldron until it's too late as Kinnan comes down.
Yeah, Kinnan's going to allow that Incubation Druid to tap for 2 mana, and it looks like we are definitely going to do that. The one thing that if you are David Atkin that you don't want to see is a copy of Brotherhood's End, because that one, oh boy, Mason, if that card is in Russell's hand, we are done here.
Yeah, I would not be surprised or blame David Atkins for conceding to a Brotherhood's End if the top of the deck is just like another 5-drop or whatever, just something you can't cast. As it looks like if you're a David Atkins fan, we are going to start with a sleight of hand.
Yep, sleight of hand. And Russell just wants to kind of get that thing flipped as fast as possible. You see 5 creatures on David's side of the battlefield, and doesn't want to let that get too crazy. Now, for those of you who aren't aware of Kinnan's activated ability, it has we call it a special defensive ability, where it's 7 mana. Look at the top. I believe it's 5 cards, and you can get a non-human from among those cards. Looks like we're not going to see that at this point, but that would be able to find an Atraxa.
Mm-hmm. And that is something to keep in mind too with Agatha's Soul Cauldron, right? Historically, this is done. We have to draw another one. Now, if we draw a Soul Cauldron, we can play and give its ability to something else as another Kinnan comes out from the hand. And if we have a land, we could use that ability you just talked about and maybe slam Atraxa and win the game.
Tapping some mana.
Looks like it's Reality Chip.
Looks like a chip. Chip's still pretty good because you do have the leftover. Oh, no, Chip, you need blue to activate, right? So if we tap the Incubation Druid for 2 blue and use those 2 blue, we would not have a blue left over. Could have maybe tapped an elf instead. Maybe a slight misstep here for David.
Yeah, those missteps are going to cost you, but hopefully not too much. Also, with the thing in the ice so close to transforming, probably not the end of the world. I'm going to bring it up, by the way. Now that I've gotten a good look at David Atkins over the course of this game, it reminds me of our Player of the Year 2 years ago, Will Kruger, a little. I'm getting young Kruger vibes. As we do see a piece of the puzzle.
Young K.
Exactly.
Do you think that's Will Kruger's rap name, Young K?
He's like Biggie Wales, is what I think he'd be.
Biggie Wales.
As we see Disdainful Stroke and Lightning Axe going to the hand here for Russell. He's considering maybe grabbing a different card. I imagine Lightning Axe is going to go either way. We might see Treasure Cruise. Kind of depends on how Russell wants to play this game out. And this is kind of the problem here for these creature-based decks against Sting in the Ice is once it's transformed, even though you still have your cards, you have to redeploy them. So in these decks that lean on things like Llanowar Elves, they're typically, being another land for you, but now you have to wait to play everything. And this thing attacks for 7. That's a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah, not only does it double time walk you, but it also just puts you on a 3-turn clock. You got to feel pretty bad in David's seat, you got to be pretty unhappy if your opponent doesn't take Treasure Cruise off of that pieces with a fully stocked graveyard. Just like says, you know what, I'm good. I don't need any of the stuff. I just want answers. And, we're able to redeploy a couple of things here, but that Sleep Curse Fairy, a ways away from doing anything, couple of elves, not looking too good.
Yeah, and this is an interesting spot too, where, Russell has Disdainful Stroke and Axe. So if we have some extra kill spells, we might be able to do something like, just attack for a couple turns, the thing in the ice, just abyss David Atkins to the point where he has to chump block. And then if we ever draw anything that's actually good, we just kill those with the stuff. So David Atkins is going to need some powerful draw steps here. Maybe something like Tyvar or anything else that jumps out to you, Devin?
It's probably a combination, like you said. Tyvar is a start because it allows you to kind of go off. Like you can play Tyvar, maybe protect it for a turn with the chump blocker. Next turn, deploy a Gwenna that taps for mana immediately. Maybe you can follow that into the combo. Now, the one thing there is worth noting, we have access to Sleep Curse Fairy and Incubation Druid. So if David is able to pick up a Cauldron, you could say maybe untap the Sleep Curse Fairy a couple of times, throw that in the bin, chump block with the Druid, have that in the bin, activate Cauldron a couple of times, bam, you now have infinite mana. So, that's we're a ways away from that. But David, looking maybe at something like that to get into a spot like winning position this game.
Does look like
Fatal Push as well. If those are still in the deck, Fatal Push just to clear this thing would help a lot.
Yep, we saw those in game number 2. Kill Ledger Shredder. Looks like Russell's going to cast Galvanic Iteration and Lightning Axe. Got a Ward 2 on that Sleep Curse Fae.
Yeah, so that one's not going to die. We can target the elf twice.
Yeah,
make sure it's
that way
dead.
we can beat Invigorate.
Triple mutagenic growth.
All right. You see Russell looked away, a little oopsie poopsie moment.
See David with the flashing the little 2. He's like, "Do you want to pay? Do you pay the 2?"
Yeah, people don't pay the 1 in Commander when it draws a card. There's no way they're paying the 2, as we do see Kennen come down.
True. Okay, Kennen plus Elf. That's a decent start here for David. You could chump block with the Elf and then have Kennen. Maybe you don't even want to chump block with the Elf. You'd rather keep it in play. Again, this is all predicated on Russell not having a kill spell, which is extremely unlikely. And it looks like, well, we're starting with a Consider, so there's a little bit of hope if you're a David Atkin fan.
One of the nice parts about the Phoenix deck is, you don't have an overwhelming amount of any one card, but you have, besides cantrips, which you then use to find the specific card you're looking for. However, sometimes just cantrips into cantrips, and there's nothing you can really do about it, right? Your deck just is 12 to 16 draw spells depending on, your configuration. And that just sometimes means you're going to find them. And players like David Atkins who have infinite combos can sometimes take advantage of that. So we do see a block here.
Yeah, chump block with Elf, removal spell on Kennen. Russell just showing, just completely decimating David's board here, showing an absolute mastery of just the Phoenix deck's ability to just kill every single thing that you play, because it sees so many cards, right? And it's able to, with those card selection spells, just find everything that it needs in every stage of the game. And that's why we see a lot of people here this weekend playing this Phoenix deck. It's like I said, with Sleight of Hand, it just gives you that added boost of consistency.
Yeah. This also, when you're playing that card, you so rarely needed to instant speed cantrip, right? It was really find counter spells in certain matchups, maybe trigger your Ledger Shredders. But just seeing the 2 cards at the same time over a card like Opt lets you have more informed decisions in the moment.
Yeah, because you think typically with Phoenixes, you're either like if you hold up a mana and you're holding up a removal spell, sometimes you just don't even want to cast your Consider or Opt in a turn anyways. You just want to save it for turn 3 or turn 4 when you're trying to get back a couple of Phoenixes. Depends on the kind of context of the hand, but there are definitely spots where you just don't even cast your cantrip anyways. So yeah, the fact that it's sorcerer speed doesn't come up too much.
You can always split them too, if you're really worried about it.
Yeah.
Temporal Trespass, if you're worried about it. We're going to take another turn here for Russell Lee, and that is going to be pretty devastating because now David Atkins doesn't have an answer for this thing in the ice. It's going to get to attack back-to-back times, and we only have 1 chump blocker, so while we're not dead yet, we are getting David Atkins down dangerously low.
I believe if Russell discards a spell to Shredder, that is game, because attack with both, chump the thing, take 2, go to 9, and then next turn it's 9 more. So I think any spell is lethal here. Yeah, should be game.
The Connive did have a Disable Stroke in hand, so that is going to be lethal. So congratulations to Russell Lee as long as he goes to the combat step. I have faith, but let's see if he can do it.
Maybe F6?
Yeah, he sneezes, touches his keyboard, it's F6. He loses. Game. Looks like we're going to cast a spell. We enjoy our time on the camera just in case Our opponent does have Fatal Push and forgot to cast it the last turn. Just, they were tapped out. You just forgot when to play around Force Negation, wrong format. Hit a bunch of Arclight Phoenixes in the graveyard. Why not? Cast Consider, trigger Connive.
Let's make sure you're covering all of your bases, Mason.
Yeah, backup feature match, no more. It's the Russell Lee feature match. So we gotta figure out exactly what we want to do here. Gonna lose an opt. That's gonna grow the Shredder.
Maybe it's possible we have life totals wrong.
That's true. Very true. I think Russell did have a Phoenix in hand, but that's going to do it there for Russell Lee taking down David Atkin. The very cool Sultai Acererak deck, unfortunately falling to 1-1, but there are 7 more rounds left today. So we might be able to see that deck if it rallies back in our top 8. It's very far from being over. Nowhere is this round over, Devin. We are going to get an interview, I believe, with Russell. So we'll see exactly how that goes. And depending on time, we'll figure out if we're going to have a backup match or not. Maybe the production can let me know a little bit ahead of time. Before we get into any of that, though, this Phoenix deck looks very good, Devin.
Absolutely. Like we mentioned, a very, very small printing here in the form of Sleight of Hand, which doesn't seem like that big of an upgrade, but the reality of it is the Phoenix deck just has so much access to like this card filtering, and it has very specific cards that it really wants to find at certain points. Like you don't want to find Treasure Cruise early. You want that on turn 4 or turn 5, similar with Temporal Trespass. And that added consistency is just something that takes the deck to the next level.
Yeah, one of the things that really always stand out to me about Phoenix is it's a lot like Lotus Field, which might sound a little weird, where if your opponents don't have the right cards for your deck, it's fundamentally broken and your opponent can't win. But the cool thing about Magic and about these decks is if your opponents want to beat them, they can load up on cards like Go Blank, which are backbreaking for the Phoenix deck as someone who has played that deck at the highest level before. And, it's really a matter of will players do that sort of thing. Similarly, to Lotus Field, it's like, yeah, do you really want to put some damping spheres in your sideboard? It's only good against Lotus Field, right? So I'm going to be interested to see how the metagame adapts because, as long as people aren't playing a bunch of Go Blanks or, Unlicensed Hearse or similar type cards, Phoenix is one of the best decks in Pioneer.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to see. And then as far as the Sultai Acererak combo deck is concerned, here you go. We have Russell.
Hey, Russell, congratulations on the win.
Thanks.
How are you feeling after that round? Have you played against that deck before?
No, I had to read every single card. I haven't played Pioneer in like 6 months, so I also thought that Sleep First, that fairy thing, I thought it was Ward 1, so I messed up there too. I didn't know any of the cards, so it was tough out here. I didn't know anything. Yeah.
Yeah, we were joking around how this is, obviously the most commonly played deck in Pioneer, and Russell's just doing it so that way everyone at home who isn't used to it, like Bobby Fortunelli, they can feel at home too. So, but jokes aside, that deck's really cool and kind of a challenge to play against. When you're in a tournament, for someone at home and you're playing against a deck that you haven't seen much of before, and you're trying to figure out on the fly, what's your general approach or thought process in those moments?
Usually you just kind of, because like all those combo decks usually have like a core that lets it function. So it's weird because that one is kind of different where it attacks on like a couple angles. They have like mana and big mana spells with the Traxa, but then they also have like the infinite loop, which I learned about. Yeah, didn't know that. So after the first game, I kind of realized that like they can loop their spells and kill you with the infinite combo, but that one is much more difficult against Phoenix just because you usually limit their things that let them go infinite with your removal spells. So I thought the only way I could lose was if they resolved like an Atraxa somehow, like just naturally playing lands in the long game. So I brought in a couple strokes, and yeah, I didn't really worry about the combo because like the game plan of Phoenix naturally would just interact with that. So I didn't want to like deal with it.
Speaking of Phoenix naturally interacting, what made you want to pick up Phoenix for this weekend? You mentioned you haven't played Pioneer in like 6 months. Was just a deck you saw got better? Sort of what was your idea behind playing Phoenix this weekend?
Just because Sleight of Hand got printed and it's like Pioneer League now, so I thought it would be pretty cool to have 12 cantrips again. Just because like the Phoenix like in Modern before really was driven by like cantrips and 1-mana interactions, so I just like the fact that having a lot of cantrips helps you make your deck more consistent. And I mean, if people aren't ready for Phoenix, it's just naturally unfair, like the game plan of the deck. So that's why I picked it up. Yeah, and it's also the deck that has the most
that's
cards
exactly
that I
what we
know,
were.
So yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about. Like you said, if people aren't prepared for Phoenix, it just does completely unfair things. The other new card that I've seen a lot of people playing this weekend is the Picklock Prankster, which is the adventure. I think it's like 2 mana. Look at the top four, you get instant or sorcery. Have you considered that card, or is
Yeah,
this something you haven't tested a lot?
when I first got the list of Phoenix, I saw the RC at was it Europe, the European RC? There were like people playing Picklock Prankster and like Demilich. I think for sure, I think the Demilich is not very good just because when people are interacting with your graveyard, like that just makes it worse. Like it doesn't give you the alternate win con. But Prankster is interesting because it lets you play more of the counterspell like type interacting gameplay where you can just pass and then end step do it with your counterspells up. But giving up pieces is kind of a huge like trade-off because pieces it really just acts like a dark ritual plus like a divination. I know it's like a 3-mana sorcery, but like you just gotta like get through it when you do it. I'm not too sure, but pieces is really strong, so I just went ahead and went with the thing that's like consistent.
Yeah, it's hard to go wrong with the Cabal Ritual Divination split card. Even if you're wrong, how wrong can you really be?
Yeah, it's good. It's nice. Yeah, the deck's smooth, which is why I like it.
Nice. Well, Russ, thank you for taking some time to talk to us here. We just heard the round ended. So if you want to go hang out with your friends, thank you for taking a minute. And hopefully we'll see more of you across this weekend.
Cool. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Well, that's going to do it for this round, Devin. We are finished with it. And like we just said, the round ended. So we're going to have the next round starting for you in just a minute or two. So stay seated. We'll be right back with some more Pioneer action here from Indianapolis. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series Indianapolis. I am your host, Mason Drew. My co-host here, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are back with round number 3 of our Pioneer 10K Showdown. One of our lucky players today is going to be going to our Players Championship at the end of the year, $25,000 in prizes. Devin, are you excited to see this round?
Absolutely. We have not only a phenomenal player on feature match for you today, Cain Rianhard, who was a runner-up at Pro Tour March of the Machines. We have a classic Pioneer matchup. Izzet Phoenix against
Yeah, those players are shuffling up, so let's go down there real quick as we can talk about it. But yeah, like you mentioned, Cain Rianhard got second place at Pro Tour March of the Machines, losing to Nathan Stoyer, probably a name you haven't heard of before, but trust they're okay at the game. And then we have Travis Trozer here on Mono White Humans. Traditionally, a pretty good matchup for humans.
Yeah, so the humans deck with access to cards like Thalia, Guardian of Threebin can really kind of stymie the early removal spells here from the Phoenix side of things. Every time you're like, if you don't have a removal spell on the spot for Thalia and you need to start cantripping into it, you basically just time walking yourself every single turn. You're spending 2 mana on an opt to try and find a cantrip, and then you also have stuff like Breathe the Elements to protect your Thalia. So just a lot of good things here for Travis.
Mm-hmm. This Phoenix deck is very special to Cain. Cain has played this deck a lot in Pioneer. I would say Cain sort of oscillates between like Phoenix and the Lotus Field as the go-to decks. Cain has a very wide range, but definitely has some preferences for this deck. Played it at Atlanta at the RC just last year, and is back to it here after the changes.
Yeah, Cain does have 4 copies of Sleight of Hand. We saw that on camera last round with Russell Lee. So Cain opting not to play the Picklock Prankster version. We've seen a couple of players adopt that, but Cain not going for that. So 4 copies of Sleight of Hand is really the main difference here. It looks like there's also a Thing in the Ice in the main deck here for Cain. Pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah, this is something that I know Cain and I both really agree on. I've talked about before is that Thing in the Ice, while it's a little clunky sometimes, it's just kind of a hammer in the matchups where it's really good. And having one in your main deck and sort of pre-boarding gives you a lot of game in matchups that normally you don't have a ton of game in. Like, let's say Mono Green, where, post boards are really good, but game 1, you're kind of got a couple flyers and hope they don't have any of their reach creatures and your spot removal lines up well enough. But with these 10 cantrips now, you can consistently find this Thing in the Ice, and you're one of is not that big a deal. So do you see it?
Yep, looks like we have a hopeful initiate here for Travis. I stole your words.
No
there,
worries, you're all good. As we're going to see a shocked in Steam Vince here from Cain.
Yeah, if you're Travis's side of things, Hopeful Initiate's probably not the one drop that you'd prefer to have, given that, you just want to kind of put pressure onto the battlefield as early as possible. You'd likely rather have something like, say, a Dauntless Bodyguard or perhaps even Recruitment Officer, but is able to, deploy Thalia if for some reason the game does not have a removal spell here. And, we can maybe, get a counter on that Hopeful Initiate. Kane's going to opt in response here. So, there is a Fiery Impulse in hand, so choosing not to go after the Hopeful Initiate likely just wants to go main phase, Fiery Impulse, kill the Thalia. But then if you're in a position where Travis has something like a Landed and Adeline, that could be a really backbreaking spot here for Cain.
Yeah, and this might be a spot too where Cain maybe is a little land light and just trying to fire off the cantrip now to hit that land drop. We'll have to see how the game develops there. But Cain definitely is someone who's very methodical, and I would say that choice was pretty quick for Cain, which makes me think that Cain knew they were looking for something in particular.
Yeah, and if Cain does have something like, okay, we're going to main phase the Fiery Impulse, so like I said, Travis really looking for a land and an Adeline as a follow-up. That's going to be a lot of pressure here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're seeing that main phase Fiery Impulse there from Cain, probably to respect something like Brave the Elements. Obviously, very rough if your opponent has another Thalia, but, Cain trying to play around what they can expect. As we do see Luminarch Aspirant coming down and growing the Hopeful Initiate in for 2.
Yep, and then next turn, can grow the Hopeful Initiate even more, get it to 4 toughness, which means that won't be able to get got by something like another Fiery Impulse. We see here is a Ledger Shredder, and then likely going to follow that up with another removal spell, perhaps, maybe a cantrip.
Yeah, it looks like Cain has both Sleight of Hand and one of the red removal spells. Unsure which one it is. And it looks like, yeah, Cain is going to just double checking, maybe trying to figure out what they're going to connive away if nothing else pops up. But yeah, it looks like Lightning Axe going after that Luminarch Aspirant, trigger connive on the Ledger Shredder.
And I can't quite tell, but I think that might be a Phoenix underneath the Lightning Axe.
Yeah, it's red with a power and toughness box, so I gotta believe it. If not, we have some Oxymogonus.
Yeah, what else could it be?
God, Oxymogonus, what a cool card. That'd be so sweet.
Yeah, I've also seen some. I haven't seen it quite yet, but I've been wondering if people want to play the Hearth Elemental in Phoenix, the one that you cost less and discard your hand, draw a couple cards. But in any case, right? Yeah, exactly. So we see Lieutenant here. Important, can get the Hopeful Initiate up to 3 power, although still can't quite attack past that Shredder this turn. So yeah, Travis missing that 3rd land drop a couple of turns. I do see a copy of Adeline, maybe even multiple Adelines in Travis's hand, but unfortunate for Travis, is not able to find that 4th
and
land.
Cain taking advantage of that, casting piece of the puzzle here. This is a spot where sometimes pieces of the puzzle kind of roughen these matchups when you're on the draw against these aggro decks. And Cain only hitting Treasure Cruise here. Did get an Arclight Phoenix though, to be fair. But using that turn where Travis doesn't have another land drop to really maximize that, we see a Stormcarved Coast be the land for turn, and we're going to start delving.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for Cain that they only found one spell off of the piece of the puzzle, but it was a pretty good one, right?
Yeah, it's a good one, Treasure Cruise, and you hit the Phoenix, so it's like eventually you're probably going to get it back as well. Plus, this is the thing we talked about last round with Russell Lee, right? Sort of your piece of the puzzles act as like dark rituals when it comes to your delve spell. So even though you missed, right, even if it wasn't the Phoenix, it did decrease the Treasure Cruise by 1 more. So you get some amount of value. And that's why this card is such a sacred cow for a lot of players. We see players like Cain who know about the Prankster and are choosing not to play it because the piece of the puzzle is just so powerful on turn 3 in this deck.
It looks like Travis still unable to find that 3rd land, picked up a copy of Recruitment Officer. I do see a Brave in Travis's hand. So, with Cain's only creature being blue, could maybe set up for something like that. He's just going to go for a Luminarch Aspirant this turn. And I believe the leftovers are Brave, Adeline, Recruitment Officer. So, yeah, kind of a weird position. Doesn't really have a good attack into the 3/5 Ledger Shredder. Yeah, we can go counter on there, pass the turn, maybe try to set up for some sort of Brave Assault. But if Cain is able to get those Phoenixes back and is able to present a blue creature blocker and a red creature blocker, it's going to be really hard for Travis to convert that Brave.
Also, Cain hand sort of stocked right now, has 4 cards in it. So even if we don't, end up bringing back a bunch of Phoenixes, we're going to be able to probably interact with something or set up for Galvanic plus Temporal Trespass, which is a great way to sort of close the door against anybody. And one of the big appeals of the Phoenix deck is you get to play these interactive games. Your deck is so cheap, it's so efficient, you find your cards, but also you randomly have a combo kill, because if you Galvanic and Temporal Trespass and take 2 extra turns in a row, that's often enough to win with just a couple Arclight Phoenixes in the late game. So you do see piece of the puzzle and hit Temporal Trespass and Lightning Axe.
Yeah, Cain actually discarded a Temporal Trespass last turn, so, was able to find the second copy. There are 2 copies in the deck alongside 2 Galvanic iterations, so like you mentioned, Cain wanting to try and set up that Spikefield Hazard, going to take out the Luminarch Aspirant. It's also going to trigger Connive on the Ledger Shredder. Cain, I don't get a good look, but okay, I see a Steam Vent, so if Cain has a 1-mana spell, can go ahead and go Steam Vents, deploy that 1-mana spell, get those Phoenixes back, and, I talked about blocking last turn. Cain might even just want to start attacking.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cain also has Galvanic in hand, so we have the Temporal Trespass locked up, and if Cain can do anything to bring back these Phoenixes, we're going to see an attack for 9 down to 11 for Travis, and then we take 2 turns and it's over, as Lightning Axe is going to go after that Thalia's Lieutenant.
Yep, get back 2 Phoenixes, attack for 9, and then even without the Galvanic iteration, this is just lethal with the Temporal Trespass Mason, right? Just, 9 to 11, take 9, take another turn, and this is going to likely be the end of the game here next turn. Travis finally finding that 3rd land for Adeline, but probably a little bit too late.
Yeah, needs Brutal Cathar here, but unfortunately just a handful of Resplendent Cathars, which is normally not something your deck complaining about, but here just won't be enough. Yeah, as you see Cain sort of be like, hey, I've got 2 turns, and Travis is like, oh, no doubt, let's pick him up.
Heading to the booth.
But that's going to do it for game number 1 there. Really exciting stuff there, and, despite being stuck on 2 lands, Travis did put up sort of a good showing, and a very reasonable keep too, right? We had a lot of really strong cards in the dark, and honestly, a lot of cards that lined up well. We just missed on the 3rd land probably for 1 turn too many.
Yeah, you could imagine if we find that 3rd land there for Travis right away, you're able to go 1 drop into Thalia, into Adeline, and then just, it kind of snowballs from there. But what do we have in the sideboard here
for Travis? We have 4 Wedding Announcement, 3 Portable Hold, 2 Invasion of Gobrakhan, 2 Thalia, Heretic Cathar, 2 Rest in Peace, and 2 Ossifications. Devin, what do you like against Phoenix?
Rest in Peace, give me those. Those are, I heard that they're pretty good against Graveyard decks, Mason. I'm not 100% positive, but I think we want to go towards those. Past that, I would imagine Wedding Announcement, I'm not sure if that's where you want to go. Maybe Ossification to take care of Thing in the Ice early on. Same thing, maybe Portable Hole, but it's a little bit less flexible since it can't take out Phoenix. And I don't think I want the Invasion, so maybe the Ossifications and the Rest in Pieces, but past that, not a ton here that I think we want.
Yeah, they're kind of a classic situation of we don't want to sideboard too much in this matchup because our game 1 plan is still pretty good against them, and we don't want to dilute our main game plan. You can only get so many interaction spells in your deck, right? Speaking of interaction spells in your deck, though, let's check out Cain Rianhard's deck here real quick, as we have 3 Crackling Drake, 3 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Brotherhoods, and 2 Mystical Dispute. Then 1 Abrade, 1 Aether Gust, 1 Negate, 1 more Thing in the Ice, and 1 more Treasure Cruise. What do you like out of the sideboard here for Cain?
So as you mentioned, Cain, this is not Cain's first rodeo, so likely going to be aware of the presence of something like Rest in Peace, and that's typically when you want to kind of sort of divert your plan a little bit and go towards these Crackling Drakes, because if you expect Rest in Peace and you expect that your Phoenixes and your Delve spells maybe are offline, you kind of want to pivot to this more of like tempo, kill your thing, slam a 10 power flyer. So likely wants to bring in the Drakes, the additional Thing in the Ice, and then these removal spells, the Brotherhood Ends and the Abrade. I think those are all slam dunks, and like I said, probably wants to trim on some sort of the Delve interaction, and maybe even, dare I say it, trim a couple of the Phoenixes.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. You could do that sort of thing. And, like post board, right? So much of this game is like, yeah, I'm going to interact a little bit. I'm going to then play like a Brotherhood's End maybe to like sweep up all the side stuff I didn't pick off. And then I stick like one thing that wins the game where like it's a Thing in the Ice that flips, right? So having the Crackling Drake sort of fits that plan of, big thing that wins the game on its own, replaces itself, blocks pretty well. So kind of a card underrated in this matchup, I think, by a lot of players. So I definitely love your idea to bring that in here. But speaking of things that are going on, Devin, I want to quickly talk about what else is going on. Tomorrow, don't forget, we're going to have a Team Modern event where all the players are going to qualify for another championship. That's exciting. But also in Madison, November 25th through the 26th, we're going to have our last event of the year. So this is our last one for the calendar year for 2023. It's pretty exciting. It's going to be a modern 10K showdown on Saturday, November 25th. You win that, you go to our Players Championship at the end of the year. Let's be honest, that's why Cain's out here, right? Cain wants to hang out with the homies, going to play a team event tomorrow. It's going to be fun. But Cain's got a little taste of victory this year, you know? Cain's used to winning, but kind of likes the paper winning now besides Modo, and is trying to make it to our Players Championship and see if they can win the showdown today and just make it, because they do live sort of far away from NRG, but made out for this weekend. That could be you in November at Madison. So go out and play Modern, get your beanstalks going. And then Sunday, we have a 5K Pioneer trial as these players are finishing up mulliganing here. Now, Devin, post board, we got a lot of cards in for both players. The things are changing up. What position do you like?
So I know we talked about we like the human side of things game one. I actually kind of feel like Cain improves a lot more in the post-board games. So Travis does have those kind of graveyard haymakers in the form of Rest in Peace, but Cain has come prepared for that. We got a couple Thing in the Ices, the Crackling Drakes, and just a plethora of removal spells. So, you know, if Travis is in a position where we're mulliganing pretty aggressively to something like a Rest in Peace, and Cain just, you know, has a bunch of removal spells and the Crackling Drake, then I think I like Cain's position post-board. But like you said, I think it's still a really close matchup either way.
Yeah, it's going to be close either way. You know, it's hard for me to bet against Cain, especially after post board. The matchup gets better, and we kind of stole game one, right? Like, it was a good game or whatever, but that's sort of the match the game you're supposed to normally lose in the matchup. So being up it makes me feel really good about both game 2 and 3. Kind of have one to give.
Right. So look at Travis's hand. I see a Brave the Elements. I saw a Recruitment Officer. I saw an Alt Art card. You know, you're my go-to guy for alt art cards.
I didn't see the alt art card. Give me a little peek poo at it. I'll let you know what it is. I bet you it's a Thalia. There's a lot of alternate art Thalias.
Coppercoat Vanguard, I think there's one. There's like the fancy version of Coppercoat, so it could be that as well. We do see a Recruitment Officer for Travis. Both players keeping 7. And looks like Cain, you know, just the normal Phoenix stuff. Got a removal spell, a couple cantrips. Not much more you can ask for.
Yep. Did you see Travis here? Drawn. Yeah, I do think that is Coppercoat Vanguard. As it looks like we're going to be maybe playing another Recruitment Officer, holding up Brave the Elements if Cain tries to get a little frisky with the interaction.
I love this play. Not deploying the 2-drop here, just going to like basically Travis is kind of in a position where he's just going to play off curve the entire game. Like you're going to play your 1-drop on turn 2, your 2-drop on turn 3, and just consistently hold that Brave up. It looks like we don't even have a third land. So yeah, definitely like that play from Travis. And if Travis is able to find a third land, slam the Coppercoat Vanguard, attack for 6, protect it with Brave, and you know, put yourself in a really good position.
I love it. We are going to see Cain resolve Sleight of Hand here.
The proper sleight of hand, by the way.
Yes. Obviously, Cain has a lot of taste, class. Looks like we found an Arclight Phoenix off that sleight of hand.
The only other acceptable sleight of hand Mason is 7th edition, those are the ones that I own.
Oh, that's the lady with the sleight of hands, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. A fun fact, when I was a kid, I apparently bought some Magic cards. And when my mom moved to her house, I helped her move. And I found these old Magic cards. So I had the Worlds decks. And I had foil sleight of hands I opened as a kid. I somehow opened 2. And so they look so sick. Anyways, I never get to play anymore. I'm always in the booth. Thalia's Lieutenant coming down. I want to play with my sleight of hands, Devin. That's really what it all comes down to. And this is a big attack here for Travis.
Yeah, getting 6 damage across here. Cain is going to go ahead and fire off a Lightning Axe, and we'll have to see if Travis wants to use the Brave here. Does. Okay. So just valuing getting into 6 points, putting Cain down to 10 and 7 power. You know, really any 2 additional creatures next turn, getting us really, really close to lethal. I see a second Lieutenant in Travis's hand, and we already knew about that Vanguard. So, you know, if there's no third land and a Brotherhood's end here for Cain, the leftovers are really good for Travis.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot to be for Cain. You know, Travis is the unenviable position of land is a good draw, which is never the place you want to be as the opponent against the aggro deck. And Cain kind of does need to have something like a bunch of spot removal spells here and hope that it's enough and like bring back the Phoenix to block. But we have to see how Cain's going to approach going at the turn. It looks like we do have something like Ledger Shredder plus at least a Consider in hand to trigger the Connive. So a little bit of sculpting for Cain, but
Looks like Shredder acts here, and that's going to do a pretty good job because not only do you get to kill one of the creatures in the battlefield, but you also get to connive, potentially put a counter on the Shredder, and give yourself another good blocker next turn. And now, even if Travis draws that land number 4, say he deploys the Thalia's Lieutenant and the Copper Coat Vanguard, I know I'm not great at math, but I would see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess that would still be representing a lethal attack, I think, or maybe we're one short.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think with the land off the top, it's just about lethal. It has a double check here. But I'll say this, Cain connived into the Brotherhood's end. So this Thalia's Lieutenant actually potentially growing out of range would have been huge. But with not playing the Coppercoat Vanguard before, we're missing a little bit of damage. And Cain gets a chance to save a little bit of life here. Travis maybe playing around Brotherhood's end, doesn't realize actually maybe playing into it a bit better this way.
Yeah, I think the decision to not play the Coppercoat Vanguard was that we didn't want to trigger the Ledger Shredder. But at least if from my position, or at least if I'm in Travis's seat, I'm kind of under the assumption that Cain's going to get to trigger that Shredder next turn anyways. So if you think about it, you're giving your creatures an additional +1 power, and you're letting Cain put +1 power on the Shredder. So it's kind of a wash anyways. And like you said, Brotherhood's End now gets to kill that 3/3 Lieutenant where it otherwise wouldn't have if we had deployed that Vanguard.
Well, Devin, Twitch chat's saying that it's Thalia Heretic Cathar. I'm just going to say it. I thought it was Thalia, and I trusted you. And this is why I don't trust nobody. First my father, now this. As we see Brotherhood's End come on down and trigger the Connive.
Don't lie to me, Mason. I asked you, and you said you thought it was Coppercoat Vanguard. We can check the tape, okay?
The first thing I said is it's probably a Thalia. She has a lot of things. And then I saw the pink, and I agreed. There's a Coppercoat with pink. And so I agreed with you. But now Twitch chat's telling me it's Thalia, and Twitch chat's never wrong, as you know from your profession.
That is true. Twitch chat is 100% never wrong. But you know what that is, Mason? That is a Brotherhood's End.
And that did Travis pretty wrong here, as Cain has cleaned up the battlefield at 6 life, so a little dubious, but can start attacking now and put the pressure on Travis. And this is the kind of game plan, Cain wants. You just get your opponent to spend almost all of their cards as the Thalia Heretic Cathar comes down. I'll be honest, I've never seen that Thalia before. I don't think Cain has either. Cain's picking it up.
I've never seen that. Mason, I got to tell you, they print so many of these fancy arts these days. It's really, really difficult for us commentators. It's just
no one has it rougher than us. Like
tough.
Personally, you and I, but then commentators as a whole as well. I gotta say, and this is a good, I don't want to say we're in garbage time, but Cain's in a pretty good spot as we play as Cracklingly Drake. And there's tapped, notably because of Thalia, we draw a card. The one alternate I hate, and honestly, if I could do anything in Magic, Devin, I would ban these, are those inked black lands from Phyrexia Albi 1. You just
don't even get me started on those.
You can't tell what you can't tell what they are. And
no, you can't.
They're very thick. I can always cut to them in my opponent's deck. I'm like, what is going on here? Anyways,
even if we were streaming in 4K, we still would not be able to determine whether what those lands are when they're played. So
I don't think a government satellite could.
No.
Like it's impossible. The technology
face
doesn't
recognition
exist.
software.
Yeah, and we do see this Limerach Aspirant kind of a great draw here because now Thalia is big enough to actually eat the Ledger Shredder here in combat. So if Cain takes his attack, that means Brave the Elements will be a lethal draw off the top, and Cain does take it, valuing the Ledger Shredder's body and the ability to connive a little more than the 4 life here, as we do see Cain start off with the pieces of the puzzle.
With Travis at 18, I gotta wonder, Mason. I don't know how close we are to lethal with this Crackling Drake, but it can't be that far off, right?
It can't be, and that's another Phoenix hit the graveyard. And I mean, so also you've got to be worried if you're Travis. Cain could have just took 2 lightning axes, and you have 2 premium threats on the board and didn't take them.
Yeah.
So it can't be a good sign. And lightning axe also, as we trigger the Connive here on Ledger Shredder, put some more spells in the yard. I imagine if this isn't lethal, we're at our opponent's at 2 or 3 life. It's gonna be a ton.
Well, you mentioned the Phoenix too, so we already have if you count the Phoenix and the Shredder, that's 6 power. With Travis at 12, we only need 12 spells. Then I think 7 in the graveyard. Or no, it looks like Cain's delving. Okay, not quite 7 spells in the graveyard. But But yeah, that's 6 power from the Drake the Phoenix and the Ledger Shredder. Oh, 2 Phoenixes. That's 9 power. So we only need 9 spells. I got to imagine we're at 9 spells.
Yeah, if we're not, we're dangerously close. You have to wonder too. I mean, yeah, the way Cain was moving and didn't pick up the second lightning axe to guarantee kill the Luminarch Gasper and make it so you can't die. Yeah, it has me thinking Cain had it won, and that's going to do it for this round. Congratulations to Cain, Rianhard. We are going to give you our backup future match, so stay tuned. But kind of a masterclass in the Izzet Phoenix there.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Cain has been playing this deck a ton, knows it inside and out. Every single, is going to eke out every single percentage point. And sleight of hand, really new addition to the deck. And as we've seen it now a couple of times on camera, we talked about the added consistency that it brings to the table, just being able to find those lightning axes when you need them and your threats when you need them. And this Phoenix deck looks really, really good, Mason.
Yeah, I agree. We'll go to the backup feature match there. Cain is, kind of my pick to win the tournament today. I think Cain's got the fire on top of it in sort of Cain's format too. So we're going to go down to our backup feature match, but not surprised to see the Izzet Phoenix there win that match. But our backup match is actually Benji Solomon. So we see here a bunch on the NRG series playing 5-color control at 2-0 versus Casey Vibrak on another Izzet Phoenix deck. We're going to have to see how this one goes. And we've seen a lot of Phoenix today. Devin, how do you like the 5-color control matchup against Izzet?
So, Izzet Phoenix tends to typically prey on decks that have small creatures because there's a lot of fiery impulses, lightning axe. This 5-color deck doesn't really have a lot of small creatures, Mason. There's some Sylvan Caryatids. Those do not die to the removal spells. And then we're kind of parlaying that into a Bring to Light package. So Bring to Light being able to access things like Elishnorn, Mother of Machines, Valky, God of Lies, which usually end up being Tibalt, Cosmic Imposter. And then also, notably, there is a Slaughter Games in the main deck. So if we're able to resolve Bring to Light, we can maybe Slaughter Games for our Arclight Phoenix. And I do think this should be a relatively good matchup.
Yeah, historically, decks like Niv to Light were very good matchups for Izzet Phoenix because even though the opponent had a bunch of removal, they didn't have any clock or way to really win, right? Like the 6/6 in play would just die with those removal spells that were hanging out. They didn't provide enough value, and you could just sit there and sculpt and eventually go like, Galvanic, Temporal Trespass, bring back my birds. Like, you have to have all of it with all your mana up all the time. Just too much to ask. This 5-color control, like the bench here, actually has ways to win the game, like you just mentioned, and high-impact threats that you can't just ignore and sit around. And cards like Up the Beanstalk as well add a lot of extra consistency to this deck that it was lacking a little bit before.
Yeah, and now that you mention it, I'm wondering if Benji is able to resolve Slaughter Games in a Game 1 situation. I wonder if we just name Temporal Trespass.
It makes it both seem very reasonable. Hall of the Storm Giants is like, it's funny. I've played a lot of Phoenix qualified for the Pro Tour playing it last year in Atlanta. And I think 90% of my wins come from Hall of the Storm Giants. So it's just like trade a bunch, take 2 turns, activate. That's 14. You're dead. So we'll have to see how Casey's going to go about it here because taking Temporal Trespass does turn that off in this matchup.
Yeah, we get a little cantrip action for Casey. I'm pretty sure that's a sleight of hand, Mason. I'm gonna go with that.
I got you. That's the full art one from Wild Veldran's. Another one comes out.
Yeah, just more of me yelling at old man yelling at clouds about these full art, Mason. But we see a Triumph. I know that is an Esper Triumph. We finally get to play the Triumph game, but although Benji doesn't have any fancy Triumphs yet.
Yeah, Rafine's Tower into Sunpetal Grove.
Sorry, did you call it Rafine's Tower? I believe it's called Esper Triumph, Mason. I think that's the correct term.
No, sorry. It's Rafine's Tower. I just want Papa Cedric Phillips to be proud of me. And so if you're watching Cedric, let me know that you're proud of me. I really need validation in my life. Anyways, we draw for the turn after a piece of the puzzle goes off. Didn't find anything too crazy there. Fable the Mirror Breaker. Speaking of crazy stuff.
Yeah, Fable here for Benji. Was able to maybe loot away some cards that we're not wanting to find our powerful cards. Yeah, really just kind of players just, exchanging back and forth. Both players really can just kind of looting through their deck, trying to find their engine. Looks like we have a treasure cruise resolving here for Casey. It's pretty good. Exiling the entire graveyard. No Phoenixes to, speak of quite yet.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to let you in on, Devin, I know you don't like playing blue-white control or like Lotus Field. Like those are kind of things you don't super love or don't love super commentating. Cantrips make me lose my mind. I get so bored playing them and watching them. But it is impressive because they are so high skill, especially early in the game, right? It's so hard to know exactly what you want.
All right, so director, if you're hearing me right now, make sure we get an Izzet Phoenix mirror match on camera next round, and we can go from there.
Great. I can go to sleep and you can handle it all. As we do see Omnath come down. Oh, into the Triome, into gaining the life.
Ketria Triome, right?
Yeah, that is the Teamer one. It's Ketria. Rogren is the Jeskai one. Know that one from my 4-color days. Rest in peace.
Okay, would you be okay if I called it Rafine's Triome instead of Rafine's Tower?
It is closer, and it gets the idea across too, because I don't even know if the average person knows Esper these days. You know what I mean?
That's true. That is a good point.
Yeah, I don't
Kids
know.
these days.
Yeah. Is this my Rakdos Evoke arc? As we do see a piece of the puzzle resolve and get 3 lands in the graveyard.
What you're saying is that Triomes were the real scam the entire time.
Unironically hate Triomes. So yes. Triomes are high on my I wish we could take it back list. Higher than Solitude Grief, I'll tell you that. As we do see Treasure Cruise coming down, drawing 3 cards here for Casey Ryback.
Treasure Cruise number 2. Casey is definitely not short on drawing a lot of cards. This Phoenix deck is quite good at doing that. But sometimes, as you mentioned earlier, it has a tendency to kind of spin its wheels a bunch. Isn't really able to generate a lot of threats if you don't have those early Phoenixes. And we kind of see that going on here in this game.
Yep. We'll have to see if Benji's cruising for a bruising or not, but he is flipping that Fable to Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, untap, unchecked Omnath. We have something like a Fable Passage can generate a boatload of mana. Looks like just a stomping ground. Fetch land's not that prevalent in Pioneer, but Benji does have 4 copies of the only one that you can play, which is Fabled Passage. We're seeing Up the Beanstalk here. Not a ton of bean action in Pioneer, but Benji does have, unfortunately for us, only 2 copies of Up the Beanstalk, but not quite as good in Pioneer, but you don't have access to those elementals.
Yeah. Still kind of nice as a cantrip and very strong with Bring Delight, which is sort of the big appeal. But Benji right now is sort of using it as a way to smooth out as we play the Glyph Weaver on the creature mode. Which is actually kind of nice here against Lightning Axe.
Right, especially, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that's a legendary creature. Let me just pull it up here. It is not. So, if Benji is able to untap with Fable the Mirror Breaker, let's say Casey, goes for a removal spell on Fable, you could even go copy the Glyph Weaver, sacrifice it, give the Fable indestructible, and kind of have, keep that engine going where you don't even have to lose the original Glyph Weaver.
Yep. Looks like Casey is going to start with an opt. Casey hasn't cast a lot of cantrips this game, so really wants to sculpt the hand a bit more.
Yeah, definitely not. Honestly, Mason, you can never have enough cantrips.
Yeah, you can never have enough cantrip. No, jokes aside. It really is a lot going on there. Ooh, the pretty Arclight Phoenix they are. From the Magic 30 Advent Calendar.
Big fan of those. I love those Arclight Phoenixes.
Oh, so that promo you're okay with. Okay, as we do see another Lightning Action response to the sacking of the Glyph Weaver.
Only certain ones.
That's fair. We all have favorites. This is going to allow the Arclight Phoenix to come back this turn, so we are getting a little bit of pressure going on.
Was able to take care of the Omnath as well. Ooh, kill your Phoenix, draw a card. Thank you very much. Okay, so you hate cantrips, but Leyline Binding plus Up the Beanstalk, that's a cantrip. Where are we at on that?
So my thing is, cantripping, the act of drawing a card, I am fine with because it is quick, and for the viewer at home, it doesn't take very long. When you are casting your cantrips, it is very cool, but as a commentator, it's very hard for me to not only see what you're doing, but to talk about it, and it is you just staring at your card. So Ponder is my arch nemesis. And Brainstorm is my other arch nemesis. But, Beanstalk is fine. It's quick. It gets the job done. We move on with our day. And speaking of the job done, Fable the Mirror Breaker, bam, attack for 2.
Get in there. So I guess what we need is we need to reprint Up the Beanstalk. So every time, instead of drawing a card, you just use Scry 1, right? Or Scry 1, then draw a card, I guess. You opt every time.
Sorry, my brain's breaking. Yeah, they just made down the Beanstalk, but it's Scry 1 when you cast a spell with 5 or less mana value. There you go. That would be my personal nightmare.
What are we looking here for what are we looking here if you're in Casey's spot, where I mean, we got to be kind of try to find some pressure here. We surprisingly, we've gone through a lot of our deck and have really only been able to muster up one copy of Ardlike Phoenix so far.
Yeah, we're looking for Phoenix, I think, and we have 2 Galvanics in our graveyard. So setting up something like Galvanic and then Temporal Trespass is pretty high on the list, I think, of things you want to do. Galvanicing something like a pieces of the puzzle would be a great way to find more spells to play this turn and find your Phoenixes. Looks like we are just going to Galvanic a Trespass. That's going to be 2 turns. I talked about this being a really hard to beat play pattern for these 5-color decks. But that's typically because things like Arclight Phoenix are going along with it. And normally you can just sit there forever and not worry about that being a problem. So looks like Casey sort of firing off a little bit sooner, maybe due to things like Slaughter Games being something he expects from Benji. As we piece of the puzzle and whiff, we do hit an Arclight though.
Oh, he just straight up whiffed that. Was it 4 lands and a Phoenix? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just that one's rough. And we mentioned before, right, in the earlier rounds, that's normally fine. Your Delve spells are able to be subsidized later, but we've actually used almost all our Delve spells already.
Right, so 2 oh no, Casey doesn't even have a 3rd spell for that Phoenix. Yikes. We're gonna see Gigantha triggers Beanstalk. Of course it does. Why not?
The 9th card in hand.
Get it in there. Yep. As if companions weren't enough, Mason. They need to also draw a
I
card.
can see it now in the design meeting. They're like, yeah, we really want to support Gigantha. Do you think if we make this Beanstalk card, it'll be fine? And they're like, yeah, probably. Gigantha needs the help.
Sure. All right, which trial was that Benji just discarded?
Rogren.
Incorrect.
What? Oh, it is
Ketria.
Damn.
Wow.
You got me.
Chat, mark it down. Flip it and ship it.
Today. Oh my goodness. This is a blemish on my record I'll never recover from. I went like
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I had like a year of commentary where I was really good. I got the one wrong in chat. Now this. Arclight Phoenix Hardcast.
I'm wondering if you did it on purpose, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But anyways, we have a, looks like a second Binding. Man, Binding draw card feels so good.
Well, Fiery Impulse to take down the Arclight Phoenix.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of where you wanted the graveyard, and your Impulse is not doing too much else. Casey down to 12, though. This Gigantha just getting in the red zone. That's going to be a relatively fast clock here. You can see, and Benji at 26 was able to gain a bunch of life from that Omnath. So even if Casey can put both of those Phoenixes into play, it's going to be really sort of difficult to assemble enough of a clock to get the game over with before that Gigantha crosses the finish line.
Yeah, and we do see Casey firing off a Consider here, just hoping to chain enough cantrips to bring back the Phoenixes. But we use so many in the early turns setting up, as we do have a sleight of hand here. We put one hand, one to the bottom. And looks like we did draw at least a 3rd spell. And it's a Consider. Maybe we can find this last Phoenix. And we do. Oh, sorry. No, we were just picking up the one from the yard. Okay, my bad. I saw the hand go to the graveyard. I'm like, oh, they did it.
Yeah, there should be one left, right? Because there's one other Binding, 2 in play. Okay, yeah, one left in deck for Casey.
Yeah, very awkwardly, though. Can't even get the pressure going because you need to be able to block. Yeah, and Chain of the Rocks takes down the first Arclight Phoenix.
And these exile removal spells, being able to, Leyline Binding, Chain to the Rocks, get rid of these Phoenixes for good. We saw it last turn. There was a Binding on a Phoenix in case he was able to fire Impulse in response, but without access to that, those Phoenixes are gone for good now.
Yeah, and, Casey is going to need something wild to get out of this game because Benjamin has such a commanding position and so much life that, we mentioned Hall of the Storm Giants sometimes sort of secretly crosses the finish line in this sort of matchup. But with all these these Sylvan Caryatids and all this life, it's going to be really hard for Casey to actually win this game.
Yeah, and just, Casey was able to do just so much wheel spinning this game. I know your favorite thing in the world, just casting cantrip after cantrip after cantrip. And, unfortunately for Casey, was just not able to find those Phoenixes early. When you play a deck like Arclight Phoenix, you are kind of at the mercy of your Phoenixes being in, the top whatever amount of cards to be able to present that early pressure. And, you find spots like this where if you simply just don't find them, it's really, really hard to close out a game.
Yeah, and, Casey right back here plays the full 12 cantrips this weekend. We saw Cain Rianhard play 10, and we've seen players kind of, go between 10 and 12. We're still kind of figuring out as a player base, but this is one of the downsides of it is, when you're finding kind of the cards you want, and then in the mid game, you draw your cantrip, and then you find the next thing you want, that's really good. but those extra 2 cantrips are just less things that interact, right? We have less lightning we have less other pieces of interaction. We still have a bunch of lightning axes and stuff, but doesn't give you that ability to play a bunch of different game plans like we saw from Cain with like the main deck Thing of the Ice. As Chain of the Rocks is coming down here on the Ledger Shredder, and we're going to opt in response. Maybe try to find Super Spell Pierce. Counter unless you pay 32. And it looks like Casey.
Yeah, there was. I think is that a spell pierce?
See if Benjamin pays or not.
Wow, he paid. Yeah. I'm surprised.
And we are going to see Casey fall there, and that's going to do game number 1 for Benji Solomon. So kind of an impressive showing from that game there, Devin.
Absolutely. Yeah, like we said, I think the Exile removal spell is just putting in a ton of work, and I think we're just about ready to go to game number 2.
Yeah, this is a time shifting match, so let's get back down to the feature match area and see game number 2 of this match. The penultimate game, potentially, of round number 3. Sleight of hand.
Turn 1 cantrip, Mason's favorite thing in the entire world.
Right, I was thinking about it. I think Casey cast 11 cantrips last game.
Well, maybe that's why he lost. He didn't cast the 12th.
Yeah. Been to consider to the consider. Just clearly, what are you doing?
Yeah. We
do see a Boseiju being played here to play Sylvan Caryatid. What do you think about Caryatid in these Brainlight decks?
Love it. It's a card that your opponent can't really interact with in any meaningful way, and it's able to not only fix your mana but also ramp you to stuff like Omnath and Bring to Light. I think it's a really good addition to these 5-color decks. I once told Claudio is a very big proponent of the 5-color Niv deck. It's basically if this deck doesn't have Carried on 2, Turd can't win. So
makes sense. Your mana in and of itself is such a demanding thing that mana dorks sort of getting you a little jump ahead, always nice, as we do see the Ketria Triumph get played, and then we play a Fable the Mirrorbreaker using Sylvan Caryatid. Saheeli, Sublime Artificer, though. Maybe we can pull that one up on screen. Kind of does a young Pyromancer impression, if you know that card. Basically, anytime you cast an instant or sorcery, we're going to make a 1/1 servo, and then Saheeli can turn any artifact into a copy of target creature you control.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, kind of more win conditions here for Casey, because we saw game 1 was Benji was just able to really exile all of Casey's threats, all those Phoenixes, and Benji's good. Benji has enough removal to where you kind of need to board into these alternate win conditions, stuff like Saheeli, even potentially Crackling Drake and things like that, and really diversify your threat base, because you have a lot of sort of dead cards, you don't want the Fiery Impulses, you're probably going to trim on Lightning Axes, and swapping those for additional threats just kind of lets you play this kind of sort of different game.
Swapping those for additional threats, we see Benji discard 2 Sylvan Caryatids off the Fable of the Mirrorbreaker Chapter 2 for 2 new cards. Benji doing his own cantripping, sort of, discard my...
The first carried, it's great. The second 2, not so much. But that's why you want Fable.
Yeah, Fable doing good work here. As we do see Fable the Mirrorbreaker's token, the Goblin Shaman, attacking and making a treasure for Benji. That is going to unlock cards like Bring to Light this turn.
We'll have to see. Looks like we're getting an attack with the treasure. Goblet token, excuse me. Treasure token coming in there, and I believe that is a second
that is
Fable.
The fancy art one. I unfortunately don't have those. I have the normal ones.
When I bought my Fables, I think those were actually cheaper. I got mine.
How cheap do you get your Fables? What's up?
I think $8.
$1 release weekend.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, fine. I don't feel smart at all.
I was setting you up to get God on stream. Oh, how did you, Devin?
Caught
you fell right for my trap card. You gotta work on your Edison game, buddy.
Absolutely destroyed. Chat bringing up whoever's in charge of picking the features loves Phoenix. Yeah, it's actually Mason, because Mason just cannot get enough of these. Look at the graveyard. There's 3 ops, a consider, and a sleight of hand. This is Mason's just in heaven right now.
So the thing is, chat, is we have to pick our features a little ahead of time. So we pick certain decks. Maybe we picked Benji Solomon this round as a random example, who was playing 5-color, and then they queue into my worst nightmare Phoenix. Sometimes these things happen, as we do see Arclight Phoenix in the yard.
let's be honest. You picked Casey. I mean, we all know.
It's true. I secretly love cantripping. I'm like a 5-year-old girl in preschool who makes fun of you because she likes you but doesn't know how to say it. That's me with cantripping. And wow, we resolved Treasure Cruise and we don't have a third spell to bring back the Arclight Phoenix.
That's kind of rough. Yeah, 2 minute, 2 minute. I mean, well, it kind of makes sense because you did likely boarded out some number of those fiery impulses, but I guess maybe went a little bit too deep on the cantrips early. If we saved one of those for this turn, it's tough to say whether you don't know how the game's going to progress in a couple of turns, so it does make sense to kind of utilize them early. We see 2 tokens trading for a Fable token. And we will have to see what Benji's follow-up is here. Maybe something like a Bring to Light for a Slaughter Games. Maybe take care of Phoenixes potentially. Looks like we're lining up 3 mana for perhaps a third Fable.
Benji just loves that story of the Mirror Breaker. Looks like we're actually playing. We're picking it up. Yes, it's
the Shark.
Chrome Host Seed Shark, a personal favorite of mine from March of the Machine. Maybe we can pull that one up here. Anytime you cast a non-creature spell, you incubate. Incubate are these 0/0 artifact tokens that you're incubating for the mana value equal to the spell you cast. So, for example, non-creature spell. So, Beanstalk going to make a 2. Leyline Binding, you're going to make a 6. So, a very cool card out of these decks and a way to sort of grind to the mid game.
Yeah, and also with Bring to Light, Mason, you go Bring to Light for 5, and then you cast Tybalt, and Tybalt for 7.
And my Beanstalk drew 2 cards. Yeah, Chrome Seed Shark. Just a sick card, 2/4. And honestly, that 4th toughness really good here, making cards like Lightning Axe that are already pretty taxed in the matchup taxed even more so. And we can copy it with Fable the Mirror Breaker, then start casting things and making a whole army of threats.
Oh boy, we untapped with Fable, flipping second Fable, and the Seed Shark in play. Mason, you know what I want to see here? I want to see end step, make a bunch of Fable tokens, untap, use all of those to make a bunch of Seed Sharks, and then play a Binding and make like 9.
That would be
tokens.
very sick.
I don't think we're going to see that.
Well, Benji's going to play Omnath. He's been kind of missing on land drops a little bit. Going to play Fail Passage. That's a good one to find. One of the few fetch lands actually playable.
Now we can go Omnath into another spell. Perhaps that Bring to Light that we talked about. Make some Incubate tokens. I mean, you have to imagine this as far as Benji is just so far ahead here. There's just a million threats in the battlefield. Casey doesn't really have any sort of clock going on. And if you have to be pretty happy. If
I agree. Fan. I got a question for you, Devin. What do you think about Chrome Host Seed Shark?
I got an answer.
And Phoenix.
It's pretty good with the delve spells. Past that, you're making a bunch of 1s because you have, depending on how many cantrips you play, you should be playing 12, I would assume. But just to make Mason upset. But yeah, it's not as good with the cantrips, good with the delve spells. It's probably okay as like a 1 or 2 of it. I don't know if it's better.
Yeah, I've never had that thought before until right now, and so I wanted to kind of talk about it on shows. We do see our recipes come down. We did make a copy of Chrome Host Seed Shark. That's 2 Incubate 2/2s. Looks like we're attacking the air for 4 with the Chrome Host Seed Sharks. Knock Casey down. And this is a tough spot. You can beat Rest in Peace as the Phoenix deck pretty easily if your opponent doesn't have pressure on you out of these controlling decks with things like Crackling Drake, where honestly just hard casting your Phoenixes. But so much has happened and Benji has pulled so far ahead in this game that Casey Ryback is in a really tough spot and is going to have to crawl back into this one.
Yeah, Rest in Peace with nothing in play is, you can still play through that. But Rest in Peace with 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, what appears to be 16 power, that one's going to be a little tougher to beat.
Yeah. And getting more and more power.
Yeah, I'm not honestly, we like to talk about what does a winning sequence look like for Casey. I'm not even sure there is one, to be completely honest with you. I guess Iteration X, kill both of the Fables. Maybe you have to kill Omnath, Seed Shark, let Benji have the Fables, but it's no matter what you do, it looks like we're going to go after a Fable and a Shark, leaving with, that makes sense because the Fable can't copy the Omnath anyways, so, but still if we flipped all of those tokens, it's still 11 power, I think.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close. Worth noting, the incubate tokens, when they transform to the other side, they stay on the battlefield, so they will not be summoning 6. So Benji can spend all of his mana next turn just animating those if he wanted to, and just start attacking. So a small little thing that does come up there. But Casey did start to do the comeback you talked about. I still think the best comeback is Benji's parents' call and say he needs to come home immediately until he drops and gives you the win. But we're going to see an attack here for 10. Sorry, 11. There's one off screen. Excuse me.
Chump block the Omnath. Yeah, I can't tell if there's one off screen or if that's a treasure token. It might be a treasure, so it might be only an attack for 6.
Yeah, look from life totals
Yeah,
was 6.
Casey goes to 4.
Benji's?
Yeah, Benji does not really need a ton else here. Just going to go ahead and pass it back. And if you're in Casey's side of things, I mean, it looks like, I mean, if we go to the sideboard and we see, I can't imagine that that Brotherhood's End would ever come in here, but I mean, Brotherhood's End would be pretty good here. Clean up the Fable and both of the Incubate tokens, but I can't imagine that card came in.
Yeah, it would be pretty impressive if it did, I would say. Also, I want to give big shouts to Benji here. You know, kind of far ahead, very easy to autopilot slam your spells, but you know, Casey's got to have something crazy for you to lose. So why play anything? You're so far ahead on board. You have so much life. Yeah, if they have all that crazy stuff, prove it and beat these other cards too. It does look like we're going to cycle Rafine's Tower in a turn.
Cycling a couple Triomes. We're just going to go right to combat. So maybe Lightning Axe on Omnath, second removal spell on Fable, block, take 2, go to 2. Looks like none of that's going to happen, and Benji is going to win.
Yeah, and really impressive stuff there. Like we talked about, maybe some of the older 5-color decks really kind of struggle in these matchups, but this newer age one is much better at doing that. And we saw Benji crush it. Moving on to 3-0 in our tournament. We still have 6 rounds of Magic left, though, and the next round is about to start. So we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more Magic action, so don't leave. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to NRG Series in Indianapolis. I'm your host, Mr. my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here for some more Pioneer action in round number 4. Pretty exciting. Devin, are you excited for this?
Absolutely. We have a really interesting matchup on our hands. Don Delozier, Boros Heroic against Jonathan Hobbs on Rakdos Midrange. A couple new cards in the Boros Heroic deck, and pretty interested to see how that one plays out.
Can't wait to see it. But before that, let's check our players to watch, because this is our second to last weekend of the year when it comes to our series events. And we have a lot of players at large. So Benjamin Ungar at 3-0, our only one left. Sean Gallagher decided to drop. We talked about how, that's something that we won't expect much of our players to do. Must have been 0-3 and decided to value the sanity more than battling it out. It is 9 rounds of Magic today. Would have been pretty hard to break in past the top 64 there. However, Will Kowalczyk also at 3-0. At 2-1, we have Fletcher Johnson and Cliff Boyardee. Then our 1-2 players, Sarah Shearing and Chris Smith, both battling it out, though. Very much live for a top 16, maybe even a top 8 here today. It is 9 rounds, so it's going to be a long, gruesome day. But with that all being said, let's come back here to the booth real quick as we wait for the players to finish shuffling up and resolving mulligans. We mentioned Dawn Delozier is on Boros Heroic. That's a deck that she loves, and someone who we've seen play these kind of tempo-y, aggressive strategies to very good success, has an NRG Finals appearance versus Jonathan Hobbs on Rakdos Midrange, sort of the previous stock best deck in the format. Devin, which of these decks do you sort of like in the matchup, and why?
Well, it all kind of depends on how many Liliana of the Veils are in the Rakdos midrange deck, because typically the Boros Heroic deck has a lot of protection spells. It's very good at, presenting a threat, backing it up with a bunch of protection, stuff like God's Willing, and it's really hard for, the Fatal Pushes and Bone Crusher Giants of the world to be able to take those down. So, it's really going to be kind of a battle of, can the Rakdos midrange deck, kind of pick apart with Thoughtseize, maybe take a protection spell here and there, follow that up with a Fatal Push, and it's, whether or not Liliana of the Veils.
That makes a lot of sense to me. It does look like the players are finishing up mulligans, finishing up shuffling here. So we can cut on down to that feature match and sort of see the hands they are keeping. We've seen Dawn do pretty well on other Magic events recently, in college at the moment, grinding, and so only has time to play a little bit, but doing very well every time she gets out to events, and this weekend is no different, starting off here at 3-0.
Absolutely. And a new card that maybe we may or may not get to see from Dawn here, 4 copies of Monstrous Rage. So I don't know if we can maybe get that one up on the screen, but that one is a very new potent card from Wilds of Eldraine. And kind of one thing that the really important part to remember about that card is its permanent trample. A lot of types of these kind of pump spells you've seen in the past give you, trample for that one turn, +2/+2 trample on a turn. But this one, you get the trample remaining, for the next turn, which means that if you, make a big creature, you get a big attack in that turn. It's going to be really hard to block in the following turn.
Yeah, and we do see a Thoughtseize here on turn 1 from Hobbs. Our opponent's hand is Defiant Strike, 10th District Legionnaire, Monastery Swiftspear, Reckless Rage, the Monstrous Roll card you just mentioned, and Virtuoso, along with only one land that is a pathway. A lot of different ways Hobbs can take this hand apart with Thoughtseize.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those typical hands that we like to say in the business as Thoughtseize proof. There's 3 creatures and 3 spells in a land. So it really kind of depends on the texture of Hobbs's hand, whether, my guess is if you're taking a spell, you probably lean towards Reckless Rage. And if you're taking a creature, you probably lean towards Virtuoso. I think those are probably the best spell and the best creature. So it kind of depends on, how Hobbs wants to play this game as to what we're going to take with this Thoughtseize.
Yeah, we do see Hobbs wrote down the hand, decided to go with Monastery Swiftspear. Probably just wanted to keep Dawn off plays for the first turn.
Yeah, that's reasonable because, Jonathan also knows that Dawn has a one-lander. So, if there's something like, John has a couple of removal spells and just wants to get by a little bit of time so that Dawn doesn't get any early pressure on the battlefield, that one does kind of make sense too.
We do see Mutable into Reckoner Bankbuster here for Jonathan Hobbs. And then a passive of the turn back from Dawn draws, doesn't hit a land. Looks like we're just going to activate the Bankbuster for Hobbs, take the second to make our land drops as the Haunted Ridge comes down.
Yep, and see if Dawn finds a land here. Looks like we're taking somebody out of the sleeve, so I'm assuming that, what was that?
Sajiri Shelter as the land for Sajiri Step.
Yeah. So that's 2 white sources here for Dawn. We know about that Illuminator Virtuoso, so can deploy that, but ideally you would want to back that up with a mana and a God's Willing. But given that Dawn's been missing land drop, she doesn't really have that kind of luxury. So it's almost like you have to just cast the Virtuoso and cross your fingers, which not likely to work out against Rakdos.
Especially with Shieldred in play, connives every time we target it. It is going to be a very pricey card.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really tough one for Dawn to get out of. We know about Defiant Strike. Reckless Rage deals 4 damage. Conveniently enough, Shieldred has 5 Toughness Mason. That math does not add up very well for Dawn. But you see a 3rd land here, so can deploy the Virtuoso. Maybe has a protection spell.
Dawn is at 12. So...
But like you mentioned, just that connive, the connive is not a maze, so every time you target that, you will have to take damage from this shield.
Yeah, that means we're limited to 6 spells. Now, obviously, 6 is a lot. Probably more like 5 because of our draw step for the turn. But, if Hobbs even just attacks, it's like, well, what do you do, right? Like, you can chump block and have no pressure where you lose the number of spells you can cast, and you do need to be able to do 18.
Yeah, you might even be in a position for Dawn where if Jonathan attacks with the Shieldred and you have a God's Willing, you might just have to say, okay, I have to block and protect from black and just not play around Fatal Push because you're so far behind. You can't really afford to play around much here.
Yeah, and we do see a Dreadbore, and that's just going to take it down the Virtuoso.
Yep, no protection spell even gone for. It's really hard to kind of even envision a scenario in which Dawn does come back in this game.
Yeah, we do see a Shieldred attacking for 4, down to 8 for Dawn, then plays a Misery Shadow for Hobbs. And Dawn Delozier picks it up. Oof, rough game 1.
Absolutely, yeah. Dawn kept the one-lander. It looked like Dawn's one-lander looked pretty good, like had a lot of the pieces that she needed. Unfortunately for her, Jonathan was able to pick apart that hand pretty easily with the Thoughtseize, take the 1-drop, and, Dawn was just not able to find that second land.
Yeah, and that's sometimes just the way these things go. When you're playing decks like that, sometimes you just need to have things come together a little bit, and Dawn could have played off one land for a couple turns and maybe would have been a very different game against a deck that's less interactive. But let's check out Dawn's sideboard and see what she has for games number 2 and 3. Now, Dawn is going to have a couple of cool cards to this matchup. We have 3 Showdown of the Scald, 2 Flowstone Infusion, 2 Lorien's Escape, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Rest in Peace, 1 Den of the Bugbear, one Justice Strike, one Giganta the Wellspring as the companion, and then a Redain, the God of the Worthy. What do you like in this matchup?
I just want to mention, I love the fact that Dawn has a land in her sideboard. I know a lot of Magic players are very anti lands in the sideboard, but because you're bringing in I'm assuming you're bringing in 3 copies of Showdown of the Scalds here, and you're increasing your curve by quite a bit. It really does make sense to have that additional land in the sideboard. So those make sense to me. Justice Strike is a good card at dealing with Shieldred. Lauren's Escape, additional protection against Fatal Push. I think those are cards that Dawn's probably going to want access to.
That makes sense to me as we check out Jonathan Hobbs' sideboard to see what he might want to bring in this matchup up a game here. Hobbs has 3 Extinction Event, 2 Duress, 2 Reckoner Bankbuster, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Hidetsu Consumes All, 1 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Damping Sphere, 1 Noxious Grasp, and 1 Go Blank. What do you like out of this one, Devin?
So I mentioned when we were talking about it before we went to the match, Liliana the Veil is one of the premier cards you could have. No copies of that in Jonathan's main deck. However, once we get to the sideboard, Extinction Event is an absolute house against this heroic deck. The heroic deck is really good at presenting a creature, growing it pretty large, and protecting it with stuff like God's Willing and Lauren's Escape. Extinction Event does not really care about those cards. So definitely going to bring in copies of those. Likely wants the Noxious Grasp and maybe the Rending Volleys, because even though it doesn't hit Monastery Swiftspear, it still hits the very important cards from Dawn's deck. The card that you are the most scared about the Boros heroic deck on tapping with is exactly Illuminator Virtuoso. So just having more removal spells against that. You could bring in Hidetsugu Consumes All, but it's really only good at answering Monastery Swiftspear. It doesn't kill the Legionnaire or the Virtuoso, so maybe he doesn't want to go towards those, but definitely the events and likely the volleys and the Noxious Grasp.
Yeah, we're going to have to see exactly how Hobbs wants to play out here in game number 2 on the draw, but I'm inclined to agree with what you said there, as it does look like the players are starting their mulligan, so let's head on down to the feature match area and see what they're going to keep this time. So far, Dawn's hand looking pretty similar to game 1, although, not as many threats this time, so we're just going to take the mulligan.
Yeah, and I think, overall, this is probably one of, if not the worst matchup for Dawn's deck here. The Rakdos mid-range deck is very, very good at kind of picking apart early pieces. Like, the heroic deck really wants to be able to have certain cards line up in a certain way, like creature plus protection spell, things like that. And between Thoughtseize and cheap removal, it's really hard for the heroic deck to kind of get that type of draw. Now, in the post-board games, if Dawn is able to get towards that Showdown of the Scalds, that is a very powerful card. But on a mulligan to 5, it's going to be really hard to find that.
Yeah, it's hard to have everything come together because you also can't underestimate the Rakdos mid-range deck's ability to actually apply pressure to you. This deck, has a lot of creatures despite being a deck that generally has a ton of interaction as well. So it's not like you're playing against blue-white control where they have to get something like the Wandering Emperor to Fairy or a big Shark Typhoon to kill you. They can just go 2-drop, 3-drop, apply some pressure, cast some kill spells.
Absolutely. So looks like Dawn's going to start on 5 here. Got a land and a Swiftspear. Love it. Tapped into the red zone. Doesn't even, no messing around with that Swiftspear.
Taylor Swiftspear with the red album coming in for 1. Did you like that one? Did you like that?
No, I didn't. I laughed a little bit, but I don't know. I'm laughing on the inside.
I just don't think Taylor Swift's good enough respect, honestly. That's what I'm saying. As we do see a red side of the pathway, that is not normal. Kind of a big sign, Rending Volleys in hand.
Yeah, most likely wants to hold up volley for a potential 2-drop like a Legionnaire or a Virtuoso. Got a Hoplite. We'll likely see this volley. Yep, as you definitely called out, there's the volley on the Hoplite. See what Jonathan's follow-up is.
Hive of the Eye Tyrant into Stomp the Taylor Swiftspear, and it's out. And now Dawn Delozier with no threats. Once again on a 1-lander, this time on a mulligan to 5. It's going to have to pass the turn as Hobbs just draws, immediately slams the land, slams the Bone Crusher, passes back. Dawn does draw Sacred Foundry, so we're back in the game here with Illuminator Virtuoso.
Virtuoso cross the fingers. I mean, if for some reason, if Jonathan somehow does not have a removal spell in hand and we get to untap with this Virtuoso, then maybe we're cooking. I'm guessing that's likely not going to happen.
Another Stomp and Mutavault for the turn. That's going to help Jonathan apply more pressure to and close this game out, not give Dawn time she needs to recuperate. It looks like Dawn actually has to pass the turn back. Looks like that was her last threat in hand.
Yeah, this is looking a little rough here. Double spell, Bone Crusher plus Blood Scythe, and that is going to do it. Jonathan Hobbs taking a very, very quick 2-0 over Don Delozier.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Don there, game one sort of kept a little bit of a risky hand, got Thoughtseize. That's the way it is against these Rakdos mid-range decks. And then in game two, add a mulligan to 5 in sort of a tough matchup. And such is the way of the world. Sometimes when you're playing your Pioneer tournaments, these things happen to you, Devin.
Yeah, Rakdos mid-range, will do that to you sometimes. Get Thoughtseize, play a threat, follow up with a Shieldred, and as we mentioned, this heroic deck is very powerful, but it's very leaning on specific cards, like specific interactions between creature plus protection spell. And when not only are you missing land drops, but when you combine that with breaking up the synergistic pieces with Thoughtseize, it's really, really tough to combat this Rakdos deck.
Yeah, well, with that going on here, we are going to try and get our backup feature match for you. I know that we want to play those instead of getting some interviews because, we've been showing you not enough Magic, unfortunately, because we've been having so many Phoenix players. So I'm going to see if they can get that happening for us here because our backup feature match is pretty exciting. We have Derrick Davis with Enigmatic Fires. Now, you might recognize that name because we had you one Pro Tour finalist and Worlds competitor last round. We figured, why not do it again? Derrick top-aided Pro Tour Phyrexia All-Be-One playing this exact style of deck, Enigmatic Fires, and then played Worlds as well versus Javier Miguel with Mono Green Devotion.
Yeah, Derrick Davis, very, very accomplished player. Loves to play this Enigmatic Fires deck, just all over the place. Been doing a ton of innovation on it, and can't wait to see exactly what this matchup looks like. Typically, the Green Devotion matchup for Enigmatic, in my experience, I have played a lot of this Enigmatic deck. I don't love the matchup from the Fire side of things. You definitely can steal games if you have those big turns with say double Enigmatic or maybe Enigmatic binding for a 7-drop, but we'll have to see how it plays
so
out.
let's go down to that backup match and see what's happening there because this is time shifted too. So we're going to be starting at the beginning of the match here. And excuse me, it is Miguel. I misread the pairing here. Derrick Davis on your left does have a Yorion in the companion zone. That's that card at the top of the screen.
Just grab these deck lists here. I want to take a look and see. I was looking at Derrick's deck earlier, and I didn't see any copies of Up the Beanstalk. Yeah, it looks like Derrick opting to not play that card. I have seen some people, some Enigmatic Fires decks adopt that card, but no copies here for Derrick.
It's weird where your deck doesn't have a ton of ways to trigger it, so it's kind of like a cantrip that you then turn into a 3-drop. But your deck kind of doesn't hate that, so it is interesting to see sort of the way that players are choosing to play. We see Nylira's presence here for Derrick Davis, a enchant land that draws a card and turns your land to every basic land type. That means it can tap for any mana, but also turn on Leyline Binding, as we see it here doing exactly that.
Really, really good start here for Derrick. I will say we get to play the Triumph game, Mason. What do we have in play here for Derrick? Now you're just trolling me.
It's Fars headquarters. Lol. I didn't even see the other one. That's the Mardu one. I believe its name is. I actually don't know the Mardu one off the top of my head.
Putting you to the test.
Savai Triumph. Yeah, I didn't know Savai Triumph. I was thinking M. I was stuck on Mardu. I'm just off my game today.
All right. So what's that? 2 for me, 0 for Mason. Write that one down, chat. As we see Derrick, go to his 4th turn. Was able to kind of deploy the Nylira's presence and stunt the mana a little bit here for Miguel, but Miguel again on tap with access to 4, potentially 5 mana, maybe can slam something down like a Cav, but we will have to see.
Yep. So do you see Oath of Nissa here? Taking a peek Skippoo at the top 3. Grabs a forest. Those are those space forests from the unset, right? They're kind of cool looking.
Yeah, love those forests.
I don't think I've ever seen that art before.
Love them.
Which is kind of wild.
Looks like Kiora untapping. Let's see what we're casting here.
Look, did we animate the layer?
What I missed? Oath of Nissa.
No, but we played.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Oath. I guess this missed what was put in hand. I thought it was a layer for a little.
So Derrick had a tapped 4th land last turn. Let's see if there is the Enigmatic Incarnation. So this is really, really powerful because you can sacrifice the Leyline Binding and go get a 7-mana creature. If I take a look at Derrick's deck list, there are a couple of options. We have an Agent of Treachery, and I believe we also have an Atraxa Grand Unifier, so can access either of those here. My guess is you probably want to go towards Agent and take the land that has the actually we're gonna go for something different. We're gonna go for Knight of Autumn.
Okay, blowing up that Wolf Willow Haven. Yeah, Derrick Davis, has done really well with this deck. Our guess is really prioritizing the Wolf Willow Haven with Kiora in play to prevent the opponent from having a huge burst of mana destroying cast, something like maybe Storm the Festival.
Yeah, I was thinking about Sacrifice Binding, get Agent, steal the land with the Haven, but in that case, Miguel just get the Haven under the Binding onto a different land, so you don't actually accomplish that much with that play. So it makes sense for Derrick.
It does look like we have Karn coming down, minusing right away, grabbing Transmogrifying Wand.
Okay, Karn for Wand. Likely, Miguel probably recognizes that, as we talked about last turn, Derrick has the ability to sacrifice the Leyline Binding to go get something really large like an Atraxa, and likely just wants to, just in case the Karn dies this turn, wants to be able to have an answer to that Atraxa on the following turn.
We're going to see Knight of Autumn attack Karn down to 1, so now Karn can't go search for other things. So you see Cavalier Dawn coming down, blowing up the Kiora and giving Miguel a 3/3.
So I'm not sure how this works. If you sacrifice Binding, Miguel has to choose the target on the Wolfula before you finish resolving the Enigmatic. Is that correct?
Yes, because I think sacrificing is part of the
I think so.
thing that puts the trigger on the stack. It's like part of the cost, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, I think that's how that works. Because if that's the case, then you could just steal with Agent whatever land that Haven goes on. That might be what what's going through Derrick's head.
So do you see Transmogrifying Wand blowing up the Cavalier of Dawn, turning it into an Ox, a little 2/4 action. Do you see the Karn tick up on? I think asking if you actually have to or not, but maybe he wants to turn the Transmog Wand into a creature for various reasons.
Yeah, I can't think of a. I guess there are certain cards that say destroy target non-creature permanents. So maybe if you animate the wand, you can kind of avoid those types of cards.
Yeah, that might be sort of what's going on. Might also be a kill my wand, I don't really care moment.
Yeah. Yeah, Derrick untapping with an Enigmatic again. So gets to, keep churning through that, is able to just, generate a ton of massive card advantage here. And, we see Miguel, typically this matchup is bad because the green deck can kind of sort of get under you, put a lot of devotion into play early, and really just have it so where even if you start blowing up their permanents, they just get to a spot where they have Nykthos and Karn and just kind of combo off. But Derrick doing a very, very good job at stunning Miguel's mana early and kind of parlaying that into this sort of mid game where you're just going to take over with Enigmatic.
Yep. Do you see an attack here with the Ox and the Knight of Autumn taking down Karn? And it looks like... So Glasspool Mimic is copying the Transmogrifying Wand because it's a creature. Oh, no, sorry. It was Knight of Autumn. Sorry, it was Knight of Autumn copied and blow it up. My bad. Sorry. I saw the point towards it, and I was like, wow, that's so cool. Less cool, but still good.
Get punished for animating the wand. Yeah. That would have been hilarious.
Did you see a Cavalier of Thorns?
See, Cav finding a forest. But I mean, look at Miguel's battlefield versus Derrick's battlefield. Typically you get into these spots against green where it's like, oh well, I hope I have to give them one turn, or they have a bunch of devotion in play. But I mean, you're in this position now where Miguel just has nothing. Like even if he draws Nykthos, he has nothing to do with it. It seems kind of what they call in the business, Mason. Joker.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot to get out of here, because we are using Namek to sack the Chain to the Rocks and go in and grab Glyph Weaver or Glyph Spinner. Destiny Spinner. Thank you. That's the name.
Spinning the Destiny. That one's just so we can go ahead and get some beatdowns, Mason.
Yeah, I mean, we might be really close to lethal on board here, as the Karn hits play. We might need to grab something like a Haywire Mite in order to buy you some time. We'll have to see how Miguel wants to play it, as it is Haywire Mite's the grab.
Yeah, Haywire Mite. So that can take care of, I guess, the Enigmatic Incarnation. There's just so many problematic permanents here on Derrick's side of the battlefield. Maybe I don't know, block the Cavalier, blow up the Enigmatic, go to 14, take 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, go to 4. Just really rough spot here for Miguel.
Can we turn the lands into creatures with the Destiny Spinner to maybe get the last points across?
That's a good point. Yeah, we can should have. I think it's 4-minute activate, so we should be able to activate 4. Yeah, at least once.
Looks like Derrick is just counting up, making sure he has lethal. Derrick knows about the 2 extra life 2 from the Haywire Might and the ability to chump block the Cavalier. So kind of like, 5 less damage is happening than the other 2s. You can kind of, move aside that Agent of Treachery, move aside that Cavalier. They're not counting. But you don't play Worlds and Top 8 of Pro Tour by missing stuff like this unless you have a very good reason to play around something. And Derrick could be the one to know that.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that maybe Miguel could have is Boseiju, where you can Boseiju the land that's animated from the spinner, block the Cav, blow up the Enigmatic, and then same thing, take go to 14, take 10, go to 4.
Yeah. And looks like we're gonna do the math here, but yeah, just counting out exactly what it is. Yeah, you see setting aside the Destiny Spinner because that is 2 power, just making sure it's lethal. Oh,
doing a little bit of counting again.
Okay.
Yeah, because I believe the spinner is power and toughness equal to the number of enchantments. Right?
The land becomes that way, yes. So you could Haywire Might before to weaken it, but then you don't block the Cavalier. And Derrick Davis is going to win game number 1 there and move up 1. So we're going to have to see how Miguel wants to play this match post-board. Karn decks typically don't sideboard a ton, but sometimes you do see 1 or 2 cards come in. So it's going to be interesting to see sort of how that goes. And it is a time-shifted match, Devin, so we don't have to wait that long to find out. Here in just a second, we can hop on back down to the feature match area and have it happen.
Absolutely. I don't know if we want to take a look at the sideboards really, really quickly here. I think we do have a moment to pull those up. We'll start with Derrick Davis.
Derrick has 4 Winning Volley, 3 Mystical Disputes, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Temporary Lockdowns, an Alpine Moon, a Yorion, which is the companion, Archon of Emeria, and then 1 Hanged Executioner. What do you like here?
Not a ton here. So Rending Volley, not good. Dispute, not good. Alpine Moon, probably something you want access to against Nykthos. Temporary Lockdown, I think, is something that Derrick wants to go towards because you can hit the Elves and the Wolfwillow Havens. And then I think Archon of Emeria is another kind of slam dunk here, just preventing Miguel from going too crazy on those Nykthos turns.
Makes sense to me. We can take a look at Miguel's sideboard if we want. We're actually going to jump into this match live here in a second. So they are going on, and we'll give you the update when that happens here. But really quickly, Miguel's wish board and things we might see coming in are 1 Sky Song, 1 Cityscape Leveler, 1 The Mike the Wheatstone, 1 Asika Chariot, 1 Chain Veil, 1 Pestilent Cauldron, 1 Stone Brain, 1 Pithy Needle, 1 Tormund Script, 1 Shadow Spear, 1 Haywire Might, 1 Filigree Silex, 1 Heart of Kieran, 1 Transmogrifying Wand, and 1 Damping Sphere. Devin, if you're going to bring anything in and not just have it for the wish target, what's it going to be?
No changes.
Go to the feature match live.
Let's go.
We're going to catch you up to speed. We don't know exactly even what game it is, but we'll let you know once we get there.
Mason, there are people like Bobby Fortinelli that are, they know how to sideboard with mono green. I have not mastered that skill. Whenever I play green, I have never sideboarded a single time. So I'm not. That's
You've
not
never been like, dang, my opponent's an aggro deck. I'm going to cut a 6-drop and bring in a Seeker's Chariot or anything like that. That was on the house thing.
No, my brain just doesn't function like that. I see Karn and I see sideboard cards, but we're deep into this game and see, this is kind of what I was talking about before. This is another reason why, the main reason why I think I don't like the enigmatic side of things is there's just too much stuff on the battlefield, and it's really hard to kind of fight through all of that.
Yeah, and I think this is game number 2. This is from our overlay, and the green seems to be doing green things.
Green is green.
We have 2 Cavalier Thorns, a Pelucranos, 2 Lair of the Hydras, Llanowar Elf, and 2 Old Growth Trolls at the top of the screen with an Oath of Nissa hiding out as well. I think that's like an Old Growth Troll token. Oh, that might be an illusion token from Skyclave Apparition. Maybe it ate a Karn, then died and came back. And looks like,
well, that was great.
Derrick Davis is going to pack him up here. This might also be a clock consideration because, obviously dead there. But we're going to the booth for game number 3 for a second as those players shuffle up. and a lot can happen. I wonder how much time is left around. Maybe production can let us know, because both these decks can go very long.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find that on Melee. It looks like there's still 66 matches outstanding. So I would have to imagine we're not too deep into the round, because our feature match did last.
That's
didn't
fair. I'm
take
used
too
to doing
long,
2
so
matches and the time
probably-
being low. But yeah, Dawn did get a little got there. So it looks like we have about 20 minutes left in the round. And those players do have a little bit of extra time in the feature match area, because we have to set them up and they got to move across the tournament hall. So they get a couple extra minutes before their round time starts and 7 starts playing. But yeah, still plenty of time. So we're not going to probably see any turbo magic right away, which is great. Love to see games come to their natural conclusions.
Yeah, curious to see how this. It's kind of like, it seemed like both game 1 and game 2 were both similarly one-sided, where you saw Derrick just kind of go off and stunt the mana development from Miguel in the game 1. Was able to just like never really let Miguel come back. We took a brief moment into that game 2, and just Miguel had 5,000 permanents in place. So we'll see.
Yeah, so we can take a brief moment. Let's take a look at our last event of the calendar year, the NRG Series in Madison. That's going to be happening November 25th through the 26th. We have a modern 10K Showdown on Saturday. Win that, go to our championship event at the end of the year. At the start of next year. That's going to be January 6th to the 7th for that. So you want to tune in to watch that live on stream. $25,000 on the line. And we have a Sunday Pioneer 5K trial as well. So you're going to do that. And, don't forget to check out the website to get all the new cards you need from NRG Series for these events. We're going to have Lost Caverns of Ixalan out by then. We don't have too many cards so far, but, Cavern of Souls in Pioneer might really shake things up.
Yeah, I'm a little excited for that one. Definitely going to play some human strategies, maybe even gives a little bit of a boost to spirits. Just any sort of typal decks that are playing a bunch of colors, specifically, again, the human stuff. There's just so many different humans that are, of across various colors, Mantis Rider, General Kudrow, double green cards. So being able to fix the mana for that is
you
sounds
have
pretty
kind
appealing.
of those 12 rainbow lands to the typal deck, so that could be a big thing. As it does look like our players are mulliganing here, so let's go down the feature match area. As it looks like, maybe a land was played already. Bam. Savai Triumph. Learned that one today.
Yeah, after I already told you.
I said I learned it today. I wasn't claiming to know. As we do see Lair the Hydra as the land here for Miguel into Wolf Willow Haven on this basic forest on turn number 2.
All right, chat knows my struggles with this. We see a third land here for Derrick. You know what card we haven't seen here from Derrick yet is a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. We're tapping 3 mana.
Hey-o.
Hey, look at that.
That is what Derrick wants to see on turn 3.
I heard that card was good, Mason.
It's
what do you
not
think about
weak as my description of Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
That sounds accurate.
We do see here the Connor Mullally token, I believe, for the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Connor was our player of the year last year. His team won one of our open events, and when you win one of our showdown events, you get all that money. You also get a special Inkling custom token. So,
Mason, look at this land, this one forest just doing God's work over here with 3 Wolfwillow Havens. That's pretty powerful with Kiora untapping your land.
Yeah, that one is very good, and Miguel's going to be having a lot of mana. But if we could get Ignamic Fires and Leyline Binding, Leyline Binding, and then turn it into Ajar Treachery, Miguel will have no mana, and Derek Davis will have all the mana. So I'm praying. I'm praying to see some Wombo combos.
So that's going to be tough because we have Savai Triumph, so we would need to go attack with Fable token, get a treasure. We need a breeding pool, and then we'd have to go breeding pool untap. That would give us the 5 colors, 4 for enigmatic, 1 for binding. And with that stomping ground, I don't think we have 5 types to be able to play binding for 1 plus.
Yeah, and you see Derek Davis counting his colors. I wonder if he actually had it rolled up. Yeah, you're seeing the Savai Triumph sort of get him here. Obviously, could Leyline Binding something like Kiora? Looks to be attacking it instead.
Yeah, pulling up Derek's deck list, I want to see, because sometimes these are on, like, these mana bases kind of vary a little bit. It looks like there's 3 breeding pools. So that's the one land that Derek would have needed that turn to set up that sequence. But Archon of Emeria is still a pretty good follow-up. It's going to, really stunt Miguel's development. If there's something like a Karn, it's nice against Karn because you can play the Karn, but then you can't play the spell that you're getting regardless of how much mana you have. So it gives you that 1 turn of reprieve against Karn.
And, it might seem like that's not going to matter too much with so much mana and only 1 card in hand for Miguel, but this green deck is actually surprisingly good at chaining spells together, as we're going to see a Leyline Binding using the treasure and the Triumph, so that way Kiora is gone. maybe was trying to, trick Miguel to block with the Llanowar Elf last turn on the Kiora as to, really get all the mana out of the way.
The next turn, Mason, Enigmatic Incarnation, sack Binding, get Agent of Treachery, give me that forest.
Yeah, and that will be an incredibly strong play if Derrick is lining up, and I think he is. Miguel is going to play Karn, the Great Creator, this turn while we have access to these Wolf Willow lands. It's going to minus immediately. Going to be interested to see what he grabs with this Karn.
Yeah, and like we said, Karn is pretty good, but he can't, no matter what he gets, he can't play a spell off of the Karn this turn due to that Archon of Emeria. So really, really good that Derrick was able to, again, 80 cards, one of, by the way, but just find that one of Archon of Emeria, and it's, really, really good to be able to buy you that one turn that you need, because if, again, I'm not 100% sure if Derrick has the Enigmatic in hand, but in Derrick's position, if you do, the game is pretty close to over when you steal that forest.
Yeah, that is going to be a big swing turn for you there. It looks like we grabbed something. I didn't quite get a view of the card, but Derrick knows it, and that's what matters.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it was the wand to be able to kill the Archon, or I guess Sky Sovereign's better, but something to kill the Archon most likely.
It might be the Sky Sovereign. That would check out as kind of like, a fairy thing to do too. Especially with the Fable flipping, Archon's symmetrical. So Derrick can only cast one spell too, which is, kind of nice for Miguel, as we do see Karn just actually get attacked down.
Yeah, but if that one spell is enigmatic, I think Derrick's pretty okay with that.
And he's picking up a lot of mana. All right, it's only two. We're just rearranging it. Nylea's Presence, draw a card.
That's not the one spell you want. Not ideal. Although we can't pick up the bird, and then the bird can do a lot of stuff next turn. We can maybe reset Binding. We can reset the Fable to dig a little bit deeper, draw a card off the Presence. So this Binding's still looking pretty good next turn.
Yeah, Binding doing some pretty cool stuff in this. I'm sorry, Binding plus Jordan does some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, you can flicker your bindings, which will then put a Planeswalker in play. Like if that was a Karn, you can attack it down really easily, and then have it binding something different. So that does seem to be Sky Sovereign console flagship from the Warhammer edition, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know what the card is, but we're tapping 5 mana. There's an artifact that it's triggering and targeting Archon, and Archon's dying. So I have to imagine it's Sky Sovereign, but I've never seen. Again, I don't know these arts, Mason.
It's a boat in the sky.
It looks like a boat.
And it tastes like one too. But it's a breakfast cereal.
Have you eaten a Sky Sovereign before? Oh, we're doing boat sounds.
Comes down. Pelucados, kind of nice. You got a bunch of mana, turned into a 6/6 lifelink reach.
Welcome to twitch.tv/NRG Series, where we will be doing live boat sounds all day long.
Yeah, Jill said this is my favorite boat sound.
Yeah.
He'll be in the booth later today, as we do see Chandlerx.
You know what's really nice about Miguel killing the Archon is now we can just double spell.
I like double spelling.
Or perhaps even triple spelling. Derrick landing up another 1 mana here. Yep, binding, take out the boat. Could play the Orion, I think. Do we have enough mana? No, I guess we're a little bit short.
Yeah.
Looks like an Alpine Moon on Nykthos. It's a good way to stunt the development of Miguel's mana.
Derrick's like, I had all D's left over.
Yeah, kind of funny that Derrick's hand was just 3 1-mana spells when he had the Archon last turn. It's like, just couldn't deploy any of these cards, but he's like, oh, well, you want to kill my Archon? Thanks.
Yeah, it does make you wonder, Miguel on so few cards, maybe doing something like answering the Fable of the Mirror Breaker was the play to prevent stuff like Knight of Autumn 2 from coming down and blowing up some of these Wolf Willows, because you do need your lands, and that could have been a very real possibility.
Got an Oath of Nissa here for Miguel. We try to ask and try to, think to ourselves, what does Miguel need to come back into this game? Definitely probably starts with the Karn, not a Kiora. That's probably not what Miguel's looking for. Although with that Haven, or with the 3 Havens, that does generate quite a bit of mana.
Kiora, untapping it.
Is it Lair of the Hydra beatdown?
Lair is huge.
So there should be, I think, 1 mana floating, because the land tap for 4, we paid 3 for the Kiora, then untap the lands. That would be 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. so we can make it a 7/7 Hydra, which conveniently is not half of Derrick's
Yeah.
life total.
Nykthos, also remember if you're at home, isn't turned honorable right now. It's been named by Alpine Moon.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Derek Davis wondering, maybe I should name Lair the Hydra.
So with leaving the elf back, I think this would be a 6/6 if I'm not mistaken. Yep. See Derrick fall to 10.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
What is the follow-up? Starting with a Fable attack, making another treasure, just a boatload of mana. Some would say a Sky Sovereign load of mana. Be tapping 5 mana. Here is, I believe, the Yorions. That's going to do a lot of stuff here. I wonder if you're Derrick, do you blink the Alpine Moon and then name the lair?
I mean, honestly, it would not be that bad of a play. Your opponent has so much mana already, and you're going to, flicker the Leyline Binding with Kiora. So the Kiora is going to be gone because of Legend Rule, and then you're going to hit it again. And, I mean, that's only like +2 mana on the Nykthos. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't quite get a confirmation if Derrick, picked up the Alpine Moon and put it back in. It seemed like it just kind of stayed there. So
Yeah.
my guess is it did not get blinked. But you're trying to think of like if you're Derrick, how do I lose this game? And I guess Nykthos, like if Miguel say draws like a Storm the Festival, parlays that into a bunch of stuff. Maybe there's a way you can lose if you let him have Nykthos. So you can take your licks against the Lair of the Hydra for a couple turns.
Yeah, I guess we also have the Treasure plus Fable activation up now, so we can make a Shaman to block. So, not the end of the world.
Or sacrificing Wolffull Haven. That's not where you want to be if you're Miguel.
That is a tough one. Losing a little mana, you get a little 2/2, but you got to do what you got to do here, as this Enigmatic Fire deck is quickly turning the corner here and taking over this game.
Derrick is approaching battlefield encroachment.
Yes. Honestly, Miguel's a little up in Derrick's space.
Yeah, that's true. I just realized that. Yeah, Miguel's up there for sure.
I respect it. It's just like, this is my battlefield. Ooh, Leyline Binding going to take the wolf for free.
Oh, no, not the wolf.
Yeah, now we can flicker that Leyline Binding for free as well.
Getting some beatdowns. A lot of treasures.
Yeah. That was a reflection of Kiki-Jiki token that just attacked in. So that's what we got.
There's the Enigmatic.
Yeah.
Enigmatic, sack the Binding that had a token on it, likely get Agent steal the land with 2 Havens, and yeah, we're knocking Miguel down to 5 mana, so can't even top deck Storm. Looks like we're going after Troll here.
Yeah, I guess Derrick's idea is just you have to draw Storm the Festival, and if you don't, I'm just going to present lethal. Oh no, it is the land. Okay. Maybe Miguel thought it was going to be Old Growth Troll, and Derrick was thinking. No. Oh, Fable the Mirrorbreaker copied at the end step.
Copy the Agent. Oh,
yes,
well,
I forgot.
well, I just take it all. Why not? Sure.
Yeah, a little bit of verbal communication there from the players, but makes sense, and that's gonna make it very hard for Miguel to win. As Cavalier of Thorns is able to come down, but next turn we're gonna make another Agent. We're gonna steal another thing. It's not like we get it back.
Something tells me that Cavalier of Thorns is probably not enough, Mason.
Yeah, the Agent of Treachery you every turn for the rest of the game is not a particularly weak line of play, I would describe it as.
It's not bad, especially when you get to the position where you get to Agent of Treachery, you get multiple agents in play, and you get to draw 6, then it feels pretty good.
Yeah, draw 6, get all these things. Honestly, Deccan becomes your biggest worry of losing at that point. So good stuff there from Derrick Davis. We are going to do a winner's interview with him in just a minute. We're going to give him a chance to pack up all of those foily cards he has and get on over there. But Devin, we're about 1/3 of the way through our tournament today. Sort of, what is the most exciting deck you've seen so far that has you kind of wanting to go and play on stream?
Definitely the Acererak deck. It was a bit of a unfortunate performance for that player in round number 2, but I really like a lot of what that deck is doing. I've been working on some Soul Cauldron stuff in Pioneer. Haven't quite cracked the code on it, so might have to give that one a shot. And of course, Phoenix, just so I can play 12 cantrips only when you're watching my stream, though.
Oh, of course. Great. Well, I'll just have my stream up, your stream up all the time. That way you always have to play Phoenix. Everyone will be really happy. It'll be a win-win-win. Yeah, no, I think I really like that deck. It was super cool. I really like Derek Davis's deck. I always think that deck is like pretty close to just being like the best deck in Pioneer, but it always feels like it's a little bit off. And I don't know. We have to talk to Derek because he has just been playing that deck now for about a year straight in through various iterations and tuning. I think just has a really solid understanding of Pioneer. Because with that deck, you have so many tutor spots and so many one-ofs. You can't really do well with it unless you really understand what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah, there's just so many different permutations. Like I said, we've seen a lot of players playing up the beanstalk in that deck. Looks like Derek is opting to not play that. And then there's also just a ton of flexibility with your one-ofs. Like you see players sometimes move certain one-ofs in the main. Like it looks like Derek has a tranquil frill back. Sometimes you see that in the sideboard. And just like there's so much flexibility with how you're tutoring because you're looking through your deck so often for all these different
Yeah,
one-ofs.
I'd be kind of curious to talk to Derek about that. He should be in the booth in just 1 second. We'll cut to him as soon as we get him. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what's going on there. But yeah, overall, this has been a really interesting Pioneer tournament. In the past, Evan, we've done a lot of these Pioneer tournaments together. It's a ton of mono green, a ton of Rakdos. Every now and again, we get those days where it's just all Lotus Field. And, we've had a lot of Phoenix in the feature match area. Just sort of, we were picking some players to watch. They queued into Phoenix back to back to back. But honestly, pretty diverse field looking at it on the back end of Melee here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm looking at this small metagame breakdown here. It looks like Phoenix and Rakdos appear to be relatively similar in terms of popularity, a little bit of green devotion. So it's not like where you see a tournament where it's 25 to 30% green and then everything else is 10 or less. But yeah, it looks like we have Derek ready. So let's go ahead and head over to the interview.
Congratulations, Derek, on being 4-0. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Happy to keep the ball rolling.
Nice. So you've been playing this deck a bunch. We talked about you got the Pro Tour top 8. Congratulations once again for that earlier at this year. You've been playing this deck kind of all the time. In Modern, you kind of play the Elementals deck for a long time, all the time. What kind of brought you towards this deck and sort of has you keep coming back over and over again in the Pioneer metagame?
I think it just comes down to it just does not have a remotely close matchup against Rakdos while still being pretty good against all the other stuff. I think that with Rakdos just being the top deck, it's always going to be in the back of my mind and just always a nice little failsafe. It actually wasn't going well for me like in the Moto queues when I've been playing it the last couple of weeks, and then just last minute decided I'm going to play it anyways. So it's been working out.
Nice. So, with all the different one-ofs and stuff, you got any new additions recently to your deck? Beanstalk's a card we've seen some people play. You chose not to. Maybe what was the decision going on to not play Beanstalk?
I think that was part of the reason why I was losing, to be honest, was I was just trying to focus too much on just like jamming a bunch of Beanstalks into this deck. And it really doesn't have that many cards that actually trigger it. And the thing that this deck does well is it churns. And the cards that churn also have other utility. So I like Bitter Union and Nylea's Presence. Nylea's Presence is great with Leyline Binding, fixes your mana for things like Temporary Lockdown that would typically be harder to cast, Cavalier of Dawn. But like Bitter Union, being able to immediately flip a Reflection and then immediately activate because you could sacrifice Bitter Union and get that value that way. I think that's generally really, really strong, and you just have so many dead draws with so many one-ofs that are sometimes good, sometimes bad, that like Bitter Union effectively draws 2 cards often.
Makes sense to me.
Awesome. Yeah, there's one card in particular here that I see in your deck list. Well, actually, we'll go over 2 that I don't see in a ton of these Enigmatic decks, but the 2 cards that I want to mention here are Destiny Spinner and Tranquil Frillback. Now, they might, they're innocuous one-ofs, but you have a lot of access to them with Enigmatic Incarnation. What made you decide to play both of those cards?
Destiny Spinner just kind of fits a role of it's a 2-mana enchantment creature, so you can turn your Change to the Rocks that hit a Goblin Shaman into a 2-mana enchantment to get a 3-mana enchantment or 3-mana creature the following turn. That's generally the role. It makes your control matchup a little better. It's not good for you, but it helps. Frillback is really nice right now with Phoenix being as popular, and then it has text against Mono Green where exiling their yard's really nice. The utility of gaining life or destroying something comes up a decent amount. And honestly, just like the fact that it's a 3/3 body rather than getting Knight of Autumn and being a 2/1 is relevant often. I think it's also just good that it's another way to use your mana when you have a Fires in play.
Makes sense. Yeah. We get Fires in play. Sometimes it's going to be a little awkward. We've seen Yorion do a lot of work there, but that makes a lot of sense. So, Derrick, thank you so much for taking some time to talk to us this round about your deck. We can't wait to see more of you in our future match area over the course of this weekend. Good luck. And, only 5 more rounds to go, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us this round number 4. Devin and I are going to take a quick little break, and we'll be back with more Magic the Gathering action in just a second. So sit back, relax, grab a water, and we'll be right back.
Will Kowalczyk at 4-0.
Yeah, Will is our feature match this round. So we're going to watch him play the Greasefang deck in just a minute here at 4-0, which is, a pretty good start to one of these events. But Devin, it's important to remember that this tournament, we actually are 1 player over the normal amount of rounds. So we're going to be going up to 9 rounds today. So that's going to mean, normally Will's sitting pretty, got 1, maybe 2 more rounds to win. He's got to win another 3 to 4 before it's going to be over, as Will is on your right here on Abzan Greasefang, and Russell Lee, who we saw earlier in the day, is back here on Izzet Phoenix. Like we mentioned, Russell's someone who is used to competing at the highest level here. Looks like on a Moldafor, though, with Phoenix, and not surprised to see him here at Titans of the game battle it out.
Yeah, mulling to 4, not the best when you're Phoenix deck, but as we mentioned earlier, the Phoenix deck does have a ton of cantrips, so able to sculpt this hand. And not a bad mold to 4, shredder pieces, couple of lands, but
yeah, that's a spike field hazard. Very nice try there, Russell. It's like when the kids stack on each other on top of the coat and go into the club, No one's getting by there. And, a mold of 4, that was pretty good. A mold of 3, it's going to be a lot harder. Assuming it wasn't, a mulligan to 3 situation here for Russell. Who do you normally like in the Phoenix versus Greasefang matchup?
So I gotta think that you want to favor the Phoenix side of things. Like if you're just in the normal heads up, because the Phoenix deck has so many ways to prevent, so many answers to Greasefang in the form of Fiery Impulse X4, 4 Lightning Axis. So just tons of ways to be able to keep that off the battlefield. But obviously Russell in this position, mulligans, took a ton of mulligans, has to tap out on turn 2 for a shredder, and there's a Parhelion of the Graveyard, Mason. If there's a Greasefang, we are done here.
Game! It's over! Pack them up, Russell. Life's short. There we go. Game number 1. We heard y'all don't like Izzet Phoenix, so we just, we put the rig in, got them on the mold of 4, on the draw, dies the Phoenix on turn 3. What more do you want from me, Twitch chat? I gotta give you some Izzet Phoenix. It's just too good to avoid.
Mason, I think the reason that Russell did not win that game is because he didn't cast any cantrips, right? We've seen these Phoenix players. Yeah, the more cantrips you cast, the better it is. Also, the more that you upset Mason. So, yeah, no cantrips equals no victory. Thoughts using your land probably doesn't help. But
yeah, it's a little rough there, but yeah, it's kind of a tough one. Well, let's go to our sideboarding here because, that was a lightning fast game number 1. And we're going to start with Will Kowalczyk here on Abzan Greasefang. We have 4 Leyline of the Void, 2 Duress, 2 Fatal Push, 2 Ravenfieldment, 2 Temporary Lockdown, 2 Unlicensors, and a Knight of Autumn. Devin, what do you like here?
Definitely want access to those Leyline of the Voids. We've seen Phoenix on camera a couple of times have maybe struggle against that type of card, like that really heavy graveyard hate. So Will's definitely going to want access to those. Past that, probably a couple of hearses as well. Maybe that's overloading on graveyard hate, but I don't think it is. And maybe wants access to potential Fatal Push to be able to handle Thing in the Ice, and then Duress to be able to clear those removal spells.
Makes sense. And I actually, before we slip to the side here, want to point out, I really like this idea of having some Shieldreds in the main deck and just having cards that are pretty good. We've seen players sideboard them for grindy games, but you kind of want those sort of cards in game number 1 to sort of, really stretch them when they have the least amount of answers. So I like this sort of innovation here. I've seen some of the Greasefang players do it, but a great call, I think, from Will. Let's check out what Russell has once again in the Izzet Phoenix sideboard. We saw it earlier against the Sultai combo deck, but different matchup now. We have 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Thing in the Ice, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Brotherhood In, 2 Crackling Drake, 2 Sekiri Sublime Artificer, an Invasive Surgery, a Treasure Cruise, and then a Braid. What do you like out of the sideboard here?
So no direct graveyard heat here from Russell, but as we talked about, just the presence of all the removal spells, fiery impulses, and lightning axes, definitely wants to go for instant speed interaction for Greasefang, which looking at Russell's sideboard, the only available option there is the one copy of Abrade. Past that, probably want to go for Thing in the Ice. There's some situations where maybe if you can tank one Greasefang hit, you have Thing in the Ice to flip and get all the creatures back. But yeah, I think those two are the main ones as we see here. Will starting off with the
yeah,
ley
let's
line.
play with sideboard quickly on it, back at it. And that is going to make it to where if Russell doesn't have a card like Crackling Drake brought in, it's going to be a bit more challenging than normal to win the game. Not impossible, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out as well, Fiery Impulse, normally a good removal spell against Greasefang, because if you have Spell Mastery, it deals 3 damage. Mason, that Ley Line of the Void, going to cut off Spell Mastery, so that means that Russell's really only interaction for the Greasefang is going to be those 4 Lightning Axes and then the one Abrade, assuming...
Yeah, Russell might be a master, but can't be a Spell Master this game, as Will Fatal pushes the Ledger Shred in place for Fiend Informant for the Connive.
We'll see what we discard here for Will. Obviously wants to discard a vehicle, preferably Parhelion, but would also settle for a Sky Sovereign or an Asika's Chariot. The fact that we're thinking about this long means we probably don't have a vehicle as we discarding a ley line. But honestly, when you have ley line against Phoenix, you have so much time, because the way that you lose to Phoenix is where they cantrip, put a couple of Phoenixes into play on turn 2, and that can just race you. But if you're given this amount of time to sculpt your hand and eventually find those Parhelions plus Greasefang, you gotta favor Will on this spot.
Yeah, this is a nice place to be. Although, how sick would have been though if Will had just tanked and then discarded Parhelion? He was like, "How much of my feature match time do I want to spend? Like I could leave, but I could also get a little bit of camera actions." We do see the Fiend Informant attack in for 3.
Will's just extending the game so we can have more time to talk about stuff on camera,
Exactly. Yeah, content, sell cards. But taking a moment here, and nothing on 3 mana for Will. Like we mentioned before, when you have Leyline of the Void, you get a lot of time. So it's possible Will just kept a hand that was like Rafine, the Leyline, and some lands and called it a day.
Yeah, maybe he has like a Shieldred or something in hand that is missing land number 4, also Chariot. So Will does have access to a lot of powerful 4 mana plays that doesn't have, maybe not necessarily has the 4th land quite yet. See Russell playing a cantrip. And like you mentioned, if Russell did not bring in either the Thing in the Ices or the Crackling Drakes, it's going to be really hard to just close the game through that Leyline of the Void.
Mm-hmm. Do you see Consider? And, we saw last turn Russell main phased an op. So probably was missing lands. Yeah, and has to pass the turn back. Looks like Will has an in-turn Grizzly Salvage.
Pick up a forest here. I believe that was a Chariot going to the graveyard. So if there is a Greasefang in hand, that's going to be a primary target for that particular card. So maybe we'll see something like land number 4, a follow-up a discard spell into Greasefang, and it might be good enough for Russell to pack it up here if that's what Will's got.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this plays out. It looks like we did have the Greasefang.
Oh, actually, funny enough, Mason, if Will did have a discard spell, we couldn't cast it first because we have Forest, Green Pathway, and then 2
Oh, that's funny. It looks like the Asika Chariot is coming in, so Russell doesn't have a Lightning Axe, and that is going to generate some cat tokens for us. We're going to crew with the cat tokens and attack with the Asika Chariot, targeting the cats, make some more cats.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point, Russell's really only hope out of here is Red Source into Brotherhood's End if that came in, which, typically it probably makes sense for it to come in because of spots like this, where even if there's no Greasefang, just Brotherhood's End is a good way to help clean up these cat tokens. So, even it would make sense for that to come in, but Russell needs a Red Source plus that.
Yeah, this is a spot too where, the Greasefang deck tries to leverage its threat of combo and then go wide and make it so you can never tap out. So Brotherhood's End is a nice one to have. Now, Thing in the Ice, if you have enough time, this could be, a mini Brotherhood's End and get us out of here. We're going to cast an Opt, see if we can chain. Looks like, Sleight of Hand, excuse me. Sorry, misspoke.
Yeah, see, I told you they look so simple.
They got me. It looks like the pirate one from afar. Y'all can't see it, but IRL, I'm making an eyeglass movement.
I can't confirm he is doing the little eyeglass thing.
I'm more like a character than I am like an adult. As Will untaps for the turn and has a large battlefield. So if we have another way to crew this Chariot, we might be in chump block mode.
Well, I think this might just be Lethal Mason because the cats that ETB from the Chariot can just crew it that turn. So you crew the Chariot 1, 2,
Oh, it's another
3,
Chariot.
block the
Oh,
Greasefang,
yeah.
and that's 2, 4, 6, 11. Count 15 damage. So
Yeah, I missed the new Chariot. Yeah, and that is it. Congratulations to Will. Moving on to 5-0. Only has to win a couple more to top 8 this event. And like we mentioned, Will is one of our players who is on the leaderboard. We'll see if that was so quick. Maybe we're going to interview. We definitely have a backup feature match for you. So there's going to be more Pioneer action happening this round for sure. But yeah, that's great stuff. And this is what Will needs, like have good, solid weekend finishes. Obviously, a top 8 is great. Might almost even hard lock you for the Players' Championship with where Will's at. But, even if things go off the rail here, sort of locking up those top 32s, those top 64s are how you make it to the championship over a year of success, which we've seen from Will.
Yeah, every single point matters. That matchup, by the way, this took I think make a maximum of 10 minutes probably. So like you said, hopefully we'll get maybe an interview with Will as we can.
All right, we're going to get to the backup.
We're going to get to the backup matchup for you in just a second here.
So if you were watching last round, we have Derrick Davis again. And Derrick Davis said, what I like about my deck is it just crushes the Rakdos decks. And we see Chris Andersen here, very strong, accomplished player on Rakdos Sacrifice.
Yeah, now I don't know, Derrick said the Rakdos decks. I don't know if he was necessarily referring to Sacrifice or Midrange, but I do think that the Enigmatic deck is really good against both Sacrifice and Midrange. I guess it's maybe you could say that Sacrifice is a little slightly better than Midrange against it because it does have the ability to put a fast clock on, especially, with Mayhem Devil maybe being copied by Fable the Mirror Breaker. But yeah, this is the exact type of deck that Derrick wants to play against.
A little companion battle going on here too. Derrick has the companion counter on top of the Yorion. Chris, Gigantha on top of the companion counter. I kind of like it under, but like a little bit more showing. That way it doesn't think it's on the battlefield, Yeah, a little ajar. As we do see Blood Tithe Harvester cast here.
Yeah, Derrick with a turn 2 Destiny Spinner, not the 2-drop you're looking for, would much prefer to have like a Nylea's Presence or a Bitter Reunion to kind of cantrip through and find something, curve that into a Fable or a, Enigmatic Incarnation. See an Oath of Chandra taking out a Blood Tithe Harvester. That one is, a good one to sacrifice to an Enigmatic because you get your money out the door, right? You get the creature when it enters the battlefield, and then you just, float that into a 3-drop. As far as 3-drops are concerned, if there is an Enigmatic, the one that we are looking for the most here, let me take a look at Derrick's deck list. We're looking at things like Knight of Autumn, if Chris deploys a Fable this turn, which he does. So that's probably the one that Derrick's going to be looking for the most.
As we do see, Chris is trying his best. Like Derrick said, this is why he plays this deck so much. Has, a good matchup here. And Fable coming down, this is one of Chris Andersen's strongest cards on rate on its own. Can, maybe get us out of here. One of the cool things with this deck is you can do things like discard Cauldron Familiar, as the Destiny Weaver does attack for 2, being a 2/3. But you can discard that Cauldron Familiar and then get it back later, as we do see Portable Hole taking down the Goblin Shaman.
Also, Mason, just wanted to point out, very, very big fan of Chris's choice of basic swamps here. I believe those are betas, maybe alphas, but absolutely love those. They look gorgeous.
Yes. Nice. Also, the Sulfur Spring is looking pretty good with the originals there. Pristine condition. Yep.
I don't know if you knew this, but Sulfur Springs is the actual OG hot tub stream.
Yeah, it's the OG. Yeah. I like that it's still running when we went back to Dominaria.
True.
It's a little skeleton of the, he soaked too long.
Is that like the jokes where they you call somebody and you ask them if their fridge is running?
Exactly. Yeah. What if we got a Universes Beyond, but it's Hot Tub Time Machine, and it's just Sulfur Springs with different characters from that the spring? As we see Fable the Mirror Breaker come down.
I'm in, I'm in, Mason.
Yeah, I'm glad. Content. Exactly. That one's on the House Wizards. Yeah. I know you have my number.
Good. Notably, Derrick did play a tapped 4th land last turn, so definitely could have the Enigmatic rolled up, just didn't have an untapped 4th land. And I mean, Chris Andersen has 2 Fable the Mirror Breakers, but if Derrick deploys an Enigmatic here and, I want to do a check for Deputy of Detention, Mason, there is 1 copy in Derrick's deck, so we're going to deploy an Elishnorn.
Yeah, the Mother Machines has hit the battlefield, and this is going to make it where cats are not going to trigger the drain life, which, is small, but every point matters here for Chris Andersen. And all of our things are going to double, which is much more important.
Right. Now, if you follow that up with something like a ley line binding, you can actually get both fables now. Similar with Deputy Detention, you could get both fables and the 2/2 token. There's just a lot of stuff that Derrick has access to.
So we see Chris here discarding, looks like a Blood Tithe Harvester and a Unlucky Witness. I was an unlucky witness of this happening to poor Chris Andersen.
I thought you were going to go with unlucky witness of watching Phoenix play 11 cantrips in a game, but
no, that one's for later today.
Okay.
As we do have 5 more rounds of Magic for you, plus 1 more. So a lot going on. It's like 6 is one way to describe it, but I described it in a very weird way. As we do see the Blackleaf Glyphs in the battlefield tapped.
And we have a Claim the Firstborn on Destiny Spinner. Ooh, Chris could maybe, if we had a treasure token, we could activate that. There's 3 enchantments on the battlefield. Fire up a land to a 3/3, but unfortunately no treasure tokens.
Very funny moment here for Derrick Davis. He could block with his Elish Norn, but if he does, then it always dies. But if his opponent doesn't have a thing to do with it, then it doesn't matter. But also, maybe just block and they Deadly Dispute anyways. So it is a Deadly Dispute that's happened here. I'm unsure if Derrick took the 2 or not.
Yeah, you kind of have to assume if your opponent is casting the Claim the Firstborn, they likely have something to do with it. But maybe it's also a desperation play from Chris where he says, you know what, my hand stinks. I have to just cast this claim and really hope that Derrick, doesn't play around me having a sack outlet and blocks anyways. But yeah, we do have the Deadly Dispute for Chris.
Alrighty then, as we see.
Another portable hole, likely going to take out that Shaman token. Actually, going
And
after
a
the blood
treasure?
token.
Well, you get 2.
Oh, right, because you get 2 from the Elish Norn. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes.
Yeah.
She is the mother of machines. A portable hole is a machine?
Mother of machines. I don't know. Yeah, we'll go with that. But yeah, Mason, we really see why Derrick said earlier that the only deck he wants to play against is Rakdos, because this has just been kind of a really one-sided affair. And to be completely honest with you, I don't really know how Chris gets out of this. Like, Derrick didn't even have the Haymaker in the form of Enigmatic Incarnation. I mean, I guess the one thing that you're looking for is Chris's Mayhem Devil, because you can go say, maybe play a Mayhem Devil, copy it with Fable, and then you have the treasure token in play. That's 2 triggers. The Devil copy sacrifices itself end of turn. That's 2 more. But, I mean, Elish Norn's got 7 toughness, and that's only 4 damage.
I mean, all right, I figured out the line. So Chris needs to draw a bunch of lands in a row, like 1 or 2 more, and have the Devil in hand, like you mentioned. Then Derrick needs to have all lands. We copy Fable with the 4, 5, 6 times we'll be able to do it. Then we play Mayhem Devil and we copy it 3 times. Then the triggers all go on the stack all at the same time. That's about 40 damage.
Yeah. Okay.
So we do have an out as long as, Derrick is flooding incredibly hard, and he picked up Yorion. So there is something to be said now. Yorion can flicker the Oath of Chandra, which will then kill the Fables, which make this all impossible. But, we kind of got all the pieces here going so far.
Yeah, here's the Devil. And so, obviously we did talk about, how Chris could just say, go to, well, actually, it's funny, the timing, how Oath of Chandra works, where let's say Chris didn't play the Mayhem Devil this turn, he could actually go to end phase, right? So Derrick plays the Yorion, assuming there's nothing else, flickers the Oath of Chandra. Oath of Chandra comes back in the end phase, targets the 2 Fables. Chris could say, okay, I'll just make 5 copies. Then the 2 originals die, but then Chris still untaps with the other 5 copies. And then you could say untap, play Devil, copy Devil twice, and then maybe go from there. So yeah, that maybe could have been an out.
Yeah. And this is the sort of things you have to be looking for. And, obviously there's a lot going right there to have it work. And, killing this Elspeth Mother Machines, Elish Norn Mother Machines is very good.
So we went copy reflection,
Devil.
copy Devil. Okay, and then they all died, and then we were able to kill the Elish Norn. Okay, so that's definitely a good start for Chris. And now, if Derrick does not have an answer, I guess the thing is we know about the Yorion, so that at the very least can blink the Oath and kill the Devil. But then you still have 2 Fables.
Yeah, you also maybe just have to kill the Fable. I guess if you kill the Fable, though, it's like, well, If you kill a Fable, then you can't do the crazy stuff with all the devils. You just get to like get a few devils. Oh, Chain to the Rocks. Yeah, and now you can flicker that Chain to the Rocks too, and it will reset the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You're going to kill one with the portable hold token. Then the other one's going to go to the chain, and then you're going to Chandra down the devil, and now everything is taken care of.
So I guess the only downside of this is you leave Chris with a Fable in play, but that's, obviously better than Chris having 2 Fables and a Devil, so this does make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to give Chris that redraw and another Fable in 2 turns, but the token is answered due to the portable holes coming back in. Players are just shortcutting it. No reason to waste anyone's time putting it in. Looks like Chris is taking a peek-ski-poo, trying to figure out exactly how we're going to fight through this. We had another Mayhem Devil in hand, so if Derrick had only had an answer to Mayhem Devil, we might have actually just won the game, but Chris is doing his best to fight through this here, and that, ability to use those Fables with Mayhem Devil was a good start, and here comes the Oven, and we do have a Cauldron Familiar from forever ago in the graveyard.
Yeah, and worth noting, you mentioned earlier that Elishnorn is shutting off the Cauldron, but now that Elishnorn is gone, that Cauldron is, free to start going to work here with that cat in the graveyard. So, with Chris at 4, does have to gain at bare minimum 1 life this turn to make the Yorion not a lethal attacker. So likely is going to sacrifice the Goblin token to make a food, sacrifice the food, bring back cat, go to 5, take 4, go to 1, and then, maybe try to stabilize from there.
Yeah, and Cat Oven is very good at stabilizing. So we'll have to see exactly how Chris is going to want to play this, but lots of ways to just incidentally gain life. Even Fable copy the cat. You sack that cat for a food. You then, eat the food. That's a token copy. Gain 3 life.
And worth noting here, the cat is in play, the Oven is tapped. So if Derrick does have access to a chain, a binding, or another portable hole, then you can remove that cat from the battlefield, and Chris does not have a window to sacrifice it.
Yeah, and we're going to see 3 mana, 4 mana here for Derrick.
Ooh.
Enigmatic.
That is an Enigmatic. So now we can go sack Oath, get a 3. You could get the Deputy and clean up both Fables, but that could be a little awkward if Chris does have a removal spell. Maybe the quote-unquote safer line is just Night of Autumn, get rid of the Witch's Oven. Let's see what
Night of Autumn is really tempting here. I'm really curious to see how Derrick wants to play this. Like we mentioned, has a Pro Tour top 8 playing this deck, has him playing it a bunch. Sort of very sort and the Thrillback.
I forgot about that one, yeah.
So what mode are we going to use here?
So I believe this one you can do... Let me just pull it up here. It's been a while since I've seen this card. So you get to choose any of the following modes. We have to pay green for each one. Naturalize, exile target player's graveyard, or gain 4 life. So with 2 green available, my guess is probably blow up the Oven.
Looks like we blew up the Fable. And you might not be able to choose the same mode twice. It does look like Derrick gained 4 life, and we have a Fatal Push on the Thrillback.
Yeah, the wording on this one's weird. It says you may pay green up to 3 times. When you pay this cost 1 or more times, choose up to that many. So I believe you're correct. I don't think you can choose the same mode twice.
The Wizard Factory. Sometimes you gotta have weird words to make cards work. But what?
This Mayhem Devil.
This Devil is good. Obviously, you need to be sacrificing some stuff.
Oh, very heads up play from Chris here. Claim the firstborn on reflection to give it haste, which makes a copy of Mayhem Devil, and we are getting in there. Now we should be able to take out the Yorion.
We can sacrifice the cat to the Oven. That triggers the devils. And then you can sack the cat, which triggers the devils. And then when the devil dies, it triggers again. Yeah, and now Derrick Davis, kind of in a bit of a hard spot here. Fable the Mirror Breaker showing just how powerful the synergies in this deck can be when they come together, and that card on its own already a powerhouse.
Yeah, this has been a really crazy turnaround. Now, Derrick is able to find a removal spell, so that's going to kill the devil, and it's also going to champion to trigger that Enigmatic incarnation. So now we can go ahead and maybe get another 3-drop. My guess is you likely have to deal with this Fable here, so maybe a Deputy or a Night of Autumn wants to go towards one of those. And yep, there we see the Knight on the Fable.
Yep. Yeah, leaving Chris with the Cat Oven because, Chris, while this is going to help him get a little bit of life and help stabilize, it is much less important than the Fable, which, as we've seen here, every time it kind of gets to go off, is completely overwhelming the opponent for a half second.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We when we came into this match, we definitely talked about how Derrick was a relatively big favorite, but here, Chris has done a very, very good job at just grinding through all of these removal spells, setting himself up for spots where, Flip Fable, Mayhem Devil getting a lot of advantage, and this has been a really good game.
This has been a great one. And we also are seeing, just kind of like the difference between this deck and Rakdos mid-range trying to use pound for pound stronger cards, right? Those cards aren't going to really come together in a way that can overwhelm Derrick. This deck might have more fragile pieces that you can break up a little bit easier, but if they ever assemble, they do a much stronger thing than mid-range can ever hope to do.
Right, exactly. Now, Derrick, with that Enigmatic Incarnation face-up, any enchantment drawn is going to represent a ton of value, whatever ETB it has, plus sacrificing it to get another thing. Glasspool Mimic, that's one of the few things that's not an enchantment, because it can only copy creatures. So you can copy Knight of Autumn and, I guess, blow up one of the ovens, most likely.
The oven is going to, especially the second one, actually really changes the dynamic. We're going to see Chris probably sacrifice the food, bring it back, use it before he loses it.
Is it true, Mason, that if you don't use it, you
100%,
lose it?
because you don't get the activation of the oven. It'll be gone. Yeah.
True. That is a good point. I'm glad we're on the same
and
page.
You see Derrick here has only got one card in hand, and he's ready to go into the red zone.
Beatdowns.
Very interesting spot here.
So, Chris at 3 with the Blood Tithe Harvester. It's a weird spot because you kind of want to trade, but I guess you're probably going to sacrifice the Harvester anyways. Okay, we're going to go get back the cat and then trade the cat for it, which is awkward because it leaves you without a food in play.
I was going to say, if Derrick has an answer for this Blood Tithe Harvester, then you are maybe without the cat.
Let's see what Derrick's leftovers are.
He's got 2 mana. He's tanking a lot on it, too.
Trying to think of what 2-mana spell he wouldn't just want to slam here.
Yeah, that's my big thought too. Is like, clearly we had a plan.
Okay, beside you. But this is massive. That's going to clear the oven, and now we have no way to get back that cat if you are Chris Andersen. But notably Derrick at 12. If Chris maybe can find a removal spell, can clear that Glasspool Mimic, Blood Tithe Harvester, 4-turn clock. Again, at the mercy of Derrick top decking any enchantment to really just, close the game out with that Enigmatic Incarnation. But we've we found ourselves in a very a top deck war, essentially.
Yeah, and Chris still has Dragantha in the companion zone. So if this turn we fade, we can just, maybe redraw off the blood. If we had a land, hit another one, just pick up Dragantha.
Looks like picked up a cat, discarding that. Tapping 3, there's Gigantha. And again, we'll see if Derrick can find any enchantment here. Any enchantment off the top is really, really big for Derrick. We're picking up a lot of mana.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's a lot of mana. It's not an enchantment, but it's still pretty good.
It's supposed to be our friend of woods coming down, the wolf fighting the Blood Tithe Harvester, and now an attacking for 2. That is a Knight of Autumn. Underneath that Glasspool Mimic as it's copying it.
Gigantha does stabilize. 5/5. Well, not really, because Chris is at 2, right? He had 2 lethal attackers, so Gigantha by itself does not stabilize.
Yeah, and Chris Andersen, despite his best efforts, I think has fallen just a little bit too far behind here. Doesn't really have anything, and Derrick Davis knows there's not much that Chris can really have to really stop this attack, so he's probably going to move straight to attacks and just
play a presence first, try and find a removal spell pre-combat, and that is going to do it. Derrick Davis taking a very, very long game 1 number here.
And really impressive from Chris, right? Like right before that all started, we were kind of talking like, okay, how do we win? What goes on, right? And it was all there, but he needed to have it immediately, and there were a lot of different ways to play that turn. So Chris did a really good job navigating and staying in that game when I think he was like sub 1% to win when we sort of started talking about like, how is he going to win?
Yeah, there was that sequence where he set up 2 Fable the Mirror Breakers with the Mayhem Devil to take down the Elishnorn, and then, a turn later was able to take down the Orion with another Mayhem Devil plus Fable turn. So was, very, very valiantly fought, but in the end, Derrick was able to take down.
Well, let's check out Chris Andersen's sideboard real quick, because this is a time-shifted match, so there's going to be plenty of time to cover this. But we have 2 Kolaghan's Command, 2 Duress, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Go-Blank, 2 Furnace Rains, the Gigantha Companion, Unlicensed Hearse, and a Croxa Titan of Death's Hunger. What do you like here in the sideboard for Chris?
I've played a lot of Rakdos Sacrifice. I've played this matchup a few times. Definitely want the Duresses, so those are good at taking Enigmatic Incarnations and things like that. I'm kind of on the fence on Go Blank. It can be good sometimes. It can be bad sometimes. Furnace Rains is another card that is iffy, because if they go for Atraxa, Furnace Rains is nuts. Like if they go Binding, Sack Binding, get Atraxa off of Enigmatic, then you just Furnace Rains it and, GG.
Mhm.
But if they don't go for Atraxa, if they're playing around Furnace Rains, it can be a little awkward sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. Let's check out the Enigmatic Fires deck once again for Derrick Davis and see sort of how he might want to be bringing this up. We have 4 Rending Volley, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Temporary Lockdown, an Alpine Moon, and a Yoragon, which is your companion, Archon of Myria, and Hanged Executioner. What are you looking for here?
Well, Derrick has a really good matchup game 1, and it does not get any easier for Chris in the post-board games. We got 2 Rest in Peace and 2 Temporary Lockdown. Those are just slam dunks. Rest in Peace shutting off the cat engine, Lockdown being able to, because the Rakdos Sacrifice deck is very good at generating permanents on the battlefield, and Lockdown is very good at dealing with those cheap permanents on the battlefield. So definitely want those 4. Past that, probably not a ton else, but to be honest, Derrick doesn't need much else.
That's fair. As it looks like these players are just about done sideboarding. This is a time-shifted match. We can probably skip ahead, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's going to fast forward. Exactly sure how the time magic works there. I'm not a time wizard. I don't know if you are.
You're not a time wizard?
I'm more of a baby dragon.
Mm.
What would you call yourself?
Dark Magician for sure.
Interesting.
Anyways, that's not the game we're playing today.
Oh, I thought we were just coming up with magical words. I thought we were using our make-believe names.
Oh, I see.
Little Avengers reference. Ever heard of Marvel?
What is Marvel?
I think it's a cereal.
The only time that I've ever seen Marvel is like these meme websites, and so
Wait, have you not seen it? Hang on, real talk. Have you seen a Marvel movie? It's okay if you haven't. Okay, just not a fan. Just not for you.
No, I just I don't follow them religiously,
I respect it.
But I do like the.
What was the favorite one you saw? Well, they're mulliganing here. We got 2 seconds.
Tough one to pick. You'll have to come back to that one later.
All right, and Chris Andersen mulligans down to 6. Did not like the hand. You need a very specific hand. And this comes up a lot in Magic, Devin, where if you're in these bad matchups, sometimes players get a little greedy and they go, "Oh, I need to just keep 7 cards. The matchup's bad." But so often, actually, mulliganing down to 4 or 5 cards, if they're the right cards, gives you your best chance to win, because you need those strong cards to actually win the game.
Right. You can't just keep a hand that's I'm trying to think of a good example here where it's like Unlucky Witness, maybe a Deadly Dispute, maybe like a Claim the Firstborn. I guess those probably didn't stay in, but you know what I mean? It's like you're looking for very specific cards, maybe like Duress, the Thoughtseize to kind of break up Derrick's plan. Really wants like a Fable or a Mayhem Devil, because like we said, you can't really give this Enigmatic deck a lot of time. Yeah,
notably, cards like Portable Hole are kind of walking in to a lot of Derrick's Portable Holes are going to answer a lot of your stuff. So Chris, you might not want to walk into them with things like an early Witch's Oven as your only thing, where normally that might be a play where you're pretty happy to do. As we do see a thought.
I don't know if you noticed this, Mason, but if you look at the companion placement, Derrick switched it up.
Derrick did. Wow, he net decked Chris. That's innovation.
Yeah.
Spars headquarters, pass the turn.
Oh, I'm glad you got that one.
Blood Tithe Harvester, pass the turn.
all alt arts. I feel like these players are just trying to get us, They're just playing as many alt arts as possible.
We do see Nylea's Presence come down, draw a card. Derrick, domained.
True. Yeah, that is a good point. Nylea's Presence. Blood Tithe coming in for 3. See if Chris has a Fable to follow it up. That's probably the ideal turn 3 play. We are starting with a Thoughtseize.
All right. Leyline Bind, Elish Norn, Fires of Invention, Cavalier of Dawn, Bitter Reunion, and Thrilled Back, I believe is how you say that card's name.
It's a lot of those one-ofs. If you're in Chris's spot, this is kind of a weird hand to Thoughtseize. Like you want to take the Elish Norn. The binding is kind of tough, but the binding is maybe less of an issue when there's no Enigmatic Incarnation. these random one-ofs are like can be somewhat problematic. We're going to see Chris take a little bit of a read ski on the Cavalier of Dawn. My inclination is maybe Elishnorn because it's the hardest card for you to deal with, but maybe also just take Binding to keep your oven.
Interesting. There's so many choices. I can see it going so many different ways because you could take the Fires to stop some double spell shenanigans. Take Binding because, like, obviously, Enigmatic later in the game is going to turn this huge problem. Elishnorn turns stuff for now. Bitter Reunion even makes sense. You know, you only have 3 lands here. Like, maybe these cards are beatable, even though it's going to be hard. But especially if your opponent skips on a couple land drops for a couple turns. But yeah, so many different choices here. And this is kind of what Derrick was saying, right? Like, the matchup's so good, right? Like,
yeah, you just don't have bad cards. Like Derrick drew a lot of his one-ofs where you like a lot of what this deck is doing is just making a lot of situational one-ofs that you want to tutor for with Enigmatic. But it turns out that every single one-of is just the stone cold nuts in this matchup. So you can't really ever break, you know?
And we do cast Bitter Reunion, discarding the Frilled Fiddle back, which is, you know, a card we talked about having text in this matchup, right? Like just blows up the Witch's Oven, blows up the Fable. Don't need it. Who cares? Hand's too good.
Yeah, and then, like, you know, said if Derrick does pick up a land and a copy of Enigmatic Incarnation, we're just going to see Fires into Enigmatic. Could sack a 2 to get a 5. Could also sack the Fires, or excuse me, sack the Fires to get a 5, or sack a 2 to get a 3. But yeah, just all of the options available.
Yeah, for Derrick. Chris here thinking about what he wants to play. It looks like he's sacrificing one and.
Oh, the Croaks
makes sense.
Food.
You have to trigger the sack. Thought it was a Blood Tithe Harvester. And here's temporary lockdown. Nice food. Everything goes away. And if you're Derrick, you know, oh no, my cards went into the grave. Under my temporary lockdown too. It's so bad. But those cards are all cards that draw and rummage. So, you know, if the game goes long and Chris represents something, you can flicker this with Yorion, and you're going to draw a couple cards and kill his cards. It's just so backbreaking in this matchup. Fire Invention, Elishnorn.
Follow that up with Fires into Elish. Yeah, I mean, we can see why Derrick definitely really, really likes this matchup. Also, for those, this is kind of a weird interaction, but surprisingly enough, Fable does not, there's no trigger. The way that it's worded, basically Fable gets through Elishnorn. I don't know why that works, but
yeah,
it works.
As it enters, like Sagas enter the battlefield with it, it's not an enter the battlefield ability, if that makes sense. Like, it's just sort of a game level thing. Is how that's how
I'll take your word for it.
No,
you wouldn't lie to me, right?
Twitch chat. There's a difference. Look at Derrick though. Wow. Derrick's like, what if I drew a couple cards? Because, you know, this Elishnorn doubles the ETBs too. So we're gonna draw 2, discard 1, draw 2, discard 1, draw 2, and we get to play it for free with Fires Invention.
Yeah, Derrick also deployed an Enigmatic Incarnation. This game is this one is probably
Derrick also can flicker the Fires to play more spells this turn. I'm unsure if he did or didn't. I assume he would.
Yeah, I think we just went to. Yeah, looks like he was motioning. Well, no, because are we back in the end phase? No, because we just
so I think what Chris is doing is Chris knows it's coming back. So instead of laying all the things out and organizing them, he's just putting them all in the corner. Just because everyone knows it's going to be that way, let's just shortcut it, make it easier on both of us.
You know, it's kind of funny. The double Yorion trigger could be relevant here because you can respond to the second Yorion trigger and deploy a Binding. I guess that doesn't change that much because you're binding that and then you blink the Binding. Yeah, it doesn't change that much.
It could be something that comes up. But now we have the Bitter Reunion happening. And it looks like we're actually triggering the bin. Oh, no, sorry. We're using the Bitter Reunion for the Enigmatic before the temporary lockdown comes back in off the Yorion trigger, which means we Night of Autumn down the Fable. Yeah, you see Chris kind of on his head like, yeah, no, of course. No, that was going to happen. That was expected.
Yeah, Chris has had enough. He's tapping out.
And
we're done.
Congratulations to Derrick Davis moving on to 5-0 in that time-shifted match. And it really shows. If you're someone at home and you're got your local store where you hate the Rakdos deck, or you just don't like Misplaced Ginger, all those things are happening, then that's the deck to play, is that Fire stack.
Absolutely. I don't know about the Misplaced Ginger slander, but yeah, that was an absolute masterclass of Derrick Davis just destroying the Rakdos deck, and we definitely see why he wants to play against as many of those as possible.
That. And speaking of wanting to play, let's talk about our upcoming event in Madison, November 26th and 27th of next month. That's going to be right after the American Thanksgiving holiday. 25th, 26th, Modern 10K Showdown. You win that, you're going to go to our end of the year Players Championship. That's your last chance to qualify if you're at large on the leaderboard, or the one-shotter. That's both going on there. Modern 5K trial on Sunday as well. Remember, this is post Lost Caverns of Ixalan, so there'll be new cards for you to pick up. We have vendors on site. You can get the cards from us there. Pretty exciting stuff. We also have another thing that happens if you win the showdown, we haven't talked much about today, is you get your own Inkling custom token. So all of our showdown winners so far this year have won an Inkling token. This was from last year where Connor Mullally, our player of the year, won with his friends Max and Theo, and got a Goblin Shaman token all together. So we use that one all the time here on coverage to show them off. But we also, we have ones from other players. Like Steven Dykman has a sort of Rhino that's also a pilot token to celebrate his back-to-back win in one weekend. So a lot of really cool things going on there. And there's more things always going on the NRG series. So keep an eye out for that. We have the RCQs going on at the event as well. I know some of our big players, they're dead in 9 rounds today. They're out playing the RCQs because these NRG events are so much fun and such great competition. 4 RCQs per weekend, because both of our main events are RCQs. Then we have a RCQ, which is just an RCQ that starts in the middle of the day with a fancy name. And so that's a bunch of things going out there. 9 invites, so much cash prizes. If you enjoyed the NRG series from home, we love having you there. But maybe you want to come out and play. We're going to be having more events next year, which we'll talk about later on at our Madison event. So that's going to do it for this round. We're going to have a little bit of a change up here. So what's going to happen is I'm going to leave you for an hour. We're going to trust you with Devin and Will Hall. Then Devin's going to leave, and I'm going to jump back in with Will for the rest of the day. And it was so much fun working with you, Devin. I can't wait to hang out with you again in the future and have fun on your Pioneer adventures.
Absolutely. Well, take care. I will see you when I see you, and have a great rest of your day.
I'll troll you in Twitch chat later. Have a good one. See you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NRG series here live in Indianapolis. We are playing a Pioneer 10K. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I am joined by the Super League extraordinaire, Mr. Doomwake himself, and we're going to bring you round number 6 of Pioneer action. Remember, there is 9 rounds today, followed by a cut to top 8. We have 227 players all battling out to try and get their slot into the end of year Players Championship event. We've got a few players already locked for it. We're going to see if we can get them on the screen for you now, or maybe we're going to do prizes next. Actually, let's go with the prizes first. Then we'll find out who's going to be locked already. So these are the prizes we're battling out for. First place today takes himself a nice $2,400. But more importantly, so a lot of players playing this weekend, it's those points you see there on the right of your screen. 30 points for taking us down. And then it goes down in 5s, all the way down into 32nd place. And then you get a few more just to turn up. But all these points, these can add up at the end of the season, right, Devin? You've been there, you've grinded out events. How many times have you missed, let's say you come 9th place on 1 point, or, you just need to get yourself into that top 16 in that one event, but you dropped to X and 3, where if you battled it out, you would have been able to get there. Every point matters in these events. Talk to me about it. How important are they?
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe saw just last year, Connor Mullally, just by the skin of his teeth, was able to get in by that single point. So every single point at these, even the top 64, top 128, every single point matters in these events. And that's what these players are fighting for.
And, you get yourself a little bit of money helps as well, right? Gets your dinner, covers your expenses to get here, because these things aren't cheap, flights and accommodation, etc. But they are trying to battle it out for the end of year. Next, we've got, do you want to go with prizes for tomorrow, or do you want to go to the end of year? So I'm just kind of seeing what we see on the screen. Let's go see who's already qualified. Let's see who is playing in the championship at the end of the year already, and what the players this weekend are trying to battle it out to join these players you see on the screen here. There's been numerous events throughout the year. We see last year's winner coming across, and then we've got a winner every single month, as long as 3 of them in July from that Team Trios, remember. And we do have a Team Trios event tomorrow, which is going to be Modern. So if Modern's your kind of your jam in Magic, you definitely want to be tuning in. Hit that follow button. Any of these players stick out to you, Devin?
I guess probably the name that probably sticks out the most is Steven Dykman. Just, started off the year on an absolute tear, crushing both events, and really hasn't looked back the entire time. And then, you also notice we have 6 annual leaderboard spots that we're going to crown, after the end of the next event.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of them. Okay, so we got players to watch. Who's turned up this weekend? Who is battling it out? How many of these names? Like, obviously, I'm in Europe, so I'm not, I don't play week in and week out with these players. Obviously, I imagine you've battled it out with many of these players. Anyone stick out for you here?
Well, our 5-0s here, Will Kowalczyk and Benjamin Ungar, who we may or may not have in the feature match area. Those players are just absolutely crushing today. Cliff Boyardee, Fletcher Johnson, Piper Powell, all 4-1. Very, very prominent names. And then a couple of 3-2s, Ryan Hayes and Sarah Shearing. And again, like we said, these players just want to fight it out to the very end of the event to get as many championship points as they possibly can.
I say I'm on the other side of the globe right now, and every time I see an NRG event, I see Will either winning these events, top 8 in these events. That he's absolutely been on a tear this year, taking those so many events. I've got a win, I believe, last time I was commentating. That was in Legacy. Now we're in Pioneer format, and he's still tearing up. This man doesn't seem to lose.
No, absolutely not. He's just been crushing it the entire time, and yeah, one of the we just saw Will last round on feature match just absolutely destroy, and yeah, he's been crushing it.
Well, I think the players are ready and shuffling up. So tell us, who are we going to be seeing this round, and what decks are they playing?
So on the right of your screen, we have Hunter Ovington on Gruul Midrange, and then Derrick Davis, that we saw last round on Enigmatic Fires. This Gruul Midrange deck, Will, it's got a fancy new card here in the form of the Huntsman's Redemption. I've been playing a lot of this Gruul deck, and that card has been awesome. We'll see if it's maybe here on turn 2. That's a Reckless Stormseeker, I believe. But yeah, this Gruul deck is trying to get the game over with as quickly as possible, use mana elves and curve those into powerful 3-drops, and Derrick with the Enigmatic deck just wants to kind of establish a bunch of enchantments in the battlefield early and parlay that into an Enigmatic Incarnation.
Yeah, this Gruul deck is kind of the breakout deck from the RC in Europe. I was privileged enough to cover that, and we saw this deck picking up so many good numbers because I say it's got the new saga in it, but it's also got we saw a lot of thrill seekers actually finishing off damage, being able to use the abilities, get a giant creature, attack them, then fling it at them, and just close the game out of almost nowhere. It was so impressive to see.
Yeah, Voldair and Thrillseeker are also extremely powerful when combined with the Crowan War, because you can set up spots where you go a Crowan War, steal their thing, and then on the second turn, which is the chapter 2 on a Crowan War, you play the Thrillseeker, target their thing that you stole, and then you can just sort of fling it at them. So you kind of get this like threaten plus fling effect that normally you would only be able to find in Rakdos midrange, but we see this here in the Gruul deck as well.
So both players kind of off the races, turn and burn, doing what they need to do. We got a bit of mana accelerant on one side, then we've got some removal on the other as we see that ley lines binding hitting the battlefield. But one thing we are seeing is 2 companions. I know, I've tuned into your stream quite a lot over the years. I know you've had a bit to say about these companions. Which one of these 2 do you believe is to be the stronger of the 2?
I mean, tough to say because Yorion, I think, has more impact in the battlefield, like the ability to just reset a bunch of your permanents, especially in Derrick's deck. There's so many enchantments that say when this card enters the battlefield, draw a card or kill a creature. So being able to just play Yorion and, draw 2, kill 2 things, and that's just like a really, really massive thing. But Gigantha is probably more ubiquitous just because it's easier to companion that card.
Also not banned in another format that's pretty popular that we'll be seeing tomorrow.
That's
remember,
true.
ladies and gentlemen, it is triple modern tomorrow, and we're just scooping up. That's too much damage on the side for Derrick here. Obviously, Derrick Davis, we've seen absolutely on a tear. We've seen the last couple of rounds, absolutely, 5-0 in this round with his Enigmatic Fire deck that he took to the Pro Tour to a second place finish. In that game, there wasn't enough. It looked like he was kind of keeping it under control, but that was like what, a turn 3 win? Is that how that's meant to go? Is that exactly what Gruul wants it to happen, or are they just get kind of lucky there?
Well, I mean, if you look at Hunter's start, we had Elf into Stormseeker. That's kind of the ideal start. Derrick was able to have a removal spell for the first Stormseeker, but Hunter had a second one, and the second one went unchecked, and once that thing flips, it presents a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. But do have their deck list, so we can get them up on the screen for you now. We're going to start off with Derrick's deck list. This is the Enigmatic Fires deck, which obviously has a lot of one-ofs in it for numerous reasons. It is kind of a toolbox deck, the go-to one, I would say, in Pioneer format. A lot of cards on here, but more importantly, let's focus on that sideboard. Anything we can be bringing out the sideboard to kind of, show up this game 2 and 3 moving forward.
Honestly, Derrick doesn't have a ton here. You could argue that maybe temporary lockdown is something to clean up the Llanowar elves and Elvish mystics, but there's not a ton of targets past that. Rest in Peace, not worth a lot. Alpine Moon, not really here. Mystical Dispute and Rending Volley, pretty bad against the Gruul decks, and Hanged Executioner and Archon of Emeria running at the sideboard. So if you're Derrick, maybe you want to reach for Hanged Executioner just as sort of a removal spell. And then again, maybe the lockdowns, but there's really not a lot
And
here.
remember, they are, you know, battling out on the top table, so there's a chance they know what each other's on. But it is a closed deck list tournament, which makes decks and deck building very different when it comes to these sort of big tournaments. So, you know, if he knew it was against the Gruul Vehicles deck, potentially he would have kind of, you know, mulliganed a little bit harder to try and get hit things like the Chains to the Rocks, Portable Holes is kind of early interaction. If he didn't know, then, yeah, it's a pretty reasonable. You get run over by these Gruul decks, right? They are super explosive, as we literally seen there. We'll see if we've got the Gruul deck here. We'll see if we get Hunter's deck up for you on the screen. So this is the deck that did take the European RC by storm. Anything here stick out to you? Any sort of like fan favorites? I know we talked about the new card, but anything else?
So typically, when you want to sideboard from the Gruul side of things, you want to look for cards that blow up enchantments, because Derrick's deck is revolving around cards like Leyline Binding and Enigmatic Incarnation. And if we take a look at Hunter's sideboard, there are 2 Cindervines to be able to destroy those artifacts and enchantments, along with a Tranquil Frillback, a relatively new card. So definitely going to want access to those. And then the other thing that you want to consider is maybe some of these sticky threats that are harder to answer, something like a Clothis, God of Destiny, or Hazaret the Fervent. And that should be basically everything that Hunter wants to bring in. I just wanted to point out these Huntsprint Redemption. This card has just been so good for me. You know, it's a brand new card from Wilds of Eldraine. Absolutely phenomenal card in this deck. Just offers you a ton of early pressure, a lot of flexibility too. Chapter 2 can search for a creature or a basic land card, and I've been really, really impressed with that card.
Yeah, and can also kind of, if you time it right, can marry quite well with the Archon's War, right? Because you steal their creature, then you sacrifice it and go and find what you need. Yeah, we've seen it, as I say, doing a lot of work in Pioneer, especially. I think this might just be the 75 of the one that top 8'd in Europe. I mean, a lot of things kind of throwing back to me because I just want Hazarats in like every format all the time. But here we go. That is going to be both players' deck lists. I think they're just finishing up shuffling. So we're going to have a little look-see, see how they're going to get on. And we're off to the races. Both players keeping their opening 7s. Remember, Derrick, 1 game down here, so he will be on the play. Hunter going to start off with probably one of the more powerful turns in Magic the Gathering in total. We would turn 1 lower else, but that is going to eat a Chandra's. Remind me of that card.
Oath of Chandra.
Oath of Chandra, thank you. See, I knew you'd be all over it.
2 mana ETB, deal 3 damage. And, you know, the really important part here for Derrick is that it's, you know, kind of just the similar thing to a generic removal spell. But the important part here is it's an enchantment that's on the battlefield. And when you're combining that with stuff like Enigmatic Incarnation, which is a card that Derrick is looking to cast on turn 4, basically every single game to kind of parlay that into, you know, this massive, overwhelming advantage.
And, you know, a lot better when you're on the play for Derrick, you know, so then the elf doesn't get a chance to untap and potentially power out a free drop. So, you know, we're seeing the kind of advantages of play draw. We do see this, and it is talked about quite a lot in the Pioneer format. Do you think it is as bad as what people say it is, or, you know, is it really as bad as people say it is, I guess?
I mean, there are certainly decks that are better on the play. Like you have the red-green decks that have Llanowar Elves, sometimes Abzan, Greasefang, very advantageous when they're on the play. But then you look at decks like Blue-Eye Control, Rakdos, Midrange, where they have catch-up tools when they're on the draw. Like Rakdos has, you know, Fatal Push Thoughtseize, a plethora of 1-mana spells. Blue-Eye Control has various wraths of some kind. So, I mean, there are certainly matchups where play draw matters more, but in the grand scheme of things, I think it's maybe a little bit overblown.
Well, we saw a Stormseer come down there and getting eaten up by a Leyline's Binding. Super powerful, I say 6 mana enchantment. It's rarely ever paid 6 mana for that, especially in all the formats you see it played in. As speaking of powerful enchantments, here comes Fable the Mirror Breaker. Going to bring along with it a 2/2 Goblin Shaman token. Are we going to... Yeah, we've got the one of the NRG ones. This is what you get for winning the team event. Very heads-up token to be made, I would say. So it's going to see a lot of play in the... up and coming years until, you know, the power creep eventually gets that card out of it, but we do see it being very good and getting stomped here from a Bone Crusher Giant. And then we're just going to play a big, I want to say it's still a giant, right? The
Lovestruck Beast.
Is it a giant or is it? No, it's a Beast Noble.
I think,
damn it.
Yeah, I think it's a beast.
Beast Noble. I feel like it's like a giant,
enough,
a giant beast. It's a big 5/5. And while we've got 2 1/1s on the battlefield, we can start turning that sideways as early as next turn. But how can Derrick kind of bounce back from this? I'm looking to see if we've got any sweeper effects in the main. Doesn't look like we do, unless we boarded in some of those lockdowns.
No, Derrick doesn't really need a sweeper here. I mean, honestly, the card he's looking for is Enigmatic Incarnation. If that card hits the battlefield, you could say sacrifice the Leyline Binding to go get a 7-drop, potentially a Traxagrand Unifier or even Agent of Treachery. But yeah, looks like we don't have that. We're going to Skyclave Apparition to get rid of the Lovestruck Beast. And yeah, Derrick doesn't have, a ton of stuff going on, but he's, really, really keeping Hunter off of the back foot here. And that's kind of Derrick's main goal here.
Yeah, looking at how it doesn't look like it's. I think we've got 2 cards in hand there. So, but remember Adventure, super powerful mechanic. We've just seen it in the new Wilds of a Drain set. So a lot of those cards kind of making their impact in Pioneer as well. But just being able to get 2 spells out of your 1 card, especially in Magic, we always say 2 for 1s are great. Just being able to get 2 spells out of 1 card in your 60 card deck, we see these super advantages you can have the more that you can put in your deck, especially if you can get some extra advantage from it. What's the is it Innkeeper or the old 1/1? Whenever you cast a spell off Adventure, you get to draw a card. Is it properly
Edgewall Innkeeper? Yep.
Edgewall Innkeeper. Like, again, that card's not seeing as much play, because we've now got 2 sets with Adventure out. But who knows? A lot of deck builders out there in the Planeswalker verse that we have of Magic the Gathering. Derrick being one of the more powerful ones and turning up this weekend. How is he going to go about this turn? 5 mana available to him.
Untap with went ahead and flip the Fable this turn. Again, really just wants to try and find Enigmatic. But I mean, even if he doesn't have Enigmatic, can spend some mana picking up Yorion. And you'll notice, Will, there's a lot of permanents on the battlefield that happen to have entered the battlefield abilities. So if that Yorion gets picked up and cast next turn, you could blink the Skyclave, kill something else, blink the Oath. Looks like we're going to copy a Skyclave to get rid of a Lovestruck Beast. And, again, Derrick's not, Derrick doesn't have any of the haymakers, like no Fires of Invention, no Enigmatic Incarnation, but just doing a very, very good job of keeping Hunter off of, a tremendous amount of pressure and just going to buy a lot of time to get to those powerful cards.
This can't be good. when they're shocking in stomping grounds,
land, huh?
Yeah, this can't be going well. Are we going full beat downs here? Just turn everything sideways. I guess there's just a bunch of 2/2s on the other side of the battlefield, so his Mute Volts would trade if they're to be blocked. And we know the late game is going to potentially be going to Derek Davis anyway. So what? Yeah, I kind of like this attack here coming in for 8, right?
Yeah, and if you're in Hunter's position, you kind of want to trade the Skyclave Apparition and the Glasspool Mimic because you know about the Yorion that's looming, right? So if you don't trade off for the Skyclave and the Glasspool Mimic, if Derrick gets to keep those cards in play scot-free, then you can just say where, you're just letting Derrick untap and eventually get to that Yorion and get so much more value out of it.
Oh, even have the perfect illusion token. Remember that comes back. You don't get the creature back from underneath Skyclaves. It is exiled, but you get yourself a blue spirit X and X, depending on what the CMC of the card was. In this case, being free. That's why you see a free counters bit on top of it. But we do get does it to untap now, and he does have the Kiki Jiki on the battlefield ready to tap if he can throw down some sort of big threat this turn. Let's have a look. See what's the best you think he can get down there. What would you like to see off the top of your deck?
Definitely wants to still find that Enigmatic Incarnation. I mean, he can copy Skyclave Apparition to, say, maybe kill the Huntsman's Redemption. We're going to start with the Frillback. Okay, so that's going to pop the Huntsman's Redemption. And now we can actually even potentially, yes, we're going to probably go copy Skyclave to get rid of the Bone Crusher Giant. Then the Skyclave copy can maybe trade for a Mutavault. You can trade the Frillback for a 3/3. But I mean, honestly, even without that card like Enigmatic Incarnation, these exchanges weirdly sort of favor Hunter.
Yeah, every point we get in just leaves us one, even more open to a Thrill Seeker win. Like Thrill Seeker just wins you games out the blue. Only 2 copies in the main. Something that these deck is kind of stock in the list. Now you don't want the full 4. You kind of want it as almost a 2 target that you can get from the Huntsman if you get down that route. But we're going to start off with an attack for 7 here, getting in with the 3/3 Beast and the Giant. We're going to make a copy.
Yeah, looks like Derrick is going to. I think we're copied the Frillback. Okay, so we're just going to trade, which makes sense. Just wants to clear the board as much as possible, does not want to take any excess damage because, as you mentioned, Derrick is fully aware of the presence of that Voldaren Thrillseeker, and if that card comes off the top, it represents a lot of damage. One thing I will mention, Hunter, wisely leaving up a mana for that Cindervine so that if Derrick does top deck the Enigmatic Incarnation, we can go ahead and just pop that immediately.
I'm just having a little look-see at Frillback and wondering if you do want to trade that off, because obviously we can pay green on that ETB when it enters. You can gain 4 life. Don't know if that's something that he would have been interested in.
I think Derrick was tapped out that turn.
Okay.
Yeah, I think pretty sure we tapped out. A really, really big find here for Derrick, the Deputy of Detention. It might not look like a ton, but being able to kill that token, because Skyclave does not hit tokens. So that's actually really, really massive. And now you even have the Reflection plus Deputy to be able to kind of clear whatever else Hunter top decks.
Well, we do have a Cindervines, remember, on the other side of the battlefield. That one's a huge one. Every time we cast a non-creature spell, we're going to take a point of damage, and we can activate it. One sacrifice. It looks like that's what we're going to be doing here. Destroy target enchantment or artifact. Its controller loses 2 life. What do you like getting back here? We've got a lot of targets here. Or I say even getting back, we could just take out the Kiki Jiki, because that is going to be a nuisance going forward.
Yeah, you have to kill the Kiki Jiki here. I'm just curious as to the timing, because we could have popped the Cindervines before playing the Chariot. Now you're actually giving Derrick the opportunity to... We actually could have copied the Skyclave to kill the Chariot. I'm wondering if Derrick didn't want to do that. Looks like we're going to copy the Deputy to kill the 1/1 token. The Chariot's going to resolve. That's going to bring back 2 more 2/2s. So interesting sequence there. You know, the couple of things that maybe could have gone a little bit differently, but Hunter chose to pop the Fable. And I do like that decision because, again, with the Skyclave and the Deputy face up, you really cannot afford to give Derrick that, you know, constant ability to keep copying removal spells.
But here comes another Chandra doing 3 damage. That's going to take out one of these wolves. And now we're going to start hitting this Yorion in hand. I feel like we've been using our mana every turn. We haven't had the opportunity. Yes, we are going to put it in. So we know there could be a big turn next for Derrick Davis on the left of your screen. Pass it back to Hunter. Hunter's got 9 damage to do to be able to close this game down. Can we do it? We do have a Mutavault there amongst our lands. 1 card in hand we draw for the turn. Didn't get a good look at it. But it...
Yeah, I think the card that Hunter really wants to find here is a Crowan War, because then you could say a Crowan War, something like the Skyclave, use that to clear the Chariot. Looks like we're just going to combat. So use the Mutavault in the cat to clear the Chariot, attack with the Chariot, make a copy of the cat. That's going to be an attack in for 4. Derrick has to decide if he wants to chump block or go to 5. 5 is kind of a risky life total because, as we talked about earlier, that Volderan Thrillseeker, that plus the Chariot represents 6 damage. That would be lethal if Hunter top decked
I'm
that
not
card.
sure. Like, I feel like what else are we doing with Skyclaves right now? Not Skyclaves, with the
So the Deputy of Detention he wants to keep on the battlefield because of the Yorion. So you can Yorion blink the Deputy to kill the cat tokens.
Okay. I'm down for that. That makes sense. I was trying to work out, why are we not jumping it? But yeah, because we got the Yorion next turn, which is 9 out of 10 times is going to be our play, which will be pretty devastating here, I'm going to say, because, you know, we can flicker a couple of things, we can do 3 damage to something. No way of drawing cards yet, though. That's the one thing we're missing. But being able to deal with the board, we can kind of have that under check, right?
Right, so most likely what's going to happen is you're going to see the Yorion blink the Oath, the Skyclave, and the Deputy. Skyclave blink is going to give Hunter a 3/3. Then when everything comes back, the Deputy is going to clean up the cat tokens, the Oath is going to kill the 3/3, and then the Skyclave is going to kill the Azeka's Chariot. So Hunter is going to be left with just a Llanowar Elf and a Mutavault, nothing else in the battlefield. But again, as we mentioned, Derrick at 5. So if you figure Volderan Thrillseeker counters on Mutavault, that's 4 damage, plus the Thrillseeker itself is the 5th point of damage. So believe it or not, Thrillseeker, even after all of these removal spells, is still a lethal top deck.
The card's crazy. It really, really is super powerful at how it works. So we're going to see everything's going to get flicked here. Nothing's not. They've been keeping track of day and night, so it does come back as night. Now, where's all this damage, all these targets going to go? For us as commentators, this is going to be pretty hard because we're just going to have to rely on finger pointing. But once everything's kind of cleaned up in a few moments view, we'll be able to see what is going on, and then we can work out what is left on the battlefield. So it looks like the Chariot's going, Thrillseeker's going.
Just like we said, everything but the Elf.
You're all over it, my friend. You're all over it.
Funny enough, that mana from the Elf is the exact amount of mana that we would need for a lethal Thrillseeker, but looks like we don't find that here for Hunter. But second Chariot's still not that bad of a follow-up. It's going to be hard to attack past the 4/5 Yorion, but again, Hunter just continuously, you know, representing a big battlefield and just going to continue to make Derrick answer it over and over and over again.
Yeah, kind of doing what the deck does, you know, living off the top of the deck now. Now the late game is obviously going to be all for Derrick. Derrick, I imagine, is saying I'd like to gain 4 life here and go up to 9. Let's look at what's happening. Obviously, both players reaching for the life pads, and then a Fable the Mirror Breaker to follow it up, bring along a Goblin Shaman token. Not a bad turn.
Yeah, You notice Derrick actually kind of like pick up his hand a little bit to note, he was like motioning that he wanted to kill the cherry with the Knight of Autumn, but decides to gain the 4 life instead, and probably recognizing that Thrill Seeker is one of the cards that he can lose to. Now, if we draw Thrill Seeker here, we can go tap the 2 cats, crew the chariot, Thrill Seeker 2 counters on chariot, that's 6 damage, plus the Thrill Seeker itself is 7. So not quite enough to deal that 9 point of damage for Derrick, but you could even put Derrick in an awkward spot where you just go counters on the chariot and like attack with a 6/6. Looks like another Storm Seeker.
It looks like we've turned in everything. So that's going to crew the chariot. Remember, we've got a trigger. Go on, type creatures going to get +1/+0 in haste as well. Be interested to see what we should target with that. I think it might be the chariot because then it can't, not very good block with the Yorion. The chariot will be a 5/4. Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, if you're Derrick, your best block here is, say Yorion, eat one of the cat tokens. Looks like we're trading. And then I guess you can go put the 2/1 there and the 1/3 there. And then, so you would lose a cat and you would trade the Knight and the Yorion for the cat and the chariot. So, I mean, honestly, if you're Hunter, not that bad of a trade for you because you are getting that Yorion off the battlefield, which is a card it's really hard for you to kind of attack past.
Yeah, as I keep saying, the late game is going to favor Derrick here, right? Eventually, he's going to draw a fires and be able to go off and, Enigmatic, and go off and start, turning this game, getting himself something like an Atraxa. Hunter has to close down this game, and he can't do that while he leaves permanents on the other side of the battlefield. So getting these attacks in, getting these trades, keeping the battlefield minimal. So when we do start top decking some of our bigger threats as well, we can, potentially won't be as much on the other side. But Fable going up to 2, giving us the ability to draw extra cards this turn. I think we ditched a land there, so get a second one. So that's 2 cards drawn for the turn. Can we utilize these? That's 4 mana. That's Enigmatic. This is going to be a big turn at 9 life. This is going to be very hard for Hunter to try and fight uphill here.
Yeah, that's a really, really insane top deck here. So typically what Derrick would want to do here is sacrifice the Leyline Binding to go get a 7-drop. Now the 7 drops, let me just pull up Derrick's deck list so I can double check here.
You've got an Atraxa or Agent.
Yep. Atraxa or Agent. So Agent of Treachery can go ahead and steal. There's not a lot that's worth stealing. I guess the Reckless Stormseeker. The only problem, Will, with getting Atraxa is what happens if Hunter draws a Crowan War. Because then you can go a Crowan War, steal Atraxa, Stormseeker, give it haste, and that's almost game.
We actually seen that in the RC in Europe. That's exactly what happened. But looks like we're going to try and find ourselves a free drop here. Getting rid of the Oath of Chandra. So now let's have a little look at what free drops we've got. We do have another Mimic in the deck if we want to go get that. And yep, that's going to be what we're going to go find. So I'm guessing we're copying the Deputy Detention here. Get some more tokens off the battlefield. Or do you think? Yeah. Okay, that's where we're going.
Mimic. Copy Deputy, clean up the cat tokens makes a lot of sense, and I really like that discipline from Derrick. A lot of players I think would just say, "I want to just get my Haymaker, get the Atraxa in the game." But I think Derrick recognizing that's the one way he loses, right? Is if he gets Atraxa and there's an Crowan War off the top of the deck for Hunter. So I think a very, very heads up play that I don't think a lot.
Also, worst case scenario, just get it next turn. Okay, here comes another one. A lot of haste is going to be added to the battlefield, giving the so one of them is going to target the elf. The other one, so one of these elves, I believe, is a 2/1. Otherwise, one of them won't be able to.
Yeah, attack. I think one of the Stormseekers targeted itself, and then I think the other trigger might have gone at one of the elves. So this 1/3 can block the 2/1. The other 1/3 block the 1/1 elf. You can trade for the Mutavault, and then I guess you can take 6 if you're Derrick, or you can chump block with the Skyclave and take 3. Or
taking 5
or
here,
5,
right?
Excuse me, 5. Yeah, but Derrick to 4.
Clearing up the battlefield a little bit, but both of these on the battlefield, still in a top deck and more. The problem is, next turn, it's not going to go too well for you. Like, this Enigmatic's still on the battlefield. Lots of opponents are now on the battlefield. We can get a 4-drop, or as we've been speaking about, a 7-drop. Our life total is at 5, so we are still in risk of something crazy happening with, I've been able to steal an Atraxa, or being able to get something like a Thrill Seeker at victory, sneak out those extra points that we need. We're going to start with a Chains to the Rocks. Nice little 1-mana answer.
Take care of one of the Stormseekers. Now, Will, I know it's been a couple of turns, but I believe the Leyline Binding is on Stormseeker, right?
I
want to say
yes. I believe it. Yeah, I think it was on the flip Stormseeker because it was night at the time. Yeah.
Right. Yep. Okay. So you do have to remember for Derrick is if you do sacrifice the binding, Hunter does get that Stormseeker back, even if you get like an Atraxa or something. So it looks like we are going to go ahead and sacrifice that binding. I'm curious to see if he wants to just get Agent of Treachery because that one plays around a top deck of Crone War, or if we're going to go ahead and get the Atraxa. We are going to get the Atraxa. So I mean,
I
I
like it. I
guess
actually like it.
sort of shields down.
I'll give you one turn. You know what I mean? You've got one turn to try and get this win. If not, and I start hitting you with the 7/7, flying lifelink, death touch, Phyrexian in general, I think I'm going to be turning this game around. Plus, on the flip side, I get to look at also the top 10 cards in my library, put one of each card type into my hand. And I do have things like Leyline's Binding in my deck. We see, I think that's a Mummy pulled to one side and a couple others. I think that's 4 cards going to hand. I believe that's the maximum you can get out of this deck. I think it's enchantment, land, creature, artifact. Yeah, that's the 4 types. And let's just scooping that one up. So we're going to be having a game 3 momentarily here. And you know how much I love game 3s. I love paper Magic. I love game 3s because we get to see as much of it as possible. But chat, I need you to tell me, who do you think is going to win this one? Are we on Enigmatic 5s? I need to see 1s. Or are we on 2s? Are we going to see Gruul take it down? Let us know in the chat while we fly up while me and Doomwick start talking about this. So now we're going to be on the play for Gruul. We know how important that is, getting that turn 1 elf down to be able to choose the turn 3 play. We need to start dodging things like portable holes and chain to the rocks. Is, if you had to pick here, which side do you think is more favored, and especially after sideboard? We know there wasn't many sideboard cards for the Gruul deck in this matchup.
I mean, I still think I like Derrick's side of things because once Derrick has his engine going, it's really hard for the Gruul deck to be able to come back from certain plays, especially with Enigmatic Incarnation. But obviously, Llanowar Elf into Stormseeker on the play can really, really get the job done. And if you look at Derrick's deck as far as removal spells for turn 1 elves, there's only 2 portable holes and 4 Chain of the Rocks. And Chain of the Rocks is a little dicey because you can only cast on turn 1 if you have exactly Sacred Foundry. So if Derrick doesn't have a turn 1 removal spell for an elf and we just go elf and a Stormseeker, then that could just be too much pressure before Derrick to even set up.
So how aggressively do you mulligan in this matchup then? Like, that you need to slow that early game down. How aggressive are you on Derrick's side going to be mulliganing? If you have like a quite a good hand, like, I've got like a turn 3 Leyline's Binding and maybe I've got an Oath, but I can't cast it. My mana's a bit awkward. How much are you going to mulligan down? How much emphasis do you put on these like turn 1 plays, turn 2 plays?
Well, I think from Derrick's side of things, I don't think he can realistically keep a hand with a 1 or a 2 meta play. Like if his first play is like, say, Fable into Enigmatic Incarnation, that's no good. We can't keep that. So you do need to have some sort of interaction in the first 2 turns. And then from Hunter's side of things, I think you are also aggressively mulliganing into Elf and Stormseeker because you recognize that you can't give Derrick a lot of time. That is by far the best 1-2 curve that you can possibly have. So I think both these players are going to relatively aggressively mulligan for those hands.
Makes sense. I think they're just coming to the end of the shuffling now. So we'll move back down to the match where we're going to have game number 3, round number 6. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the NRG Series in Indianapolis Pioneer 10K event where we've got 227 players all battling out in 9 rounds of Magic. Then we're going to follow that up with a top 8. It is closed deck list until we get to that point. And then basically, what's on the line? Lots of money, lots of points. Everybody trying to get themselves to the end of the year Players Championship, where we're going to see 16 players battling out in a $25,000 tournament. Not many chances left to do that. Only 2 weekends of events, and this is going to be one of them. We've got our opening hands here. Derrick having a little look-see. Obviously, not going to say if he's keeping or going to mulligan just yet, as Hunter, I imagine, is on the play. I'd bet a lot of money he's going to say I am on the play in game number 3. Weirder things have happened.
Something tells me that Hunter did not choose the draw with the Atlanta Elf deck. I mean, you never know.
Well, look, I've seen weird things in Magic, and I must say I have registered 8-rack once or twice in F&M and regretted it. But, it's I always like to throw people off, keep them guessing.
What you do is you play your modern Infect deck and then choose to draw so people think
I've got a good story in Europe. We had a Pioneer event in Europe, and popular streamer, MTG personality Sodak turn one Sacred Foundry tapped. His opponent goes turn one Mutavault into Aether Vial. His opponent registered full modern Merfolk in a Pioneer tournament and didn't know. It was like, oh, okay, cool.
Oh,
And just
no.
absolutely classic. Love to see it. But now both players off the races. And as you see here, Hunter on the right of your screen, on the play with that coveted turn one elf, whiteboarded. Are you a yay or a nay? Let me know, chat. Darren, what about you? Whiteboarded or no whiteboarded?
Well, those are the
Oh,
elves
you're
that
back.
I have, so look at this. Here we go. Elf and a Stormseeker. And we did see Hunter Mulligan. It's almost like I'm a prophet, Will.
Look, there's a reason they got you in the booth as the expert and me as the weird British guy that can barely speak English. As we're going to see Chains of the Rocks come down. I imagine that's going to target the 2-3, but again, maybe we want to cut down on mana, but no, we're going to get that out of here. That's going to be the one thing that does the most damage. I'm with some of chat. I don't want whiteboarded, but how about this? How about a second one to follow up? That's another 4 points of damage coming across, putting the pressure on Derrick Davis left your screen. I'm getting flashbacks to game one here.
This is the exact same thing that happened game one. Derrick had, the first removal spell for the Stormseeker, couldn't kill the second one, was forced to pass the turn. Now, hopefully for Derrick, he doesn't have to pass the turn again, because if that Stormseeker flips, we are very likely done here.
No,
so really needs to find just some sort of spell to cast.
He's shocked in that breeding pool. We got a play here. Just what is that play going to be? It needs to be good. We've only got access to one white mana, so that turns off a couple of the spells that we'd potentially kind of need in this spot. But 3 mana is going to be a binding. Full cost binding at sorcery speed. Why are we doing that at sorcery speed?
Because you don't want it to flip. So if you pass the turn, then they would flip to night, and then even if you binding the Stormseeker, let's say Hunter maybe has something like a Cindervines, right? Cindervines to pop the binding, that would mean that the Stormseeker is still flipped. So if, let's say, Hunter still has the Cindervines, you can
You are
pop
good
the
at this.
Leyline binding, get the Stormseeker back, but it's not flipped.
Okay, we're just getting across to one there. Not blowing it this turn to potentially get the +1/+0 on that elf. Any reason for that? Would you have liked to have done that? Or would you like holding it up here for potentially, future enchantments? Because there's always going to be future enchantments come down, as we see they with the Mirror Breaker coming down.
So there's an aggressive line where you pop the binding, or there's a conservative line where you save it for Enigmatic. I kind of like just popping in main phase, because if you pop the main phase and the binding, you get the extra 3 damage in because you can attack with the Stormseeker. And even if Derrick's best, let's say Derrick, worst case scenario, goes land Enigmatic Incarnation, he doesn't have the binding anymore. So the only thing you can sacrifice is the chain, which Derrick doesn't want to do that anyways, because that gives Hunter another Stormseeker. So I think I might have liked main phasing it, but Hunter with the conservative play.
Now you said that, I actually really like your line. Yeah, so potentially we could be 2 points deeper here, and Derrick could be at 5, which in this deck, every single point counts. Doesn't look like we're struggling on our land drops a little bit here, but we do have that elf, so access to 4 mana unless we do have a land drop. We'll see how we want to move forward here. That is going to be a stomping ground shock, not what Derrick wants to see on the other side. Now, how can we move forward here for Hunter?
Hunter lining up a lot of mana here. That is an Azeka's Chariot. I don't know. This is what we call a combo. Well, Azeka's Chariot giving haste. It's pretty good.
It's not bad. It's not bad. We can we can attack with the Seeker as well, right? It is a 2/3.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why we didn't attack.
Are we missing it? Did it come in this turn? No, because it ended turn.
No, because I thought he popped the Cindervines end of turn. So he popped the Cindervines end of turn. Maybe it's just I don't know. I'm not really sure about that. But in any case,
it's fine. Don't worry about that. There's a lot on the other side. Derrick definitely on the back foot, down on lands, down on permanents, down on blockers, and more importantly, down on life. Probably the only thing he is up on is cards. Can he get back into this? A player of his caliber, more than capable of it, but does
Chat brings up a very good point. So I don't know if you noticed this, Will, but there is 1 mana on Hunter's side of the battlefield that is untapped. Azeka's Chariot is a legendary creature, and there are 2 2-power creatures to crew it. So if Derrick goes for, let's say, a Enigmatic Incarnation, Hunter could then use the 2 untapped creatures, crew the Chariot, and use the green mana to besiege you. So that's why we didn't attack with the Stormseeker.
I understand the line. I'm not sure I like the line. I would just think, okay, cool, whatever. I got another mana and I'll take the hit. But all these little things do add up, and chat is never wrong. You know that, I know that, chat knows that. They're never wrong, even if they are wrong. But this is going to be a lot. So we're playing the powerful 3/3. We're deciding to gain 4 life because I guess we're adding it up instead of blowing up the Chariot here. Derrick.
Yeah, and if we just do math on the battlefield, if you go animate Mutavault, and then you use 2 cats to crew the chariot, you pump the Mutavault, you send everything. The chariot gets blocked. That's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe 10 damage coming through. So on my math, I think we're 1 short. Again, I'm not the best at math, Will, so I might have done that wrong, but we'll have to see what Hunter
It's
comes
fine.
up with.
Math is for blockers. That's, you know what I mean?
That is true.
I'm an Infect player. Math is for blockers. You tell me if you think you're dead, and I'll tell you if you are dead afterwards. So this is the Beseiju that you spoke about. So now it's crewed. It gets back the chain to the rocks. Oh, wrong. It targets the chain to the rocks.
Yeah, the Beseiju Unchained definitely closes this because you get the Stormseeker back, which is an additional attacker, and it's an additional +1 point of damage.
Well,
so yeah, this should be more than enough.
Yeah, this is that's where it was an end of turn, destroy the chain, get this back. That's going to give more things +1/+0. Everything's going to get turned sideways, and we are going to see Derrick Davis taking his first hit here, and Hunter going to be advancing to 6-0. Really well performed here. Play draw very dependent, especially when you're on the aggressive aggro deck. But this is Magic the Gathering, and it is paper. Some things go crazy in this game. Maybe the Hunter doesn't attack with the ball. Maybe he doesn't see the line. Maybe didn't. It's been a long day so far. We're going to call it.
So
we're calling it judge.
Yeah, I think what happened here. I don't know if you guys were noticing this while Will was talking, but Hunter crewed the chariot and then tapped all of his creatures sideways. And then I think realized after he attacked that he forgot to attack with Mutavault. And I think we're asking if we can get a Judge Rewind to the point where we can attack with the Mutavault. Because without that Mutavault attack, Will, Derrick's going to get another turn, I believe, because it's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, the Mutavault is exactly lethal, I think.
I'm looking. So they're the crew that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think I think we are going to be 1 short. And this is what I mean. This is paper magic. This is what I love. You're dead on board, but your opponent can these things go. We've seen it at Pro Tour top 8 where people don't do things. Hazrat is the one that comes to mind. These things do happen, especially when you're on camera, when you've already played 5 hours plus of Magic. You don't know what time you got up this morning. Maybe you traveled there today. A lot of factors go into playing gaming Magic, and that is why we all love watching this game. We're going to have this judge call. Yeah, so basically there's a judge call currently going on. So we're going to head back to the booth, show you our beautiful faces, going to remind you what is going on. And then the second that game starts concluding, we get the answer, then we're going to head back down to that. So welcome back to the booth. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. That man there on my virtual news booth next to me is none other than Doomwake himself. He is a Super League superstar. If you didn't check that out this week, you should, because NRG sponsored that series as well, and it is amazing. 16 of the best MTG celebrities all battling out to try and crown themselves the champion of the Modern Super League season number 1. But more importantly, this weekend, what is happening? Well, today we have got the Pioneer 10K. We are live in Indianapolis where 227 players have turned up to try and battle it out to get themselves into that top 8. But first, 9 rounds of Magic stand between them and that top 8, and then 3 more to crown ourselves a champion this weekend. But maybe Pioneer is not your jam. Maybe you've seen it, but it is going to be the RC format in America in December, I believe it is. We've just had ours in Europe. Maybe Modern is what you're more interested in. Well, then tomorrow is where you want to be tuning in, because tomorrow we've got team trios. That means 3 players all playing Modern. They could all potentially play all 3 of the same deck. Devin, if you were playing tomorrow, which deck would you be on in Modern?
Probably Rhinos.
Okay, and who would be your 2 teammates?
Aspiring Spike and Young Dingo.
Literally right here. I'm literally right here, and you just threw me under the bus. But that's 2 good choices. Let's be fair. I'm pretty sure one would be on Bean and one would be on Evoke. And Wizards Train, don't come at me. I can't say the word scam. I think I'd be on Urian, and I don't know. I think I'd like Siggy just to rub it in your face, because I know you and Siggy are friends. I'd try and get Siggy out of semi-retirement, even though he's been streaming quite a lot recently.
We just want to play limited, so.
And I think I'll get Jesse. Jesse's been on an absolute tear at the minute on the Evoke deck. I think that's a good person to get on my side to be able to try myself a victorious champion. I think that's the skill bit in team events. It's just find 2 players better than you that are willing to carry you the whole weekend. That's how I do it. But it's up to you, chat. You let me know how you go. What deck would you be playing today in Pioneer, and what deck would you be playing tomorrow in Modern if you were turning up to the NRG series, or maybe you've got some future events coming up. But while you type that out, I think the match is about to get ready again. So we're going to head back down to the match. We're going to get the producers to say, what the outcome of that was. Oh, it's still going, apparently. I've been told that's not going to happen. But I think in this situation, it won't be a rewind, but we're going to talk about, let's see what events are coming up. What we all know that every time Will does an NRG series and there's future events, we'll find some facts about future events. So the next one is Madison on November 25th, 26th on the Saturday. We have got a modern showdown, 10K event. And on the Sunday, we have got a Pioneer trial event. That's going to be 5K itself. But are you ready for some Madison facts chat? Are you ready,
I'm ready.
Mr. Doomway? Let's go. This
I'm
first
ready.
one. In Madison, Elvis Presley famously broke up a street fight in 1977 while he was in his car traveling to the show. That's not something everybody knows, but now you do know. If you wanted to know it or not, that's a different story. And I'll give you one more. Another music-related fact, and this one I think will hit more home for me and you, Doom, because we speak a lot about music. We say that I used to have the best music on Twitch. You now have the best music on Twitch. Now that I don't stream anymore. A little bit of poke at you there. But Nirvana recorded its breakthrough album, Nevermind, in Madison. That's your two facts today, ladies and gentlemen. I've got more for later on, but I need to keep it. Keep it up. It looks like the game is ready to go, so we're going to move back down to there, see if we can find out if that Mutavault is going to be animated or not. What's your money on? I'm going to say not, because we got to the table first.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Yeah, he already went to attacks and stuff. It looked like he definitely made a movement to go to attacks, but I mean, this is a really, you breathe a sigh of relief if you're Derrick Davis. You thought you were dead on board effectively, and it's get to these spots and sometimes you don't concede. Make your opponent do it out.
It's not great. Let's just put it out there. It's not great. We might just have another turn before we're dead. But
True.
If you look at what's going on the battlefield, no spells are cast, so now it's going to be night, which means the Seekers obviously flip to the other side of it, which I can't remember. It is a 3/4 that gives target creature you control +2/+0 and gains trample and haste. So we're getting trample plus an extra +1 there. How can Derrick pull this out? I think it needs to be.
So hear me out, Will.
Go on.
What if we go Fires of Invention, Enigmatic Incarnation, sacrifice the Fires, get Tulsamir get a 3/3, fight a 2/2, gain 3 life, pass. That would flip the Stormseeker because you played 2 spells. That gets you to 4 with 2 blockers. Maybe that's enough, but Derrick does not have that.
How about this one? How about we offer the handshake and we just concede the game, because I can't do much when I'm behind on permanent and I'm behind on life. But welcome back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we're going to try and get the interview with our winner, Hunter. So, if you've got any questions for them, whack it in the chat for us, because, this is going to be a community sort of tournament. We want to get your input as much as just, me and Devon's. We've got questions to ask, but if you have any particular why they're playing X amount of cards, or I want to know if it's a 75 from the European Championships that was only a few short weeks ago where we saw this Gruul deck in the top 8, also the key cards. So that's how it's going to be. But while we do all that background sort of information, move it across, what was the key cards you think stuck out in that matchup for you, Devon?
Reckless Stormseeker, Will. Both games we saw, on the Gruul player have Elf into Stormseeker. The first one got answered. The second one just ran away with the game. And that card is just so powerful. When you play it on turn 2, it just puts this so much pressure on your opponent. Every single creature that you cast from now on has +1/+0 and haste, and it provides so much damage from the Gruul side of things. I think
across all 3 matchups, we must have seen 9 copies of that card. And them coming out and then coming back in, and all the craziness that comes across with it. But that card is super, super explosive. Why would we play one Hurst in the main? That's like a card that you normally see in sideboards. This one, we have one in the main for this deck. What's the reasons behind that?
So there's been a really, really big uptick in Izzet Phoenix online, and I think that is true today as well. There is a ton of Phoenix decks. So just having that kind of sort of safety valve game one, it's almost gives you a little bit of pre-board action, because that card is really, really good against Phoenix, being able to eat their graveyard, not only get their Phoenixes, but prevent treasure cruises and temporal trespasses. So I think that's probably the reason for that.
We can hear some shuffling going on our ears, so I think we've got our winner Hunter in the booth, so we'll be able to move across to him and start asking him how does he pull off this amazing 6-0 currently in the NRGs. But we'll wait till we go across. There he is.
Hey, what's going on?
How are we doing, Hunter? Welcome. Obviously, Will and Devon in the booth. We're going to ask you a couple of questions. Hope you don't mind. Also got some from chat. I'm going to start off with one from chat. Chat wants to know, what was your inspiration for playing Gruul this weekend?
I've played Gruul throughout my entire Pioneer career, just playing Pioneer. Played at NRG Louisville, top 8 it. Lost to Connor on 2 Molda 5s. and I've played ever since, and I've pretty much won almost every event I played on it, except for big events, of
Sick.
course.
Well, here we go.
Excellent. Talk to me. So I see that you're playing 4 copies of this brand new card, the Huntsman's Redemption. I've seen a lot of people play this card over the past couple of weeks, especially with the regional championship that recently took place. How has that card been for you?
It's been great. It kills on turn 4 quite consistently. I haven't been playing it too well today, though, because I've been playing a lot against Phoenix and Red-Black, and they kill your board efficiently. So in those matchups, you probably might want to avoid a couple. But using it to grab Acererak against Red-Black has been stellar today.
Because you can get, Acererak, as we see. I'm looking at this list, and it looks very familiar to the RC lists that we saw in the European Championships. Is this where you got the list from, or is this your own build, or is it very close to it? And if so, what changes have you made?
Well, builds haven't really changed much, except for the new cards, that came out recently, the Saga and stuff. But yeah, I got off the RC. I have not playtest Pioneer since Dallas, I believe. So I've just been rocking it today. No playtesting at all. Just doing boats.
It's going well.
Yeah, I guess the other question that I have for you is what match? So now you're 6-0. You're really just crushing the tournament so far. What matchups are you looking to dodge, and what matchups are you looking to face the most?
Well, I got Phoenix coming up next, I believe. Hopefully not. There's one other player I think I can play, maybe 2 more. Phoenix is going to be kind of rough. I won on the Multi 5 earlier today, but that was just luck. He got stuck on one land.
That happens in Magic. That does happen in Magic. Okay, last question before we let you go and get yourself some water. How many times on the play have you turned turn 1 elves this tournament?
Almost every time, I think, actually.
It must be nice.
I've mulliganed very hard for it. If you don't turn 1 elves to the deck, yeah, you don't.
That's interesting for people that are just picking up the deck. So you mulligan quite aggressively to that turn 1 elf.
Yes, in most matchups I will mulligan the 5 for a turn 1 elf, like green, control maybe. You just have to be aggressive against those matchups. Red black, no, I actually board out a couple elves. Phoenix, I board out a couple elves. But against a lot of matchups in the meta, I will mulligan the turn 1.
Super interesting. Well, thank you very much, Hank. Good luck carrying this on. 6-0 currently. That is not an easy feat to do, but you managed to do it. Fingers crossed we get to see you in the top 8. We'll let you shoot off, get yourself some water, and we'll potentially see you soon.
Thank you.
Appointment. We're going to head back to the booth with me and Devin. We do have a backup feature match for you all, while being told that's a complete lie, and we do not have a backup feature match for you all. But what we do is we can go over the future events that are coming up in the NRG series. So obviously this weekend we're in Indianapolis. This is going to be Pioneer today, 10K. Tomorrow we've got the modern teams trios that we spoke about. Three players per team, 3 modern decks. So if you want to see that tomorrow, make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you follow all the socials for the NRG. Support everything that this company is doing, because they are amazing to put on these awesome events for us. Next up, though, we do have Madison, which means I get to get my facts back out, Mr. Doomwake, and I know how excited you are about Will Facts.
You got
more facts. But first off, it is obviously Madison, November 25th and 26th. So that's the weekend after Thanksgiving, I believe. Saturday, we got ourselves a 10K Modern Showdown. Sunday, we've got ourselves a 5K Pioneer Trial. That is going to be the last time that someone can win and get a direct invite to the end of year Player Championships event, which we'll be talking about super shortly after this Will Hall fact, which I'm going to go with. The city is named after James Madison, the 4th president of the United States. Did you know that?
Did not know that, but
you
now
do now, and so does everybody in chat. But anyway, moving on, talking about the end of year Player Championships event, we've got all sorts of stuff. We can see the leaderboards in it. We can see who's already qualified. We're going to get them up on screen. So this is the leaderboard, the points. This is what we talk about. For winning one of these events, you get yourself 30 points. Coming second, you get 25, and it filters down. And these are the players that have been grinding it out all throughout the year. You'll see a couple of players there highlighted in orange. That means they're already qualified. So, we see Stefan there at the top, just absolutely killing the field. Almost 100 points. We see Kyle, we see Roger. But look at the rest on this leaderboard. Who's sticking out to you, Doom? You grind with these players. You've seen them week in and week out. You're on the continent they're on. I'm not. Who do you think is got a real good shot here at getting in points out of the way? Who can kind of get back up here?
Well, you mentioned Will Kowalczyk, number 4, undefeated at our tournament so far, going into this round. Benjamin Ungar as well, also undefeated. Ryan Hayes, Sarah Shearing, Fletcher Johnson, Cliff Boyardee, having, respective weekends this weekend. So, really, when you come down to these last 2 events, there are definitely a lot of points up for grabs, and these players will be battling it out to see who gets to play in the end-of-year championship.
Well, let's find out who is in that end of year championship already. We've got a load of names locked up in it from all the events we've seen throughout the year. Absolute killers in the respective field. And, you can always go back and watch all these events on YouTube if you see them. Who are these? If you had to put money on one of these players right now, take down the end of year championships, friends aside, because I'm pretty sure you know a lot of these players, who do you think is going to be able to, snag the big pot of $25,000?
Steven Dykman. That's my pick.
That's your pick, just straight off the bat?
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. Do you want to follow that up with any reasons, or just been on an absolute tear this year? And obviously, he's got the biggest smile, maybe the second biggest. I think Matthew might be following up for smile there on the screen.
He's just been crushing it. So,
but we're going to obviously add this weekend one name to this board. But you see 6 places there at large. That is going to be where the top 6 players on the points leaderboard at the end of the year are going to get themselves invites to that list. Craziness is one of the things that's going to be going on, and a lot of battling out. So every point does matter throughout all these weekends that you've seen these players, going head to head. But I've been told that we need to go for a list because we need to get you out of here, because there's going to be it for you, and then we're going to get another 6'2" individual in the booth. Have you got any last words to say to the chat before we send you off?
It's been a great time. Thank you for having me as always, and I appreciate the opportunity, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your tournament.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series here live in Indianapolis. We are bringing you a Pioneer 10K. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. That man to my left is the 6'2" phenomenon Mason Clark himself, and we're going to be bringing you round number 7 here of this Pioneer tournament. Remember, 227 players all turned up this morning to battle it out in 9 rounds of Pioneer action before we cut to that top 8 and crown ourselves a champion. They're all battling out for not just the money, the fair share of $10,000. No. They need points. They want invites to our end of year player of the year championships, where we've already got a bunch of players already qualified for it. We're going to get them up on the screen. Mason, talk me through these players and the achievements they held.
Right. So Roger Suleiman won our 2022 championship, defeating Jesse Robkin in the finals after a stellar year there. Has a great year here this year as well. Could have honestly had a year that would have gone back to the Player Championship had he not requalified. We'll see that in a second. Steven Dykman won our first weekend and has been on a tear. He is our front runner for Player of the Year, with Chris Smith hot on his tail. Then we saw Daniel Weissman, Matthew Hoey, Grayson, Matthew Wise, Eric Bunnan, and Kyle win events throughout the course of the year, sort of, sprinkled throughout everything. We had a team win there for Grayson, Matthew, and Eric. Matthew Hoey, sort of a mainstay of the NRG series. You saw him come in and win with his trusty Rhinos. Fun fact, Will Hall, every modern tournament that is a showdown this year has been won by Rhinos on the NRG series. Matthew Hoey adding to that. And we saw Daniel Weiser, who normally crushes in other card games as well, coming onto our event and play. And then Kyle, what I call sort of the ghost winner, because it was our one NRG where we weren't unfortunately able to bring you coverage from Detroit. So not known as much as known of Kyle, except that he won with Amulet and defeating, I believe, Raja Suleiman in the finals.
That deck is super powerful. And if you are a fan of Modern, remember tomorrow we do have a Team Trios event. But we've got a lot more players trying to fill those slots there at the bottom. As you see, there are 6 invites, and that is going to be the players on our leaderboard. Let's get the leaderboard up. Let's see who is in with a chance of that. We've already got 3 players in orange. That means they're already qualified, but it's the ones in white that we're focusing on this weekend. Talk to me about the players that are sticking up for you here, Mason.
Yeah, so only 6 players are going to make it of note here. So the top 6 players who are not already qualified will make it. So if we were to end right now, for example, Chris Smith, Will Kowalczyk, Benjamin Ungar, Ryan Hayes, Sarah Shing, and Fletcher Johnson would be our 6 players in, with Cliff Boyardee just barely not making it. Listen, we saw Sarah Shearing make the finals of the first NRG this year, and she's had an okay finish every single event since then, but nothing as good as that first top 8. She's been having kind of a rough day today. Maybe she'll have a clutch one tomorrow. Chris Smith has been dominating in the back half of this year, Will. He has, I believe, 4 NRG top 8s, and that's why he has 82 points. Hasn't converted to a win, but I think it's safe to say that it would take something colossally disastrous happening for Chris to miss our championship. For Chris, it's really a matter of, can he catch up to his friend and mentor, Steven Dykman, on the leaderboard points in order to become our player of the year and get that free entry for the following year. After that, Ryan Hayes, Fletcher Johnson, Benjamin Ungar, and Cliff Boyardee, along with Sarah Shearing, are all in a very tight race. If you look at our point distribution, the difference between a top 16 and a top 64 is going to switch somebody like Ryan Hayes and Sarah Shearing. And that's why these players are playing all these rounds this weekend and in Madison coming up in November.
Yeah, as you said, every single point counts. At the minute, there was 3 points in it if we were to stop the count right now. But we believe the match is ready. We're going to move down there. Mason, I need you to tell me who the players are going to be in our feature match this round and what decks are they playing?
Yeah, so on one side of the table, we have Hunter on Gruul Midrange, a very popular deck. And then we have Jonathan Hobbs on your left here playing Rakdos Midrange, probably the most popular deck in Pioneer, historically speaking. And Hobbs, someone we have seen do well on series events in the past in Magic.
Okay, so both players off to the races with a turn 1 play. We do see Hobbs on the play. Talk to me about how much of an advantage that is in this matchup when your opponent is playing things like turn 1 Elf and you can fatal push it.
Yeah, so in traditional Magic, just in general, going first is always good. But being able to answer the Elf and then develop a threat in this sort of matchup allows you to get on the board. Now, it doesn't look like Hobbs had a threat to develop, but he might have had something like a Bone Crusher Giant and was waiting to see if Hunter had anything. It looks like Hunter actually develops an unlicensed Hearst in the main deck, an unusual one.
Yeah, just a one-of in the deck. We were talking about that last round about why it's in, and basically he does not like his Phoenix matchups, and this is why it's in there. It is a carbon copy of the one that did came in the top 8 in the regional championships of Europe. We're going to see this Grave Tresser passer come down, and I'm actually going to gobble up this Elf in the graveyard, or at least try to. Oh, okay, interesting. Talk to me about this line. Why are we targeting our own fatal push instead of the Elf?
Yeah, really heads up there from Hobbs. So he knows that Hunter will eat whatever he targets. So he knows that if he were to target the Elf, he's definitely not going to get the life. And it's probably going to be that way for the rest of the game, but there might be a chance later on in the game where Hobbs can get the Elf. So he's just doing this now in the hopes that maybe one day that unlicensed Hearst will be tapped and the Graveyard Trespasser can exile the Elf.
Okay, we see our Love Struck Beast coming down the main side of it, not going on an adventure, bringing along a 1/1. This isn't the matchup for it. We want the big 5/5 body so it can block. Remember, Day-Night is now going to be going, so both players need to be either casting spells or not for that to flip, but they are going to be keeping track of it for us. Hobbs, 3 mana, open, deciding how he wants to go about his turn. What are some of the big, powerful 3 mana spells in this deck?
I mean, Fable the Mirror Breaker is probably the strongest 3-mana spell in Hobbs' deck. It's going to really allow him to curve his deck out more and do things. Bone Crusher Giants also typically find this from a matchup. Shieldred's also pretty good. There are a lot of different cards that Hobbs could play on this turn. He might even combine a double spell turn of two drops. But it looks like he has passed the turn.
I was about to say, what does this say then? If we just go land goad, let it flip to night, which remember affects both players. The Gruul deck does play quite a few werewolves in their deck, so this could be a double-edged sword. I think that's a chariot coming down now, going to bring along with it 2 wolves. But what sort of signs is this saying on Hobbs' side if he's just leaving 4 mana open?
Well, it's possible that Hobbs knew what Hunter was playing, right? Hunter had a feature match. Both these players are undefeated. They've been near each other all day. And he might have kept a hand that's a bit more reactive. And so he wanted to leave up his interaction, as we see a stomp there at the end of turn, to fight over those things and just flip his werewolf and try to catch Hunter if he tried to develop sort of another creature on the board this turn.
Well, we've just had a new set printed in Standard. Obviously, it's got the adventure mechanic on it and how important those cards are to Pioneer. They're some of the more powerful cards we have in the format just because you have 2 spells in one. Bone Crusher Giant we see played then for a turn. Talk to me about the importance of these cards in the Pioneer format as we see a Dreadball take out that Love Struck Beast, clearing the way for this Graveyard Trespasser to turn sideways.
And we are going to see the unlicensed Hearst eat the creatures, so no life is going to be lost there. Yeah, so when it comes to the adventure cards, really Bone Crusher Giant I think is the most impactful. Like you mentioned, they're all good and lots of decks do play them. But Bone Crusher Giant is not only a good threat, but a good answer spell. And in a format that has fairly strong cards, but not a ton of ways to generate actual cards, having a 2-for-1 built in inherently on one card is very nice. If you think about it, Fable the Mirror Breaker doesn't actually draw you cards. It converts one resource into another. So if you have things like lands in the late game, that's basically drawing a card. In the mid game, though, you're really just moving one resource to another, where you don't have stuff like divinations that we normally do in stuff like Standard.
By the way, I love that attack. Attack
Yes.
my 2/2 into your 4/3. I definitely don't have a Bone Crusher in hand. Okay, you take damage. Cool. I'm going to shock you to face and play a Bone Crusher of my own. Every point counts for Hunter, though. This is his game plan, right? He doesn't want to move into the late game very much. He thinks that Hobbs is going to probably be favored in that because they have access to things like Shieldred, which we know how much of a house that can be. He needs to get every bit of chip damage in, and I love that attack.
It's a great one, especially with cards in his deck like Voldarin Thrillseeker, which will, give the support ability and the ability for a creature to throw itself at Hobbs's face. That means, Hobbs is sort of always at like a pseudo 6 is the new 1, right? You can throw a Bone Crusher Giant +2/+2, kill Hobbs out of nowhere. And so Hobbs, these chip attacks actually matter a lot more than they would traditionally.
Okay, so seeing a little bit of body language there from Hobbs, just kind of threw the land down and went past the turn. How much do you pick up of that as you're a coach at MTG? This is this is your bag now. How do you teach this? What sort of signs are we picking up from on Hobbs' side? Is this weakness, or is he just doing a bit of showmanship, or just literally flooding?
My general heuristic is that I assume my opponent will not be giving away information until they've shown it to me a lot. And Hobbs is someone who we saw succeed at both the Pro Tour and the SCG level in the past. So I'm going to assume that it's potentially possible he is frustrated, but I'm not going to read anything into it unless he doesn't really have anything. And then maybe in game 2 and 3, I'll be like, okay, Hobbs is willing to show his emotions a little bit. But for the default, I assume my opponents will never give me any free points.
Well, here we go. Talk about some big threats in the battlefield. We're going to crew this Hearse, which has managed to make its way up to a 5/5 now. And this Lair of the Hydra, which is going to make it into a 4/4. Don't get me started on Dungeon Dragon cards, by the way. I am a huge Dungeon Dragon nerd, and I love the lore behind all these creature lands that we see popping up in not just this format, but modern. Remember, Team Trios Modern tomorrow. If that is your format of choice, you need to hit that follow button and go follow the NRG series on all the different socials. Are we blocking here, or do you like just taking the hit?
Given what I know right now, it makes a little bit of sense probably just to hold back the Goblin Shaman because you need to apply some pressure. And, we're going to need to actually fight something like this Hearse down eventually. So being able to maybe combine it with a Bone Crusher Giant next turn or something could be good, or a Blood Tithe Harvester. So you lose a lot of life now, which is bad with things like Voldarin Thrillseeker we talked about. But you need to actually answer the problem on a long-term solution. If maybe we were 5-6 life less, we would jump block there.
I feel like Hobbs was a little bit frustrated as we did see the 2 lands hit the battlefield. Gets 2 new draws because of Fable the Mirror Breaker, showing the power of this card. Not only does it bring along a threat, it lets you turn and burn through your deck. And then as a kicker, you do get yourself a Kiki Jiki creature at the end of it. But we're just going to start off with, this is a card that sometimes some lists play, some cards don't. The Mystery Shadow. Talk to me about this one. And, with a lot of mana, this one can be pretty good.
Yeah, so really quickly, I want to make a note of something. You mentioned, am I going to re-enter what my opponent's doing? I said no, not really, until I get further evidence. Hobbs discarding 2 lands makes me think, okay, if Hobbs does that again, I might want to make a play that I normally don't want to make. As for Misery Shadow, this is actually a card that's really good as a tech choice against Phoenix and Mono Green, where they have die cards that are pretty hard for the Rakdos deck to answer. But in these matchups, you're right. Every 1 mana gives it +1/+1, meaning that Unlicensed First, which is huge, actually can't attack in for another whole 2 turn cycles unless it wants to trade with the Misery Shadow. And now Hobbs just gets to attack in with that as much as he wants. And with Fable the Mirror Breaker, he can threaten 2 massive ones and just grow whichever one gets blocked. So this was actually, not exactly the cards Hobbs would have wanted if he could have picked any card, but a card he's definitely not complaining about as a Crone War gets cast.
I was about to say, well, he decided to not play the Fable of the Mirror Breaker in hand in favor of leaving all that mana up, but kind of gets pretty punished for that as we can now steal it with this kind of war coming down. Mutavolt's going to be animated. We're going to move to blocks. Oh, they get the combo. We now get to sacrifice it as well next turn. This is going to bring along a free beast onto the battlefield. And yeah, kind of everything's coming up Hunter right now. Big draw step for Hobbs.
The Hunter's redemption, more like it. Oh my goodness.
This is going to be crazy. So Fable's going to flip. That gives us another blocker if we need it. It's not active, doesn't come in to play it with haste. So do need a time before we can start copying. We've got Fable plus 1 unknown in hand for Hobbs on the left of your screen. He's going through all the lines. I'm at 6 life. There's a lot on the other side of the battlefield that's not going well for me. How can I get back out from under this? I think it might be a Bone Crusher Giant in hand.
Yeah, and Bone Crusher Giant is a good way to start. You can kill that, get another blocker. Then you have Fable and the token and everything. So you're not exactly dead on board, but you're getting really close to the abyss.
Talk to me about the Huntsman Redemption and how this card is. It's one of the new ones from the new set. It's a 3-mana saga that does so much in these decks. Gives it that not only the threat element, but also kind of it lets you play a few more 1-ofs in the deck. And as the kicker is giving your creatures trample and +2/+2. Really putting this card over the edge. I think this is why it was the breakout deck in the European RCs.
Yeah, as we saw y'all cover out there, I think there are a couple big things that jump out to me. 1, you want more good 3-drops to play off of your 8 elf starts. 2, you can sacrifice those elves in the mid game to go find an actual threat. from your deck. So, you can go find a creature or a basic land. Sometimes, you don't really want to sacrifice your elf for a basic land, but you could do something like float a mana, sack it, grab a land, play a powerful 4 or 5 drop. Not the most unreasonable thing I've ever seen, as Hobbs is going to pick up his deck. And then that extra power on the late step just lets you push damage when you get board stall. So it's a really nice addition to these decks, and I think it gives the deck a little extra oomph in the mid games that kind of was lacking before without cards like the Crone War.
Yeah, not only that, but you also play cards like Thrill Seeker in your deck. Go toot the Free Seeker up, give you a creature +2/+2, then play it, then fling it at their face. GG's, game over. But we do have sideboards for you all. This is a closed decklist tournament, member, so players don't get to look at each other's deck, but we do. We're going to start off on Hobbs' side here with this Rakdos mid-range deck. We've got access to a Damson Sphere. We've got a Go Blank. We've got Noxious Graph. We've got Unlicensed Hearse. We've got Duresses. We've got Consumes All, Bankbusters, Volleys, and Extraction Events. What do you like bringing in here to show up to this matchup?
So Go Blank is a card I want to grab pretty quickly as to get a minor upgrade. Just going to be a good kill spell for things like Lovestruck Beast, Asika's Chariot, etc. Extinction Event is a great board wipe. Like we talked about, you got a lot of elf into 3-drop plays. Now, thanks to the Huntsman's Redemption, we're a little less all in on 3-drops as we might have been in the past, but our deck still has a ton of them between Bonecrusher Giant, Reckless Stormseeker, and Lovestruck Beast. So we're really happy to have that card. And then in general, there are a couple of different things you could do. I've seen some people bring in Reckon or Bankbuster. Actually, it's just a way to crew and trade with some of the bigger creatures and get rid of some of these discard spells and things you don't really want. I'm going to be interested to see how Hobbs wants to approach this, but I imagine we're going to see things like Thoughtseize probably leave the deck in a good number and have these interaction spells come in.
Okay, well, over on the other side, let's get this deck list up for Hunter. This is the 75 from the RC that we did very well in Europe. We see 1 copy of Gruul Charm. We've got a Hazoret the Fallen. We've got a Jagana, obviously, a companion. We've got a Coffer Sculpt of Destiny. We've got a couple of Obliterating Bolts. We've got a Tranquil Fallback. That's one of the new ones from the new set. Again, a second Hearse. We do have 1 in the main, 2 Sin Divines, 2 Dampening Sphere, 2 Rending Volleys. And this is one which I'm going to be very interested to see if it comes in. I want your opinions on it. Is this Enigmatic Barrage? Doesn't really seem the matchup for it. This, it says it can't be carried and it can only target, or it's better when it targets blue and white permanents. But as a 1 mana, does 1 damage to target, a 1/1 on the other side. Do you like bringing this in this matchup or not?
I'm not a huge fan. Hobbs' deck doesn't have any X1s in it, nor does it play that many Planeswalkers we're really worried about. Sometimes Liliana the Veil is played in these decks, but it's a card that you typically can beat up on with things like your Unlicensed Hearse or those sort of spots. So I think we're going to probably skip on the Lithomantic Barrage in this matchup. Seems really good against decks like Greasefang and Spirits, though, and one I'm very happy to have in my sideboard. In general, though, I think Hazoret the Fervent is one of the cards that's going to come in here. That card is basically unkillable, and in the early days was a Rakdos Mirror Breaker that players would go to. So I think we're going to see that. Clothis, the God of Destiny, another sort of grindy, attrition-y card. We might see that come in instead of some of these Llanowar Elves, or maybe even the Unlicensed Hearse. We saw the Hearse do some pretty good work that game, but it can be invalidated pretty easily with things like Fatal Push. I wouldn't be surprised if we just kept 1 in as a way to dodge Extinction Event, but that's just, one way that we might see this matchup approach along with an Obliterating Bolt. One thing I love about these sort of decks from both these players, Will, is that you can really tailor the way you want to play the game and your approach with the way you're sideboarding. Obviously, Hunter is more copying the EUs when it comes to this sort of plan that Hobbs is, but still allows you to play the games in very different ways as Hobbs plays a Bloodstained Mire and passes turn.
Yeah, so Hunter, we got him in the booth last round after his win. It said he would very aggressively mull to get himself a turn 1 elf. And we see it here in his opening 7, so he's going to be pretty happy. We're going to see in a Braid take that down, though. And I think this is kind of what he expects. That's why he's kept a hand with 2 elves. And I want to go back on that barrage play. I was completely, I don't know where my head was at. I thought it was over on the Rakdos side.
Listen, I know you're used to doing with the Pro Tour and Martin Yuza, and you're like, I'll test this Mason guy, see how good he actually is. It's okay, Will. I understand. No, I want to mention, though, I do think mulliganing towards these elves is important, as we do see a Braid as a card to not super hard for Hunter to actually leave. That's a way that can kill a Asika's Chariot pretty easily. And so while you're not excited to see it kill your elf, it's not the end of the world. But actually, in general, one thing that players don't do enough is mulligan towards elves when they have elf decks. And it's something I bring up in coaching all the time. I had one person who wouldn't do it. I told them I'd pay for their RCQ if they did it, and they won their RCQ that day. And they just got there. And it's just a thing where if you're going to play these elf decks, be willing to mulligan. And if you're going to play a Shieldred deck, draw Shieldred on 4. It's very good.
That is a very good card to have in this Pioneer format. We see on the other side, we see Lovestruck Beast going on an adventure, casting the Heart's Desire side, which it brings along a 1/1 token. Which more important is the token on the battlefield?
Well, it got sacked to the Huntsman's Redemption, which I'm about to say is some great deck building there from our EU friend who won here, because we put it on adventure and then we sacrificed it to our Saga that's hiding out here by the land.
I was trying to work out. I was like, "Where's the 1/1 gone? I can't find it."
Yeah, we don't have the dice on the Huntsman. Yeah,
we had the little combo.
Yeah, and then the Crone War.
Oh no. Okay, look, it's easier than casting a Shield Dread. It's just steal your opponents. It's a lot easier that way. You know what I mean? That looks like a good big card that I can't get. I'll have that. Are you drawing more cards? Cool. Guess what? You can take a little bit of damage for that, which is exactly what I want to be doing. Hunter, look at it, just sat back, arms crossed, and go. Have fun.
Yeah, Shield Dread's a good card, but it's like $90. That's a lot. NRG has great deals. You can get it from them. But this Crone War lets you get it for $1, which is also just a great deal. So, you got to love it there. And like you mentioned, Hunter's just like, yeah, you take some Shield Dread triggers.
Yeah, we don't encourage stealing here, but when it comes to Shield Dread, you can steal that across. Get that one across. That's also one of the fancy art ones that you can get of this. Multiple printings of this card. I'm sure NRG sell them all if you want to pick them up for yourselves. But it's not looking great for Hobbs. Like, what sort of cards does he need here to get back into this matchup?
Well, it's really awkward because Extinction Event's a card you normally would be pretty happy, but if you do it on even to remove the most power, your Shield Dread's also going, which is very awkward. So this might just be a turn where Hobbs was looking to get some interaction. Maybe just something like Bone Crusher Giant to stomp the elf, deploy the Bone Crusher on the next turn. That way it dodges their Crone Wars trigger. There's a lot of different ways it can go, but Hobbs needs to basically kill everything that's not Shield Dread, barely stabilize, and then build a wall behind his Shield Dread proper.
Well, this is going to be 12 damage if we attack with everything on board. We also have a Mutavault sneaky hiding out there as well. This is going to be 3 mana coming down. Oh, we're going to have another. The amount of times we've seen Hunter cast this Stormseeker in the last couple of rounds is unreal. Remember, this is the 2/3 that comes down. Gives target creature +1/+0, but more importantly, haste and can target itself. Mutavault getting fired up as well.
So it's actually Rodillion Thrillseeker. It's very close to Stormseeker. I know that y'all speak English close to us in England, but not the exact same. So that's why that Shield Dread got +2/+2. But also we can fling it at Hobbs's face. So Hobbs will not get back the Shield Dread, and it's going to lose 6 life. So that is a huge play. And we see how this Gruul deck, in some ways, I'm starting to see some Splinter Twin situations here with the Crone War, where it's building up all these little mini combos.
That is a turn and a half. Also, by the way, the Shield Dread does not go to your graveyard. There you go. It does go back to your opponent's graveyard.
Well, that's how you actually build your collection. Slowly but surely.
Here comes a follow-up. We get another one down. Pen at the ready. Pass turn. You're going to draw a card. You can take 2 life. Don't miss any of that. It all adds up at the end of the day. How can we go about it on Hunter's side? 6 points of damage needed to get across the line. Land for turn. One of the pathways. Can't make it. Has he got 2 cards in hand?
He's got 2 in hand. He plays them close to the chest, and they match his jacket a little bit too. It's hard to see. Hunter's really got the Hunter's vibes in. He's camouflaging.
I was about to say, how many times have you gone to a tournament and your opponent's got like I found this might be lethal, right? Come across with both of these.
It's close, but no cigar, I think.
No. Yeah, you're right. 2 off, right?
Yeah, because we can block the Verdalen Thrillseeker with the Shield Dread. Now, if you do that, Hunter gets to sacrifice. Hunter can sacrifice the other one in order to deal damage to your face still, which would drop you to 2. You'll gain 2 off your Shield Dread in the draw step as long as you still have Shield Dread. But,
I think we just missed lethal, and I'm going to tell you how. I think we play the Lovestruck Beast, play the Seeker, put the counters on Lovestruck Beast, then we throw it to the face.
I agree. I think that also would have been lethal.
Check me out. I've been hanging around.
Oh, actually, sorry, you don't have enough mana, Will. You only have 6 mana, and it takes 1 to throw the Lovestruck Beast.
Isn't the Seeker 2? Is it 3?
The Seeker's 3 mana.
Oh yeah, I've got that wrong. I suck. That's why I'm gonna go back to my job of just being the host. You can do that's why you're the expert. I just want to make you look good. That is literally my job, is to make you look good, and I'm making it real good right now. Don't you worry.
Don't you worry. My biological makeup made it a real good job to make me look good. So you don't have to do much heavy lifting. You can just cruise on in. And speaking of cruising in, Hunter looks to be cruising into our finals at this rate, because this game is not good for Hobbs. And we talked about how normally, You know, you don't want to read too much into what players are doing. But Hobbs is down a game. There's no showmanship here. He's kind of behind on board and has his hands in his head. And he's thinking, what am I going to do to win?
Well, Shield Jet's a very good way to get back into this game, right? Like, out of them all, that's probably the main way we've got of gaining life. But we do need to do more than just have the powerful 4/5 on the battlefield. Oh, okay.
Oh, I see what's happening. So we can extinction event for odd, right? That's going to clean the board up a little bit. Yeah, we can throw one at the face so Hobbs goes to 3. But Hobbs is seeing that if Hunter draws a land, he's just going to animate the lair of the Hydra and attack and force the chump block on the Shieldred, which, you know, isn't the end of the world for Hobbs. It puts him in a very bad spot. But you have to do what you have to do.
And it is... Okay, I see the shot comes down. Makes it. We got the go wide strategy. Hobbs is going to be happy if we get another turn, draw another card, gain 2 more life, putting us up to 5. On the cusp, are we turning the corner? We'll find out shortly. We do need to apply a little bit more. Here's a... Oh, no, only one of these dies, right? Yep, one of them dies. We're going to stomp one and then play the Bone Crusher as a blocker itself. We've spoke about already how good the adventure is of a lot of cards in this format. Would you say these are some of the staples or one of the staple abilities in this format is the adventure? Because we don't have access to the powerful cards we see in Modern and Legacy.
Yeah, I would say when you have these lower power formats, cards that can do lots of things are really good. One other thing to keep in mind is Bone Crusher Giant is one of the best anti-aggressive cards printed in like the last 6 or 7 years. It just always gets 2 bodies out of the aggressive deck, right? You stomp and kill an early thing, you play the Bone Crusher Giant, it at worst trades. That's very good. And inversely, it puts a lot of pressure on decks that don't do much, right? How often do you see players hold up Bone Crusher Giant to stomp a creature? The opponent doesn't have one, so they hit it at the face to play the 4/3. That's what this Rakdos midrange deck excels at, is oscillating between the control and the beatdown.
Remember, this is a closed deck list tournament for everybody watching. Players don't have access to each other's deck list until we get to that coveted top 8. A lot of math working out there for Hob, going, can I attack with the Shieldred? Can I just leave this back? How am I going to go back? It decides to turn it sideways and kind of gets a bit punished for it as we're going to steal the Bone Crusher crew, come across for lethal. GG's. Hunter going 7-0, doing exactly what the deck needs to do, finding that card key off the top. Congratulations to them. Unfortunately, Hobbs drops to 6-1, but that's not the end of the world. 6-1 still a great record, still live for that coveted top 8 and all those points that everybody's after this weekend to get to the Players Championship. Welcome back to the booth. My name is Will Hall. That is Mason Clark. This is round number 7 out of 9 in the Pioneer Showcase 10K that we're bringing you today. If your Modern is your format, well, tomorrow we've got another tournament, team trios, all 3 players on Modern battling out. We'll both be back for that tomorrow, but we'll different partners, but we're both going to be back tomorrow. So, sit back to my terrible English and terrible plays. Mason's going to be bringing you all the correct lines and all the correct names of cards, because apparently I can't do that this evening, but here we are. I'm going to find out if we've got a backup feature match or not. It looks like exactly as I say it gets told on my ear. We do have a backup feature match here, so we're going to move straight down to that now. Mason, who are we going to be seeing and what decks are they going to be playing in this feature match?
Well, tell me if you've heard this one before. We're going to have Connor Mullally on Rakdos Midrange. Connor is our player of the year last year. Made it, by the way, by 1 point. If you're at home and you think these points don't matter, Connor got free entry and won our player of the year by 1 point last year. That means one time Connor didn't drop, got his extra point, got the distance versus Boros Convoke. This is a matchup we saw in round 1 today when me and Devin were commentating it. This is a pretty fun one, Will. A lot of back and forth going on.
Yeah, I was watching that one. There's no triple ornithopters going on here, though. Let's have a little look, see what's going to Duress on turn 1. They're like, and he's like, what, main deck? Main deck Duress? What's going on here? Takes out his powerful turn 2 plays, so no extra goblins hitting the battlefield this time. We do see Favored Inspector, kind of like a fan favorite. I personally don't get the hype behind this card, but a lot of people love the 1 mana 1/2 that brings itself a clue.
Yeah, and some people compare it to Ancestral Recall. It gives you a lot of cardboard. I'd argue it's one of the original Fire designs, but that's a conversation for a different day, as Clarion Spirit was played here. And we're seeing Clarion Spirit, which is a card that has kind of fallen out of vogue in a lot of players' lists. As you saw this morning, Regal Bunnycorn has sort of come up in the wake of things as being a card that can have to stand on its own. But, we see Andy here very well off at 5-1, playing this card to great success.
Yeah, both these players super live to get themselves into top 8. Remember, this is time shifted. That's why you see it on top of your deck. Over on Connor's side, what does he need to do in these early turns? I think we're seeing it, but for people just tuning in, maybe they don't play a lot of Modern. Pioneer, talk them through it.
Yeah, like I just mentioned last game, if you were there, Bone Crusher Giant's one of the best anti-aggro cards printed in like the last 5 or 6 years that's main deckable, and Connor's doing it right now. Turn 1, we used our discard spell. We broke up the combination a little bit. Turn 2, we play our Bone Crusher Giant, and we stop to kill something to prevent any sort of momentum building up. Turn 3, we impact the battlefield in some way. Looks like this turn, Connor's going to play a Blood Tithe Harvester, maybe combine it with another interaction spell. We see Mutable as the land for turn. That's a pretty good sign if you're Connor's opponent that there is some card he wants to use, maybe to do something. Otherwise, he might play something like Bone Crusher Giant to use all of his mana. As we do see a go for the throat here on the Reckless Bushwhacker.
I feel like I'm pretty ahead if my opponent's paying 3 mana for the Bushwhacker and just attacking with a 2/1. I feel like I'm pretty far ahead in that matchup. I'm like, oh, I'll take this. But everything to play for. We've seen both these decks kind of. Now we're getting down to the gritty side of it. Which deck do you think top deck's better?
So it's interesting. Connor's deck, card for card, is stronger than Andy's deck. Like, I would take any one card at random versus Andy deck and feel very favored. However, Andy's synergies can really overwhelm him. So if we get something like Ranger Knight Captain of Eos and are able to get 2 good bodies off the top with a Convoke, we might be able to come back in here. And this is why I mentioned earlier, Bunnycorn and Embercleave have really entered the deck, because these games happen to you less where your opponent can pick apart your synergies. Now, you have much less explosive starts, but in the mid game here, you're still alive. And here we go. Venerated Loxodon off the top. A nice pickup here for Andy, giving him some staying power. He also has Gigantha. So if the game goes long, and he keeps flooding out, he has some protection from that. So if you're a Colorado fan, you're going to want to see something like Shieldred, Fable the Mirror Breaker, because these bodies aren't actually going to stay larger than Andy's for forever.
How hard is it for Connor to get this Smite off the battlefield as it is a 5 mana card opposed to what you potentially see in this deck, a lot of 1 and 2s?
It's actually kind of tough. Connor used to go for the throat pretty aggressively on a Reckless Bushwhacker. Thought it was a little bit of a sign of strength that Connor's hand had another removal spell. Seems like it didn't. That wasn't the case. But that is one of the few ways Connor has to answer that card. Besides Dreadbore, which is sometimes played, sometimes not. Looks like Connor is playing one. So he has about 2 more clean answers to it. Otherwise, we're going to have to combine things like Blood Tithe Harvester and Blood Tokens as we see on board.
Okay, this can't be a good sign, right? If you're Andy, when your opponent starts attacking you with the Bone Crusher Giant, we're going to see the Graveyard Trespasser coming down. Going to eat the Smite out of the graveyard, gain herself 1 more life, drain Andy for 1 life, and then we're going to cycle away 1 of these blood. Get a land, basic swamp into the graveyard and get a fresh look. Back over to Andy. What can we do?
Yeah, this is a big turn. Andy needs to do something kind of important. If he doesn't do anything this turn, Graveyard Trespasser will transform. And then not only will it be an additional power, but an additional 2 draining of life when we attack. And so you see Connor here starting to attack because he knows he can't sit behind his wall of creatures for forever and just wants to apply pressure. As we see Andy use the blood to discard Gigantha and take a redraw, but doesn't find a spell.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Den of the Bugbear, one of the better creature lands that see a lot of play in these aggressive formats, but does enter the battlefield tapped. But as you said, the most important bit there is no play, which means day turns to night. Trespasser turns into a 4/4, but now we get double triggers. That means 2 life can be gained every single time we attack with this. And yeah, Connor smells a bit of blood in the water. Feels like I can get this game over with in a turn or 2. Comes in even with the Mutavault. This is going to be a swing for 12 points of damage. That's huge, bringing Connor up to 13 and potentially Andy down to 3.
Yeah, and this is a great thing to take note of. If you play against this Convoke deck a lot as Rakdos and maybe you're struggling locally, turning the corner is very important. Connor wasn't out of the woods when he started attacking with his Bone Crusher Giant, but he knew he needed to make this game a shorter game. He and Andy were both on low resources, and he knew that given a long enough timeline, Andy could overpower him. So he wants to make it short, even if it means he's going to maybe be at 5 or 6 life, as Connor wins game number 1.
Yeah, congratulations to Connor going up a game. It does mean we do get to have some sideboards coming up for both of these matchups. Remember, closed deck list. They don't get to look at each other's deck list, which you traditionally see a lot now in big paper Magic tournaments. But in this one, we do get to put them on the screen for you lovely people at home. So starting off on Andy's list here, Boros Convoke. How can we get 1 game back? He's got access to the super powerful bunny that we've seen turn up. I'm going to give Frank Carson all the credit for that one because he loves seeing big bunnies with Embercleaves, and we see that, how powerful that can be. We've got, I can't quite make this out on my screen.
I got you here. Don't worry. Redain God of the Wordy, Regal Leosaur, Gigantha is our companion, 2 wedding announcements, 3 Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. That's a 2-mana one if you're at home. 3 Rending Volley, 3 Forge Devil. So this is a spot where Wedding Announcement is our big sideboard card. That's the one we're going to want to bring in here. That's typically if you're playing a white deck, that's your anti-Rakdos mid-range card. Rigolisaur is a card sometimes you see players bring in, typically better against decks that aren't good at interacting, so I'm not a huge fan of it myself. And Regal Bunnycorn, I kind of talked about it earlier. Some players are having in the main deck because we reach these sort of end states where just keyword big is pretty good. So I'm going to imagine, even though it's just one, we're probably going to bring that in. We might also see Thalia, Guardian of Thraben come in, especially on the play, because traditionally a lot of the high impact cards from Rakdos midrange are fairly expensive non-creature instants and sorceries. So with that being the case, Thalia is probably going to be pretty good. My guess is that, we have a lot of like extra slotted cards we don't super need. So Clarion Spirit's a card that kind of doesn't matter too much in the matchup. We could trim on a Giant Killer. It's good against Shieldred, but maybe not everything else. You can also trim on cards like Ornithopter and go lower on your synergies to have a little bit more raw power. Probably not more than 1 or 2, but something you can definitely do. And once again, I think I love what this Boros Convoke deck is. You can have it where you sideboard a bunch of cards, or you can have builds like I like to play typically where you sideboard 1 or 2 cards and that's it. You have a bunch of different cards for a lot of different matchups. It's so cool. I love this deck. I can't get enough of it.
I got a question for you. In the new Modern Horizon 3 set that's coming out, how many cards are going to have the keyword big in them? Any spoilers? Any spoilers there?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. NDA,
right,
NDA.
I'm trying. Right, let's go across to see what Connor's got this weekend. What's he got in his 75 and what sideboard is he going to be trying to utilize to show up this game number 2? We see Duresses, Consumes All, Bankbusters, That End, Go Blanks, Mystery Shadows, Extractions, Hearst, and Piffy Needle. Anything here take your fancy?
Yeah, so Extinction Event's the one that jumps out, sort of that mass board clear. So often in this deck, the odd creatures are the biggest because you have a lot of 1-drops that you want to play early to Convoke, and then all your Convoke creatures are 5 mana value. That means it's really easy to sort of use that as a cleanup material. This is part of why you saw Thalia probably come in out of the Boros Convoke deck. After that, Hidetsu Consumes All is a pretty good answer. Answering all the 1s and 0s, the Gleeful Demolitions can lead to these really fast starts for the Boros Convoke deck, so we might see some of those. And then, that's 4 cards, so it's possible that Connor's going to cut things like Duress, Croxa, maybe trim a bit on Reckoner Bankbuster. I personally really like Thought Season in this matchup. I see Boros Convoke as a combo deck, so having some amount of discard is good. You maybe want to trim 1 or 2, though, and bring in a card like Misery Shadow that can just trade early. We saw where Hobbs, where it theoretically would have stalled the board out against Gruul. It will do a similar thing here, but the opponent doesn't have the Crowing War to take it. So those are all different ways Connor can approach playing it. I'm really excited to see how he does, because he does have things like Archfiend of Dross in this matchup, Will, which
I was going to bring that one up.
Yeah, that is a huge body where not only does it clock your opponent really quickly, but rewards us for having all these kill spells to drain them out. So it's going to be a big, big card in this matchup, I think.
Well, I'm about to say, I think our players are ready to go. So we're going to head down to the feature match. Game number 2 of round number 7. Who's going to be able to advance their record to 6-1? Who is going to be dropping to 5-2? We shall find out momentarily. Andy starting off with Faven, the Mirrors Breaker. That is obviously one of the RC promos. Talk to me. What was I going to? There was a card about main chat's talking about main deck Duress. Talk to me about this one and what your thoughts on it.
So main deck Duress is sort of a decision you can make, and in general, there are a lot of different flex slots you can have in your Pioneer Rakdos deck. Connor might be valuing to have a little bit more game against combo decks and Phoenix decks, so he's choosing to have a main deck Duress. It's typically a thing that the Pioneer format is predominantly creature-based, so some players don't like doing that. However, we have seen players do that at bigger events. Typically, though, I prefer to metagame for those sort of things when there's a barrier to entry, like an RC invite, for example, where players are highly incentivized to win. And so, we see here a Blood Tithe Harvester and a flashing of the creature. But yeah, I'm going to guess the Duress is something that Connor is doing to prepare for Arclight Phoenix and Lotus Field, but there are other matchups that can be pretty good in. And, you're just moving your percentage points around, right? He's a little better in game 1 against those decks, worse against other things. All about how you want to play the game.
Obviously, Andy on the play, exactly where he wants to be in this format with this deck, and is able to put a load of opponents on the battlefield already. Can he sort of power out one of these powerful Convoke ones? Yes, he can. Here comes Knight of the Errant of Eos. Talk to me about this one.
Yeah, this is the card that I think helped put the deck on the map. So Knight Errant of Eos is a Convoke creature for 5 mana value. And for each creature you convoke to play it, you can then add a card of increasing mana value from the top 6 into your hand ×2. So, for example, if you convoke with 3 creatures, you can get 2 creatures of mana value 3 or greater each. Now, you do have to have it equal to the number of things you convoke for. So, we can't grab another Knight Errant of Eos here as an example because we didn't use Convoke 5. So this deck now has 2 Convoke creatures. Between that and Venerated Loxodon, you have a lot of redundancy. Something you notice in Magic is lots of decks that are really good have this thing that sometimes people call the rule of 8, which just means you have 8 of them, so you see them quite often in the early turns, especially in these things where curving out matters. So this is a card that puts a big body on the board and gives you more bodies. And we just saw Giant Killer come in and a Reckless Bushwhacker, 2 things that are going to cover Shieldred and Applying Pressure. So it puts Connor in a really dangerous position as Connor does cast the Thoughtseize here.
Yeah, so obviously we're going to get a good look at this hand. We see a wedding announcements on there. We see 2 Giant Killers, 1 Bushwhacker, and 1 Clarion Spirit. What's the one you take out of this hand?
It's kind of tough because this hand, obviously, Wedding Announcement, I mentioned during sideboarding, that's a card that we sort of bring in for this matchup and makes total sense that Connor wants to take it. Connor might have also wanted to take the Reckless Bushwhacker because Reckless Bushwhacker plus a Giant Killer is a way to push a bunch of damage. Looks like Connor, though, it is done Thoughtseizing, is still thinking on his turn, though. He maybe wants to, has a land. I was going to say, maybe if he didn't have a land, we want to use the ability of Bloodtide Harvester. He does have a Stomp, so yeah, we're going to see him activate -2/-2 on the Ranger Captain, then Stomp to kill it, and now have his thing on Adventure. Shields are down, but the 4/4 body is off the battlefield.
So this is one of the problems for Rakdos midrange, right? Is it's very good at the 1-for-1 game. The Boros Convoke deck, they make multiple little creatures. You know, if you have the Bone Crusher, a token or something, or just, I guess, 1.5 yourself there, as the Bone Crusher counts as half a card in exchange. Getting off the battlefield, it's really going to be hard for Connor without any of the sweepers. We imagine they came in, but again, everything's different sort of casting costs. What do we put it on? And we got to take big hits like this. What we knew were coming. Bushwhacker coming down, obviously a little bit cheaper, but again, everything haste and +1/+0. So that's going to be an attack for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, dropping Connor down to 7. That's a lot. That is a lot. I'm not a mathematician, but I just know that is a lot in the game Magic.
Yeah, I was going to say, so Connor not taking the Wedding Announcement might have been him being like, hey, play to your hand to the board, and then I'm going to have something like Hidetsu Consumes All or Extinction Event. Now, it looks like Connor didn't actually have that card, but was maybe playing to draw it. Also, Wedding Announcement, if the game does last 6-7 turns, like it might be, it's going to probably beat him anyway. So it seems like what Connor was doing is like, hey, yeah, I'm going to take a bunch of damage from this Bushwhacker, but if I draw Extinction Event or Hidetsu Consumes All, it's going to be a fine place to be. Also, you might notice that Goblin Shaman is Connor Mullally there for winning a team event last year. You win one of our showdowns, you get a special token just like that.
That's a good flex. It's a really cool flex. We're going to cycle this blood token end of turn, I believe, while we've dropped down to 2, hoping to draw something big, hoping to clean this battlefield up. Do we have it for Connor on his side, or are we scooping everything up and going to go to game number 3? First, we're going to have this Fable the Mirror Breaker. Move up to 2 counters. We can discard up to 2 cards and draw that many. I think we're asking, do I know about any of the cards in your hand? We're going to discard 2 lands. Don't want them. Did we draw anything on Connor's side? Not a good look, but you don't get your own token without being good at Magic, so he's going to be a thoughtful. I think that's an event in hand. Does that change anything? Odd or even? Does it make anything odd? Ugh. Doesn't look great either way, but it's something. It's something.
Yeah, on odds, you kill 3 bodies and you get to keep your Shaman token. So that is probably the biggest part of this, is that you just have a blocker. Now, you will be able to still push a damage, but the biggest thing going on for Connor is that Den of the Bugbear is in place, so he's going to need Fatal Push as the cleanest answer. And another Resolute Reinforcements just flashing basically doubles the bodies here. That's going to put Connor dead, and we're going to see game number 3.
Yeah, he scoops it up. He's like, yeah, I don't, you got me. And that's what I mean about the 1-for-1 removal. With Fatal Push there, cool, we've got you, but just adding an extra 1/1 to the battlefield is all you need. And when you had 2 of them, double the amounts. That's going to be sick for that one. But for one thing I love, Mason, is game freeze of paper Magic. It's all I want. I want the most amount of paper Magic at high level I possibly can watch and commentate on, and we're getting it here at the NRG Series. One little recap before we get down to game number 3. 227 players battling out in a 10K Pioneer event today. Round number 7. So 2 more rounds after this before we find out who is in that top 8. Is it going to be one of these players? Let's find out in game number 3. Let's head down there and have a little look-see at Connor on the play. Closed deckless tournament. Do we have opening 7s?
Yeah,
looks like we've got a key for both.
Yeah, and one thing to note here, we mentioned this in Hobbs matches as well, but play draw is very important in this matchup, because just being able to answer their early pressure and then develop your threat instead of having to always be answering, right? So here, Andy is going to be on the draw, so his cards like Thalia might be a little less impactful than if you went turn 1 Voldaren and turn 2 Thalia. Suddenly your Fatal Push maybe has to answer the Voldaren Epicure instead of cleaning up the Thalia proper if you want to continue curving. So big difference here, and Connor's pretty happy to be on the play for the game number 3.
Talk to me about this Voldaren and like how much of a key role it plays in this matchup.
It's like a rule of 8 situation, right? The Voldaren Epicure, as we do see Gleeful Demolition come on down, we're gonna stomp the other creature and still get our tokens, but this is just a redundancy thing for enabling Gleeful Demolition and sort of these fast starts. It's also nice with Bunnycorn. It's 2 bodies. So, it isn't the most impactful card in the world, but when you play these aggro decks, sometimes you're just going to be having some amount of synergy and some amount of just general, like, oh, I've got to play something in the early turns. This is the best one for my slot.
Well, here comes Legion Landing, bringing along with it a 1/1 life-linking vampire. I want to talk about that play there. It kind of might go under the radar for a lot of players, but Bone Crusher Giant using Stomp in response before the creatures get on the battlefield. Why are we doing that?
Because, let's say that Andy has a Convoke creature, we could immediately Convoke. Now, it's possible Andy would have played Legion's Landing, give us a chance to respond, but Connor didn't want to risk it because if they had had something like Venerated Loxodon, it would be on the battlefield and Connor would be incredibly far behind.
And again, firing off all our instant speed removals at sorcery speed here, really valuing, keeping the creature count on the other side of the battlefield minimal, kind of smelling that there is some sort of convoking creature on the other side of the battlefield. But Andy's just not stopping. This is like, we're going to play this. I'm going to get myself a clue. I'm going to bring along a spirit. We just added 4 power to the battlefield with just 3 mana. Exactly what we want to be doing.
Yeah. And, if you're an Andy fan, you want to see the Convoke added up. Yeah, and that you see Connor scratch his head there. He's like, oh, okay, that was pretty good. I won't lie.
It's almost like your deck's doing exactly what it needs. Okay, before we see what's going to happen, it looks like we're going to get ourselves an Inspector and another Knight of Eos. What does Connor need here? How does he get back into this? Because it looks like on the board he is pretty far behind.
I mean, Extinction Event was the play he needed there. If he had Extinction Event for even, there would have only been a 1/1 and the Knight Errant left, which I know is still a lot of pressure, but that Legion Landing is going to flip, and that's going to cause some long-term problems. And that's a lot of what this Boros Convex trying to do, Will. It can play a longer game. It can't keep up quite as well as Rakdos, but eventually it will overpower you again. But early on, if you can get a big battlefield presence like this, push a ton of damage, you can just put your opponent in these spots where they have to be very careful for the rest of the game, and having things like Den of the Bugbear, Legion's Landing, Resolute Reinforcements, these things that create bodies out of nowhere and pressure become very hard for Rakdos to actually close the door on if they don't have Shieldred.
And this is one thing I want to talk about on the Boros deck. They don't play removal spells, really. Besides, we've got Giant Killer, but that's a creature, to be honest. But they don't play removal spells. They just turn everything sideways, and you have to have the answer. I love decks that do this sort of thing. Reminds me of like Boss Sly back in the day. Where you just, I'm turning everything so, oh, here's a new card that we haven't seen yet. Recruiter. Talk to me about this one and why this one's now seeing play in this deck.
Yeah, so Imitating Recruiter is nice. If you remember, Reckless Bushwhacker came in, and if it was Surge, so the second spell each turn, it gave +1/+0 to all your creatures. It granted them all haste. This card just does that for 3 mana straight up. So if you're not combining with a 0 mana card, it's basically the same, but doesn't need help. It also has the Adventure Half, which comes up rarely, but every now and again. Imagine this board was empty, right? And Connor's at like 7 life. Well, we can just make 2 2/2s and then pass the turn and still have the Immodanes. Like you mentioned before, the adventure creatures are very nice. This is one of the new age ones. So a bunch of damage is coming through here as Connor Lily blocks with the Bone Crusher Giant and trades with the Clarion Spirit. You might be wondering, why is he doing that instead of the Knight Errant of Eos? That's the setup for Extinction Event, naming Odd and cleaning up more creatures.
Yeah, heads up play. I think chat's picked up on it. I do believe there should only be 1 blood token. I think one of them was destroyed. But here is the event. This is exactly what he needs. It's going to be...
It's not quite. Yeah. Connor needed to have a little bit more there. I think that's a situation where Connor made the block that was the best one for winning through Extinction Event, because if he had blocked the Knight Errant of Eos, he would have taken 2 less damage, but there would be 2 more on the board. And he was like, well, this is the best thing to win. And he's like, oh, wait, actually, I'm still just dead. And nothing you can really do in that spot. Connor made the trades he could make. And from what we can tell, it seems like he played his cards on curve as best he could. And very heads-uply did not play into any of the Convoke creatures to give himself the max amount of time.
No, and we did everything we could do on that. So like we were killing the creatures at sorcery speed with our instant speed creds. We're trying to keep them down, trying to keep them at bay. Knew what we needed to do. We need to get to that late game, try and get the event going. But we can get there. So unfortunately, those drop to X and 2. Still gives them a good shot though, getting potentially into that top 16. Might squeak into top 8 if something goes really well for them. But we'll find that out in the next 2 rounds, ladies and gentlemen. But that is going to be it for our games. But we do have some future events coming up and the NRG series. And obviously that means we get to go for Will Facts. So one of the next events we've got coming up is in Madison, I believe, which means I'm going to go to my phone. I'm going to get up my facts. But while I do that, I'm going to tell you that is happening on November 25th and 26th. That is the weekend after Thanksgiving, I believe, if my American knowledge is up to date, where on Saturday we'll be having a 10K Modern Showdown and locking one more player into that end of year championship event. And then on the Sunday, there's a 5K Pioneer trial if you really want to start battling out, because we're getting close to that RC for America. I believe yours is in December. I say yours.
Yeah.
So
yeah, December 14th. It's a crazy time.
Pretty big gap there. Okay, let's get to my Will Facts for Mason. Where have we got here? We got the city has a thriving craft beer scene. So, if you're into craft beer, maybe you want to go to Madison, get yourself into playing a bit of modern. If it doesn't go your way, you can go out and you can, sample all the local beers and kind of drown your sorrows that way. Another fact about the city, it has been the host of the CrossFit Games annually. So, the absolute opposite end of the spectrum there. If you're really into your fitness and seeing some of the fittest people on earth, you can get yourself to the CrossFit Games and potentially see all the big stadiums and everything that's going on that way. But that is Will Facts for the beautiful city of Manson. So we're going to head back to the booth. We do have a lot on the line this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just our beautiful faces that you get to see in between games and us talking about the beautiful game of Magic the Gathering that you see. They are battling out for prizes this weekend. There's a lot on the line. $10,000. The winner gets to walk away with $2,400 as well as the trophy, but more importantly, the invite and those extra 30 points to get themselves up on the leaderboard. Then prizes go all the way, or money goes all the way down to 32nd, and points go all the way down to everybody that turns up gets 1 point, but realistically, they want to get as many points as possible. We are all aware that there's only 3 points in it. If we stop the count right now, between the 6th and 7th, there's 3 points in it. Let's have a little look, see if we can get up on the screen how everybody's doing in the points race this season. Mason, talks about the players that are sticking out for you.
Yeah, once again here, I'm really interested in sort of the players that are live for end of the year championship. Now, one of the cool things about here on the NRG series is that we reward consistent results over the course of the year. Now, the Pro Tour is great, but you kind of have to spike an event or do really well there. So they have a similar system to us once you're actually there, but getting there is the hard part. Here, if you want to get to our Players Championship, you might not actually win one of our showdowns, but if you come to our events and you say, listen, I'm really good, I can play all the events, or play enough of them and consistently do well, I will make it. And we see players like Chris Smith doing that. Chris Smith has, I believe, 4 top 8s this season, this year, and is doing really well. Hasn't closed the door, but if the series were to end today, this was the last event, Chris Smith would be in to our Players Championship, which is a $25,000 prize pool. It's going to be an awesome event. We stream it every single year. It's so much fun. We can't wait to show you that on January 6th and 7th of 2024. Now, obviously, all of those players are people that stand out to me. Ryan Hayes is someone that we've seen play on other circuits, come into our scene here on NRG Series and do pretty well. He's got a respectable position right now, isn't locked up, and has a lot of people biting on his heels. Sarah Shearing and Fletcher Johnson, Cliff Boyardee, and even Sean Gallagher here on the other side are all within striking range if Ryan Hayes doesn't put up some good results this weekend and in Madison over in late November. Now, I want to also point out there are some really strong players over here that are not quite on our exactly spot here, but can easily go back-to-back top 8s between these 2 weekends and then being in range. The biggest example of this is Theodore Jung. He is actually Connor Mullally teammate from that token we saw before. Theo is a great player, always doing incredibly well. Won a PTQ in Vegas and is sort of in striking range and does very well in both Pioneer and Modern. So this weekend and next event in Madison are great spots for Theo to maybe jump and sneak into the last spot here. He's only about 12 points behind from actually being invited to the event. So easily in striking range if Sarah and Fletcher slip up.
Yeah, it's like a sports leaderboard, isn't it? Like the later on in the season we get, it's really where every single point counts and then get the nitty gritty and you get to see who makes it and who doesn't. But we do already have a bunch of players that are qualified for this end season that we will be seeing. Let's see if we can get them up on the screen before we head to a break, because I've got them. There we are on here. Talk me through all these players. Just give me a quick rundown. Who here is the real standout for you so far this season?
I mean, so Roger Suleiman, it's hard not to say him. Not only is he our champion from last year, as you saw on the leaderboard a second ago, his name's in orange because he has the invite from winning last one. But even if he hadn't and he had lost in the finals, he just would be back again at this rate and is putting up a pretty good results this weekend so far. So Roger Suleiman is sort of one of the people in the NRG series that consistently performs and show what tight technical play can do. And if I had to pick someone from this year, it's got to be Steven Dykman. He is our front runner right now for Player of the Year this year. Won back-to-back opens, like one on Saturday, one on Sunday. That's 2 series events. Those are huge open tournaments. It's insane that he won back-to-back. It's so hard to do.
It's a big
yes, Steven Dykman has also top 8 in more events since then. So no doubt that he is someone that you have to also nod your hat to.
Sweet. Well, that is going to be our players, but that is going to be it for round number 7, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to step away. We're going to have a short break, and then we'll be back right with you with round number 8 here at the NRG series. See you all shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series live here in Indianapolis. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. That man to my left, that is none other than Mason Clark, and we're bringing you round number 8 of Pioneer action. This is going to be a 10K where we've got 227 players battling out in 9 rounds of action to try and get themselves into the top 8. Walk away with those glorious money prizes, as well as a bunch of points, but more importantly, the invite to our end of year 25K Players Championship, where we've got a bunch already qualified. Let's see if we can get them up on the screen, see who we've got going. We've got these beautiful 8 players, trying to add 8 more to it. Talk me through these. Who's a couple of the standouts for you, Mason?
Yeah, we talked about before the break, Roger Suleiman, Steven Dykman. Those two, I've praised enough. I want to give some other praise. Matthew Hoey is someone who's played every NRG championship except one. Last year was the year he missed. Didn't like it. Now he's back. Got his W. Very exciting.
Okay, so we've got 6 slots there. You can see at the bottom. 6 at large. That means they need to be the top 6 players in our leaderboard by the end of the season. The season has got this weekend and one more weekend after it. So let's have a little look. See if we stop the count right now, which 6 players will be going straight to this leaderboard and onto this leaderboard page and move into the 16-player end of year event. Talk to me about these players that we see in white. We know the ones in orange are already qualified, and as you can see, they're clearly killing it because they're in the top 6 positions. But now that means there's 6 more slots for everybody going down to 9th place. 3 points in it. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so like we talked about there with Will, top 6 are going to make it. If it ended right now, it'd basically be Fletcher Johnson and up. Those would be the 6 players. Meaning Cliff Boyardee would be on the outside. By the way, Cliff Boyardee in our feature match area had the round 1 feature in 1, has been battling all day. So that's going to be exciting. Can't wait to see them in just a second. But I wanted to highlight some of the other players because I've been talking about each of them each round. Talk about Travis Williams real quick. Hasn't played every single event that we've done, but has consistently done well, especially in Modern with the Hammer deck. Sort of an expert at that deck. We've seen him succeed in other events throughout the year. Someone who's really trying to push and improve himself in Magic and others. So it's cool to see him there. And if he has a good weekend this weekend, might have a great weekend in Madison. Suddenly sneaks into our championship with his friend and testing teammate, Sarah Shearing.
Yeah, great to see him. Every time you see him on camera, always got a smile on his face, and as always, swinging those big hammers. But we do have players to watch. We've been watching a bunch of players this weekend as it starts getting closer and closer to the end of this season to see what points and how this is going to change. These are the players we're looking at. A lot of good records going on there. Talk me through this. Yeah,
so Benjamin Unger, Cliff Boyardee, Piper Powell, and Will Kowalczyk are all 6-1. 3 of these players are actually in our feature match area this round. Everyone but Benjamin. So you're going to be seeing a lot of these names battling it out. However, Fletcher Johnson, 5-2, very much we think maybe live for top 8. Remember, this is 9 rounds. Normally that wouldn't be the case, but we are 1 player over the limit that makes it 9 rounds. So suddenly things start getting a little weird with tiebreaker math. It's much more like 8 rounds just with 1 more played. So keep that in mind. Ryan Hayes, Sarah Shearing at 4-3. Dead for our top 8, very much live for our top 3 too. Both of those players are right next to each other on the leaderboard. Ryan's beating Sarah by 6 points. So Ryan wants to make sure he at least stays lock and key with Sarah so that she can't jump him. Then Chris Smith, a little bit of a bad spot here at 3 and 4, but with 2 rounds left, could very easily finish 5 and 4, sneak into our top 64 and get an extra 3 points. And he's trying to be that player of the year.
And it looks like we're down to the races. So, the jig is up of what we're going to see versus what we're going to see. We're going to see Will on the right of your screen versus Jones on the left. Bant Azores versus Abzan Greasefang. Starting off the game with a turn 1 Fortsies. This is the card you want on the play against these decks because it's pretty hard for your removal to do anything against this deck, right?
Yeah, the whole idea behind the Boros deck is my creatures aren't really targetable or interactable, and my cards aren't very good on their own, but if you combine them, they're unstoppable most of the time, and it's just hard for you to interact, and they're not very good. So this Thoughtseize is one of the few ways you have to actually break up the creatures, and often you'll keep a 1-creature hand because your deck is just so good. However, Aleksander has 2 creatures and a bunch of auras, so it's a very awkward place for Will to be.
Why are we not calling this Boggles? Why do we keep calling Bant as well? I know there's no Boggle in the list, but it still Boggles to me. I'll die on that shield. For as long
Sorry,
as
like I said earlier in the day, I'm looking for Cedric Phillips' approval in life, so I'm going to have to go with Bant Auras. It's best for the players. Cedric, please respond. I'm looking for that validation. As we are going to take the Glaive Cover Scout here, maybe a sign that Will has a second Thoughtseize in hand. Either way, both those creatures are about the same. The other one costs 2 mana, so it's going to give Will another turn. And when you have things like Parhelion 2 in your deck, that could be all the time you need.
I was about to say that, when it comes down to a race, because that's what we see a lot of this Abzan Greasefang deck. It is kind of a combo deck that has a mid-range grindy element to it if it needs to go that route, but just no play on 2 just yet. It does have instant speed ways to do things. We'll see if any of them actually come apparent in a second, but we don't need to play our creature just yet, right? Because it does have that little line of text called Flash, which is a nice little interaction to it. Here comes a Grizzly Savage end of turn. We're going to look at 5 cards, pit I believe it's land or creature into our hand. The rest go into our graveyard. This is one of the ways that we can kind of get some of these vehicles into our graveyard so we can start crewing them as early as turn number 3. Besagio is going to be the draw. That's quite interesting. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, Will kind of whiffed when it came to like finding a Greasefang. Getting Besagio is nice. It can destroy enchantments. So some of those enchantments that maybe like one that gains lifelink or a bunch of power, Will might want to blow up in the mid game. But honestly, Will was sort of looking for, a big Parhelion to hit the graveyard or a Greasefang to hit the graveyard and go back to his hand so he can apply pressure. And it looks like we maybe have a Thoughtseize, although I'm curious if maybe there's a Thoughtseize. I
think it's Trespasser, right? It'll be a Traverse the Underworld.
Oh, Traverse the Ulvenwald. Ah, sorry, gotcha. My bad there. He was just tanking when he did it, so I thought he was maybe Thoughtseizing himself in order to maybe get a Parhelion.
It was only because it was like, it's happened there in a green source. There's only one mana thing we can cast it, and we are going to go get our powerful card, the namesake of the deck, Greasefang. Remember, this is a 4/3 that when you move to combat, you can return a vehicle from your graveyard to the battlefield, and then it bounces back to your hand. But the key part of it's got 4 power, so we can kind of crew basically every single vehicle we have in the deck and get it to to attack that turn. Can we now loot away a nice big Parhelion perhaps into the graveyard? We'll find out now what Will wants to do. Will, every time I see him, by the way, in every single tournament, if it's on Twitter, if it's in NRG, etc., it's always killing it, always crushing, always winning. Such an impressive achievement from this young man in everything he plays, and also very humble about it all. When I see his posts about it on Twitter, it's really, really nice to see, really refreshing, and not showing any signs of slowing down now.
Yeah, Will's very clearly wanting to be good at Magic and putting a lot of work into it, and it's paying off in spades. He really seems to like these decks that can play a fair game with a combo finish, right? Did really well recently with the Mono Black Helm deck in our event, has played Amulet Titan, which admittedly is more of a combo deck with a fair-ish backup than anything, but, regardless of say, clearly has a bias towards these decks and plays them very well.
So that's the Sabia Cryptomancer, all-star that people roll off the tongue coming down end of turn. With Flash, does have backup 1, going to target itself, making itself a 1/2. More importantly, it does have hexproof, which is the bit that Jones wants to have on this on all of his creatures here. Now these are going to be, this is another creature that we don't see too often. Do you know that one off the top of your head? Or
it's Light Paws.
Thank you, Light Paws.
Yeah,
of course it is.
That card was going to be broken, then they banned Lurrus, and it probably wasn't the Lurrus card for why it was broken.
R.I.P. Lurrus. I did. Yes. I love Lurrus. I think it died for many sins. I'd like to see it in the format, just the companion part of it banned. But here we are. We can talk about that all day long as we start throwing enchantments on top of it. Remember, when we do target it, we can search our deck for a different one and equip it. So we are going to see Inferior Armor get equipped to it along with the Kira's Ghost form. So on quick math, how big is that right now?
Quick math. Well, it is getting +2/+2, so it's a 4/4.
Nice. That's what we pay you the big money for.
Mm-hmm.
Now here on the right side, here comes a Greasefang. Greasefang is going to target the Chariot. Chariot's going to enter the battlefield, bring along with it 2/2 cat tokens. That's some nice little chump blockers if we need to go that route. But not only that, we also get to crew an attack with it.
Yeah, it's interesting too because our Chariot is actually as big as the cat, so the cat's probably not going to block. However, them blocking isn't even the end of the world because we just keep bringing it back and keep making more chump blockers.
Oh no, we got first strike, right?
Oh yeah, we do have first strike. Yeah, from the tier armor.
But the downside here is, do we want to take damage? Because if we kill it, it goes back to the graveyard and we keep getting it back, or do we just take the hit so it bounces back to the hand and then it's out of the graveyard? And we decided look like we want to take the hit here over on Jones's side.
Yeah, this is like a good play for stopping yourself and taking damage on the next turn. No matter what, you're going to end up with the Azteca's Chariot back in play. Just a matter of if Will's going to spend mana on it or not. Now, the worst punish here for Aleksander is if Will plays something like a Fiend's Informant, because we have gained a card in hand, so now our loot's going to be a little bit stronger. But not the end of the world, and a pretty good use of Life Trail as a resource here for Aleksander, especially as a deck that has life-linking auras and big creatures. It's probably not the end of the world to take 4 here.
Actually, I'm having a look to see what life-linking auras we do have. And
typically, we play an Unflinching Courage in the deck. This build might not be playing that.
Not on this list by the looks of it. Nope, I can't see it. It's just a bunch of pump and a bunch of draw spells. So, maybe we are going to get ourselves into a big race here. We do need the right cards for that to happen, though, but they can get extremely big very quickly. But we see on Will's side, not doing the super one-shot combo kill with Parhelion. We're going wide. We're making a lot of cat tokens. And these cat tokens, while there's no trample on the other side of the battlefield, are chump blockers, which is maybe what we need until we can get that powerful Parhelion to turn. In the tank, let's have a little look, see how we're gonna go about this. Doing the keyboard. Do you do the keyboard?
I do the keyboard on occasion, especially when I'm tired.
I do the keyboard. I don't think it does anything for my math, but I like doing the keyboard.
I have a local player who loves to tap the table. He's new to competitive Magic, and then look at me because he saw me do it in a feature match. And so,
imitation is art.
Exactly.
So here comes. This is one of the ones that will get us there. This is all that glitter. Sorry. That again kind of acts like another ethereal armor, giving +1/+1 for each artifact and enchantment you control. But because we targeted the light pause, we get to go find another one. I imagine this is going to be a trample, but we'll find out.
You might want to grab Griftspoon to gain flying. So if Parhelion does come down off a connive, you can block. Also, it'll let you sort of get damage. Although Vigilance might also be a pretty good one to grab. If you want to do that. Yeah, there's a ton. I think it's probably flying then trample, because if you're going to have flying, you might as well, you know what I mean?
Well, it looks like we're going to go for the fight ability, give it +0/+2 and fights when it ETBs. So that's
Warbrier's Blessing. Well, do you not know that card off the top of your head?
Yeah, that's a limited all-star. Everybody was playing that bad boy. I was more getting wrapped up, and there's an Aquarius form in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that one does off the bat?
Yeah, it's a blue. It's kind of a water-looking enchantment, and it gives the creature unblockable when you attack Scry 1. It was a staple of the Bant Heroic deck in Standard.
I used to love that deck. That was one of my favorite decks of Standard back of
all-timer
of day. That and Jeskai Black. I think that's my 2 favorite decks that were in Standard. But anyway, moving forward, one more play. Oh my word! How about an ethereal form? Go find something else. Okay, someone do some math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 6 enchantments. If we get the unblockable one, it's lethal, right?
Yeah, if we get the unblockable one, it should be lethal because you have 2 ethereal armors. So that's going to be 12, 13, 14.
All that glitter is exactly the same. So it's basically 3 inferior armors.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. Oh, sorry, guys. That was our second ethereal armor. Excuse me. Our third one. Yeah. So yeah, that is lethal there. And the Warblier's Blessing was more of a way to get Will in the boost than actually win the game. And it worked out.
It happens. And then we see this deck do wonders for Benson Manson. Being able to get himself into the finals of the Pro Tour with this deck. We've seen how powerful it can be, especially. It's very hard to target and fight against, right? So let's have a little look, see the sideboards, because it is closed deck tournament, but not for us. We get to look and we can put it on the screen for you all at home. So looking on Will's side, seeing what he can be bringing in this matchup. I see a Knight of the Autumn. That kind of sticks out to me. A couple of Duresses, a couple of Fatal Pushes, Rave Enfeeblements, Temporary Lockdowns, Unlicensed Hurst, and Leyline of the Void. What takes your fancy here?
I'm slamming the temporary lockdowns in my deck. It's basically one-sided Wrath of God in the matchup. It's unbeatable. It gets the auras, gets everything. It doesn't care about hexproof. That card is going so fast face down. From there, I probably want some Duresses. There are enough, enchantments that are pretty good. I kind of just want to go fast, and that's a good way to do that. Now, it really kind of depends on how Will wants to position himself post-board. So, for example, a card like Cosmic Rebirth, kind of there for grinding matchups, not going to be very good against Boggles, probably don't need it. Shieldred, sort of there for grinding matchups to give us a fair game plan and some pre-hate for graveyard hate. Probably don't need that either. Sky Sovereign Console Flagship, it's okay, right? But it's not as strong as the other thing, so maybe you leave one in. That's a great way to fit in a couple of those cards. You could also bring in Knight of Autumn as a way to blow up the enchantments, but it's a little bit weaker than those other things, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Honestly, the card Will most wants to draw in this matchup outside of the combo pieces, other Will, is the Liliana of the Veil, which is traditionally a thing that actually is stomped the Boggles decks. Very quickly has the ability to minus, which kills the hexproof creatures, and then runs the opponent out of resources, so everyone's top decking. And your aura deck isn't very good when you use to assemble auras plus creatures, but can't hold cards in hand because of Liliana.
Cedric's not going to be happy that you said Boggles then. But moving across, moving across to see what on the Greasefang, well, not on Greasefang side, over on Jones's side, what he has got. So we've got Chigana, obviously our powerful companion. Then we've got 2 Runes of Substance, a Portable Hole, Slip Out the Back, Stubborn Denial, and Leyline of Sanctity. Anything here take your fancy, Mr. Mason?
Yeah, so there's a couple different ways you can approach things. So Rune of Sustenance is one of the ways to give lifelink. So these Parhelions can create a lot of angels, and that can be a problem because the angels can chump block you and hit you for a lot. So you maybe want a lifelink thing. We saw how in that game, if we hadn't had the second ethereal armor, we actually wouldn't have had lethal even if we got the unblockable thing to begin with. So it can be a little hard to actually push damage through. So you have that going for you. And you maybe want Leyline of Sanctity. This card gives you hexproof. So notably, Liliana of the Veil, which I highlighted as one of the better cards, Duress and Thoughtseize are all cards that will not work with this in play. This is a card that I'm always a little hesitant to play, but I guess if we put this in our sideboard, we're probably signing up for it in matchups like this. And that is a thing, I should check with myself too. When you're playing decks like Bant Auras, you're going to have to play cards like this because your deck is so strong that's okay to play these somewhat weaker cards because when your cards are assembled and uninterrupted, they are just so powerful.
And talking about the mulligans of this deck, obviously it has a game plan. It can only do that game plan if it has a creature, and not that many creatures, in this deck list.
Yeah, we talked about it last round how I was telling people you need to mulligan towards Llanowar Elf and Elvish Mystic if you put them in your deck. That is true of Aleksander's deck, but tenfold. Your deck only works if you have a hexproof creature. Now, Light Paws in matchups with removal as light basically can work. You can search up Ghost Form immediately and have protection as long as you play it and equip it. But for the most part, you have to have a creature, ideally a hexproof one. And if your deck hand doesn't have that, you cannot keep. I do not care what sideboard cards you have. Unless that sideboard card says I win the game on it, you don't want to have it. As we do see a Thoughtseize here on turn number 1.
And that's going to reveal a hand with, I believe, just one creature. Oh, maybe that's the second creature. Actually, maybe that's the Cybermancer down at the bottom. What do you like taking here? So 2 land, exactly as we read out. That's kind of the ideal amount of land for us. A load of enchantments. Looks like we did bring in the Slip Out the Backs as well. But 2 creatures. I think I know which one, but tell me why you'd be picking this Scout.
I mean, yeah, last game we saw Will sort of lean towards Glade Cover Scout. If you're going for a creature, that's the one that's 1 mana versus 2. Buys you time. We talked about that race. It didn't work out for Will last time. Very easily could have worked out, though, in a world where maybe Will has the Parhelion. So we might see that play again. Also, Curious Obsession is in the middle there. There are 2 hexproof creatures. So, taking one of those is fine. Then your Liliana of the Veils are really good in the mid game as a way to kill the other one. Honestly, if you do have Liliana of the Veil in your hand, you might want to take the blue creature, the Saboteur Cryptomancer, because your Liliana will minus. But yeah, Curious Obsession is a great way to prevent them from getting cards, and you can maybe just overpower them because that hand doesn't actually do anything. The Slip Out the Backs are kind of this way to protect your own thing from Liliana's, but also stop the vehicles that are crewed from hitting you for lethal. So, Alex has a really kind of defensive hand here without much payoff. Luckily, the rest of his deck is payoff.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that pans out from. That's an interesting pick. Almost over on Will's side says, okay, my hand's really strong. Like if I'm not taking your creatures and your threats, it's really strong. As we see a Skyboat go to the graveyard. I did hear that you guys were doing the NRG series is the best place to find all boat noises on the on Twitch TV earlier on in the broadcast. But here we go with the Inferior Armor comes in. That's going to be an attack for 2. Remember, it does have first strike, so we can't really jump in front of it. It would just be a chump block. Passing the turn back. Do we have our third land on Will's side? Yes, we do. Do we have Greasefang? Yes, we do. Why wouldn't we? Of course we have it. We always have it. Exactly when we need it. Skyboat's going to be coming back. Cue sound. And that's going to obviously gain. We're going to be able to crew that and come across for 9 points of damage. So yeah, Will wants to turn this into a straight up race. Love to see it. Skyboat goes back to hand and the turn. Cue sound. And now going back to Jones on the left screen, is looking for some sort of way to get a life link, kind of turn this race back into the favor. One card we didn't miss, and I know why we both missed it, is because it doesn't have the in our deck list as we're looking at it. It's Staggering Insight, the 2-mana one that gives us life link +1/+1 on drawing cards. Super powerful card. Again, it used to be in the heroic deck, so we both should probably know that. It comes down the second mana confluence. They're not free, does do any mana, but at the cost of 1 life. And we just on chump block, dude. Looks like we're going to hold up these slip out the backs. Remember, they can target any creature. It gives it a +1/+1 counter and phases out. This is not the way you normally want to use it, but sometimes we can bring it in. We can try to, fog one of these big attacks that can come from the Greasefang deck. 2 mana. Here comes the loot effect.
Can we talk about how Will told me there's no lifelink enchantment, and then talk about Staggering Insight? What is going on? Why are you getting me like this, Will?
Why are you bringing it up? Everyone didn't notice that. Don't worry about it.
I want to talk about. I thought
stick to boat noises. Stick to there you go. Boat hits the graveyard. How is Will going to be moving forward? Here's his 4th land drop for the turn. I think he's going to say, I would like to go to combat, and this is where we're going to see this slip out the back. It gives it a +1/+1 counter, remember, but it does phase it out for the turn. So, and the turn it will be coming back with a +1/+1 counter. Does Will want to get in here with the powerful 3/2? I very much doubt it when there's a first strike creature on the other side, but these can just be chump blockers if needed, because Will's like, cool, you didn't do anything last time, really. If anything, you put a +1/+1 counter on my creature. There it is on the screen for you all. Slip out the back. I know this because, I played a lot of Infect, a lot of Mono Blue Spirits back in the day when this was kind of relevant in Standard. Another mana confluence. Not what you want when you're at 8 life.
A little painful.
Does help. So now Greasefang is a 5/4 with thanks to that +1/+1 counter. +1/+1 counter is all around here.
So this is funny. This is at the beginning. So before you get you do it before beginning of combat, so the boat doesn't come. So we're still in Will's main phase now because Will has priority again. So he could play another Greasefang and just get the boat back, and I'd have to go.
It's never going to get old, and if we don't get that as some sort of Twitch follow emote sound or whatever like that on your stream, I'm going to be super upset about it. But we're just going to be a land for the turn for Will. Doesn't have good attacks yet. Does have a couple of cards in hand. I'm kind of guessing that they're either lands or whiffs at this point. But no, Will's going to get in. I'm turning these sideways. You can block one of these, but the other one's going to do 3, drop you down to 5, and then you've got 3 mana confluences. I think I could win this race, Will says.
Master attack. I talk so often about how players do not think about attacks and blocks enough. This is a textbook example. My opponent has 3 mana confluences. They have 8 life. They don't actually have 8 life. You know what I mean? They have 6 life. I'm going to attack in, force them to have something, and use that card to save 2 life to trade, but that's okay because now they're at 6, which means my Skyboat is lethal.
Taking that Curious Obsessions from that turn 1 Fortsies has played out absolutely perfectly. But I'll tell you what's also pretty good, in this matchup, which is exactly what you said, is a temporary lockdown coming down and just clearing up that battlefield, especially when next turn you're getting back that Greasefang, which is going to get back that boat and give us the lethal attack that we need. As we see, Jones is going to scoop it up. He knows it's with the writings on the wall, so we get a game number 3, which is what I love. High-level Magic, high-level event. Game number 3, more paper Magic for everybody to look at and comment on. We do have sideboards for you all because this is a closed decklist tournament for the players, but not for us at home. So we're going to see if we can get them up on the screen. We've talked through it already, but draw play dependent. Now we're back on the play for Jones. Do you like mixing up your deck at all here?
So I don't have a ton of experience on the Bant Aura deck, but I've played a little bit of Magic. I have some ideas. My general thought is I think Slip Out the Back was a little too slow in general. And on the draw, it was going to be a lot worse on the play. So I think that it might still be okay. But I think that I still lean towards just, hey, I've got my ley lines. Let's stop Liliana the Veil. Let's stop the discard spells. That's it. Call it a day. And, maybe bring in the Rune of Sustenance as a way to win races if you have to. But as you just saw from Temporary Lockdown, you're going to need to win very quickly. In fact, my only critique of Will, I think he played that game masterfully, is I wonder if he actually had to play the lockdown because now his opponent knows that card existed, and could he have gone the distance without playing it? That's the question I have to ask myself, but there was some risk of leaving that creature in play, so, not clear cut to me. But that is the big thing going on here for the Bant Oros deck.
I think we kind of saw something that like a lot of players fall short of is over sideboarding, right? Like we saw this, the slip out the backs come in there. If those slip out the backs were potentially any of the enchantments in our deck, we could have got ourselves into a better racing situation. But maybe a little bit of sideboard, or maybe just a little bit of bad luck on our part, drawing too many of one card than the other. But we're going to move across. We're going to have a little look, see what Will has got in his list. If you give you a reminder at home, what everybody is tuning in. Remember, Abzan, Greasefang. And I did want to talk to you because we've talked about this. We know what's coming and we know what's going to be going out. Is closed deckless tournaments versus open deckless tournaments. Abzan, Greasefang in open deckless tournaments is meant to be pretty bad, but in these closed deckless tournaments, it's meant to be really good. What's the reasoning behind that?
So, Abzan and Greasefang is a deck that if your opponent knows what you are playing, there might be some cards in their main deck that are better against you and some that are worse. And theoretically, your cards kind of all do the same thing and are pretty good, so it doesn't super matter. Obviously, if you knew what your opponent was playing, you might be able to make a slightly more informed decision. But for the most part, you kind of, you know what's going on in the metagame as Abzan and Greasefang. You know what your hands look like. And in game ones, you can sort of be powerful and proactive like that. And the dark your opponent might, you might be mono green, which having early kill spells is really good. But you might also be Rakdos. You might be blue-white control. So there's so many decks you could be. And not a whole lot of things actually interact super well with the Greasefang deck, except for removal spells. And they really are sort of short-term answers to the Greasefang.
That's one I haven't, while I've been watching, have any mono green been on camera this weekend?
We had one earlier in the day where Derrick Davis sort of beat them up a little bit. But for the most part, mono green's been kind of down recently, in big part because of things like Wild of Eldraines coming out and sort of changing up the metagame a little bit by adding more Boros Convoke to the format and more Arclight Phoenix. Two bad matchups.
Well, we're going to head down to the matchup. One of these players is going to be 7-1. One of these players is going to be 6-2. Who is it going to be? We'll find out shortly. Because this is, remember, a Pioneer 10K, 227 players. One over the threshold to make it 9 rounds of magic for you before we cut to that top 8. All battling out, not only for the cash, but for the points, for the invites, see if they can get themselves to the end of year player championships, where we're going to have 16 players battling out for 25K in a big old tournament. We're just getting in our ears here that basically Jones is walking away. He's just got a judge call, going to ask probably, how does this interaction work, or X, Y, Z. If we can find out what that is, we'll get it back to you all. But in that meantime, we're going to see Will shuffling. So it gives me a little bit more time to talk about some events that we've got coming up. Obviously, we've got not only this weekend in Indianapolis, which I haven't given any facts about Indianapolis this weekend. We also do have Madison coming up. That is going to be the weekend after Thanksgiving, November 25th and 26th. On the Saturday, it is going to be the 10K Modern Showdown. And on the Sunday, a 5K Pioneer Trial. So if you can get yourself out to these events, why wouldn't you? I'm actually in America over this weekend. I really want to try and fly to one of these events. I'm going to be in Orlando. I was looking at flights before I came on air to see how much my flight's going to cost to go from Orlando to Madison. Potentially, you might see me battling out over a little bit of Modern. I think I would be taking a bit of Yawgmoth. What about yourself?
Ooh, if I had to battle, what would I battle with? So the Bean Spike deck is pretty cool. I'll go with my heart, though. I've been playing a lot of Yawgmoth recently, which is really fun. I like it, but Hardened Scales kind of has my attention in a way that's much like that meme, where the guy's walking with his girlfriend and he's looking back. That's me with Hardened Scales right now. I think that deck is super fun and kind of traditionally underplayed. So, I'm just a little curious there. It looks like Alex had a Gigantha that we didn't reveal game 1 or 2.
Yeah,
but we got it game 3.
I think that might be what the judge call was about. So we sussed it out there. When you're going about Hardened Scales, I literally just bought all the rest of the cards I needed to play that deck, because I also think that deck is Probably the most stressful deck I've ever played on stream, but also super powerful if you learn it. And if you are a fan of Modern, remember tomorrow we will be bringing you Team Modern Trios event. So it's a good chance if you play Modern, you're going to see a lot of it and a lot of different decks battling out tomorrow in the 10K. We're going to see Jones taking the mulligan here. Kind of something that if you register this deck, you're going to take the hit, right? You understand I'm going to be taking a few mulligans for this tournament.
Yeah, you don't come and play this deck without accepting that I'm going to take mulligans. There's anything. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I've gone all black on my screen. I'll figure that out in a second here.
It's all good.
But yeah, so this is a deck where you're going to have to take mulligans.
Yeah, we understand that you take mulligans, but obviously playing against a deck on the other side, which has got fort seizes, duresses, things to be able to tear your hand apart, it's going to be pretty hard for Jones here. But the advantages does get to be on the play here, so can get down that turn 1 Glade Cover Scout if needs be, but we do need to find it with an untapped green source. Are we going to find it in this opening 7 now? Let's find out. Both players having a little bit of ban, a little bit of talk between themselves. I think I saw another slip out the back there in hand. A lot of blue cards, but not a lot of land. Going down to 5 for Jones. Will's just like, oh, I've got like triple forties in hand. I'm going crazy here. This is exactly what I want to see. I would be interested though. I feel like Will, and I've given him a lot of praise so far this weekend, but this might be the biggest compliment of his Magic career. That hair might be up there with Reed Duke level of hair. Chat, I need you to let me know. Is that Reed Duke level of hair? Is this like a Reed Duke throw going on or not? Let me know in the chat, because it's got Reed Duke-esque to me. It's a very beautiful head of hair. Jones shuffling up, going down to 5 on the play. Needs a really good opener of, I imagine, 2 lands, 1 creature, 2 sort of enchantments, probably something like Curious Obsessions to kind of start refilling the hand, but we'll find out shortly. Remember, Dragano is revealed, which means it's not a free sideboard card. A lot of people think it is. And some people say it is the 8th card normally in your hand. Not in this case. It does have some exceptions. It does have a little bit of text. Oh, going down to 4 for Jones on the left of your screen here. Not what you want to see when you're down at 6 and 1. Will on the other side is like, well, we take these. We take these occasionally when they happen. Isn't that right, Mason?
Yeah, listen, no one ever does well or wins a tournament without getting a little lucky. That just happens. Sometimes lucky is you top deck a card. Sometimes your opponent mulligans to 4. Also, I'll say it. Jones's deck is one of the decks in Pioneer that can mulligan to 4 and still win. Picture this for me, Will, if you will. 2 lands, Glade Cover Scout, Ethereal Armor, and we draw another 1-mana 1 off the top, and Will doesn't have a Thought Seize on turn 1, right? Like, that is a really easy way to actually just beat Will.
There's a lot of wills in that sentence, and I'm here for it all through. I was talking about Will's luscious locks and how I feel like he's up there with Reed Duke level of hair.
He stole your hairline.
Well, yeah, but say there's not many things do losing more in Magic than my hairline right now. I tell you, that's age for you. It looks like we found 4 cards that we need. I'll make sure I get you back on that one. Don't you worry.
Listen, man, I come for the throat and I do not miss.
Okay, let's say I love the Magic reference there as well. But turn 1, no Scout and no Fortsies for Will here. Do we have a turn 2 play for Jones? I imagine so. This would not be a great keep to 4. But when you go to 4, sometimes you just got to keep. Like, I've got some lands. Maybe I'll get there. Maybe I'll get there with spells. Do we have a second land? That is what we'll find out.
Well, we do have Light Paw. So it does look like Alex did have a creature. I think you might just be thinking about would it Will actually keep in Fatal Push, and if he did, can I even win? The answer is Will's probably not going to leave in Fatal Pushes for your Light Paws. He has to go fast, can't have room for that sort of card. But I do love that Jones took a second. Even though your play is kind of forced, is it forced? You could maybe wait a turn, draw a land. You got to get lucky anyways. So I really respect him taking the time. Players don't do that enough. They just love to slam the cards as Rafine Informant comes down.
It's really interesting about the keeping removal and not keeping removal. As normally you think, oh, it's a dead card. It is what it is. But obviously in this sort of scenario that pans out, potentially it could be good enough. Do we have enough good cards to bring in that are better than removal? We can always, with our deck, filter out our hand if it does get stuck in our hand, like we just seen there, being able to loot away as we get a Skyboat into the graveyard queue sound.
I want to point out the bar actually will kill the Light Paws as well if we don't grow it enough. So this is a turn where Alex needs to put a lot of power on it, or the face-up Skyboat will just kill the Light Paw.
Oh, this is going big. We're going to get ourselves in a fear armor or something like this now. Maybe even an unblockable way so this Curious Obsessions can start getting combat damage in and start drawing us more cards. Because it is already a 3/3. Depending on what enchantment gets stuck to it, it might be even bigger than that. Jones is in the tank, though. What do I want to get? Do I want to get a way to give it trample? Do I want to give it unblockable? Do I want to give it vigilance? Do I want to give it first strike? How bad can it go for me next turn? Potentially Liliana comes down. Then we want to go get a Cardouche of Society, get a little 1/1 to come along. So many options. But it is a guessing game at the end of the day. We'll see if it pans out. But you don't get 6-1 just on a whim. You need to know what this format and how it pans out. And sometimes you do need that little bit of luck. Not currently on his side when he is at a mull to 4. But here comes the Aquarius form that we talked about. We were speaking about in the last game, giving it unblockable. And whenever it attacks, scry 1. My problem with this is it keeps it as a 3/3. So unless we have another way to boost that, this Skyboat could end up taking it out.
Yeah, I wonder if Alex has. So you do get to scry and draw. I wonder if he has some way to protect the Light Pawn hand. I would imagine if you did, it's an aura. Now we do have slip out the back, but we don't have any blue mana for that. So if it was an aura, we would play it beforehand to do more damage. So, or search a thing that does damage, as the kids say. So Alex is taking a big think here. He leaves it on top. He's going to draw it. My guess is that it's a blue land that will be leading up our slip out the back, and that's what we were thinking about. Now, no way to know for sure. We'll have to see here.
I did see an Ethereal Armor. I think that might be what we left on top. Now playing that out, which would make sense why we didn't play it before combat, that we drew it off for the turn. But this also, again, makes everything massive. That Curious Ghost form, that's going to give us the permission, the little bit we need against a Liliana on the other side of the battlefield. So it's getting pretty big. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 powered creature that can't be blocked, that when it attacks, scries and has first strike.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's a 7 power creature, though. Will, nice try.
7, 1, 2, 3,
You're a countryman.
4, 5, 6. Where's
Curious Obsession +1/+1? So 4 +1 +2.
I'm so bad at math.
You're not bad at math, my friend. You just don't know every Magic card because you're a real adult, unlike me. Anyways,
here comes
Liliana.
This is what we were playing around. This is exactly what we see. So it's going to use the. Well, I haven't seen this interaction since 2014 Modern, where we're going to be ticking it down and just leaving it alone a little 2/2 on the battlefield. All the enchantments do drop off, but with the light pause being what it does and having a big old chunk of text on it means it could be pretty easy trying to refill that if we do have any more auras in our hand. Land for the turn. Doesn't look great. We're not slamming anything right now. It's just at the backs. We're going to be losing one of these to Liliana shortly, I imagine.
Yeah, and this is why I highlighted this card as such a big problem is, even though we didn't actually permanently answer the creature, now Alex's answers of things like slip out the back are going to go away, and the Parkelian goes to the graveyard. And we're going to... Alex is like, oh, it comes back. I wonder what card he kept in hand.
I don't know. I know this is a lot of damage, though. So Parhelion, for people who do not know what this does, it is not only a big 6/6 sky boat of skyness, it also brings along with it 2 4/4s. It's not. It's a 5/5, isn't it? It's not 6/6. Right? It's a big 5/5, and then it has 5/5s with 2 4/4 angels, but they all get to attack, so it's 13 points of damage, as well as coming across with a 3/2. That means 16 damage to the face. Would you like to block? I imagine the word is no, and then can we even race it? I think the game's over. It's one thing I'm trying to learn in my casting career. It's cool a game when a game is over, and it is over, and Will is going to advance to 7-1. Getting himself one step closer to winning yet another SCG tournament. This kid's on a tear. I don't know what I said, but I'm getting told in my ear I didn't say NRG, so I apologize. What did I say?
I'm just going to say
it. Tell me in the break what I said.
I'll just say it. I want Cedric's approval, but not that bad.
What did I say? Oh, did I say the other one that is irrelevant anymore and doesn't stream and doesn't have anything on the internet? Screw that company. You got it here. This is
no. Whoa!
Everything's going off in my ears right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting it. It's still,
anyways, I'm going to take over the hosting role. I cannot
We're all here for
wait to
Bant.
see what's going on. We have a backup feature match. If you can get me on that backup feature match ASAP, I'll make sure to correct Will all the time. You know, in my head, I was thinking, all right,
we're
game
going to
two
game 2 live, still playing. Okay, I thought we were all about the bants and stuff, but now we're changing the bants. Jeez, this is
my gosh.
It must be the English accent coming across chat. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we're going to go down. We're going straight into game number 2. So it's not going to be a pre-recorded match that we would have got. We're going to head down there. What 2 decks have we got queued up? Is this going to be? I think this has got some spice in it, right?
Yeah, so we have Boros Convoke on your right from Cliff Boyardee versus Piper Powell on your left playing Rona Luca combo. So we've seen Convoke a couple times, aggro deck. If you haven't seen the format before, expect that. Piper here, she is playing this combo deck that is sort of 2 combos combined into one. So the Rona combo of make infinite mana and then use a Fae of Wishes to find something to win the game. That's sort of her main combo, or one of her main combos that she's doing. The other is Luca, which you can minus and then reveal cards on top of your deck to get a creature that's more mana value. The only one that's more mana value in her deck, Atraxa.
All right, let's try and chase up what's happening on this this board state, because it looks like there's a lot going on. So on the Convoke side, that is going to be a huge bunny. But on the other side, we've got a lot of mana and potentially a combo going off. Have we got enough mana to activate it?
We do have enough mana to activate the Kinnan, assuming those aren't summoning sick elves.
Let's have a little look. See, is there anything great we can hit though? Like that's the other one. Like, are we doing this in combat? Are we doing this in blocking? Are we going to find a Atraxa? I see a Luca there. Making sure we get enough, right? That's double Luca actually. Double Luca, double land, and just a Carotid. Not exactly what we want to be hitting, especially when we have the option to hit things like an Atraxa, potentially also a Valky God of Lies in this deck. As you said, multiple different combos going off in it. Draw for the turn.
Yeah. And Piper, if you're new to the NRG series here, you should still probably know Piper's name, because Piper showed up to about 3 tournaments last year, made the finals of all of them, and then walked into our Players' Championship. Also someone who completely destroys on Magic Online. Easily one of the strongest players in our field here today that is the least known. She is an absolute killer. And if anyone I had to play in the hall, she'd be the one I do not want to play against.
And how much of an advantage is it turning up with one of these like kind of offbeat decks? As you say, they've got 2 different combos in it. It's not super well known. So unless you're really keeping on top of the Pioneer format, you might potentially be playing against a deck and you're not entirely sure what you're meant to kill, what you're meant to interact with, etc. What sort of factor does that gain, or advantage do you gain from that?
A huge one. So, Piper knows this kind of deck. She's very smart. She's going to be able to pick that up immediately. Probably even practice some with it leading into the event. Your opponents maybe have heard about this thing, right? Like, oh, I heard it did well in the EU. Maybe Nassif streamed it a little bit, right? Maybe you saw Doomwig play a couple of games. But if you don't actually understand what's going on, your more stockish deck is something that Piper's going to know from the past and know how it's going to line up against her deck, right? She might not know every single niche interaction, but you don't know the basic interactions probably as well as she does. And just that alone matters so much, especially if you don't understand fully how these combos work or which one's more important, right? Cliff Boyardee might be having a situation where he has a card that he wants in the sideboard, but for one half, but not the other half of the combos. That might not be lining up with the way Piper thinks the game is supposed to be played and that experience in the matchup here. As we do see a Rona activation happening, discarding Sylvan Caryatid.
We're definitely looking for something right now. Like what is it we're trying to find? Remember, a couple of Lucas went to the bottom of the deck. So that's one part of the combo that is kind of diluted slightly here. This is a lot of mana. I think we're going to spin the wheel.
Yeah, so this is what Piper's looking for, is Atraxa. So by looting, we got another chance to find Atraxa and have a bit more informed decision. And since we're going to play it anyways, we might as well play it first here. So this was Piper basically being like, okay, let's see if I can assemble the other half of the combo, because as you see here, Piper has Retraction Helix and Mox Amber. There's already a Mox Amber on the board. Now all Piper needs is something to use the infinite mana with. She has all the colors in her deck at infinity mana. She can also loop through her whole deck, so she should be able to find the Fae of Wishes and win the game. And with Cliff Boyardee not having any 0 mana interaction, it wouldn't. None of this would be a problem if not for that Thalion play.
Yeah, Thalion is going to be a problem. I was kind of looking there at the land, just small little things like, how do I lose the game? I feel like I'm going to be super ahead now. It's Atraxa on the battlefield. So not to get the Beseiju. potentially Embercleave. Does Embercleave get us out of it over on Cliffside?
Yeah, I hate to interrupt you. I've realized Piper has the win. So she can cast Retraction Helix on the Rona. Retraction Helix can bounce your opponent's things. That will bounce the Thalia. With it gone, the Mox Amber costs 0 mana. We can play it, which will re-trigger the Rona to untap. Now we have the combo proper. So Piper has it all here. We'll get to draw through her entire deck, generate infinite mana, and then eventually cast Fae of Wishes, and then grab something from the sideboard to win the game. Aetherflux Reservoir is typically the kill in these decks.
Do you have a sound for combo like you do for boat, or is it
wiggly wobbly wobbly dobbly timey wimey?
So I think we demonstrated the loop of what's going on here. Here is a Bring to Light. That's going to go through our deck. All 5 color. Well, is it going to be 5 colors? I'm pretty sure we can make all 5 colors of an attraction on the battlefield as well. And as I say, we're just going through the motion, turning and burning through the wheels, but we are eventually going to have a win here for Pippa. So that's going to be a 7-1. You said that they don't turn up to events very often, but when they do, they make them count.
Yeah, Piper is a stone cold killer. I mean, like I said, she is the one person who I would choose to not play against in the room cold. I don't know everyone there by heart, but I'm willing to take that bet there. And we are going to try and get an interview with one of our winners here. So that's going to be exciting. But yeah, Piper, incredibly strong player, just walks into the finals of these events because she is a stone cold killer.
And if you've got any questions for the winner there, make sure you whack them in the chat so we can ask them for you, ladies and gentlemen. But while we get them across, getting them all rigged up and get them all mic'd up, let's give you a reminder of what is going on this whole weekend. Today, Pioneer action. We all know that we're watching it right now. Only a couple more rounds before we find out who is in that top 8. But tomorrow, we have got a teams trio event. All 3 players playing Modern. It's not unified Modern or anything like that. It's all 3 decks could be the same if you wanted to go that route. It is going to be a lot of Modern playing tomorrow. A lot of teams battling out. And again, they're going to try and walk away with all the top money prizes, top points, etc., and get themselves to that end of the year leaderboard. I speak about this end of the year leaderboard a lot because it is going to be really hard to get there. Only 16 players are going to get to it. It's going to be a 25K tournament. We've got 8 players locked in already. We'll see if we can get them up on the screen. I have a little talk about through them. Okay, looks like we're not going to be able to get an interview, so we do get to get these 8 players up on the screen. We can have a little to see who is locked in. Talk me through these, Mason.
Yeah, so really quickly, here's the rundown. The lore dump, as it were. Roger Suleiman, he is our 2022 champion. Also, like I've said before, has had a season this season that is still just good enough to have made it back to the championship if he hadn't won. So he is one of our most dominant faces on the circuit here. Steven Dykman, someone who won our first event weekend. Now you say weekend there, we have one-day events each because he won both of them well, back-to-back, which catapulted him to the top of the leaderboard, has been putting up great results all year long. It isn't stopping anytime soon and is running for our player of the year race there, as long as he's a popular Magic the Gathering streamer. Daniel Weiser, someone who does really well in lots of other card games as well, has played Pro Tours, of course, is here, came out to our event, played Control in Pioneer, won it. Matthew Hoey, mainstay of the NRG series, someone who's played in every championship except last year, wasn't very happy with that, decided to win one of our showdowns this year, got there playing Grynos. Nimitz, Weiss, and Bergart are a team winners in July there, so they all teamed together and got there. So that's what happened there. And then Kyle Gonzalez, sort of our ghost champion. They won our Michigan NRG, which unfortunately we were unable to bring to you, but Kyle won and is going to be making it to our event. So those are our 8 players. And Will, we have our winner of today's tournament, the winner of the Madison, and the 6 at large. And that's it. That's our 16 players for this $25,000 prize pool, life-changing money, all happening here on the NRG series.
Oh, so you get the massive title that goes along with it. It is a combination of all the grinding throughout the year. The hard work that all these players are putting in will be start paying off, as you said, at the end of the year in that 25K tournament. But that is going to be the end of it for round number 8. We'll be back shortly with round number 9 and the concluding round to find out who is going to be in our top 8. So make sure you stick around. See you all shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG Series 10K Pioneer event. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I am joined by none other than 6'2", the man himself, Mason Clark, and we're bringing you round number 9, the last round. We'll finally find out who is going to be in that top 8. 227 players started this weekend, but there can only be 8 of them battling it out to find out who's going to walk away with the title of champion today. But starting off, we're going to be on a classic. Rakdos Sacrifice versus Izzet Phoenix. We've got Chris on the left, Russell on the right. Mason, how does this matchup normally play out?
So this is typically a tough one for Rakdos Sacrifice. That deck really good normally against creature decks, but that's because Cat Oven on the ground plus Mayhem Devil means that the creatures can't really ever attack or stick around. Phoenix subverts both of those things by flying and being recursive. Plus, the Phoenix deck has a lot of very good card advantage things and ways to break up the synergy. So we're seeing here pieces of the puzzle get taken. That way, Treasure Cruise cannot be used as easily. These are just ways to go way over the top of the Rakdos Sacrifice deck.
Are you telling me 1 blue manaless, draw 3 cards is good in Magic the Gathering?
It's very nice.
It's very nice indeed. Okay, Thoughtseize number 2 going to come down here for Chris. Going to get a little look at that hand, see what did you draw. Russell's son, do I want to do anything in response? Probably not. But what do I know? Looks like we're going to be opting in response. Have a little scryzy, put that to the bottom, get a fresh draw. And if it's any good, we can take that. It would look like it was another op. So
yeah.
did he point at the Phoenix?
Well, yeah, he was pointing at the new cards. I think, to be fair, but it also doubles as a subliminal take my Phoenix.
It's a bold shout card, and let's see if it pays off for him. And then for 1 red mana, here comes not the most powerful cards in the deck in this matchup, but an Unlucky Witness.
Yeah,
second land.
Good role player card. You just have things you want to sacrifice. Some players aren't in love with it, but just a great way to kind of assemble your A plus B miscellaneous combos.
Chris getting in there for the point of damage. Has a few options in hand. Do see another land, do see a cat, do see a Bloodtide Harvester, and I think that's where we're going to start off here. This card does a lot, right? For 2 mana in Pioneer, it can get rid of your bad cards, draw you some good cards. It can kill creatures, and it can also have a bit of a clock, being a 3/2 body for 2.
Mm-hmm. Just all around solid role player card. Bloodtide Harvester has been sort of a standard and Pioneer mainstay since its release, just because, like you said, get a lot for a little.
Okay, end of turn. Opt. Do we like that one? Remember, each of these cards, every time they go to the graveyard, are going to make that Treasure Cruise in hand cost 1 less, which is really good when your opponent's trying to 1-for-1 you, when you can draw 3 more. Impulse. Going to get rid of that Bloodtide. Spell Mastery is on, so it's going to be 3 damage. Not that it matters too much. Chris just making sure that was the target.
Yeah. There are some weird stuff where I think it's until the end of your next turn on Witness, so you could kill it in main phase 2 and strand the cards. But no land for Russell. He whiffed on all those ops.
No third land, which is crucial because we are 1 turn away from that Treasure Cruise because it is going to cast 8. No point coming across. Here comes the pesky little cat, the Cauldron Familiar itself. And ETB drains and gains 1 life point. There's the third land that we didn't have last turn for Russell. And here is a piece of the puzzle. It talks about this card and how powerful it is in this deck.
Yeah, so piece of the puzzle is really, once again, kind of like a glue enabler card. You reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. You take 2 instant with sorceries, put them in your hand, the rest go to the graveyard. Unironically, this card's very similar to Dark Ritual plus Divination, where, and look in this case, we have 4 options to choose. Oh my goodness, so many powerful cards. Temporal Trespass is definitely one that is a little bit sticking out to me, but isn't inherently obviously the best pick, as we are going to take Considering Lightning Axe. But this sort of card puts 2 cards in your hand and then puts 3 new cards in the graveyard, which you can then use to delve and cast your Treasure Cruises. And, the card itself goes to the yard. So that's another piece of material. And if you find Arclight Phoenix like Russell just did, now your multi-turn spells are actually having these huge payoffs.
Here's a Deadly Dispute end of turn. That means that, we can sacrifice the treasure that's on the battlefield, or the token that's on the battlefield. Sorry, it creates a treasure, but we also get 2 more cards to our hand, which is what we need, especially when our opponent is potentially playing something like a Treasure Cruise next turn. I want you to talk to me about this Temporal Trespass. Sometimes Phoenix X players, sometimes they don't. It's kind of flavor of the month. Someone likes the combo type of big hit finish. The other just want to value more cantrips. Where do you sit on that fence?
Yeah, I think you nail it perfectly on where the 2 spots are. And I kind of value the big finish. So I played a lot of Phoenix, qualified for the Pro Tour last year, playing Phoenix in Atlanta. And one of the things that I love about that deck is that the Temporal Trespass plus Galvanic Iteration gives you an oops, I win button no matter how bad or how bad of a matchup is going on, right? If things are going poorly, well, I take 2 turns in a row, I can get some Phoenixes, maybe I can kill you. Same thing, in your good matchups, now suddenly you have a way to slam the door, not let someone get out from underneath you. So it isn't always the best card, and it needs a little bit of help to be a great card, But when you have so many cantrips, Will, it's very easy to get the first copy in your deck. Now, lots of players choose to play 2, but you can very easily play 1. We see people do that as a way to have this sort of, oops, I win. And with your sleight of hands, ops, etc., you find them. And if you mill over it, whatever, it's not the end of the world. It's not like you have to have that card to be able to win with Phoenix.
Okay, we're going to see Treasure Cruise come down for 1 mana, leaving Phoenix in the graveyard and another pieces of the puzzle. How important is it to, you know, when you're delving away these cards, you know, it's still, your graveyard still is relevant in what cards you leave in there, right?
Yeah, Spell Mastery for the Fiery Impulse is a big one. That goes from 2 to 3 damage on that. Notable with things like Mayhem Devil out of Chris Andersen's Rakdos Sacrifice deck here. Plus, you know, just in the future, you might want to delve more things. There's the Arclight Phoenixes you want to leave behind. So there's a lot of small things going on. In fact, sometimes it's better for you to maybe spend 2 mana now on a Treasure Cruise and delve 1 less card, so that next turn you can delve even more, right? Or set up something like a Temporal Trespass. There are 2 Phoenixes there. Yeah, one just got stuck on the other card there. But yeah, that's going to be 6 damage. And you're seeing now why this matchup's so tough, right? Russell can sort of interact with Chris. Chris can't super interact well with Russell. And yeah, we have removal for these creatures, but it isn't the end of the world. And so we have to think Russell just be like, yeah, I got this main deck Spell Pierce.
I was about to say Spell Pierce check. Okay.
Yeah.
You got it. So Fable Mirror Breaker is going to go up to 2. That means we can discard 2, draw up to that many. Chris deciding what he wants to get rid of here. Looks like it is going to be the full whack. Nope, put him back in his hand, having a little think here. But, you know, Russell on the left, you're seeing proper in the driver's seat now. 2 fresh cards for Chris. 2 land. Has a little shake of that. It's like, yeah, these are great. This is exactly what I need right now. Means I can animate this Eye of the Hive Tyrant.
Yeah, you know, and that's going to get in 3 damage. We are in a racing situation, one that Chris is not going to be able to win currently, but, you know, might come up later. Chris gets to eat 1 card from the graveyard. Doesn't super matter. Just more matters for delving at this point. So 1 less card. Now, Russell has 5 cards, so we're still going to get a very much discounted Treasure Cruise, but not so much that, you know, it's free.
So, you know, earlier on in the broadcast with yourself and Devon, you were talking about cantrips, and you know, it's kind of a bit of a trigger word for you, but I'm not entirely sure why. But I'd like to delve a little bit deeper into that. What have you got against cantrips?
You open up one time about something, and then your friends never let it go. So, so basically, it's less that I don't even like. I just find them not very exciting because of this right here. It's really engaging for Russell. It's a very fun gameplay experience. But as a commentator, it's very hard for me to actually commentate on the action because all the information is hidden. Now, it's worse with cards like Brainstorm and Ponder than it is with cards like Sleight of Hand, but I couldn't even see those cards. So right now I'm going to tell you some jibbly gobbly timey-wimey stuff. Like Russell's trying to sculpt his hand to have a certain outcome of cards and cover all the bases Chris could potentially bring as we look to be hard casting an Arclight Phoenix here and just an attack for 9, putting Chris to 2, making it very unlikely for him to actually close the door on this next turn. And that's sort of, you know, why I don't like cantrips. It's very hard to call the action.
Is that why we don't see you commentating on Lotus too much? That is one of the decks I think is just horrendous to try and commentate on. It's like stuff is happening, and I'll tell you when the game is over. Just like now, where we're going to shock in this Blood Crypt, doing the last 2 points damage to ourselves. Chris scooping them up, going to go to a game number 2. But we do have sideboard to both of these matchups. But we're going to move back to us, just, you know, while we kind of set that up. So maybe you've just joined in. If you've just joined in, welcome. Where have you been all day? It is round number 9. There is 9 rounds of Pioneers today. So next up after this is going to be our top 8. We're going to find out which 8 players are going to be battling out to walk away with all the points, all the money, because remember, it is a 10K as well, so big chunks of money on the line. More importantly, that invite to get to that end-of-year tournament, the Player of the Year Championships, playoff, 16 players, 25K. Sign me up all day long. Mason, you've obviously been watching it throughout the year, all the players battling out. Is there any like highlight moments that are sticking out in your head? Because I've got one from the last time that I was commentating, and all I've got to say to you is Sire Insanity. That card, turn 1. Oh.
Sire Insanity, turn 1. That one holds a special place in my heart. That's actually now my neighbor and good friend Garrison fought. He was the one playing against that in the moment. So I was in chat spamming, let's go, draw a land, draw a shadow, win. And that was an awesome moment for sure. And that one has a special place in my heart. We now have a deck list, so we can pull those up here. But real quick, Steven Dykman winning back-to-back. That one sticks out to me. I think that's the first time in NRG history that's ever happened. And in other circuits, it's only happened one other time from a great player called Jerry Thompson. Maybe you heard of him.
I've heard of it once or twice, done a few things in the game, I hear. Okay, here is the sideboards coming up for you on your screen, starting off on the Rakdos side. Obviously, we've got Gigana, but we also have a Cruxer, Unlicensed Hearse, Damping Sphere, Duress, Furnace Ruins, a Go Blank, Collins Command, and Rending Volley. Any of these take your fancy?
Yeah, so Unlicensed Hearse is pretty good in this matchup. It is not as backbreaking as Go Blank is. So Go Blank is the card that black decks go to beat Phoenix. There's two big reasons for that. One, it answers the graveyard, and the second is it makes you discard cards from hand. Those are sort of the two most important zones for the Phoenix deck. And from a play pattern perspective, what did we say was one of the best cards in their deck, Will? We said it was Pieces of the Puzzle. Draws 2 cards, puts a bunch of cards in the graveyard. If you spend your turn doing that, and then I spend the next turn go blanking you, I've undone your turn and all that previous graveyard work you did. So very powerful card in this matchup. Those are the 2 cards I'm slamming. I'm definitely interested in things like Duress as well. We have a bunch of cards that aren't very good in our deck here. Fatal Push is like fine, but it's not super great. You kind of want to leave some claim the first boards in for things like Ledger Shredder, but you could trim on those if you wanted to. I'm personally not a fan of doing that, but it's a reasonable play. And then you just have, things like Unlucky Witness are fine, but they're not really going to get interacted with. And some Phoenix decks even have Spikefield Hazard, which can exile it. So not the greatest place in the world to be. This matchup's tough for Chris, but he has a couple tools that are very good. And if he can draw those, he can easily win the game.
Okay, let's move across quickly to see what Russell's got in his deck. Give me a quick fire of what you read here. A Braid. We've got a Surgery. We've got Treasure Cruise. We've got Brotherhood's End. We've got Crackling Drakes, Disdainful Strokes, Thing in the Ice, Sahili, and Mystical Dispute. What would you like bringing out of this?
So Brotherhood's End, great against all the Rakdos builds currently in Pioneer. Both wipes the board, but against this deck, the artifact mode matters as well. Same thing with a Braid. Kills a creature or kills one of the pesky artifacts like Unlicensed Hearse, for an example. Crackling Drake is something I really like. We just talked about 2 big cards from the sideboard of the Rakdos deck that exile our graveyard. Crackling Drake is a way to fight through that and get a little extra oomph. You can also bring in Treasure Cruise. We see players cut things like Temporal Trespass in this matchup as a little lacking. We're down to the future match area with the mulligans finished. We did it. Boom, boom, turbo sideboard.
Turbo sideboard. And that even has its own sort of sound bite as well. Boom, boom, boom. Love to see it. Chris can have a little look at his opening 7. I believe he is on a mole currently. We just, as we're tuning in, does he want to pick one of these back to the bottom, or do we want to go see if we can find a better 5-card hand? He's having a little talk through it to himself, and he says, this isn't it. This is not good enough to beat your deck, so throws it back again. Russ on the other side, quite content, quite happy with his 7, with the shuttling technique and the fancy sleeves there. Have you got any sleeves of choice that that you like picking up, or a certain color maybe?
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm open to sponsorships opportunities, brands out there. But no, jokes aside, I really like the Dragon Shield Blacks. It's typically my go-to. A tried and true.
Try and show they do what they say on the tin. They protect your cards, and that's exactly what you need to happen here. Are they going to give you the perfect opening 7? Only time will tell. Is it going to work for Chris to get a good keepable 5 here? Let's have a little look. I can see lands, I can see spells, and I can see a nod of the head here from Chris. Are we going to hit Den of the Bugbear to the bottom and a oven, or is it 4 season oven are going to go to the bottom? And remember, on the play. So I think that's an unlicensed Hearse. I think that's why we got that little head shake keep that he was happy about. 2 land and Hearse might be able to get him across the finish line. Russell on the other side. As you said, it does have access to ways to destroy all this. It does have things like a Braid and Brotherhood's End if they came in out of the sideboard. But we're just going to pass the turn by taking 2 points of damage off this Steam Vent. And here comes Cat. Mini combo, do you call this?
Yeah, this is a light Splinter Twin. Kind of like Diet Coke,
A Diet Coke Splinter Twin. Get that on a t-shirt. Love to see it. Okay, Phoenix straight to the graveyard along with from this Consider. We're gonna get
Was that a little combo?
I'll take that as a combo. Don't think we can get out of the graveyard this turn though. So unfortunately, potentially Unlicensed Hearse next turn might have something to say about that. We're not even going to go through the motion. Just tap this, point at this. You're going to drain a game 1 life. That's going to be that. Thank you. And then Spikefield it.
Oh, that is going to exile it. So now that Cat is gone. Looks like Chris Andersen was maybe trying to work through some stuff there, but has 2 artifacts now if he plays this Unlicensed Hearse, and has to worry about Spell Pierce. Some players like to leave it in, some don't. It really depends on your approach. And I kind of like Chris just waiting. If you think he has a Spell Pierce, can't play too many of them. Your hand's a land Hearse. It's not like the Arclight Phoenix is going to super duper come back next turn, especially if your opponent has Spell Pierce. And you might think it's Fable the Mirror Breaker while they're waiting there. So Russell maybe brings it back this turn, but yeah, probably just does something like this. And now you can punish all these Arclight Phoenixes, as we are going to have 2 in the graveyard, and Unlicensed Hearse is going to come down.
that is going to be really good for Chris. It's going to be exactly what he needs on this mold of 5, especially after getting it out. But unfortunately, Treasure Cruise is one of those cards, and we won't be able to empty it to the graveyard that much, so that won't be a relevant card unless we draw something like a go blank here off the top. Here comes the land, 2 mana. It was a Fable drawn, but here comes the Hearse. Get rid of both of the Phoenixes, but we know that's not the only way to win, right?
Yeah, we have Crackling Drake. Also, we have Hall of the Storm Giants in play. So, these players are going to put it under here just to make it easier to track what is exiled there. It doesn't really matter, but it matters enough. With Hall of the Storm Giants, we also maybe brought in Crackling Drake. We talked to Russell Lee in round number 2 when he won his feature match. Someone who's done very well at various circuits throughout the United States here, and talked about how he hasn't played much Pioneer in the last 6 months, but that's the great part of this Phoenix deck, Will, is if you have strong Magic fundamentals, you can get really far playing it. So Lee probably knows about Crackling Drake in this matchup. And I want to also point out Chris Andersen, great job on that turn, holding and playing around Spell Pierce and waiting to get them with the Phoenix. Really works out. Now, the Brotherhood's End is probably going to clean up on the next turn, but still got 2 of those Phoenixes gone for the entire game.
Yeah, it means, one less problem to have to solve. But this on the other side is just turning and burning. We're going through our deck. We're drawing cards. We're finding, as you said, sculpting the hand that we need, which with your opponent's mold down to 5 is going to be really, really hard to get back from. But player of Chris's caliber, it's not going to be out of the ordinary that he can do something like that. Land for turn, and that's a lot of cards in hand. Are we discarding? I think we've already played a land, so.
Yep. Oopsie poopsie, as we call it in the business.
I don't know what business that is, but sure, I'll take it.
It's commentary. Have you heard of it?
I don't believe I've ever said those words out loud, anyway, at least. But here comes a couple of removal spells going in the graveyard. Don't need them because we know there's a Brotherhood's End in hand, and that'll be able to deal with everything on the battlefield currently. As it goes to the graveyard, that is a flex right there. Chris had a little smile to himself, just like, oh no, that's really going to be bad for me.
So that tells me a couple things. One, I think Russell Lee only has 1 land in hand. I think it's that 1 Steam Vents we accidentally played. Otherwise, we would probably discard a land. 2, our hand is very good. We just discarded one of our best sideboard cards. So if you're Chris Andersen, your opponent has a strong hand. You're going to need them to fade for a couple turns and things to work out if you're going to get out of this.
I think we've got another one, and that's what we're going to see here. Yeah. Brotherhood's End's going to come down. It's going to go and deal with artifacts that cost CMC 2 or less. 3 or less. And they're going to go to the graveyard. So one thing they're saying, maybe not played a lot of Pioneer recently, but able to pick up this Phoenix deck because it's had an uptick in popularity, right? Because of a new card that was printed in the latest set.
Sleight of Hand was a big get for this deck. Basically just gives you better cantrips for actually finding and chaining off in a turn and makes you able to actually sort of play your game plan. So we're going to see Lightning Axe discarding Arclight Phoenix to kill the Goblin Shaman token. And we're going to Fatal Push the Arclight Phoenix. But yeah, that was a sort of big get for this deck. And, you would think, well, is the 9th through 12th cantrip actually mattering that much? And it's much more that it's an opt upgrade. And it does matter to have a little bit more now you consistently find your sideboard cards.
I was that was actually going to be my next question to you, because you say you've played a lot of this Phoenix deck, and when Sleight of Hand was printed, a lot of people were like, oh, it's sorcery speed, it's not as good as opt and considering these decks. They kind of when you see blue and red, everyone kind of thinks it's like that instant speed end of turn type style of play, but now everyone's playing Sleight of Hand, and everyone's like, of course we play Sleight of Hand. Where were you on the fence when this got printed?
My big thing was Sleight of Hand is worse with Thing in the Ice. That's like the one thing where, like, if you like playing Thing in the Ice, Opt's a little bit better because it gives you another instant speed way to trigger it for 1 mana, right? Which is sort of a big thing. However, Thing in the Ice is fine, but not a super needed card, especially in your main deck. So moving away from it was a very reasonable approach for these decks. And Sleight of Hand just lets you have more, hey, I have 3 mana, I can bring back my Arclight Phoenixes, where before it was kind of hard without 4 mana. You just didn't have enough 1 mana spells to play if you didn't have a kill spell for a creature. So it just helps in some of your more uninteractive matchups. And, my sort of thoughts were, well, Sleight of Hand lets me find my sideboard cards more often. That I'm pretty happy with, especially if I don't have Thing in the Ice in my deck.
Well, here comes a Saheeli, followed up with a removal spell, giving us a 1/1 servo. So talk to me about Saheeli. We don't see it too much. We see it in a lot of sideboards because it can have a very big impact. Why do we bring this out of our sideboard in this matchup?
Yeah, probably thought that when Chris Andersen, we talked about having cards like Go Blink, Unlicensed Hearse. Probably expected something along those lines. Leyline of the Void also isn't the most unreasonable card. Our opponent had Giganta, but it's not unheard of to play Leyline. So this is a way to actually fight around that graveyard hate, right? Well, maybe you're still doing all those things, but I can make all these artifact tokens and sort of overwhelm you. So we've seen Russell turn to this card a couple times today as an answer to those sort of graveyard hate cards, sort of his go-to pivot for the choice.
You'll see everybody watching at home that both of these players are 6-2. We believe the winner of this will be able to squeak themselves into that top 8 at the minute. It looks very good for Russell on the right of your screen. But Chris, he's going to fight this out. This is what his deck does. We are a grindy matchup. We're going to try and get there, get ourselves across the line. But it's going to be an uphill battle throughout, especially while our opponent is drawing so many cards on the other side and has an active Saheeli along with a Arc-like Phoenix.
Yeah, this is a spot where, Chris has a good amount of life. We don't have a ton of pressure. We need to have answers for this Reflection and this Blood Tithe Harvester. We found Galvanic Iteration, so now we can actually turn one kill spell into 2 and then use that later as a way to flash Temporal Trespass and take over the game, like we talked about before, or just, flash it back to be another second kill spell if you need to be. A very flexible card. We have the mana.
Oh, it's pretty rough. So, it's going to copy this Fire Impulse, get rid of both of them. Out of here. Don't want you to have any of this. But remember, every spell we cast, we do generate a 1/1 servo as well. These are going to start adding up and closing the game down themselves as 4 damage potentially is going to be coming across. Okay, we're going to use the Saheeli here. Make this servo an Arc-like Phoenix.
Ooh, small misstep here from Russell Lee. So you can target any of the servos because Arc-like Phoenix has haste. So you actually have chosen one of the summoning sick ones and got another point of damage in. A very small misstep. So
it happens. It's paper magic. We've seen it already once today where, opponent dead on board and just forgot to animate their Mutavault and get the lethal damage in. Didn't matter at the end of the day, and I'm pretty sure this one won't matter. The size of the board for Russell, the amount of cards in hand versus Chris just top decking here needs a very good one. I didn't get a good look at
Unlucky Witness, I think.
Oh, that's without a way to sacrifice it. Not going to be the best, but we're going to play it. It can block the server, I guess.
Totally.
Let's have a... Do we have any way of getting lethal this turn? Well, we're tapping the Hall of Storm Giants, but then maybe we're going to think, oh, no, this could be an attacker.
3/6. Well, yeah. If last turn we had done the thing, we would have lethal this turn potentially. But now we are going to draw 3 cards and drown our sorrows in that. So I think we just hit a bunch of lands off the draw. Yeah. That does happen to you sometimes.
Especially when you're drawing so many cards for your deck, it is going to happen. But remember, every single spell we cast generates another servo. Here comes another one. Consider, do you want this graveyard? Do you want it on top? Do you want to draw it? We're going to draw it. Turning and burning. Still got a land drop for the turn, I believe. Here comes a sleight of hand. Another servo. Look at the top 2. That's 2 lands. Nice and easy. 1 to the bottom, 1 to hand. Can we work out a line to get lethal this turn? We don't want to give Chris any more draws than we have to, especially when this potentially is a winning in for the top 8 of this 10K Pioneer event here at the NRG Series.
So Russell figured it out this time. So now we have 2 Phoenixes and 4 servers on the ground.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 6 in the air. Not lethal, just getting in.
I love this. Don't give, you could push 3 damage, kill the Unlucky Witness, and give Chris 2 looks at the top of the deck. You're not exactly sure what Chris might have, especially like we mentioned here. Russell hasn't been playing a ton of Pioneer, might not know exactly what's going on the sideboards, doesn't want to walk into a trap. So don't give him the redraw on that. Just, hey, hit in the air, and the next turn you can win with your attack. Things are going to go pretty badly for you to lose anyways, as it looks like Chris Andersen is dead here. He's got a cat, which can gain a life, but...
It's about to 8. It's going to take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's just dead on board, I believe. But, you got to make your opponent battle it out and play it out. We're only moments away from, adding a couple more at the end of turn doesn't harm yourself either. Ops. No, it's definitely a scry. Get to put that bottom. Chris is like, it doesn't matter. Just turn and burn. I'm getting my camera time while I can. You know what I mean? We're only moments away from it. Untap everything. And we are going to have an interview with the winner of this match, ladies and gentlemen. So if you do have any questions for Russell Lee on the right of the screen as he takes us down, advancing to 7-2, get them in the chat so we can ask them what needs to happen there. So we're going to come back to the booth while we do that. We're trying to get all the cameras set up in the background and get them mic'd up so we can ask them the questions. I've got a couple of questions. I'm interested in their opinion on the sleight of hand. I know that you're a super expert on this deck, and especially if it gets you to the PT. So your insight's going to be a lot more on that. Mine will probably more on how did they get here, why did they choose it this weekend. Obviously, you say they play a lot of other card games outside of this. Did they have any help coming into this weekend? We'll have a little look see. But unfortunately for Chris, that does knock them out of the top 8, but will generate a load of points to get them on that leaderboard. So maybe while we're waiting, we can get the leaderboard up and have a little look see. Potentially now we've got a bit more of an idea of who's doing well this weekend, how that leaderboard is going to stagger with these points potentially that players can be getting in the top 8. Maybe some people start getting into those coveted last 6 slots with only one more event left to happen in the end of is it end of October, end of November? And November, isn't it? It's Thanksgiving, and that one's going to be happening over in Madison. So we're just working behind the scenes, see if we can get that up on the screen. But I was going to say turning points in that matchup, Mason, but I guess it's going to be the mulligan to 5 with a Brotherhood's End is where I'd kind of hit the pivotal point in that matchup.
Yeah, the matchup's not very good. I think both players played very well, but I think Chris played very well to put himself in the best position he could to win. Just unfortunately, with the Arclight Phoenix deck doesn't have a ton of all the cards that are very good, right? Like we play 1s and 2-ofs, but we play like 10 to 12 cantrips. We play the 4 pieces, the treasure cruises. You just find them a lot, and without any pressure to back up that graveyard hate. Yeah, it was great that we got those 2 Phoenixes. It was pivotal for making the game go that long, but it wasn't enough to really close the door because we didn't have that pressure, which is in due part to the Moldify, but also the matchup generally, right? Like you have a bunch of cheap creatures that attack for 1. Well, that doesn't really matter that much in the context of pressuring your opponent quickly, which is why some players prefer the Rakdos mid-range deck to the Rakdos sacrifice deck, because in the early game, you actually back up your hate and your disruption with strong creatures like Bloodtithe Harvester, Bonecrusher Giant.
So one for me, is there any cards you'd like to see printed into Pioneer?
Oh, I'll think about that one as we go and talk to Russell as he is ready. You and I can do that between rounds.
So yeah, let's get down to Russell. Let's go see if he's fully mic'd up and introduce ourselves. So here he is. Congratulations, Michael. That is definitely not your name on the screen, but don't worry about it. Congratulations on going 7-2. Potentially we think you're very close, if not locked for top 8. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I'm actually pretty happy with the way that today went. It's funny, we actually went drinking last night, and after my round 1, I threw up in the bathroom. So it was tough. It was tough.
Okay, so you've had an uphill battle all the way through.
Yeah.
Mason, we're just going to throw you some questions. So Mason, first question.
Yeah, so I know you and I spoke in round 2. You said you're feeling good. You hadn't played much Pioneer in the last 6 months. You kind of came in and played this deck. How are you feeling about the deck's position after playing all day? Obviously, you won a lot, so you can't be that upset. But is there anything you wish you changed about your deck? Anything you would do different if you could start today over?
Honestly, I think I got my list and sideboard guide from Ben Jones. He
fellow Brit.
Yeah, he plays Phoenix, and he's really good. And basically, I just trusted him, took his stuff, and you asked me earlier if Prankster or Picklock Prankster was better than Pieces, and I will say now, like, no. Yeah, Pieces is the way to go. Yeah.
So you mentioned Ben Jones there, an absolute tear in the European circuit. Yeah. Always plays Phoenix, does super well with it. So that's a really good person to kind of take the deck list from. Also his cyborg that comes along with it, picking up great numbers. Is there any cards that you tried for this weekend off your own back? Everyone loves taking the 75 and thinking that they can add an extra 1 or 2 cards to make their deck list better. Did you try that, or you just went straight up 75? I know, I trusted what Ben's doing and going forward.
No, I did not try anything. Just full trust Ben. I've copied his decks before. He's giving me some stuff, so I always just trust him. He's good. He's great.
That one.
Yeah.
Nice. So are you gunning for this NRG championship? If you win 3 more matches, Russell, you're into the $25,000 end of the year invite only tournament. Is that on the back of your mind, or is it 1 game at a time right now?
Well, I just found out about that 2 seconds ago from you. So now it will
giddy up, cowboy. You got 3 matches to go.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. It's always just 1 game at a time, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
That's a smart approach to things. So I guess I'm going to have to end on the question everybody wants to know. What is your drink of choice?
Vodka with sugar-free Red Bull. That's the way.
Strong.
Save the
Strong.
calories. Yeah, that's just how it goes.
Yeah, I suppose you're 3 more games away from being able to have quite a few of them tonight to celebrate a victory. So good luck. Hopefully you get in that top 8, and hopefully we see more of you in the top 8. Make sure you go have some rest and get some water down you, because it sounds like you've had a long day.
Yeah, I won't be drinking. That's for sure.
All right. So thank you very much for that interview. We're going to head back to the booth with me and Mason. And if you just tune in, that's basically. Do we have a backup feature match? Just probably ask that question before we come.
We do. Yep.
We do. Okay, 6. So that's not going to be end of round number 9. We definitely have one more game for you, and that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants to see more Magic. So Mason, who are we going to see, and what decks are they playing?
We have the Ignamic Fires Mirror going on, Will.
Oh, no.
We have Derrick Davis, and we have Charles Ealer. I hope I'm saying your name correctly there, Charles, in the mirror match. And so also notably here, Derrick Davis probably for sure in with a win. Maybe even a 100% sure, but probably has to win. Charles probably in with a win if Derrick was. Definitely both players are not in if Charles will not make it if there's a draw again. So these players are going to play quickly because this match can take a long time. We saw earlier, and we've been seeing Derrick Davis all weekend here as someone who made the finals of Pro Tour Phyrexia, all be one playing this deck, and played our Players Championship last year off the back of winning one of these late events, and is en route to do it again.
Yeah, as I say, we're going to have to strap ourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a very long match between both these players. This one, I would say, draw play dependent, not so much of an impact in this one, because we were going to try and get to the mid to late game, see who can kind of. I'm looking for the deck list to see if anyone's got any sort of like deal breaker cards. The main one I look at is Elish Norn, and if potentially whoever gets that on the battlefield first is going to be able to take this down. Do you agree with that?
That card is going to be a high impact card. All the removal spells are going to double. The opponents are going to get turned off, and all these creatures are not going to be going to other places. Also worth noting, look, the companions are not the same there, Will. We have Yorion from Derrick, which is, if we get to the mid game, is going to provide a ton of value. Charles, if the board is stalled, will get more value with Karuga, but not necessarily guaranteed to get it. Also has some cards like Temporary Lockdown that are very low impact. They can line up well at removing things like Chain to the Rocks, which are used on your creatures, but there aren't a ton of creatures that, are going to be in that position. So Charles probably really wants one of those on turn 19, not really interested on turn 3.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Kruger's decks. Got quite a lot of like cards that can be pretty impactful in this and stop a lot of board states, but we'll see if that pans out that way. As we see and Fable the Mirror Breaker come down, going to bring it along a Goblin Shaman token. It's going to eat a Leyline Binding end of turn here.
Yep. And this is a thing about this deck, right? Is Charles's deck is a Karuga Fires deck. Like, it needs Fire's Invention to be doing its most powerful stuff because it has so many big cards. And by the way, so many cards are important. Elish Norn hits the battlefield. That is one of the big ones. Derrick Davis's deck is much more of this combo interlocking some of our parts deck. So while it does like having fires, it doesn't need it the same way Charles does to actually do incredibly strong stuff against the other decks in the format.
Isn't that just like what do we do? What do we do with Elish Norn on the other side? Our deck's turned off, right? Am I missing something here?
I am unsure how Glasspool Mimic interacts. I think that might actually only be our creatures. It is only our creatures. Sorry, that's not like a phantasmal image. I mean, honestly, it looks like we might be on some Atraxa stuff. We got to get like that on the board. Get our own Elish Norn as a way to sort of lock each other out. We can Ignamic Incarnation in order to find that Atraxa with a Leyline Binding, etc. But we're not guaranteed to really actually have a way to answer it because all of our removal spells are dependent on entering the battlefield.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough, gonna be uphill battle. I'd say that is the trump card in this matchup. But Derrick doesn't get to top 8 Pro Tours on the back of a whim. Knows how to pilot this deck. Knows what they need to do to get out in front and get back into this matchup. And we're gonna start this off with a untapped breeding pool, and we're just gonna play creatures. Just get them on the battlefield. Maybe this is the way that we're gonna go. As we see, Moon Blessed Cleric hitting the battlefield. Just as a simple 3/2.
Yeah, and this is what I meant. Charles' deck kind of needs fires to do a lot of things. Otherwise, he's going to do one big thing a turn. Like this Karuga that gets double ETB, so he draws 6 cards.
Oh, my word.
Yeah.
Oof. That's so rough. It's so brutal. Okay, maybe decking's a thing. Maybe that's the out for Derrick on left your screen.
I mean, Derrick is plus 20 cards with the Gorion, so we're already ahead before the Karuga.
It's a game plan. It's a game plan.
Yeah,
it might not be a good one, but we're getting there.
I think it's pretty reasonable. I like that Derrick did play those 2 bodies, by the way. That's just honestly making it so that Elishorn can't attack. And the longer the game goes, the more likely you are to stall out and find your Atraxa, which is one of the few cards that might be able to actually break through this. You also can flip your fables. Yeah, Derrick's just going to concede because he knows how important time is in this matchup, and he's down so much right now after that draw 6.
Looking at the deck list, which we're about to be able to get up on the screen for you, I guess Otawara was probably an out there to bounce it for a turn and maybe get some sort of big flip here. But we're going to start off on Charles's side. We've got a lot going on in this sideboard. Let me just get it up on my screen for you. So we've got Rending Volleys, we've got Mystical Disputes, we've got Alpine Moons, we've got Archons, we've got Hanged Executioner. I don't even know if I know what that one does. Hanged
Yeah, that's
Executioner.
all Derrick Davis's sideboard.
Is that Derrick's I've got up? Sorry,
yes, you're all good. But for Charles, we have 3 Leyline of the Void, 3 Mystical Dispute, 3 Unmoored Ego, 2 Supreme Verdict, an Urtai, an Obstinate Baloth, a Karuga, and a Temporary Lockdown. There's a lot of different directions these players could go. A Supreme Verdict might actually be a card that you want in case your opponent gets their own Elishnorn down as a one-of, as kind of this oops, I win button. You could also maybe try to do Unmoored Ego to remove the fires, or remove bindings, or remove Elishnorns. There's a lot of different things. Typically, you don't want those in fair matchups, but this might be sort of the exception that proves the rule. Unsure exactly how Charles wants to approach it, because I think there are a lot of very legitimate, valid ways, including just bringing in a couple Mystical Disputes. Everyone's trying to play these big, clunky cards. Let's just dispute them.
What about like Ego? What's your thoughts on that? Is this a card that gets sideboarded too often in people's decks, or is this like the matchup for it because there's potentially another Elishnorn on the other side of the battlefield?
Yeah, like I was saying, it's a good way to maybe go after the binding, the Elishnorn. Typically, I think these are better against decks that rely on one specific card. So, for example, Lotus Field. If you have a namesake card, getting it out of the deck typically makes the deck not work. Ignamic Fire is a little different, but it is still pretty good, and I could see Charles playing it that way. I don't think that would be my quick go-to, but Charles is the one who's in the winning position, probably played a lot of this deck, so it isn't the most unreasonable plan in the world.
All right, now let's go across to the other Fires deck that we've got now. Get the sideboard going. So we do have Rending Volleys, Mystical Disputes, Alpine Moons, Archons, Hanging Executioners. Obviously, we've got the Orion, then we've got the Rest in Pieces and the Temporary Lockdowns. Anything you like here?
Yeah, so there's a couple of cards that kind of jump out to me. The first one is, I think these Mystical Disputes maybe are actually kind of good, just like countering the fires because everyone's trying to slam them. It might be too small ball and not actually good enough. Archon of Emiria is a good way to undo Fires Intervention. If your opponent plays a Fires and you have Archon in play, well, they only get 1 free spell a turn, basically the same as tapping their mana. And while there are some things that can still benefit from that untapped mana, I think that's going to be our big go-to thing. But overall, not a ton of cards, as this is not a super powerful not a super popular matchup, excuse me there. And so with that in mind, Derrick Davis doesn't have a ton for it, and probably just going to, run back mostly the exact same main deck with it, maybe some small adjustments.
Interesting. So that is going to that's game number 1. Let's get down to game number 2. Well, I remind you that this is where we're going to find out the last players going into our top 8. We started today with 227 players, 1 over the threshold to get to 9 rounds. And they've all been battling it out today. And now we're here. The last round, when we find out the top 8, we'll announce that to you. We'll see them battling out, but only one person's going to be walking away this weekend, calling himself a champion. As both players kind of off to the races, a couple of land each and a Fable the Mirror Breaker each. Both got Goblin Shaman tokens. Obviously, Derrick one is far superior because it is the NRG one that they from the team series a little while ago. I think it's really nice when you can win your own sort of like custom tokens being made. Ever had a custom token made about yourself?
Yes, yeah, I've had one made from Inkland tokens before. And have one coming for my podcast. So it's pretty cool.
Sick. What was the token?
It was a clueless clue token where I'm kind of questioning some stuff.
Okay, cool. Kind of like what you're doing now when every time I ask you a question, I got you.
Exactly. I'm like, what's he talking about? And then I try to cover it.
What's this weird British guy talking about in that weird accent again?
This reminds me of Doctor Who.
Hey, on point this weekend, on point. It's going to come across Goblin Sham token, not going to be blocked. It's going to generate a treasure token. Gives us the slight mana advantage here, making we can go up to 5 mana this turn. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to slam down a... Oh, okay. Now you got me. That is the Cavalier of Dawn. And it's the battlefield. Destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a 3/3 golem artifact creature token. When Cavalier dies, return target artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, I got it. It's all a big 4/6 with vigilance, so that helps as well on the screen for everybody at home to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a big card. Something that does get turned off from things like Elishnorn, as it does look like we actually just got our own Cavalier and our own Golos.
Do you like Golos? It's one of my favorite cards that have been printed in more recent times. We're going to follow up another Fable the Mirror Breaker is going to come down. Maybe that's a way to kind of break this format if we or break this matchup if you have 2 of them flipped and just able to generate so many 2/2s.
Yeah, I think if you're sort of at parity, that is a great way to slam the door on your opponent.
Derrick's got a lot of options here. How do you want to move forward? Starting off with 2 mana. Have a little think about it. Okay, it's just going to draw a card, get some extra colored mana. Nalia's Presence. Quite nice because it makes Leyline's Binding cost 1 because now that land is going to be all basic land types. But now how do we move forward from here? Combat is the way we're going to move forward. Swing across with both. Going to block here. We need that treasure token because it's just going to get chumped up by the 3/3 golem that's on the battlefield. And Skyclaves.
Yeah, that's a great way to sort of answer a Fable, and I love this from Derrick. He answers the one that hasn't looted yet because he has Fable plus Skyclave or Fable plus Cavalier starting next turn to answer all these sort of problematic cards, and he just doesn't want Charles to draw out of it. He's like, okay, flip your Fable. I don't care. Just do not draw into more cards that are powerful enough to interact with these cards.
Yeah, with untapping with that, the Kiki on the other side of the battlefield with multiple different creatures that all have really good ETBs. It's going to be pretty hard for Charles to get around that, but something like a Elishnorn would really help with that. But when you tap in 4 mana, I'm having a little look. Is it going to be a Fires? It is a Fires that's going to come down. Oh my word. Oh no. Okay, so it is a Fires with a 5th land drop into an Elishnorn. Just going to double check. There is only 1 in the deck, and we're seeing both games. Never didn't have it.
Yeah, I wonder if Charles almost kept his hand because the Yorion in the format either is the combo deck we saw Piper Pal play or this deck. I wonder if Charles was like, well, both those decks can't beat an Elishnorn. I'm going to keep, and then game 2 mulligan towards it. We didn't get to actually see the mulligans here in this time shifted match, but wouldn't it be the most surprising thing I've seen is Charles, we talked about it before. Derrick conceded a little early, has a couple outs, things like Odawar to balance it and then do some things, but for the most part is pretty behind to this card.
Yeah, Derrick's definitely in the tanks. Like, okay, right, how do I deal with that? I saw it game 1. I know about it in the deck, so I must have brought in some sort of sideboard cards to deal with it. Odawar is the main one that's pointing out to me, but I'm just having a look see again to double check that doesn't do anything. Yeah, it's just going to be hard. This is going to be hard, but this is going to help. Means we can kind of start tutoring through our deck if there is anything we can find. We'll find out just like everybody at home.
Yep. Derrick's taking a second here. Like we talked about, he plays his deck a lot. He knows it the best of anyone that I know, at least, and probably just going to go for the biggest body you can find. This is where cards like Coma really come in. Not really good in mini matchups, even against like Rakdos. Sometimes it just dies. It can be a big haymaker, but not anything here. And we're gonna copy Fable.
So that's gonna come in. That's cool. Gives us another way. So the chat's mentioning that this is what the Hanged Execution is for. As a bit of a deal breaker.
Well,
so we're seeing on the other side Nicobolus come down. I haven't seen this since standard. 4/4 has the ETB of your opponent discarding a card. Leyline's Binding. Jeez, we got everything. Remember, Leyline's Binding is going to be able to target 2 different things because there's an Elishnorn on the battlefield. One of the if not just turn off all your opponent's deck is good, how about giving double triggers on all your stuff also just as good? We're gonna
Okay.
Come.
Well, hang on. Why didn't we get the hang? Did we not bring in the Hanged Executioner? Because I went and looked up the card. If you don't know, basically a 3-mana 1/1 makes another spirit, and you can sack this card to. I'm sorry, you can sacrifice this card to exile another creature.
Yeah, maybe. I don't actually know. I imagine if it's in the deck, we would have got it. Maybe we didn't have enough to activate, and we're trying to save it for a turn we can get it and then activate it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, so it must be in hand, or just we're hiding it out till we get the lands. That makes sense. Okay, I forgot how much mana this is. I thought about it. We're good. As it does look like Derrick instantly doing this, which would mean Hanged Executioner, like we were just talking about. See, this is why Derrick's over here, top 8 in Pro Tours, about to top 8 our tournament. Things keep going this way.
Yeah, clearly master deck, knows about it. Obviously, it's probably lost Hellish Norn a few times, so knows his ways out of it.
I love when cards do this, by the way. Where there's like some card, it's so backbreaking for your deck has a toolbox, and you find cards like Hanged Executioner, which are just the perfect answer.
Oh, you're talking to a Yawgmoth player, my friend. I love little toolbox decks. I'm all about that. I'm Bant Birthing Pod. What? And now we're gonna untap.
What indeed?
Either that or give me probe back. That's what I'm saying. Land for the turn. 3 mana. Put my companion into hand. Kruger, play it. Try to draw a lot of cards. In response. Oh no, that's great. So people don't know what that is. I'm just going to find out. I know exactly what it is if I can find
the Spirit Realm.
Thank you. There you go. Spirit Realm. It has the channel ability on it, where you can discard it to flicker one of your creatures or artifacts. We flicker it in response. It comes back. Derrick's only got 1 out to that. GG's. Congratulations, Charles, on the rating screen. Advances to 7-1-1. Believe that locks him up for that top 8. Derrick drops to 7-2.
I can't.
That's still not an outside chance of getting in that top 8. It might not be the last we see him. All those two players playing against each other. We'll find out, because that is going to be the end of round number 9. So we're going to be doing all the tiebreaker math. As soon as the end finishes, we're going to find out who these 8 players are, and we're going to be able to bring it all live too. So make sure you don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because there's a lot of magic left to go. But maybe you want to start playing in some of these events moving forward. There is going to be one more left for the end of the year. It is going to be in Madsen. We'll see if we can get the slide up for everybody at home so you can find out the dates. Like on cue, it is November 25th and 26th. On the Saturday, there is going to be a 10K Modern Showdown, where we'll be able to, whoever wins that, they're going to get themselves an invite to the end of the year player championships that you see us talking about all weekend long. And then on the Sunday, how about a 5K Pioneer trial? A little chaser for you there for all you Pioneer fans, especially as we get closer to the RC of the United States of America. But we keep talking about this end of player championships, don't we, Mason? We've got 8 players locked in for it, but we need 8 more players for it. And one of them is going to be crowned today. Let's go through the 8 players that are already locked in for that tournament and see the 8 spaces that are still left to be filled and how they can be filled. There's going to be 1 more from today, 1 more from Manson, and then there's 6 slots open. Here's the slide on you for you. Here's the 8 players. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so as we went over before, Raja Suleiman's our 2022 NRG champion. He won the last one of these. He's back. Steven Dykman won our first event weekend. Both events, he is there. Also, currently in first place for Player of the Year. Player of the Year isn't just a title, which, it is that, but it's also free entry into all the NRG events for the next year. So there's a lot of monetary value on the line there between, getting to play all the events, going to the championship. Very exciting stuff for Dykman. We're going to see how he finishes up with that. Daniel Weiser went and played in one of our tournaments, won it playing Control and Pioneer. Congrats to him. Matthew Hoey won with Rhinos and Modern and is back on the NRG championship. Played all of our events except one. He is back at it. Grayson, Matthew, and Eric, they played a team tournament. They all won together. Congratulations to them. Those 3 friends are going to be in to the championship, and you have to guess they're going to test together, or at least 2 of them are. Then it's going to be an awkward dinner for the 3rd. And then Kyle Gonzalez is our last one in what I call our ghost champion. We unfortunately weren't able to broadcast that tournament. So maybe you're like, wait, when did Kyle join? That was last month in Michigan. Unfortunately, we couldn't stream that event, but we did do some text coverage if you're interested in that. But tomorrow morning, we're going to crown our champion. Tonight, we are still going to play the quarters and the semifinals of the NRG. It's not going to be over just yet, so don't worry. But we won't know the exact next person to join us until tomorrow morning. So you're going to tune in bright and early for that.
Nice. That is going to be nice. And then we've got one more event where we're going to have one more winner for that. Then 6 more slots for the top 6 players on the leaderboard. You've been speaking about points all weekend long and how important they are. If we can get that up on the screen for you, we can see how close it is. When it gets down to that kind of second bracket there around the 60s, you see it's not much between them all. If we stop the count right now, all the way down to 9th place would be locked for it. Talk me through this, Mason.
Yeah, so like you just said there, basically 9th place and up are all qualified as the 6 at large. If your name's in orange, it means you're already qualified. So Stephen, Kyle, Raja, players we already talked about, they are already made it. It looks like Kyle's going to probably make it, regardless of actually winning, even if they lost in the finals. But it's always nice to lock it up. And if you're one of those people at large, if you're not rooting for yourself to win, you're rooting for one of the people above you to win, because then now you've essentially moved up a spot. So this is a huge weekend for Cliff Boyardee. We saw them lose to Piper Powell last round. That's going to put them in an awkward position where they can still have a good finish, but not anything over the moon. Ryan Hayes is sort of, climbing up points and trying to lock up his spot. Chris Smith, basically a hard lock for making the event now after none of these players top 8 this weekend. Not 100%, but pretty close to it. We talked a little about Sean, Casey, Theo, and Travis earlier in the broadcast. I want to bring up A. Adams, right below Theo and Travis when it comes to the points. They've done a really good job. They top 8 some of our early Pioneer events at the start of the year and have consistently just, pecked away at the leaderboard, putting up solid finishes, doing that. And that is a great way to make the championship. If you get 1 or 2 top 8s and you just top 16 every other event, you're most likely just going to make it. Consistency is paid off here on the NRG series.
Yeah, that's why I get so jealous in Europe, just seeing across the pond that you will have these awesome series events that you can go to every month, grind them out. And, you don't always have to win, but, just hitting up a consistent amount of good finishes can get you to an awesome invite-only tournament like the Players' Championship. But that is it for round number 9, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back shortly with the top 8 announcement, telling you who is in that top 8, and then we can start seeing them battle it out. So make sure you don't go anywhere. You stick around, go get yourself some coffee, and we'll see you super, super shortly. Bye. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG Series Pioneer 10K here in Indianapolis. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. That man to my left, that is Mason Clark, and we're bringing you the announcement of who managed to make it into the top 8. We started with 227 players. They've been battling out all day in 9 rounds of action, but we've got it. We've got our final 8 players. Now we need to know who is going to be the one walking away with the trophy, with the invite to the end of the year player tournament. But there's a lot of magic to be happening before then, 3 rounds of it. So let's get into who is in our top 8 and what decks they are playing. This is it on your screen. Start breaking it down for me, Mason.
Yeah, so we have Hunter versus Alex. That's our number 1 or number 8 seed. That's the match we're going to start with today. Hunter is going to be on the play with Gruul Midrange versus Bant Auras. Honestly, this matchup's going to be kind of close. The Bant Auras deck really overwhelms the Gruul deck, but we sort of saw this before. Sometimes the Bant Auras deck mulligans a lot, kind of falls on its own face. Definitely kind of favored Bant, but Gruul being on the play as a Llanowar Elf deck, hard to underestimate. Will Kowalczyk versus Benjamin Ungar, 2 of our players who are very much at large when it comes to the end of the year Players Championship. Both of these players are hoping that whoever wins this match wins the whole tournament, because that will open up another slot for them here. A little unfortunate if you're one of those players going to make it, but Abzan Greasefang versus Izzet Phoenix. Benjamin favored there on Izzet Phoenix. We're going to have Charles, who we saw in Kariga Fires, beat Derrick Davis. Looks like Derrick did not make top 8. Did unfortunately miss out. Versus Michael Bernat on Izzet Phoenix. That matchup can get a little weird, kind of depends on sideboard cards, but for the most part, Izzet Phoenix should be favored in the post-board games. Then we have Jonathan Hobbs versus Piper Powell. Actually, a finals rerun from last year. These 2 players met in the finals of an NRG, and Piper came out victorious. Honestly, this Rona Luca combo deck is so new. My heuristics are that Jonathan is probably a slight favorite because Rakdos is good at breaking decks apart, but no guarantees. This part of the tournament is open deckless going forward, Jonathan. So all of the players are going to know what the opponent is doing, what they're on.
Yeah, I was about to say we have had closed deck list all throughout today through 9 rounds of Pioneer, but now we're in the top 8. Now it is open deck list. You get to see the exact 75 or 95 your opponent brings. So it really helps when you say, as you're playing these sort of Rakdos decks, when we've got all the hand disruption and the really good transitional sideboards. But let's have a look at our main feature match and what the deck they brought. So we're going to start off on Gruul mid-range from Hunter, and an absolute tear today with this deck. This is the one that top 8 the RC here in Europe, and it's going to the top 8 of the NRG series. Any key cards sticking out from here for you here? Names the ones that have just been printed in the latest set.
I mean, yeah, the Huntsman's Redemption has been a really cool addition to this deck. Not going to be probably super impactful with combination with the Crowan War, like we saw in the Swiss against Jonathan Hobbs, where we are Crowan War on the one turn, then we Huntsman's Redemption to sacrifice the creature on the next. That combo is going to be a little hard against Hexproof creatures, but in general, you're going to want to see Elf into 3-drop into a lot of pressure, and Voldaren, Thrill Seeker to throw damage at the opponent. It's going to be a big part of the game plan here.
Okay, and over on the other side, let's have a little look-see at this Bant's Auras deck. Obviously, one of my good friends, Manson, sorry, not Henderson, that's a football player. Ben Manson playing this deck to some big top finishes. Any key cards stick out to you here? Any new surprises, or is this just a lot of the good stuff doing it well?
Basically, the good stuff doing it well. The things you're going to pay attention to, the staggering insights, that's going to give a lifelink to the creature. So when we make them really big, it's going to be much harder for the race to happen here for Hunter. So, for the most part, both players are going to be trying to just do their own thing in a race, where Alex is harder to interact with and has lifelink. So the race is going to probably favor him a little bit. But pound for pound, Hunter's cards are stronger and is on the play with a Llanowar Elf deck, which means we can have much faster starts. If Alex has to, maybe keep a 2-drop Hexproofer hand, might be too slow and barely lose the race.
Yeah, we've seen him pull out every single game we've had him with camera. Every single game he's had that turn 1 elf, and always had a really powerful turn 3 play where it just goes far and beyond his opponent being able to kind of catch up with it. I believe the players are just finishing up the shuffling, so we're only moments away from kicking off this top 8 you see here. Remember, I'm pretty sure we've had every single one of these 8 players in our feature match at some point over the 9 rounds of Pioneer we've played.
Yep.
So how many different decks we've got? I didn't actually count that up. Is that 8 different decks?
6 different decks. There are 2 Izzet Phoenix players. Yep. Those pesky Phoenix players, they get in everywhere. But we are going to look at this opening 7. Do we have a keep here from Jones? That is a deck that's going to be more prone to mulliganing, but it looks like we're going to have a keep here. It's going to be Hunter on the right of your screen, mulligan. When we did have an interview with him, he did say he mulligans aggressively for that turn 1 elf. So maybe that's what he's digging for right now. Yep. One thing to keep in mind, by the way, is I mentioned before, some of his more expensive cards are not going to be as impactful, like the Crowan War. That might not actually be true. If Alex, keeps a light pause hand, that could open us up to getting a Crowan War and just blown out. That's the only thing that's going to line up with in the entire deck, but it is something.
Hunter potentially going down to 5 cards here. He did say he would happily go down to 5 cards to get a toe and elf, and that was the last card there off the top. An elf is, are we going to see it on the play now? Yes, we are. That's the draw we're after. Shocking in this stomping grounds. Top 8 off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you have in this matchup? Do you have Bant Auras? Put a 1 in the chat, or do you have a Gruul mid-range? I want to see the 2s in the chat as both players starting off with their most powerful 1-drops. This is exactly what you were speaking about, Mason. Turn 3 play, super impactful.
Yep, Huntsman's Redemption, only making a 3/3, but still pretty good here. Just 3-mana 3/3. That's going to be hit you for 5 on turn 4. Not bad.
Especially we got the ability to 2 up next turn. Is there anything that we is going to help us in this race really swing it or be super impactful? Do we want to get something like a Thrill Seeker or a Storm Seeker or Bone Crusher? Is there anything that we really want to be finding here?
Yeah, we might float a mana off our elf because we might have enough lands, and we might search like a Storm Seeker, so we give haste to everything to keep the race going. That's going to be the biggest thing, just because we are in a racing situation.
We see Griffin's Boon and Curious Obsession coming down, making that Scout not only have flying, but also when it deals combat damage, we get to draw a card. So that was a nice swift 4 points of damage. 4 points damage coming across.
Yep. we do see Voldaire and Thrill Seeker as the grab. So maybe we already have Storm Seeker in our deck, but we might also want Thrill Seeker just to put extra counters to this beast and get, more damage in.
Yeah, because remember, 2 creatures next turn do get +2/+2 and trample. So that's a lot of damage coming across, especially when you can start throwing them next turn. But here comes another beast onto the battlefield. 3 points damage coming across. So we're straight up racing. Both players are racing here. But do we have a live link on the left of your screen here for Jones? That I feel could be the deal breaker of this matchup. In the tank.
Yeah. If we don't have the lifelink, we need something like a Ethereal Armor or All That Glitter. We have the evasive thing that can draw cards. That's nice, but our opponent isn't giving us time to draw. And we do have the Staggered Insight in hand. We also have an All That Glitters, which is an interesting moment. We can play Staggered Insight. We're going to gain, I believe it'll just be 4 life here. Not nothing, but not the most in the world. You also will draw 2 cards instead of 1, so you maybe make your land drops. Might even be able to play like a land and a Glade Cover Scout to chump block. But if you play All That Glitters, you're going to get a much more damage in this turn, an additional +3/+3. So that is a way we have to start doing the math of who's going to win this race, because Alex knows there's nothing besides Boseiju in the main deck, which is a 2-up for Hunter, to stop this race.
Yeah, and going through the math here, okay, can I attack by attacking? This happens. Okay, you're going to play. I know you got the Seeker in hand. 2 of your creatures are going to get +2/+2 in trample. How is this going to work out? Looks like we're going to go with a fight ability here. Again, a lot of one-offs in this deck because we can go get them from the light pause. This is the Blessing coming down, giving it +0/+2 and a fight, getting on the token off the battlefield. I quite like this, right? Like, with the war coming off next turn, it's only going to have 1 target to give +2/+0 and trample, not 2. With the the Huntsman.
Yeah, I like this. Also, just like, if you think lifelink is how it's going to race, then like just getting the battle thing off the battlefield matters too, because now if we go land next turn, we have All That Glitters plus Staggering Insight, which we're sort of setting up here, which means we're going to have a huge punch turn, because right now it's 4. But if we put in All That Glitters on, it's going to be +4/+4 in the next turn. That puts us to 8. Then another power enchantment of Staggering Insight is going to give +2/+2 between the glitters and that will be lethal here. So Hunter has to deal 15 damage this turn, or have a Boseiju for when the auras coming up.
Okay, Saga to Graveyard, 5 damage to come across. So not lethal this turn. I think we're in Stay Alive mode. How can we do it? Remember, Hunter on a mole to 5, passing the turn back, representing the Boseiju, I imagine.
Yeah, whether he has it or not, he is faking it till he makes it moment. And this is kind of the awkward part, and why Alex's play last turn was so good, like you mentioned. By killing the beast, we made it so Boseiju is a lot less impactful because the clock on us is much smaller. And now that means if we go Staggering Insight All That Glitters this turn, and they Boseiju, let's say the All That Glitters, well, we're still just going to gain 4 life, which is more damage than they're doing, draw 2 cards, and we're just basically in the same spot we were the turn before, but up a damage, and they're down a racing part. So
and here is +1/+1 life. Oh, okay, yeah, this is a lot of damage. I'm not even going to add it up. I potentially lethal, but
this is exactly lethal, I believe.
It's going to be a big swing, a lot of life. Do we have a Boseiju on the other side of the battlefield? 2 mana, Boseiju.
Interesting.
Get the lifelink out of here.
Yeah, so the lifelink, ideally would give us a way to race. We're at 11, which is funny because with the Voldaire and Thrill Seeker we know is in hand with Hunter. I think Hunter actually is lethal because Alex didn't get a chump blocker. We can play Voldaire and Thrill Seeker +2/+2 to the beast, +2/+2 from the Saga. That's 7. We fling it at the opponent. That's 14. We just need an untapped land here.
Yeah, 1 untapped land away from potentially stealing this game for Hunter or playing it masterfully, depending on who you ask. That's an untap. 3 mana. Do we have it? Remember,
land.
On a mode of 5, every card matters right now. Yeah, give it +2. That's the easy bit.
Yeah.
It's not moving. I've seen people move faster when they have lethal. Let's put it that way. 7 at you. Drop you to 4. Is there a land?
Yeah, you have to wonder if, Hunter's sacrificing the elf a little early. This game cost him there. He's played so tight, but he still has game 2 and 3 to win the match.
Yeah, on the play there as well. We know that how much that kind of affects the Pioneer format, but unfortunately, the Molder 5 really struggled if there could have been that extra land that we needed. But it is open deck list in the top 8, so let's get the deck list on the screen for you all to have a little look. See, we're going to start off on the Hunter's side. A lot of different options. You can find their deck list in chat as well. If you go, I believe it's like !deck or something, it will come up. You can all have a little look see on Millie as well. So, Mason, what do you like in this sideboard?
So there's a couple of cards here. Cindervines is one that you could bring in that will let you blow up one of the enchantments, also sort of ping your opponent a little bit. Rending Volley is another thing you could bring in for the light pause. There isn't much remove or things you have that can interact in that department, but that is one. Gruul Charm, I believe, isn't going to do much in this matchup, but it does deal 3 to each creature with flying. So once again, if you're trying to maybe get around the hexproof, that's something you could do. I'm not a huge fan. And Tranquil Philbrack is a way to blow up an enchantment. All in all, not a lot of things here for Hunter. And this is a common thing that happens with the Bant deck. Bant deck, very, very strong if your opponent can't interact. Most people choose not to interact. And the reason we don't see it crush all the time is it has a lot of disparate draws, right? Its ability to play a consistent game is not very high, has a high fail rate, and has to mulligan a lot. And the other decks in Pioneer are so fast. We saw how in this matchup, despite this being a good matchup, had Hunter just had one more land, would have lost. So, not a lot of cards here. We might just see these come in. I'm going to imagine the Acrolan Wars coming out for any of those 4 cards that can interact. My guess is it's going to be the Tranquil Thrillback, the Cindervines, and maybe Rending Volley for Acererak. I'm sorry, for Light Pulse.
Let's move across to the ban auras list and have a look, see what's going on in here. Managed to break serve there. I feel like the mulligan really was the big player in that matchup, but now we've got to try and win one of these last 2 games because, of course, we are up 1 game. What cards in the sideboard here do you like bringing in, if any at all?
In this matchup, from this sideboard in the matchup, there aren't a ton of things that I like. So the Runa Sustenance, very good. We saw how Lifelink would be so important in that game. Having just another one you can search up and having your deck and that consistency is nice. Portable Hole is something we could see here as a way to answer the Llanowar Elves. We also saw that, Aleksander likes Slip Out the Back against Greasefang, which was a card I was a little surprised by. But under that same logic of maybe I need to win the race, we might see that come out as a way to protect our creatures and remove theirs from combat for a turn. And when it's a race like that, that last turn, if you just slip it out the back, you pretty easily win.
Yeah, I'd like to get their insight on when they bring that in and when they don't. But I think players are just finishing up sideboarding and they're shuffling up as we speak. Remember, they both get to look at each other's deck list in between each game and the start of each match. They get a couple minutes to do that. So no surprises from either of them. Mulligans did play a part in the first game. Is it going to be in the second? Let's hope not. Let's hope for 2 nice keeps. Jones is going to be on the draw throughout this top 8, however long it lasts for him, being our 8th seed, sneaking in. I believe our only 7 and 2 player to get into that top 8. Everyone else was X and 1 or better. If you had to, hedge your bets here, is there a deck that you think that's going to be more favored going into this game number 2 after sideboard?
I think it's still Bant Auras. Things got better for Hunter, more so than they got better for Jones because, Hunter just had some unplayable-ish 4-drops in the deck and now got some cards that maybe can interact. But, in theory, the Auras deck, if it hums, is just going to run over this Gruul deck. But, the deck has to mulligan a lot. It has a high fail rate. That's what I talked about before and why you don't see a ton of it. I love Hunter's Discipline here on just needing an elf. If you don't have it, just mulligan.
Talk to me about this discipline because he spoke about it. He's clearly sticking to it, and it's clearly getting him here being undefeated so far today. About the discipline of your game plan. He knows I want a turn 1 elf. I'm willing to go down to 5 cards until I get that. How hard is that to learn as a player?
It can be hard. It feels bad. You might mulligan, hit no lands, might hit all lands, right? But think of it this way: if you were playing Bant Auras, you would not keep a hand that had no creature, and that's basically the same thing as Elf. Your deck is 1 to 3 with this Gruul mid-range deck. You have no 2-drops. You need to have that curve.
Well, no 1-drop here for Jones, but we do have the 1-drop for Hunter into a powerful 3-drop. Here comes the Huntsman. Pardon me. The Huntsman Redemption coming down, bringing along a 3/3 beast. How can we sell it over on Jones' side? Do we have a 2-drop? We do. We have got the Light Pour It's coming down. And again, this one can kind of get out of hand. If it doesn't get dealt with early, it can really start turning and burning, adding enchantments, enchantments to it every single time you cast an aura onto it. We're going to sack the elf while we float 1 green. Now this is where it can get pretty spicy, right? Because we've got quite a few 1-ofs potentially in our sideboard and in our main deck that we can go and find. Anything off the top of your head you think you want to go and get here?
I mean, there's a lot of really good things. I'm not exactly sure, but the Thrill Seeker did seem pretty good last time. I still think the Storm Seeker is also a pretty reasonable one. Just giving all your creatures haste, initiate the race. Honestly, if we had a Bone Crusher Giant in our deck still, yeah, there you go. That's the one I would want. But, you know, I wasn't sure we'd have it in or not. And we probably just do because we don't have enough cards to cut or to bring in, I should say. Sorry. And another light pause here for Alex. And we will be able to equip an aura this turn, which means we can then go search up Kaya's Ghost Form. So we're going to need 2 removal spells to remove it from the battlefield this turn and not have it attack on the next turn.
Oh, that's probably the best one we could have had as well. And Feel Armor. So you get +1/+1 for each enchantment you control, as well as First Strike, which really will slow down this beast on the other side if it does want to get turned sideways in a couple of future turns, because I think it's going to end up getting a big, nice +2/+2 juicy bonus next turn. And we got the Thrill Seeker in hand that we all know about because that is what was tutored up. Jones knows that, so he's going to kind of fetch accordingly right now. Going through the math, did it very well in game number 1.
Yep, and this is a big part of this, right? Like making sure you're doing the right thing. I mentioned Kaya's Ghost Form as the snap answer. Your opponent only has so many answers. Maybe Kaya's isn't what you want. Yeah, and I think like Audacity is good because now your creatures are 3/3. You're not going to be able to easily interact with. There's probably no way they kept in Crowan's War. Maybe 1 for this exact situation would be totally reasonable. But beyond that, you know, you're basically making your opponent draw a 1-outer. And now you have a much bigger creature that can attack through these chump blockers.
Does that make it a 5/4 with First Strike now?
I believe so, yes.
And trample. Good measure.
6. It's 6. It's a 6/4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oof, nice. 6/4 First Strike trample. Yeah. That is going to be able to stop a 5/5 that we currently have on the battlefield, that beast. But obviously, Thrill Seeker has to give a bit of backup for 2. Able to put 2 counters on one of these creatures and then gains the kind of pseudo fling ability. Mm-hmm. Maybe we go about using that just to get another creature off the battlefield on the other side. We'll see how Hunter wants to go about it.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of just killing this light paw. I mentioned it's really hard to actually kill it, but, you know, I forgot the Voldaren Thrill Seeker can actually go after creatures. I forgot it is fling proper and not just throw at the face, which a lot of these cards are. They don't typically let you do that. But here we are, and yeah, you know, not getting Kaya's Ghost Form. You know, I thought at first might have been a really heads-up play, sort of putting him to the test, but he might have forgotten, like me, that Thrill Seeker doesn't do it. And when you play a deck like Bant Auras, you can't afford to have those sort of errors.
Hunter just going through the motions in his head. Knows he's a game down. Knows he's in the top 8 and first seed. It means he'll be on the play every single game he gets to, or every single match he gets to play in the top 8. So doesn't want to make any mistakes just now. Here comes the Thrill Seeker. 2 counters are going to go on the beast. Remember, it's got +2/+2 as well from the Saga in the graveyard. We're going to block. This is a 7/7 Trampler versus a 6/4 Trampler. They're all going to go to the graveyard.
Oh, no. I think Alex forgot how big it was. You see him shaking his head there. I think he thought it was a straight up, like, I was going to just eat your thing and you're going to Thrill Seeker my thing. But, yeah, no, that is really good for Hunter. I think Hunter was in a pretty good spot because Alex is just out of creatures. But now that we have this 5-power token left behind, we're going to clock Alex much quicker than the 2x2 like on Noah's Ark that would have been left behind.
Are you calling it now? Are we calling it? Are we getting a game 3?
No, I'm not calling it yet because if Alex rips Glade Cover Scout and then, you know, hits like a Staggering Insight or something like that and just pops off on Ethereal Armors, then we can definitely race. But it is not an easy position to be in as we've used a lot of our best cards. We do draw a card because Audacity went to the graveyard. The modern day Rancor.
Oh man, I love that card. That is one of my favorite cards ever printed. Do you know the I imagine your Man of Your Caliber does know, but do you know the printing of that card?
I do not know the misprint of that card.
It was meant to cost 2 mana. But when it went to print, they made the note that it was meant to cost 2 mana, but no one actually changed the card. So when it went to print, it was printed as a 1 mana enchantment instead of 2.
Gotcha. I thought you meant like an actual Metroid on the card. I do know that story. One of the greatest moments of all time, really. Tarmogoyf, very similar thing, copied over from one file to the other because it got moved in sets. Was supposed to be 2 in a green. Turned out to be 1 in a green because someone typoed.
I love it when these stories get leaked out to us and we get to talk about it. It's so sick. Okay, this is the line that you were talking about. Glade cover scout into giving it +1/+1 lifelink, and when it connects, draws a card. If we can make this big enough, the race is still on. Should we say?
Yeah, I mean, if we had the ethereal armor, it would be really hard to attack. These mana confluences are really hurting us here, putting us to 4. So audacity here, kind of funny. Both these creatures are 1/1s. So like, they can't really attack through. Oh, here comes another Huntsman Redemption and the Bone Crusher Giant. So you're gonna be able to start attacking next turn. But yeah, this turn, Alex did get a turn. If he could draw like ethereal armor where all that glitters, he could win this race still.
That wasn't it. I think that was a light pause off the top. Now back into the tank.
I think he has Curious Obsession in hand too.
Yeah, that gives it +1/+1. But looking at the other side of the battlefield, that's 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11. Plus, you can go get potentially anything from the deck. We tutor up another Thrill Seeker, another Bone Crusher. It's gonna be pretty hard for Alex, but let's have a little look. See in the tank. Remember, 227 players started today. We are down to the final 8.
Mm-hmm.
Only one person gets to walk into the championship at the end of the year. 16 players are going to be battling out in that. We currently know 8 of them. We're looking to find out who's going to be number 9.
I see Alex here doing some math. I think he's trying to see if I attack in and I hit. I know what card's in Alex's hand. It's Alpha Authority, which is enchant creature, has hexproof and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. So he can Alpha Authority to make it where it can only be solo blocked, and then Curious Obsession. And he's seeing, is there a way for that to be eaten in combat? And if not, is that maybe what I need to do anyways? But we do see Light Paw is actually the final decision, which will trigger. I'm sorry, the Light Paw into Curious Obsession, which triggers the Light Paw.
So are we just going on chump blocking duties with both of these? Okay, that's like a 2 of solidarity. That's going to give it +1/+1 and vigilance, but more importantly, make a 1/1 white warrior creature that also has vigilance. So basically, chump blocker for everybody just tuning in.
Mm-hmm. And I think with this attack, you basically have to eat the Glade Cover Scout, right? Because Glade Cover Scout's going to get like recursive cards. It's going to get bigger over time. So you have to kill it. It is, I believe, a 6/3, which means the beast can trade with it. You will get to the opponent will get to draw cards and gain enough life that I think they're hoping that the Light Paws can then barely live through the next turn and just hope to run a runner, because the audacity will fall off. You'll trample over a little bit because of that and get cards from the Curious Obsession and the Staggering Insight. Great play here from Aleksander. We had a minor flub, but do you know what Hannah Montana says, Will? Whenever we make a mistake, everybody has those days. We have to keep going on.
I did not know that. I'm more of a Swiftie these days, Seeing some crazy things happening this weekend. So combat damage is going to happen. Life is going to be gained going up to 9. 2 cards drawn, because remember there's 2 enchantments that do draw cards when we connect to the face.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see the block here. I get that the beast attacks back for 1 less than the damage happened, but I was expecting that. This is a decision here that is tactical by Hunter, and one that might come back to cost him, because if he doesn't win this turn, next turn that Glade Cover Scout's probably going to be much bigger and still have lifelink.
Let's have a little. Is there any way that lethal can get done if we tutor up the perfects next turn?
Well, you can grab Voldaren Thrill Seeker by sacking an elf again and floating a mana. Then you can put the counters on the Bone Crusher Giant. You just gained 4 life. Well, I think now that Alex tapped his mana, he might have died. Well, he might have died either way, because he was at 3 and gained 6 to 9 to now go to 8. So you can give 2+ counters on the Giant, right? Attack with everybody, have a mana up, then throw the Giant at Alex's face. That's going to put him to 1, and then one of the creatures will get through. And I think that's game because you also have Voldaren Thrill Seeker, which can throw itself at face as well. But I might be having the math a little bit off. Our left totals seem to be a little different than I thought they were.
We'll find out shortly as it all plays out.
Yeah. I do think we're going to see a game number 3 here. And, I'll just say it, this Gruul deck is very impressive. It's a deck that players often underestimate and underappreciate. I often hear from people how awful this deck is, and it top 8s basically every RC. Consistently does well, has a powerful proactive game plan, and definitely has some flaws. I think it's kind of a worse mono green a lot of the time, but with this new build, it's kind of a different mono green, as we are seeing here. Yeah, I can throw this one and just the Voldaren Thrill Seeker at you because Alex was at 7 where I thought he was at 8, and that is my bad.
Yep. Fling, come across nice and easy. Game number 3, but this time Jones does get to be on the play. It is open deck list, so both players are going to have one last look at each other's deck list before we get into that, and we get to do the same. So let's see if we can get them up on the screen for you. Starting with Jones and this Auras list that has got him in to 8th place so far. Now that we're on the play, would you change any of it up?
Honestly, I saw slip out the. I think I saw. I'm sorry. I should say I thought I saw slip out the back at one point when we picked our deck up. I'm still not a huge fan of those, and I think I just want to be doing my own proactive thing. There's something to be said about you see your opponent keeps mulliganing the elves. You could bring in Portable Hole as a way to answer those elves, but it really only hits the elves, and that from the open deck list. Obviously, it does hit beast tokens, but I think I err on the side of just let's be doing our thing, get a Rune of Sustenance in our deck, and just plow the opponent over, go face, never trade.
Sweet. Well, let's go across over to the Gruul side. Let's have a little look at what Hunter's got here. Now on the draw, the Alpha is going to be even more important to try and get around that. That he'll be on the draw. Do we bring anything in here?
So on the draw, it's a little bit different. You might want to have more reactive things or cards that can catch up. However, I think what I said last time still holds true. The Akroan War is really not that good. Maybe we might see that Hunter is going to put one Akroan War in the deck after seeing how Light Paws can get out of hand, right? Potentially just a small oversight. And also Unlicensed Hearse, not very good. So I can totally see just cutting 3 wars and 1 hearse and just being like, listen, I have 4 disenchant effects between Thrilled Back, Cinder Vines, etc., and calling it a day on that and just being like, all right, time to hopefully blow up your enchantments and kill you. So we're going to see exactly how Hunter wants to do it. It seems like he's really valued Voldaren Thrill Seeker to get across those last couple points of damage with the Huntsman Redemption. And honestly, I'd argue hasn't even had his best draws in a lot of way, right? So who knows what the deck is actually capable of.
Yeah, it's super good, especially once we saw Hunter in that game. I mean, he was able to almost just deal with both creatures on the other side straight away and was like, well, how do we get back into us over on Jones's side? And you're like, well, it's got to start with a scout, it's got to go into this, and almost managed to claw it back there in game number 2. But we get a game number 3 as both players have finished shuffling, sideboarding, and get a good look at that opening 7. Do we have a keep for Jones's side? Needs that some sort of hexproof creature and lands to cast it. A lot of enchantments to add to it. Does not like it. Hunter on the right of the screen, he wants that turn 1 elf, also doesn't like it. So both players dropping down to 6. Who does this favor?
I think this favors Hunter a little bit because his cards are pound for pound stronger. If Alex hits both players' highs, Alex, no matter what we do when we high roll, Alex is always going to win. Anytime we're not high rolling and we're sort of getting our average hands, Hunter is favored. I do want to say, saw a card in Hunter's hand. We did bring in the Gruul Charm, which is a way to get the creatures if an early boon, Griff of the Boon is given. So, Hunter does have a couple actual removal spells here. I also want to note both players kind of poker faced when they were mulliganing, and the moment they both mulligan, smiling, laughing. That's one of the things I love here in the NRG series. People are here to play win. They play to win, play seriously, but it's still a good time. Not really any bad vibes going around.
Of course, they get to play the best game ever invented, and they get to do it at a high level here at the NRG series, as they have all made the top 8. But do we have keeps for both players? I think we've got the turn 1 scout, but just not the mana to cast it. Or is that?
We have 2 Seacrum Coast. I mean, maybe there's one hiding.
I think it's a Temple Guard. It might be the second or third card in there.
Okay, I thought Alex was going to go for the I believe in the dream for a second. The 6 cards, these are all really good if I draw a Temple Guard and wherever.
Well,
Hunter here.
really aggressively mulligan. As you said, this discipline of his, I will have a turn 1 elf. And I suppose this makes sense why we always see him with that turn 1 elf.
Mhm.
There's 7 cards quick off the top, 2 cards going back. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say we do have an elf on turn 1, but will be on the draw. And we're off to the races. Game number 3. Turn 1 elf, exactly how we read it out for Jones.
Alex was like, I saw your turn 1 elves. I like that. I figured I'd do my own.
They look pretty good. Can I win the game this way? Quarterfinals, remember, ladies and gentlemen, and after this, we'll bring you the semis, and the finals will be played tomorrow morning on this channel. So if you don't want to miss a thing, make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you're following on all the different socials the NRG have as Curious Possessions comes down. Connects, 2 points of damage, draw another card, pass the turn. Okay. Over on Hunter's side.
Alex has a lot of 2-mana enchantments in hand, so very lucky for Alex once again to be on the play draw moment here. If he can actually keep this hand and connect, imagine instead of the way around, Lovestruck Beast would have been in the way, would not be able to attack in. So, Alex here benefiting from that play draw quite a bit, as you often do in Pioneer.
Here is a big 5/5. Can you fight your way through this? Hunter says. Here's this glittering coming down with a bunch of enchantments, and here's the game plan of, you want to block? No. I'm going to put an end to that, making it unblockable. We get to scribe on when we attack, and then when we do connect, we will also get to draw a card. How big is this? Math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
5. Yep, you're on it. And that's as big as Lovestruck Beast with the this card selection going here. We scry, and then we get our card draw. And so Alex, doesn't have any lifelink yet, so we are racing, but we are ahead on the race currently. Obviously, cards like Wildair and Thrillseeker can swap that in an instant.
We're having a look. Remember, the molds are going to hurt. It hurt us game number 1. Is it going to hurt us in game number? Maybe we're getting in there with the elf as well. I think that's what we were. I was like, what? I don't know. We touch our life pad once we tap the elf for mana. Here comes Bone Crush Giant. So we're working out a racing situation now on the Hunter's side, trying to get every point in. Ooh.
And that's game.
And GG's. We spoke about nut draws, one beating the other, and that is going to be the one that takes it down. Congratulations, Jones, taking out Hunter, who's been absolutely undefeated all day long. Unfortunately, the second you get that top 8, it's the second he picks up his first loss of the tournament. But can't be too unhappy with that. Going to get himself a bunch of points, bunch of money, and obviously having an amazing day. But that means we're going to see that Warriors list into the semi-finals. We've got a backup match for you. Mason's going to tell you what it is. We've got some spice. We know you're kind of sick of the Phoenix and Rakdos list. We've got you some spice. Don't worry about it. Sit back. What is it, Mason?
Well, we have Rakdos Midrange and actually Rona Luca combo, which is actually a very exciting deck. So this is a deck that kind of broke out at the Archies 2 weeks ago. Basically, Piper's deck has Luca from Ixalan, which is you sack a creature and reveal a creature from your deck so you get one that has a higher mana value than the sacrificed creature. Every creature in the deck is a 2-drop outside of Llanowar Elves. So you always hit Atraxa whenever you minus it. As we see here, the 2 Atraxas in hand, very awkward. You also see Piper kind of look away like, Duress not really hitting anything. The deck also has the Rona combo, which you might remember from when that came out in March of the Machines. So that's going to be Retraction, Helix, Mox, Amber. All these cards work together. Atraxa helps find them. You have Kinnan, Bond, and Prodigy, which can cheat in an Atraxa and give you a lot of extra mana. And all this is able to happen thanks to Yorion giving you an incentive to have all these extra lands.
Okay, Dreadbore is going to take out that Yorion, the big sky noodle. We're going to come across with this Goblin Shaman token, generate a treasure token for ourselves over on Jonathan's side. Bit scary that, there's a couple of Traxxas in there, so we can't let the game go too late. So we do need to get those life points down to 0 quick as possible. Land for the turn. Okay, so we are shocking in that Blood Crypt. It's going to play a Harvester with the treasure token, adding a 3/2 to our clock. What can we do on the right screen on Piper's side? What sort of cards are we looking for?
Yeah, I was trying to think about that myself here. I'm kind of taking a look at the list here. I think that Piper really wants maybe something like, well, the problem is with Luca is you don't actually find the combo. You can get Karn, and you have a bit of a Karn wish board. There's not much that can really get you out of it this turn. We probably just need to keep the pressure off us long enough to assemble the combo vicariously. So Fae of Wishes is what Piper is going to start with, and let's see how she's going for. We know her hand is 2 Atraxas and an unknown from the draw step. Looks like Fatal pushes the grab here. And yeah,
Yeah.
Piper agrees with just kind of playing a little bit of a longer game.
I think that's to make sure that the elf sticks around, because that could end up killing the elf, which means we're one more land away from being able to get this Attrax on the battlefield. We've got a game plan. We know where we're going with it. We need to do everything we can to keep it going.
Yeah.
Jonathan, what can we do? Two free cards in hand. How do we want to move forward?
Yeah, and you see him thinking there, going in the little tank. He kind of knows that those attractions are there. So the elf on board is going to be something that is going to be a problem. So yeah, it looks like we're going to be using the blood to try and find a card that can matter here. Hive the Eye Tyrant is the discard.
Looking for, I imagine, double Fortsies is what we're trying to find here. But Bone Crusher does the same. That takes one more turn off the, and Attraxer coming down. Do get a little bit more chip damage in with the Goblin Shaman. Get another treasure token. Now, how can we retaliate here? We know there's a couple of 7 drops in hand. Another land. Yeah. Jonathan's like, can you just stop doing that, please? Please stop playing lands, because we are only one land away from the big Phyrexian General hitting the battlefield, refilling the hand, and potentially refilling our life points if it does get to connect. Jonathan, big smile on his face there, kind of is crossing everything, hoping for the best.
Yeah, one of those moments where a Piper's kind of like, what do you want from me? Do you want me to not draw a spell? Do you want me to not draw a lance? What's going on? And that's kind of one of the advantages of these slots here, is that, Jonathan didn't have the pressure, it seems, in the early game to put Piper on the big back foot. She knows it, and she's like, listen, I draw an untapped land. I'm going to slam this Atraxa, and you might have a kill spell for it, but it's going to refill my hand. I have another one too. So Hobbs does not have the pressure he needs right now to actually end this game, and maybe he has to do something like play Bone Crusher Giant, activate Fable, and just attack for 6.
We've looking at the deck list, because it is open deck list, and we both have access to that. 1 Dreadbore in the main, and we've already seen that fired off. So that is not good news if an Atraxa does come down.
Yeah, only the Go for the Throats left. Is that right? Was there?
There is 1 Powered Kill, 1 Actor Heartless Act. That's our removal suite that can deal with it. Rough.
Yeah.
Anyway. Maybe a land away from it, maybe multiple land away from it. We'll find out shortly. Adding to the battlefield. Well, okay, these are some good cards to add to the battlefield. How about Graveyard Trespasser, exiling that elf from the graveyard, a little bit of Life Swing and Shield Dread, but now we are empty-handed. Do you have the land?
Piper had a face that does not look like someone who drew an untapped land. Have to think, not a good sign there. Are
we going to get there?
Oh, maybe this is a shock land, and she's thinking about how I might actually just die to damage.
Yeah. So we drop to 6. We drop to 5. We go block. We take 1, 2. No, yeah, we were just dead on board if we play that. Oh no, I suppose no, we're not dead on board because we were getting 7 from the Atraxa.
Yeah. Oh, it is tap. This is botanical saying. Yeah, it was a tap land. Good a bit of slow roll there. Maybe thinking about what we could do with the Fae there, but you can't pick up anything with the Fae which actually win, and that is going to do it. And like we talked about beforehand, that matchup is going to be one that's kind of weird. Players are still figuring it out, but Rakdos, doesn't really have situations where it draws Atraxa, and that other deck does. And, while it might be favored if it does its thing, sometimes you don't get to do your thing. But still a great finish there from Piper Pal, who just, I think, has like a 95 conversion rate when it comes to topping NRG. So
you're
so
saying
bad.
that. You're saying every time she comes to, she ends up top 8, and this is another one of those events. And if those lands were just in a different order, if we drew the tap land, then drew the end tap land, potentially a whole completely different game ball there. But unfortunately, not managing to get into the finals this time around. But that is going to be it for our 2 quarterfinals. We're going to have a short little break before we come back to the semifinals, and we'll find out which 4 players are going to be battling out to try and get themselves the title of champion this weekend. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG Pioneer 10K series that we're bringing you live today in Indianapolis. We've had 9 rounds of Magic, plus the quarterfinals. We are now going to be in the semifinals. My name is Will Hall. That is Mason Clark, and we're going to just go straight down to the matchup. Mason, while we get down to it, tell me who's in it and what decks are they playing?
Yeah, so we have our Bant Oris player up into our top 4. Alex is going to be playing that versus Izzet Phoenix here on Michael Bernat, as I think we're going to jump down to the
we
slide
got a
here
little
to see.
bracket, yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be Izzet Phoenix on both sides, but Michael versus Alex here. I believe Alex is the higher seed will be. I'm sorry, it's the lower seed and will be on the draw. Yeah. And then I don't know about the other two players, but it's going to be Izzet versus Rakdos Midrange. Honestly, two of these matchups are kind of weird. The Izzet Phoenix versus Rakdos matchup typically pretty favored the Rakdos deck if it has Graveyard Hate. If it doesn't, pretty favored Phoenix. So Hobbs has a little bit of Graveyard Hate and one Go Blank and one Unlicensed Hearse, but not a ton. So if Benjamin plays well and he is one of our players at large, he is going to be feeling pretty good about that. Meanwhile, on Michael versus Alex, the Izzet Phoenix deck doesn't have a ton of tools for this matchup, and isn't going to be too great outside of the main deck thing in the ices. Of note here, Michael's deck is sort of playing the Demi-Lich European version that is much more turbo, fill the graveyard, flip a thing in the ice type stuff. So not the clean 4 Legislator, 4 Arclight Phoenix we've seen from everyone else this weekend.
No, I'm a really big fan of Demi-Lich. That's actually my avatar on Magic Online. I love that card. But going up against the Bant deck that we just saw take down last round, getting himself in the semis. So 4 players, there can only be 2 playing in the final. We're going to find out who that is. Let's have a little look at the deck list before we get down to it. So we've got Michael's deck list on the screen. This is the Izzet Phoenix list, as you were saying, with the Demi-Liches. Not the traditional build that we kind of see. It's interesting you call it the European build. I quite like that. I think we should adopt that. But what kind of makes it? What's the card that makes it the European build besides the Demi-Lich?
Well, that's the whole thing is every EU RC, someone does well with Demi-Lich, and then no one else really does ever. And so I call it the EU build, where they go over there and they play a bunch of otherworldly gazes and Demi-Lich in order to enable these things. And now we have Pick, Locket, Prankster, say that 3 times fast, as a new version of Pour Over the Pages and those type of cards that fill your graveyard up immediately. So that is going to be a way for this deck to kind of turbo fill its graveyard, get a Demi-Lich on the battlefield, and then use it to leverage and take over the game, which means you don't see things like Ledger Shredder because there just isn't room. And we have a bunch of Thing in the Ices in the main to make room for more sideboard cards. So kind of a more all-any build of this deck.
And looking at Izzet Charm in the deck. There's 3 copies in here. That's another good way to kind of turn and burn through our deck, right? Getting cards from the top of our library into the graveyard, which is kind of plays into that turbo ramp, as you said. So that's going to be the Izzet Phoenix. Let's see if we can get the ban always list on the screen. Pretty favorable now. We kind of understand what this does and how it does it, how it does its game plan, but maybe someone's just tuning in. Remind everybody, what does this ban always deck do?
Play Hexproof Friend. Put Aura on Hexproof Friend. Move on to next round plus 3 match points. That is the game plan.
As easy as that. 1, 2, 3. And you can get that excellent coaching yourself. Just make sure you DM. And
that's
you can
right.
get... Anyway, we're off to the races. It looks like both players are looking at that opening 7. We got Jones on the left of your screen versus Bernat on the right. Izzet Phoenix versus Bant Auras. Bant Auras taking a mulligan. And remember, is going to be on the draw. I don't believe they are first and second seeds. So we'll see if we can get that sorted out for you. Aleksander is definitely going to be at 8th seed on the draw throughout this top 8, which is going to hinder him a little bit, right? You definitely want to be on the playing this sort of deck, and especially in the top 8.
Yeah, you're never really happy to be on the draw in the top 8, but when you squeaked in on breakers, you take it.
Yeah, you take them. You take them. It's not all going to be doom and gloom. And we've seen him break service once already, or twice already, I should say. Let's see if we can do it again. Is this the hand to do it with? Really wants that hexproof creature, because as I said, game 1, there's going to be a lot of removal spells on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, we saw in the quarterfinals from Aleksander where, having Light Paws wasn't the end of the world because there wasn't a ton of interaction that actually lined up against it. Here against Michael, we see so many cards that we're just going to accidentally run into some of that removal, and we'll be also able to find it if we do expose a Light Paws. So you want to be not really mulliganing towards that card and probably aggressively bottom it in your hand if you had it at the start.
What is your sleight of hand art of choice?
7th edition or Portal.
Fug Life. Love it. Okay, just tap land, pass. Here comes are we mix matching sleight of hands there?
I love it. Play what you got.
This is a canister special. This is the easiest way to get me to tilt. Have this on whiteboarded. It was a land, so no discretion on what we found there.
Yeah.
So
And notably, Michael does have Thing in the Ice in hand. That's one of the few cards that Michael has that can really interact with this deck. So Aleksander not having a threat here is going to give Michael time here to move through his deck, set up a Thing in the Ice, and then whenever Aleksander does go for an aura that might cause lethal or anything, he's just going to flip the Thing in the Ice and then bam, hit for a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I think what's happening on Jones side, we've got one creature, and I think it is a pause. So we're trying to play that out on a turn that we can make it big enough so it potentially won't die to, a lightning axe or one of the many one-mana removal spells, fiery impulse, etc. that we have over on Izzet Phoenix. But he does not want to see this Thing in the Ice. 0/4 defender enters the battlefield with 4 ice counters on it. Every time I play a sorcery instant spell, we remove one of them, and of course, once there's no more ice left, that's when the big horror comes out. You get the 7/6 that flips everything back to the battlefield. Here's exactly what Jones did not want to happen. We play our creature, we play an aura, and it ends up eating a removal spell.
Yeah, and this was the problem that we sort of talked about, where it's like, yeah, even if Michael is trying to aggressively bottom those cards, there's just 8 in his deck. He's just gonna find them between the random draw steps, etc., and moving through. So it becomes really hard to jam that sort of card.
Well, so we've got maybe another Thing in Ice. That'd be pretty brutal. Maybe a pickpocket here. It is another Thing in Ice. Come down 4 counters. Jones can do nothing but nod his head. 4 cards in hand. Nothing on the battlefield.
Yeah, this is a spot where, having the second one is really nice because now you can get to flip the first one and you haven't given up your safety net, right? You can just hit for 7, and then the moment it gets too big, you flip the other one, kill them, right? We're hit for 7, they try to play some blockers, you flip the next one, boom, 14. Both are available lines. Well, obviously, there are some flash creatures out of this aura stack. As we had another light pause. Now, Michael has a red card in hand. I'm unsure if it's an interaction spell, an Arclight Phoenix. Looks to be an Arclight Phoenix.
Okay, so we're gonna kind of put a little bit of resilience up here on the other side. It only bounces. It's only creatures it bounces, right? It's not non-land permanents.
Yeah, it only bounces the creatures, which means that those permanents, like the auras, are going to fall off and go to the graveyard, and that's going to be a huge problem here.
And there comes the Kai's Ghost form as a kind of pseudo protection spell against any removal that Michael could have. Michael, he's not strange to being in top 8s. Does have a couple of GP wins back in the day. Here's I can't make out that card. That is
Otherworldly Gaze.
Thank you. That one always catches me out for some reason. Like I have all the 1-mana. It's not even a cantrip, really, right? It's like a half cantrip in these sort of decks, but it really is good at filling the graveyard. And we just putting all 3 in there. Sure.
Yeah, and you might see Michael do this simply because Michael can even upkeep the Otherworldly Gaze and just find a 1-mana cantrip. And if we do, then we get to flip attack for 7. And like we talked about, it's almost impossible for Aleksander to actually kill us.
Good thing about Thing in Ice is they don't bounce other Thing in Ices. Tap in 1 blue.
Yeah. Otherworldly Gaze here.
There's another one. And that means we can play the one from the graveyard at any time we want, as literally, as you said, so we can start bouncing things back. Don't hate doing it right now, getting 7 points of damage in, getting this game over and done with, especially where we get to keep one of these Thing in Ices on the battlefield with 1 counter for you, in case Jones does get to refill that battlefield one more time.
Yeah, I mean, dinner is waiting, and lethal is basically impossible to beat if you just flash back a spell here. We can just cast, a Consider too. That works.
Yeah, this helps.
Yeah.
7 at your face. And remember, 3 7s add up to quick math.
3 7s is 21.
Thank you.
Blackjack.
I was trying to queue it up then, but it doesn't work somewhere when we can't actually see each other because we're not in the same room. But it's fine. It's all good.
No, yeah, you've been having trouble with math all day, so I just thought, that was another moment.
I'm an infect player. I've always had trouble with math. That's why I count to 10. That is it. Above 10, I don't do it.
Wow, and Michael here actually just flipping the Thing in the Ices, maybe looking for Arclight Phoenixes too to try and bring them back and just deal a bunch of damage to Aleksander here. But, if Aleksander can get lifelink on a light pause with maybe like Kaya's Ghost Form, he might be able to stabilize this game. I don't know exactly what's in Michael's graveyard. I don't think there's any Phoenixes yet. Attack for 14.
I like it. I like it. Drop you down to 6. What are you going to do now? How are we going to rebuild from this? It's got to be good. It's got to be now. That was the land for the turn. 4 cards in hand for Jones.
So he can get Light Paws on the board, play Staggering Insight, grab some aura. I think there's only one Ghost Form in the main deck. So that's actually gone now. So we won't be able to have that to, jump and keep the Light Paw around. But we can grab like an Audacity, gain some life, and hopefully buy one more turn and hope to pull something together. But it does seem to be pretty Jover.
What if we get like a Chupacabra? No, nothing. It's not going to be enough.
No.
And both players decided that is. And we're going to go to a game number 2. But you see there, deck lists being put on the screen for both these players because now we're in the top 8. It is an open deck list tournament for them. They get to look at the 75, and so do we. So let's start off over on Jones's side out of this Bant Auras list. A lot of potential one-offs in here because of the Light Paws, but more importantly, let's look at the sideboard. How are we going to shore this one up, Mr. Mason Clark?
We got 3 portable holes. We bring in the 3 portable holes. They answer the thing in the ice. That's the only card that's a huge problem. Everything else doesn't interact super well. We cut 3 Light Paws because even though our opponent probably is trimming on removal, it's possible they maybe leave in some because I think we have to leave in Light Paws and we just aggressively mulligan. I can see a world where maybe you leave in 2 Light Paws instead of 1. I'm kind of a believer that's kind of too much of a risk, but you could also cut the 1 Light Paws for 1 slip out the back as a way to remove something like I think the guys from the battlefield, so your opponent can't cast a million cantrips.
Cool. Love to see it. Let's go across the Izzet Phoenix list. The European Izzet Phoenix list, as you put it, and I really do like that. I think I'm going to kind of move with that. We're going forward. Looking at the main deck, I see a lot of direct removal spells, probably not so good in the main. Is there anything in the sideboard that we can swap it up for to help us secure this game number 2?
Yeah, so there's some weird stuff going on here when it comes to the stake of this matchup. The biggest thing, though, is Thing in the Ice. That card was great in game number 1. It's going to be great in game number 2. You might also see something along the lines of like Crackling Drake as a way to go over the top, but, I'm not super in love with that. You might see Aether Gust as a way to remove one of the enchantments. Not in love with that either. You might see Saheeli as a way to create chump blockers. You might see Brazen Borrow as a way to remove one of the big enchantments in the early turns and save you some time. All in all, though, you're going to notice, and maybe Mystical Dispute too, there's some blue enchantments. All these cards are kind of meh. But the big problem is we just have 8 bad cards in our main deck with Fire Impulse and Lightning Axe. So what I'm going to imagine happens is we keep some of those spot removals and spells in because there might be some Light Paws. We have some way of discarding them in card selection with Otherworldly Gaze, and maybe 1 or 2 Lightning Axes at most. You do have Izzet Charm, so you can sort of, have extra spot removal and a way to discard those cards. And then you just bring in these one-ofs and hope they line up well because your main game plan isn't that good against them outside of flipping Thing in the Ice. So that is sort of your all-in plan. And I feel like Michael is going to be very happy. We stole game 1. We just need to steal game 2 or 3.
Yeah, he wants another one where our opponent doesn't play a threat until turn 3, and then you can deal with it. But just a reminder, if you are just tuning in, welcome. This is the NRG Series in Indianapolis. It is a Pioneer 10K where we started today with 227 players, all battled out in 9 rounds of closed deck list Pioneer. We are now into the top 8. We are into the semi-finals, down to the final 4 players. We've got 2 players on Izzet Phoenix, 1 on Bant Auras and 1 on Rakdos Midrange, who is going to be able to battle it out and walk away calling himself the champion this weekend. Only time will tell. They also get an invite to the end of the year 16-player only event where that is going to be a 25K, very prestigious tournament. A lot of hard work to go in that. Not only do you have to win an event, there's also 6 players on the leaderboard that have been grinding out all year long to try and get their slot. And with only this weekend and 1 after it to go, we are very close to find out who is going to be in those 16 players. But before that, we need to find out which one of these 2 players is going to get to our finals, which remember is going to be held tomorrow morning. So you need to hit that follow button. You need to go on all the socials, follow NRG, and hit the follow button on them so you stay up to date on every single thing that is happening. There is no mono green in this top 8 at all, which is kind of surprising, right? One of the more powerful decks in the format, not really putting up a good performance this weekend.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, basically, before Wilds of Eldraine was previewed, there's a lot of like, oh my god, they're not changing Modern. When we had the first BNR, starting before kind of previews happened for all the formats, right? Everyone's like, well, I'm just going to most likely play my green deck or my Rakdos deck from 5 months ago with some small change, right? Like that's just kind of what's going to happen. And what we've seen is that there have been 2 decks that got big upgrades from Wilds of Eldraine. One is Izzet Phoenix, which we see here on screen, and the other are the two Boros aggro decks. Both Boros Convoke and the Boros Heroic deck got big upgrades to the form of Bunnycorn, Midrange Recruiter, and then the Monstrous Roll card, I believe Unleash the Beast or something like that. So all of those, Monstrous Rage, thank you. They are all cards and things that help decks that beat Mono Green. So Mono Green, I think, is at an all-time low of how well it's positioned in the format, because 3 decks got good tools that generally make their matchups better, and they all help against Mono Green.
Well, that's a good insight into that. I really do like the Heroic deck that's kind of come to light now because of Monstrous Rage. That card is dumb when it starts going off. I did a bit of testing for the RC, and I got absolutely trounced by that deck over and over. Looks like we've got a keep for Jones' side here, but not over. Michael, he does not like that, needs to throw them back. Is there cards he's going to be mulliganing aggressively to in this matchup? As you said, there's not many great, if anything, we have to take 8 cards out because they're not great, and we're only bringing in meh cards in response. So is this just a dud hand, or do you think we are actually strongly trying to mulligan until we get a thing in the ice hand?
Yeah, I think it's thing in the ice. The thing is, Michael's deck is really good at is continuously like moving, not up cards until we get to Treasure Cruise, but just kind of moving through cards, right? And since we're sitting really good at moving through cards, we might as well just take the first mulligan to try and find thing in the ice, because mulliganing is basically discard a card, draw 7 new cards to look for a thing in the ice, which is a pretty powerful cantrip if you had access to that, right? So the first one is pretty free here for Michael when he has so few cards that actually matter, and the Bant player has so few cards that can actually stop it. It is just those portable holes, which, Aleksander is not going to keep a hand just because it has portable hole. It's not a backbreaking card like the other ones.
True. What's the amount of cards you'd be willing to, as a Phoenix player, mold down to be able to hit a thing in ice?
At least 6 in the house. If my 6 is bad, I'll gladly go to 5. But if like my 6 is reasonable, it's got some cantrips or an interaction or whatever, it's like the interaction that actually matters, then I will just keep that. But if my hand's bad, I'm kind of like, I'll just go to 5. Like, don't care. Need thing in the ice.
Cool. Well, opt end of turn. Didn't like it. Hit to the bottom. Got a fresh draw. Then a draw for turn. Do we have a second land drop if we've got one in hand? I do see. I think I see a lot of spells. No second land. That is exactly what Jones needs to see here to be able to try and pull away from this matchup. And here is Light Pause. No red mana on the other side. Fear Armor coming down.
I'm curious to see how Aleksander sideboarded here. I'm going to try and take a look-ski at his deck. Oh, he's playing it too close to the chest for me. But yeah, that Light Pause, a card we talked about being a liability. Post-board is going to get a little bit better, but still, and you're grabbing this Caius Ghost Form, and now, with no thing in the ice already on the board, it's going to get out of hand very quickly. We needed a Spell Pierce there for that Ethereal Armor. Yeah,
it's already up to a 4/4, so that means the impulses are turned off if we do hit them. Lightning Axes, if they are still in the deck, still have a chance of getting off the battlefield, but even if it does, it will still stick around because of that kind of ghost form. There's the red source we're after. Do we have the axe?
Yeah, it's interesting too. Do you want to use the axe now? Do you want to do it in response? I believe that Light Pause is an on-cast trigger, so you can respond to that trigger and sort of get them, and it'll be a new target.
Ooh, okay. Here comes the staggering insight. Lightning Axe.
Yeah.
But did still leave him in the deck, and it's got the perfect card to discard for them. Jones kind of like thinking, okay, this is awkward.
Yeah. Jones also, has Curious Obsession still in hand, so the new Light Pause is going to come back. I will have Summoning Sickness, so you can't actually play Curious Obsession on it. Probably a small misstep there. Should have led on Curious Obsession on the Light Pause, so that if it came back, we could put Staggering Insight on the new one, and we wouldn't lose the aura.
I think they're just going through the sequencing of how things are going to happen once it dies, and what drops off when it comes back, then what fizzles, etc. Unless we've got an answer in hand, we could have Potentially a stubborn denial, I guess. We do know that they are in the deck. Don't know if they've been brought in a slip out the back. Potentially, we could try and save our own creature if we want to go that route. But
Oh,
look
he
at the
has
facial
it.
expressions. He's
He
got
has
it.
the slip. He has a blue 1-mana card. I'm pretty sure it's slip out.
Okay, well, he's tapping something.
Alexander Jones's favorite card, slip out the back. That's where she's
Yeah,
going.
there it is. Slip out the back coming down. So we do have a nice little stack here. All this gets phased out. It does get a +1/+1 counter, but then these both go to the graveyard. We'll take that. I'll take that exchange there.
Yeah, I kind of think about it more. Slip out the back's actually a really good way to stop the thing in the ice because the thing in the ice flips and then you slip it out.
Yeah. That's actually a really good heads-up play as well. And now Jones being able to untap with 3 mana potentially with this light pause on the battlefield. Already got a couple of auras on it. It's gonna be pretty rough, but here is a thing in the ice. Does Jones have portable hole?
This is going to be a big moment forward here. Now, we do have Curious Obsession, so even if we don't have it, we could potentially draw into it. We drew another slip out the back, so we are ready if the thing in the ice is going to flip on the next turn, which it easily could with just 1 mana interaction.
Here's all that glitters hitting the battlefield. This again has got the Imperial Armor effect, giving us +1/+1 for each enchantment and artifact that we control. So, quick count on that right now. How big is it, Mason?
I believe that if we grab Audacity, it's a 13, but we might actually just grab our Fight Spell and Warbrier's Blessing, and just kill this thing in the ice and just, slam in for a nice chunk of damage. Looks like we are just going to go for the Staggering Insight and get the lifelink and the card draw. So it's going to be a 13-13, I believe.
I'm thinking 12, but I'm going to go with you because you know more than me.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You're right. You got me.
Woohoo, let's go.
Nice, Pog. Hey, good games. Good luck in the rest.
Hey, look, 1 out of 11 rounds isn't bad, right?
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Okay, let's we get to draw a card. So that's always going to be good. Keeping up the 1 mana for this slip out the back in case it does become irrelevant or become relevant. Here comes another mana confluence. But we're up to 30. We can take these little points of damage to get the perfect mana base that we need.
Yeah, it is not a problem this game. And now with slip out the back, let's say Michael goes sleight of hand, opt or whatever, right? That is not actually going to matter because we're going to slip the light pause out the back, and then we're just going to have this huge creature attacking again. So Michael is going to need something, like Brazen Borrower or to flip it on Alexander's turn. That way, Alexander can't attack with the light pause.
Here's one of the newer cards, Pickpocket Prankster. It's I really do love the wording of that card. Pickpocket Prankster sounds pretty awesome. And obviously, is it going to be the a rogue fairy? More importantly, is it mills the top 4, you keep it a sorcery instant or fairy into your hand. Another great way of filling up the graveyard and kind of turning and burning through our deck. I'm pretty sure Thing and I should be down to 3 counters from that being cast, though. There you go.
Yeah.
Did we miss a trigger?
Yeah, it looks like we missed the trigger.
Oh no, that's less than ideal, but it happens. It is paper magic. Michael's not sitting back and kind of getting flustered about it. He's just going to keep moving through his deck. All he knows that kind of the writing might be potentially on the wall already at 6 life, staring down this huge. Is it a cat? Cat paws? Is it cat type? Fox.
Yeah,
it's a fox.
Light pause is a fox. I didn't know that.
It is a fox advisor. Sure. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah. Well, it's Kamigawa.
Hey, foxes have paws too.
Yeah, true. Write that down.
And then do we get Phoenixes back this way? That is going to be the 3rd spell. So maybe Phoenixes can also help us block. But no, it can't because we're saying that I'm going to be able to do.
Yeah, it looks like Alexander showed him an Audacity, which gives Trample. So not good enough.
All right, game number 3. Love game number 3, especially this high level magic. A lot on the line for both of these players. One of these will be in the finals. The other one will get to say that they top 8'd the NRG. Both looking at the deck list because it is open deck list, which means we also get to get them on the screen for you all at home to have a little look at. Let's start off with Michael's list. He needs to claw this one back. He just lost that game there. On the European Izzet Phoenix list, does anything change on the play?
I'm not so sure. I will say this. I kind of thought, I'm sort of doing the experiment that Michael is in game. I sort of thought, the light paws are going to get trimmed because I'll leave in some spot removal spells. It's going to be very awkward for them, and I'll try and bring these other things. We just saw that Aleksander was okay having at least 2 light paws in, right? With that in mind, it's like, okay, maybe I want to have more of those spot removal spells and less of these situationally awkward cards that could line up well. Like I suggested a bunch of 1-0s last time, right?
Mhm.
Well, if you know your opponent's leaving in light paws, just bring back in the fiery impulses and just kill the light paws. He's shown consistency in waiting, and it is one of the few cards that can overpower your thing in the ice consistently. So I like that sort of approach if your opponent's going to be doing that.
What do you think of Brotherhood's End when you're on the play? Do you think it's too niche that you might be able to actually snag something on turn 3? Or is it just, it's terrible? What are you talking about, Will?
I think it's fine. Once again, we have a bunch of awkward cards. I talked about a bunch of things that I thought would situationally maybe let you high roll. So that's a very similar idea. So I don't hate it, especially since Michael has shown some patience. So if it's something like a light pause, it might be a great way to get the Chaos Ghost form off it immediately, which could lower the power of the creature. Also is a good way, if your opponent has the 2-drop, the Sabaya Cryptomancer, that you can kill that thing before it gets a chance to be aurored up, or maybe when it only has like a single aura on it.
All right, well, let's go across the set and have a little look at this Bant Auras list. Now going to be on the draw, where they're going to find themselves all through this top 8 for however long this run continues. We saw the slip up the backs come in, and you believe that the portable holes come in because Finger Nice is such a pesky card.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to mix it up anymore now that we're on the draw, or are you happy with the configuration that you would have played in game at number 1 and 2?
I think I like it, and I like the slip up the backs after thinking about it more with my enchantment creatures as a way to basically, you have 6 cards that stop portable hole. You slip out the backs also help dodge those removal spells that 1 or 2 at least probably staying in, if not due to anything else than just cards not being able to replace them. So, if you're going to have some light paws in too, it definitely helps, and also could be good against things like Brotherhood's End, which maybe Aleksander isn't worried about.
Well, both players are going to be taking a mulligan here, going down to 6. We've seen this in game number 1, and Jones manages to come out favored in that one. Bernat managed to come out favored in that one due to the slower player, say, of Jones not being able to do much till turn 3 and just having that removal spell in hand because it was game 1, which we imagine a lot have been brought out here. Jones managed to take down game number 2 by just doing the game plan and a very well-timed slip out the back. Now going into game number 3. 4 players remain in the tournament. We need to have 2 more to be able to battle out tomorrow in the finals. Is it Phoenix, or is it going to be Bant, or we're moments away from finding out as both players go down to 6?
Yeah, and we still have our backup feature match. Maybe production can let us know where they're at. It was Rakdos versus Izzet Phoenix. So it wouldn't be surprising sometimes those games can go very long. They're in game 3. All right, so probably a little bit of a blazing one and then some sideboard cards crushing it. Look, yeah. Alex didn't draw a 7th card. There he gets one on the house. What a treat.
What a treat. Do you remember the old mulligan rules?
Yeah.
They were punishing at times, weren't they?
Yeah. Not what it used to be.
I'm having a little look at the Rakdos list that is against Phoenix, as you said, and seeing how much main deck graveyard hate they have. They do have 2 Mystery Shadows, 3 Graveyard Trespassers, and that's in the main. After sideboard, they get 1, 2, 3, 4. They got a bit more after sideboard, so it can be back and forth. That's what I like about these Rakdos decks. I would call them the Jund of the format.
Mm-hmm.
Jund is obviously an old throwback to around the 2015-ish, 2014-ish days, where Jund is the deck that had a 52% win record against pretty much everything. But more importantly, its sideboard was so good and transitional. We get that quite a lot in these Rakdos decks. But both of these players need to get their opening hand sorted.
Mm-hmm.
Jones looks like he's happy with it. Bernat throwing it back, going down to 5. Does it punish Izzet Phoenix that much going down to 5? Obviously, they need a vast amount of spells to turn and burn through their deck, but a lot of them do turn and burn through the deck.
Yeah, it really kind of depends on what the texture of the 5 is, right? Are we keeping a hand that's all cantrips and hoping to get there? Probably can, but going to be a little rough. Is it like 2 lands, a thing in the ice, and a cantrip? That's probably in a much better place because you have cards that actually interact profitably against this Bant Auras deck.
I see a land. I see Izzet Charm. I'm not sure I see a second land, Owen. That didn't pay dividends in game number 2. Are we going to do it again? Just tap top of our deck and hope. Looks like we are. I'm not good at my American sports. What is that top that he's got? Is that NFL?
Yeah, that's them Dallas Cowboys, I believe.
Okay.
That's the Colts. Gotcha.
I wouldn't know. I'm just interested. It's
I just literally said a random football team. I knew you wouldn't know, and then a production corrected me immediately. And
but
I'm sure Chat did too.
I need chat would jump on it. Yeah, chat's also saying Colts.
Ban anyone in chat who says Colts. They're in a cult.
Okay, end of turn. Consider. Do we want to put this card into our graveyard or do we want to draw it? Have a little look. And it's Treasure Cruise. It's going to go to our graveyard. We get a fresh draw. Treasure Cruise is obviously a great card trying to restock our hand, especially after the mulligans we have taken. But we do need lands for it. That is land number 2. Okay, I think we've got a few American football fans in the chat, so I definitely need to know what everybody's team is. Let me know as we see the Fox come down, because that's its time, and it is going to eat one of those fiery impulses. It looked like they might either came back in or stayed in, just as you said.
Yeah, a little bit of adaptation between the games. Sleight of hand is getting cast here.
Sleight of hand, one of the like, I don't know, 16 different arts that we've got in Bonnet's deck, because they're not all matching and it really tilts me. Here comes another land for the turn. So we're not doing too bad currently on a mold of 5. We're kind of keeping the board just about contained. We're filling our graveyard, which we need, but playing it another light pause here with 1 mana up, and we've already know that there's slip out the backs in this deck.
Yeah, slip out the back is the big thing. Aleksander has done such a good job of not deploying light pause until this game, of course, without an aura backing it up. So it's 2 things to me if I'm Michael. First, slip out the back. Second, third, light pause in hand.
Okay, we are going to try to Izzet Charm at end of turn using the ability. It does 2 damage to our creature. And here is the slip out the back. That's going to put a +1/+1 count on it. And it is untouchable until Jones's next turn.
I think I would have liked to do that on Aleksander's upkeep.
I understand that. I like the theory behind that. Unless I see a Phoenix in hand. It might be. That's another red card.
Yeah, I think Michael might have just had the read that it was like third light pause in hand, and we're just like, let's do it. And if I draw a land, I get to slam my Arclight Phoenix and start attacking, which is important. But I think Aleksander has shown such patience, and I just find it hard to believe that all the light pause are in here. That it makes me think that's going on there, and it makes me much harder to do this as a hard cast Abrade.
Okay, that's out the sideboard. That's definitely not in the main deck.
That makes a ton of sense against Portable Hole?
Okay, yeah, cool. I like that. That makes a lot of sense, and it goes to the graveyard. That's exactly what we needed. Is this a follow-up? Is a pickpocket?
Do you know what the spell's named on it?
The Free the Fae.
Did you do that because it pops up on screen?
Definitely not.
All right, nice. Thank you for your honesty. Yeah, I do. If you had the Abrade in hand, I like the Izzet Charm a lot more now, because then it's sort of it freed everything up here. And we just free the Fade into Pickpocket Prankster so we can free the Fae again.
Okay, so we're looking for a creature now over on Jones's side. 3 mana. Well, okay, that is a creature technically.
Yeah, I will say this: Giganta gets a lot of trash talk in Magic. It was like, oh, it's a 5/5. Is it really going to matter? In Pioneer, it's pretty big. In fact, I think the Izzet Phoenix deck is the only deck that has a clean, real answer to Giganta. So, this card, while, we don't have a ton left in our deck, might have some answers, but it also pretty easily wears the equipment and is so big to begin with.
Yeah, there's always the chance the Lightning Axes have come out, because we see the impulses in the main currently. So, remember we 1-for-1 them, swapped them out, didn't keep any more in. So this might have to 2-for-1 ourselves to get it off the battlefield if it does come down. And we are 1 land away from that. As here comes the Demi-Lich. Haven't seen this cast this weekend, especially while I've been casting at least.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you want me to start now about my D&D facts, or do you want me to save that for when you're trying to fall asleep?
Later. I'm sure there's so many Demi-Lich things, like why it has grills for teeth. But, this card is very strong once it moves to the combat step.
Very, very strong. So, why it has grills in its teeth is because it basically kind of possesses the soul of a lich. And if you destroy this, then you destroy the Lich. It's kind of where it's sold. It's very hard to string. And they normally put it in a prized possession, as you see with all the jewels in its face. One of the hardest creatures in Dungeons and Dragons. Anyway, passing the turn back to Bernat. This Molder 5, it looks like it has been undone. He is back in the game, now got a threat, now got a full graveyard and cards in hand. Can he convert this into a win and get himself into the finals? Coming back tomorrow morning to potentially walk away, calling himself champion. He's managed to do it in a couple of GPs. Can he do it this weekend in the NRG series? We'll find out shortly.
I gotta tell you, Alexander Jones likes all the matchups left in the top 4. These are all ones he's pretty happy to play. Things are going kind of awkwardly here, but I think a lot of this has to do with the light paw draws we've had. And now it's time to cast the Treasure Cruise for 3.
Oh my word.
Let's go.
That's pretty good. It's a good one.
Yeah, he's like, wait, is there a drawback to this? Like, I need to discard a card? No, you just get to cast it for free.
You take them.
Mm-hmm.
And I still got all these. Right. Can we add something else to the battlefield? Potentially like a thing in ice would be pretty nice right now. Give ourselves a little bit of reassurance in case the worst does start turning. 2 mana.
Honestly, we could probably just cast both fairies, right?
As I say, we got the fairies at the top, but no, we are starting with the thing in the ice. Those fairies, they don't have flash. They are 1/3s with flying and vigilance. Here's another sleight of hand. Look at the top 2. Put 1 into a hand. Put 1 to the bottom of our library. Looks like they're both blue cards. Didn't get a good look at them, what they were, though.
And it's going to be so easy for this Demi-Lich to actually help flip the thing in the ice. When we attack, we get to slide the hand again. So we're going to have to really whiff in order for this thing in the ice to actually not flip in. Alexander needs a land here or a different hexproof creature to start suiting up. Oh! Portable hole. Get out of here, thing in the ice.
Just having chats going off about the Demi-Lich right now. Demi-Lich must be exiled. Do we have to delve for the Treasure Cruise when we cast it?
Exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Copy it. Oh, you may cast. Oh, yeah. So we need to let's get the judge involved. We had 1 mana left up there. There's a bunch of cards in the graveyard. We easily could delve. I, for some reason, thought we got to cast it for free. I think that's because you get the other version on free of the Demi-Lich. So
I think we're gonna get have to start delving some cards. Pretty easy fix, but will be a warning. And it's been a long day for both these players. So message is now moving its way down to the feature match where we do have judges down there. So we'll be able to get around this shortly. But yeah, all it is going to be, I imagine, have a warning and take 7 cards out your graveyard because nothing's really affected it just yet.
It's my neighbor is the judge on the beach match area.
Oh, okay. Flex.
Small world.
Hard flex on us. I'd love to see
Not really
it.
a hard flex. Kind of just a fact, like a Mason fact.
Kind
of like a will fact, but like about me instead of the location we're at.
Oh, I haven't managed to say any of them for the weekend we're here. We've got in Indianapolis weekend. While I believe they're talking through it and kind of working out how many turns have gone, I can throw you a few Will Hall facts about Indy. Did you know that sliced bread was invented right here in Indianapolis?
I did not. Was that the first people to accidentally cut a bread and they were just like, oh no?
it was a company called Wonder Bread designed it and pushed it out. So, congratulations to them. They've got the largest NFL stadium, the Luca Oilers Stadium, apparently. I don't know.
The Colts play.
This is a cool fact that I actually thought was quite interesting. Is once Neil Armstrong went on, once he went to the moon, etc. So. We're just waiting. They're going to come back to the booth while we resolve this in case so you don't have to look at that. And I can tell you more interesting facts, which they probably want me to stop doing and start talking about maybe future events coming up like we have in Madison. Let's have a little talk about that, which we've got coming up literally next month after Thanksgiving weekend. So it's going to be November 25th, 26th, I believe, if I've got those dates
25th
right.
and 26th, you got it.
And on the Saturday is going to be a modern 10K trial. That is going to be just like the tournament held today, where the winner of that is going to find themselves in the invite-only 16-player 25K Players Champion at the end of the year. And on the Saturday, they're going to have a showcase for a Pioneer event. So it looks like they've sorted it all out, and we basically had to delve a couple extra cards to cast that Treasure Cruise. And now we're back to the game. Nothing else has really changed on that.
The way Michael was moving his hands, he pointed and then like shook them. I think that's Michael saying, I haven't played it all day. The deck only plays 2 Demiliches, and I would imagine you sided out a fair bit since people bring in so much graveyard hate against your deck. So this is like the first time Michael probably hasn't played against graveyard hate in 9 or 10 rounds of Magic.
So, oh, this card has actual text on it. I just read the bit that's really good for me, not the Delvey bit, but it's all good. We've still got a load of cards in the graveyard and another way to fill them, as we see here.
Yeah.
And well, here's another Treasure Cruise. It's just doesn't really have to show it. Can put it back on top of the deck if he wants to draw it this turn. But
oh no, he doesn't go in your hand, Michael.
I think he might be doing it upkeep, right?
Oh, it's definitely possible. But then we would have drawn for turn.
I think that's the idea. Is normally you see that in upkeep and then it's drawn for turn.
Okay, all right.
And then here comes the powerful Treasure Cruise drawing another 3 cards, because I don't think we've drawn enough on this mold of 5 so far.
Yeah, we have not. And I'm just gonna say it. I don't want to harp on it too much. I think if Aleksander had just gone to 5 himself and had like a Glade cover scout, easily won. Just would have had like a little 6/6, would have attacked a couple times, wouldn't have been any blockers, just would have crossed the finish line nice and easy. And I think this is a spot where, these sort of things happen. But,
Well, it's just showing that, light pause, as great as it is and keeping it in, it's going to be, it doesn't always pan out as well as you want it to, and it's not panned out in this game. But we do have information from our backup match where it was Jonathan Hobbs on Rakdos Midrange versus Benjamin Ugran. Am I saying that right? On Izzet Phoenix, and Jonathan Hobbs managed to take it down on Rakdos Midrange. So that means the winner of this match will be playing in the finals against Jonathan on Rakdos Midrange. I feel like Michael, if I had an advantage bar right now, I'd put it pretty far to the right of your screen on Michael, but you can never count out these Bant decks, right?
Well, yeah, we drew our hexproof creature. We want to play it now just in case our opponent has, like Mystical Dispute. It has hexproof, and we can start suiting it up. And like Michael's drawn a lot of cards, but if he doesn't have something like a Thick in the Ice to get this off the board, we can kill so quickly. You saw last game, right? How it was just like, oh yeah, I play all these things, I get out of control. Well, in this game, we don't have light paws to be suiting them up, but look at this. You have 1/2 +2 +2 +2 +0 and a 1/2. That's a lot of damage. It's 5 coming in right off the back. And if we give it lifelink, we're going to be able to race pretty quickly.
Yeah. It's just changing almost overnight. If we do lifelink, I think is the key that we're looking for right now, and really hoping. But the amount of cards we've seen over on Bernat's side, surely there's got to be a thing in ice in hand.
Yeah, probably. But it's worth noting, like, those are the only cards that really super matter. Everything else doesn't really matter in this spot. Maybe Otawara can bounce in like an Ethereal Armor or a lifelink enchantment in order to buy you a little bit of time, but there's not a ton going on here. Now, if you had Otawara, you could attack. If your opponent blocks with their first strike creature, you can bounce with the Ethereal Armor, and then the Demilich would trade with it, and that would be a great place to be if your Demilich can't come back from the graveyard. But
that'd be pretty brutal if that happens. But it can happen. That is a line that not everybody would see, especially when you're like 11, 12 rounds deep into Magic and can get a little bit tired. Let's be honest. It's been a long day for them, been a long day for you, been a long day for everybody watching. And we want to thank you all for staying tuned all day long, sending us that positive energy, being interactive in chat. I hope you're ready for more of it tomorrow, because we have got team trios in Modern being the format. That means all 3 players in the team will be on potentially different Modern decks. They can all be on the same deck if they want. One team's turn up tomorrow with triple evoke, right? It's going to happen. Someone's going to do it.
I'm looking for the triple beans team. I'm thinking about them beans. And they're all wearing beans outfits,
They'll be in the draw bracket. Don't you worry. Don't worry. That's where you'll find them, over there in the draw bracket, playing about everybody else with beans. Triple infect. Let's go.
Just like you and your friends are all wearing bean Halloween costumes. You show up and you are actually playing the bean stack.
Have you ever sat across an opponent where they've got like, the Jace playmat, the Jace sleeves. They've got the like Shark Typhoon tokens, and then they go turn 1 Goblin Guide.
No, but I did accidentally do that to someone at GP Hogak in Vegas, where I had a Teferi sticker a friend gave me and stuck on my deck box as a joke. And I had the Teferi glass playmat from the Pro Tour. And so my opponent goes, "Oh, I hate your deck." And I had sat next to them like 2 rounds earlier, so I thought they knew I was on Hogak. And I go, "Yeah, my deck's really awful. I hope they ban something." They kind of give me a weird look, you know? And they like play their cards or whatever. And then I play like turn 1 Citrus Supply, and they go, "Oh, I thought you were playing Control."
Not this time, even worse for you. But
Yes.
here is Thing in the Ice coming down. That is a card that we definitely want to have on the battlefield and sticking. Here's a consider. It's a look at the top card, put it into a graveyard, or draw it. It's up to Bernat where he wants to go. It's going to go to the graveyard. Don't want another sleight of hand. This lets me think there's a lot of cantrips going on in this hand of his. Also, we see that there's a couple of Phoenixes floating around. I think we've got a couple in hand, a couple in the graveyard. If you're going to play triple modern, chat, what deck would you be bringing tomorrow in that modern tournament? I see someone saying Rhino, someone saying Yarg. I think Yarg's what I'll be bringing. Mason would be on the bean. Here's double Lightning Axe and Phoenix. Are we just saying, do we have the kill here?
Well, I think what's happening is we're double Lightning Axing the Demi-Lich, and then we're just bringing back all 4 Phoenixes from the graveyard.
Is there 4 of them in there? I didn't catch that.
I think there's all 4. Yeah, I think that's what just happened. And congratulations to Michael Bernat.
Yeah,
Wow.
Congratulations. Getting yourself in the finals where they're going to have to take down Jonathan Hobbs on Rakdos Midrange. So that is going to be our finals tomorrow. Is it Phoenix, Rakdos Midrange? It is Pioneer 101 at the end of the day. That is the 2 of the more powerful decks in the format, and we're going to see which one comes out on top. But welcome back to the booth. My name is Will Hall. That is Mason Clark, and that is going to be the end of the semi-finals. And the way it works in NRG means tomorrow is when the finals are going to be played. So you need to come back, stick around a little bit longer for that, ladies and gentlemen. Other than that, I think that we're going to be closing down the show. It's been a real long day for Mason. Hats off to him covering throughout the whole day. You must be shattered, my good friend. I hope you're not doing anything crazy like going to the gym after this. That would be ridiculous to do. Any last words before we sign off?
9 a.m. Central tomorrow is when it happens. I'm sorry, 9 a.m. Eastern time is when we're going to have our final starting. So if you're wanting to see that, tune in. Then you can also check out our YouTube channel. I want to say thank you so much for NRG for having us on doing commentary and putting on these events. It's always so great. I can't wait to cover tomorrow as well for Modern. We're going to have that team up we talked about. And Will, it's great to work with you. Can't wait to see you again in the booth later in the future.
Yeah, we'll both be back tomorrow with more Modern. Starting off tomorrow, we're going to be with the Pioneer, so we'll find out who wins the final. Then we're going to go into Triple Modern. We'll see you there, so make sure you've hit all the follows, do all the likes that you need to do. Make sure we see you in the morning. Good night.